I woke up in agony, clutching my chest. A young girl stood over me, calling me shameless and saying her brother was unlucky to have married me. As she stormed off, strange memories flooded my mind, and I realized the terrifying truth. I had traveled into a novel called The Tale of Consort Rome. I was now Jiang Mian, a character destined for a tragic end. In this story, I was a young widow exiled to a cold, distant land along with my late husband's family. The original Jiang Mian was a selfish woman who hated the Rong family for her hard life. She was particularly cruel to her brother-in-law, Rong Qi, who would eventually become a powerful and ruthless official. In the book, the original version of me died miserably because of how I treated him. I realized I was currently at a turning point in the plot. A corrupt guard had just kicked me and ordered me to put a drug in Rong Qi's food. In the original story, Jiang Mian did it out of spite. I knew that if I wanted to survive, I had to change this outcome. I looked over at Rong Qi in the prison cart. He looked pale and fragile, but I knew he was dangerous. I decided to use acting skills to save myself. I approached him and admitted part of the truth. I told him the guard had threatened me and tried to force me to harm him, but I claimed I had refused. I pretended to be weak and injured to gain his sympathy. Rong Qi listened with a cold expression. He clearly did not trust me, viewing my behavior as another trick. I thought I had at least avoided the worst, but suddenly he collapsed. He fell to the ground, his body burning and his head spinning. My heart pounded with fear as he looked up at me. His eyes were filled with murderous rage. He believed I had actually drugged him despite my warning. Instead of winning his trust, I had made him think I was even more deceitful than before. He gripped his chains and threatened to send me to the afterlife, convinced I was a traitor. I realized that Rong Qi was showing signs of being drugged. Since the poison packet was still safely in my pocket, I knew I wasn't responsible, but I refused to take the blame for someone else's crime. I knew I had to make him vomit immediately to save him. When he refused to open his mouth, I tickled him to force him open, then made him throw up. I tried to explain that I was helping him, but his eyes remained full of suspicion. Suddenly, he lost consciousness and collapsed. The heavy iron chains binding him crashed down onto my ankle, crushing it. The pain was agonizing, feeling as if my bone had snapped. Hearing my scream, his mother and younger sister, Rongyu, rushed over. Rongyu immediately began insulting me, accusing me of hurting her brother and bringing ruin to their family. She claimed I was faking my injury, even though I was in tears from the pain. My mother-in-law intervened and discovered that Rong Qi had a high fever. When they asked what happened, our cousin Lu Furong stepped in. She pretended to speak up for me, suggesting I might have been forced to harm him, but her words actually just confirmed their suspicions and made Rongyu angrier. While the women busied themselves caring for the unconscious Rong Qi, I was left alone on the cold ground. My ankle throbbed, and I felt utter despair. I thought back to my previous life, where I had died suddenly with unspent money in the bank. Now I was freezing, starving, and injured in a strange world. Just as I wished I could simply sleep and escape this misery, a strange mechanical voice echoed in my mind. It detected my soul and asked if I wanted to bind with a farming system. I accepted the strange offer to bind with the system immediately. Suddenly, my surroundings changed, and I found myself inside a realistic, 8D version of Ball Ball Farm, a game I used to play in middle school. The space was incredible, filled with crops, animals, a convenience store, and a comfortable villa. I realized I could exchange items for gold coins, which I desperately needed. My ankle was still throbbing from the injury. I went to the farm's pharmacy, but found I was short on money. I had to harvest and trade some crops to afford a remedy for my sprain. Just as I was about to leave, I remembered Rong Qi, who was lying unconscious with a high fever in the real world. Despite my reluctance, I spent my last remaining coins to buy a box of fever medicine for him. I returned to the grim reality of the exile journey. My mother-in-law, Madame Rong, was frantically tending to her son, while my sister-in-law, Rongyu, angrily blamed me for his condition. I noticed that our cousin, Lu Furong, was quietly stirring up trouble, suggesting to the others that I had poisoned Rong-chi to curry favor with the guards. I ignored their hostility and approached the cart. I lied to Madame Rong, claiming that I knew medical skills because my mother had been a healer. Although she was suspicious, she was desperate enough to let me try, as the guards would never provide a doctor. I pretended to check Rong-chi's pulse and pressed on his acupoints. Using this as a distraction, I secretly slipped the fever pill I had bought into his mouth. When my sister-in-law challenged me, I confidently declared that his fever would break within half an hour. To prove my certainty, I bet my own life on his recovery, leaving them stunned by my boldness. I noticed my sister-in-law, Rong-yu, staring at me with intense hatred, believing I had hurt her brother, Rong-chi. She warned me that she would make me regret it if I harmed him. I laughed off her threat and turned my attention to our cousin Lu Furong. I wondered why she was always trying to stir up trouble and how she knew about the drug plot. I stared at her suspiciously, making her nervous. Rong-yu jumped to defend Lu Furong, insulting me again. Tired of the abuse, I snapped back, calling her foolish for being so easily manipulated. We argued until Madame Rong intervened, scolding Rong-yu for causing a scene that might attract the guards. I offered my water flask to Madame Rong for her son, drinking from it first to prove it was safe. To her surprise, Rong-chi's fever broke shortly after drinking. I advised giving him more water to flush out the poison, still wondering who had actually drugged him. I suspected Lu Furong but couldn't understand her motive if she liked him. Exhausted, I tried to sleep but was kept awake by the sound of Rong-yu's rumbling stomach. We bickered again, but I realized they were starving because the original Jiang Nian used to steal their meager rations. Feeling a pang of guilt, I secretly rolled 2 carrots toward Rong-yu and tossed her a steamed bun I had retrieved from my farm system. Rong-yu was shocked but suspicious, asking where I got the food. I lied and said I stole it. She looked disgusted, assuming I had taken it from our corrupt relatives, but I just grabbed a radish back and started eating, unbothered by her judgment. Lu Furong ate the radish happily, and even the stubborn Rong-yu finally swallowed her pride to eat the steamed bun I gave her. However, as soon as she was full, Rong-yu went right back to being rude, telling me not to expect any gratitude. I decided I was done sharing my precious food with them. At dawn, the brutal reality of exile hit me hard. A guard kicked me awake, and without thinking, I kicked him back. He was furious and raised his whip to strike me. At that moment, I panicked, realizing this was not a dream, and I was truly stuck on the harsh road to Ningguda. Fortunately, Madame Rong stepped in and bribed the guard with silver to spare me from a beating. My ankle was severely swollen, making it impossible to walk alone. I asked Rong-yu for a walking stick, but she surprised me by offering her shoulder to lean on instead. I made Lu Furong help on the other side, and together we marched forward. I felt jealous seeing Rong-chi riding in a horse-drawn prison cart while we walked, but the pain in my legs soon took over my thoughts. By the time we stopped to rest, my ankle had turned purple and looked terrible. I was in agony and mentally cursed everyone, especially Rong-chi. When I looked at him, our eyes met. He stared at me coldly, analyzing my every move. I realized he was suspicious of me. He couldn't understand why I had saved him earlier if I was supposed to be his enemy. In truth, he had been ready to kill me the night before. Despite the tension and my throbbing foot, I put on a brave face and pretended to be a caring sister-in-law, asking about his health while hiding my true frustration. Rong-chi stared at me, trying to detect any deception in my voice. When I showed no guilt and simply accepted his apology for my ankle injury, he seemed genuinely surprised. He admitted fault, but I knew he was still suspicious, like a patient hunter waiting for his prey to slip up. The pain in my ankle brought tears to my eyes, annoying Rong-yu. We bickered briefly about my looks and misfortune, but when I saw her walls crumbling, I realized she was just a scared child. She started wailing about her own suffering, her fallen family, her imprisoned sister, and her injured brother. To calm her down, I secretly gave her some milk candy for my system. The sweet treat worked instantly, and for the first time, she seemed to see me as something other than an enemy. Later, feeling starving and disgusted by my ruined face, I asked to be excused to use the bathroom. I slipped into my farm system space, harvested crops for gold coins, and bought meat buns and skin medicine. I ate quickly and saved some buns for later. As I returned, the corrupt guard Li Gao cornered me. He was furious that I hadn't delivered Rongqi to him as he expected. He grabbed my hair and kicked me in the stomach. Despite the agony, I spotted Rongqi watching from the shadows. Seizing the opportunity to prove my loyalty, I loudly declared that I would rather die than let him harm my brother-in-law. Just then, Rongqi stepped out of the darkness. His shackles were gone, likely thanks to a bribe from his mother. He interrupted Li Gao by claiming another official was looking for him, drawing the guard's attention away from me. Rongqi watched calmly as Li Gao, the guard who had just assaulted me, walked away. He then turned his gaze on me, claiming to be moved by my actions, but his eyes remained cold and calculating. I was frustrated that he still doubted me after I took a beating for him, but I kept up my act. I declared my loyalty to the Rong family, playing the role of the devoted sister-in-law to secure my survival. Eventually, Rongqi handed me a walking stick, finally acknowledging my injury. He apologized for causing it, blaming his own weakness. He looked frail and sorrowful, his beauty shining even in prison clothes, while I felt like a scarred villain. We bowed to each other, maintaining the strict etiquette of the time. As we continued our journey, the guards whipped the prisoners to make them move faster. My cousin Lu Furong abandoned me to fuss over Rongqi, leaving the young Rongyu to struggle under my weight. Seeing her distress, I secretly gave her 2 warm meat buns from my hidden stash. She ate them quickly, and her attitude toward me softened again. Just as we were falling behind and risking punishment, the head guard, Zhao Shun, ordered me to get into the prison cart. I scrambled in, relieved to rest my leg. I realized Madame Rong must have bribed him with silver to let me ride. Lu Furong was furious. She tried to incite Rongyu's anger by pointing out how much money was being wasted on me, reminding her of the Jiang family's troubled history with the Rongs. My father had broken a previous marriage contract to send my sister to the palace instead, only marrying me to the Rong family later out of guilt. Despite Lu Furong's instigation, Rongyu remained surprisingly calm, simply accepting the situation and walking on. I sat in the bumpy prison cart, feeling nauseous and uncomfortable, regretting how much I had eaten earlier. The road was rough, and every jolt made my stomach turn. I could feel Rongqi watching me, his gaze cold despite his gentle tone. He apologized again for his weakness, causing me trouble, clearly testing me. I knew he remembered the old Jiang Yan who used to insult him, but I wasn't going to fall for his trap. I simply lay down, forcing him to retract his long legs to make room for me. My mind wandered to the tragic backstory of the Rong family. Consort Rong, Rongqi's sister, had been favored by the emperor only because she resembled the late empress. When she realized this and refused to yield to the emperor's pride, he punished her entire family. To make matters worse, my own family, the Jiangs, betrayed them. My father and sister provided the evidence that sealed the Rong family's fate, turning what should have been my wedding day into a nightmare of exile. I, too, was abandoned by my own kin, left to suffer with the Rongs while my sister enjoyed life in the palace. Rongyu, who used to hate me, was now defending me to our cousin Lu Furong. She recognized that I was a victim too, cast aside just like them. Lu Furong, however, was shocked and worried that her plans to marry Rongqi were being threatened by my changing image. Back in the cart, I decided to take a risk. I handed Rongqi some medicine for my system, a pill, and a bottle for his wounds. He was immediately suspicious of the strange items and asked where I got them. I leaned in and spun a ridiculous lie, claiming my late husband, his brother, visited me in a dream. I told him his brother was now a heavenly general, sending us divine aid to ensure we reached Ningguta safely. Rongqi smiled, clearly not believing a word of it, but played along with my absurdity. I tried to explain away the modern medicine by inventing a ridiculous lie. I told Rongqi that my late husband, his brother, had visited me in a dream as a heavenly general to provide for us. I instantly regretted it, realizing how absurd it sounded since the original Jiang Yen barely knew her husband. Rong Qi didn't expose me, but his dark expression told me he didn't believe a word of it. I quickly changed the subject to dinner to avoid further questions. When we stopped for the night, the meal was miserable, just hard cornbread and thin soup made with wild grass. I saw my mother-in-law and Rongyu whispering. Rongyu wasn't hungry because of the snacks I had given her earlier. Our cousin, Lu Furong, noticed this and looked at me with hatred. She was convinced I was trading favors with the corrupt guards for food and seemed eager for Rong Qi to destroy me. I couldn't bring myself to eat the terrible prison food, so I offered my share to Rong Qi. I pretended to be a self-sacrificing sister-in-law, urging him to eat to regain his strength. He accepted it with the grace of a nobleman, even in these wretched conditions. Later, I sneaked away into the bushes and entered my secret farm system. I feasted on sandwiches, tarts, and milk, and took a comforting bath. In the mirror, my face looked horrific, covered in sores. When I checked my pulse, I felt a strange, chaotic energy that I couldn't identify, suspecting Rong Qi had poisoned the original owner of my body. Before leaving, I bought more buns and boiled eggs using my gold coins. I also prepared some itching powder to use on the cruel guard, Li Gao, as revenge for his abuse. I returned to the camp and secretly distributed the good food to the Rong family, warning them to hide it from Lu Furong. Madame Rong was shocked by the eggs, but ate silently. Rong Qi ate as well, his expression unreadable. He didn't ask questions, perhaps deciding to play along with my story about his immortal brother providing for us from heaven. I was relieved that my absurd, heavenly general, lie seemed to work as an excuse for my magical supplies. Lu Furong, acting suspiciously, returned from the bushes with 2 hard white buns, clearly bought with her own money. She tried to offer them to Rong Qi, acting shy and caring. Rong Qi ignored her completely, pretending to be asleep. I thought he was being rude to ignore free food, so I stepped in and accepted the buns on his behalf. Lu Furong was annoyed and tried to imply I was greedy, offering to save her own portion for me if I wanted to eat. I called her bluff, cheerfully accepting her offer and leaving her confused and foodless. Later, I saw Rongyu struggling with the bitter soup. I pulled her aside and told her I would ask heaven for better provisions, repeating my lie about her brother being an immortal. She was skeptical until I used her brother's reputation for honesty to convince her. She tearfully asked me to pass a message to him and her late father. I improvised, claiming her father was now the immortal of the heavenly farm, setting up a future excuse for my farm produce. I slipped into my system space, filled water pouches with spring water, harvested crops for gold coins, and bought radishes and biscuits. I then staged a fake prayer ritual for Rongyu to witness. When she saw the food and water appear, she was overjoyed and fully believed my story. I swore her to secrecy, warning her not to tell anyone, especially Lu Furong. That night, worried about the cold, I retrieved some cloth from my space, dirted it to look old, and headed towards Rong Qi to cover him. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the crack of a whip and a man's vulgar curses. Li Gao raised his whip and struck towards Lady Rong. Rong Qi's eyes flickered slightly, and his right thumb slowly pressed against his index finger's tip, a fierce killing intent boiling in his narrow eyes. At that moment, a light gray figure shot like an arrow, crashing hard into Li Gao's lower back. Caught off guard, Li Gao staggered several steps and nearly fell. When he saw Jiang Yan, he was furious. He raised his long whip and swung it at her. "Ugly monster, are you looking for death?" Jiang Yan never stood still obediently to be beaten. Seeing this, she immediately ran around the prison cart. The chains clanged loudly, but they didn't stop her from running away. Li Gao couldn't hit her. His rough face twisted in anger. When he glanced at Rong Qi beside the cart, who looked calm and relaxed, his anger grew even more. He then swung his whip towards Rong Qi. Jiang Yan and Rong Qi weren't far apart. Li Gao suddenly changed the direction of his whip, which completely surprised her. She had wanted to play a game of cat and mouse, to sprinkle some powder on Li Gao so he wouldn't pay attention to Rongqi, giving herself a chance to breathe. She never intended for Rongqi to get hurt. Rongqi's injuries from the 100 whips hadn't fully healed. He had just recovered from a fever. If he got hit again, his weak body might not withstand it. At that moment, somehow, she found the strength. She stretched out her hand and shouted desperately, "No!" Li Gao's whip was already out of his control, and Jiang Nian, whether from excitement or desperation to save him, forcefully threw herself onto Rongqi. Rongqi's eyes flickered slightly, a flash of surprise like a shooting star passing quickly. Under the cold moonlight, the woman who suddenly threw herself onto him seemed to be shining with silver light. The whip mercilessly struck her fragile back. Ah! A scream echoed through the night sky. Damn it! It hurt her so much. The pain was like her skin and flesh being torn apart, flooding over her like a tide. Jiang Nian gasped in pain, her eyes rolling back, nearly fainting from the agony. Since childhood, she had never even received her parents' slap, let alone a whip. What kind of sin had she committed to be punished by heaven to suffer in ancient times? Since she transmigrated here, Lady Rong had been kind to her. Her sister-in-law no longer looked at her with cold disdain. Rongqi was gentle and polite, never speaking harsh words to her. But she swore she never meant to block the whip for Rongqi. She wasn't that saintly or noble. She could be kind and feed him, but she was afraid of pain. Damn it! She was so excited that she forgot she was wearing shackles on her feet and tripped over the edge of the prison cart. Others didn't know how fiercely and wildly Jiang Nian was shouting inside, so they thought she was just protecting her brother. Rongqi looked at his determined sister-in-law blocking the whip for him, and a strange feeling flickered in his heart. Is this still Jiang Nian? Is she still that selfish, cunning, and ruthless sister-in-law? Always calm and composed, Rong Gongzi's eyes showed emotions that were hard to understand. Madame Rong was moved to tears, rushing forward to hold Jiang Nian in her arms, almost crying. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly rush forward? Look at all this blood. Oh no, the Rong family has failed you. Her loud voice immediately drew the attention of others. Rongyu ran over and saw a bloody whip mark on Jiang Nian's back. Seeing the expressions of the people around, she quickly understood that her sister-in-law had taken the whip for her second brother. Damn Li Gao, bold and reckless, bullying and oppressing the Rong family everywhere. Anger surged in Rongyu's chest. Like a furious wild leopard, she crossed her arms and scolded Li Gao loudly. You wicked beast, who gave you the courage to bully my sister-in-law? The Rong family is poor and helpless, allowing you to hit and scold us. But my sister-in-law is from the Jiang family. Her father is a high-ranking official, her sister is favored in the palace, and her brother is influential in court. Even if she is exiled, she still carries the blood of the Jiang family. How dare you, you beasts! Be careful, if the Jiang family finds out, they might wipe out your entire clan. Although she knew that the Jiang family saw Jiang Nian as a discarded child, and that Jiang Guoren and others didn't want her to survive, the dirty secrets of a big family shouldn't be made public easily. They couldn't let outsiders criticize them, because reputation was very important. At this moment, to spare Jiang Nian from more pain, she had to endure her own disgust and use her enemy's reputation to seek protection. Li Gao's eyes flickered with a hint of fear. The whip he raised high was lowered sharply, and he spat harshly. Ugly thing, you're lucky today. The Jiang family was indifferent to Jiang Nian. Worse, there were rumors that her situation in the Jiang residence was miserable. But the Jiang family would never admit to mistreating their illegitimate daughter, and Jiang Guoren wouldn't admit to abusing her sister. Once the palace consorts spread malicious and treacherous rumors, their favor would likely be lost. If Jiang Nian were to unfortunately die or become disabled, malicious people might publicly reveal that she was beaten and mistreated by outsiders in the Jiang family. To protect their reputation, the Jiang family would likely punish someone insignificant like him first. After Li Gao left, Rongyu's eyes were red, and she bit her lip without speaking. Madame Rong's eyes filled with tears as she repeatedly wiped Jiang Yan's cold sweat with a handkerchief. Her voice trembled. "Child, I know you have a kind heart, but you shouldn't risk your health to shield others. Women are delicate, unlike men who are tough. Out in the wild mountains or on the road to exile, where can we find medicine? What should we do?" Rong Qi's eyes moved, and he took out a bottle of brownish medicine, his lips pressed into a thin line. "Mother, this is the medicine given by sister-in-law. It's very effective for reducing inflammation and pain." Whether she was acting or not, the fact remained that she protected him from the beating. He couldn't stay indifferent. Moreover, this brownish medicine really worked well for inflammation and healing. He was just borrowing the opportunity to do a good deed. Rongyu was very excited. She took the medicine eagerly, her eyes shining. Such a strange-looking bottle must be a divine treasure from heaven. "This is a miracle medicine, mother. Quickly give it to sister-in-law." Surely, sister-in-law must have begged the heavens for this medicine from her elder brother to heal her second brother. Madame Rong hesitated for a moment, but quickly took the bottle, poured the brownish medicine onto a handkerchief, and soaked it. She then called Rongyu to help her. "Help your sister-in-law lift her clothes." Jiang Yan whimpered in pain, closing her eyes and letting her mother-in-law and sister-in-law apply the medicine. Under the moonlight, Rong Qi saw the scene clearly. Unlike her usual cheerful and carefree self, Jiang Yan looked disheveled and distressed. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her thin prison clothes were torn in several places, making her look somewhat ragged. But her face was still painfully tragic, unable to tell if she was pale or not. Tears shimmered in her eyes as if she had cried before, and her beautiful diamond-shaped lips kept making soft whimpering sounds. His gaze moved to her feet, where heavy shackles bound her swollen, bruised ankles. The shackles at her ankles were caught on a wooden stake leaking from the prison cart. Rong Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. The shackles were stuck? He quickly understood and looked away, raising his gaze to the cold, lonely moon in the night sky. He smiled bitterly, feeling an inexplicable sense of frustration in his chest.
Ugh.
"It hurts." Jiang Yan bit her teeth tightly, letting out a muffled groan. Her brows furrowed deeply, and when the iodine solution touched her wound, her body trembled slightly. The shout was not too loud or too soft. Rong Qi couldn't help but look back, then quickly looked away, his ears slightly reddening. At this moment, they were in a remote mountain area with no tents or shelter. Rongyu and Madame Rong stood in front, shielding them. Jiang Yan's clothes were pulled up to her neck, revealing a fair, jade-like back with a bright red whip mark that was shocking to see. Originally, Rong Qi felt annoyed. When his eyes finally saw the red whip mark, a hint of worry crossed his mind. Whether she truly protected him or not, he knew that after she was hurt, he couldn't be indifferent or cold. He had to act like he cared. Rong Qi's thoughts kept changing, but his face remained calm and relaxed, showing no sign of emotion. After applying good medicine, Jiang Yan gasped as she got up. When she looked at Rongyu and Madame Rong with worried eyes, she thought that the whip was worth it. She instinctively looked at Rong Qi. The man was leaning against the carriage, staring straight ahead with a calm gaze. His side profile was beautiful and neat, and under the cold moonlight, he seemed distant and aloof. Feeling someone watching him, Rong Qi turned his head. He quickly hid the complicated emotions in his eyes. He looked at Jiang Yan from head to toe and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?"
"I'm fine."
"I won't die." Rong Qi lowered his eyes slightly, his hoarse voice trembling a little. "It's all Zihan's fault. If sister-in-law hadn't protected him, he would have suffered a lot." Jiang Yan awkwardly looked away, hiding her complicated feelings. She didn't mean to block the whip for him. But fate played tricks, and in front of everyone, she opened her arms and took the hit for him. Would future powerful officials be grateful to her? She had taken the hit, so she might as well earn some goodwill. Jiang Yan pretended to be strong, adjusting her loose prison clothes and forcing a smile. "It's nothing. Just a whip. Sister-in-law's skin is thick, it doesn't hurt. Besides, you're my second brother. If I don't protect you, who will I protect? Rongqi didn't speak. His gaze briefly swept over the shackles on Jiang Nian's ankles. Jiang Nian's heart jolted. Damn, her ankles hurt again. Would her brother-in-law notice anything? Could he see that she wasn't truly protecting him?
Ugh.
It hurt again, her back was burning with pain. No matter what, she had protected him from the whip. That was an undeniable fact. In front of everyone, even if she didn't admit it, she had to accept it. Madame Rong had already laid out the bedding on the ground. Underneath the torn cloth were dry, wild grasses, covered with a few tattered clothes. On top was a piece of rag that Jiang Nian had taken from her space. Nian Nian, lie here and rest. Mother has laid out the grass, so it's not damp or rough. Rongyu held a water pouch and kindly offered it. Do you want to drink some? Jiang Nian nodded. She was very thirsty. The water pouch was filled with spiritual spring water, meant for both external and internal use, hoping her wound would heal quickly. Around the time of the hour of the pig, Jiang Nian had just swallowed painkillers and fallen asleep when a sharp, piercing scream tore through the night sky. She suddenly woke up, her eyes bright. Ah, the itching powder was working. Damn Li Gao. He hit her, scolded her, whipped her. Did he think she was a weak, easy target? She had endured for so long, finally finding a chance to poison him. The itching powder wasn't deadly, but it could make him suffer terribly. After being affected, he would feel an unbearable itch all over, as if countless tiny insects were crawling on his skin. The more he scratched, the itchier he felt. The more he itched, the more he scratched. She hoped the itching powder would make Li Gao stop tormenting her. Her screams woke the other guards and the prisoners lying on the ground in their tents. Gossip was human nature. Everyone, not sleeping, gathered around to see what was happening. Jiang Nian ignored her aching back. With Madame Rong and Rongyu helping her, the three hurried into the crowd. Jiang Nian wanted to see the results of the itching powder and also observe Li Gao's miserable state. They opened the tent, and two guards carried out a bloodied man. Li Gao's lower body was completely soaked in blood. Blood dripped slowly from his pants, forming dark red beads. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making people feel sick. What's going on? Jiang Nian was surprised. She had only used some itching powder, yet he looked so badly hurt. Madame Rong wrinkled her nose in disgust and spat. He's done many evil deeds and is now being punished by heaven. She quickly covered Rongyu's eyes. Children are not allowed to see this. Let's go back. Rongyu peeked her head out, curious. But her mother had spoken, so she had to listen. She turned around and left, looking back over her shoulder. Jiang Nian asked a nearby female prisoner in exile, "Do you know what happened?" She remembered this woman. It seemed she was the wife's maid, often sent to the guard's bed at night. The maid curled her lips in disgust and spat. That beast has done terrible things. He's being punished by heaven. What kind of punishment was that? Tell me quickly, Jiang Nian asked anxiously. After all, she had used some powder. If someone found out it was her. Auntie's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and her tone grew cheerful. You don't know, do you? Li Gao was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when a group of rats suddenly rushed in. They didn't bite anything else, just went straight for his lower body. Guess what happened? What happened? Jiang Nian urged, growing impatient. The rats were fierce and wild. They bit him badly down there. It was quite a sight. And then, frightened, they all ran off into their holes. Guess what that means? Even though Jiang Nian had never been in a relationship, she could guess what Auntie meant. Rats running into holes. That didn't sound good. She gasped. Could her itching powder really have caused something like that? Madame Rong looked pleased, her usually graceful face twisting with a hint of cruelty. Her eyes glared in Li Gao's direction. Truly, what goes around comes around. Exactly, Auntie said, brushing her hair back with a wicked smile. I heard he can't be saved. Heaven really has eyes. Once we survive this exile, I'll definitely offer incense and thanks.
Ah!
The rats are back. Someone shouted as a few rats suddenly crawled out from Li Gao's body. The two guards supporting him screamed and ran. The other guards quickly raised their weapons, alert and tense. The prisoners who had been watching scattered in panic. Jiang Nian, limping on one leg, gritted her teeth and started to run.
Darn it, she thought.
I shouldn't have stayed to watch. The wound on my back has split open again. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Ah!
A guard leader, Zhao Shun, cried out as a rat bit his ankle. Thinking of Li Gao's fate, he panicked and ran as fast as he could. Fortunately, the frightened rats soon disappeared into the grass. Zhao Shun fell to the ground in terror, and the other guards didn't dare approach, afraid more rats might appear. Jiang Nian hid under a big tree, afraid that a rat might crawl up her leg. She had seen it clearly. Li Gao was finished. His body was badly injured. Even if he didn't die immediately, he wouldn't last more than 3 days. She wondered if her itching powder had really worked. But still, why had a group of rats suddenly appeared in the middle of the night and attacked only Li Gao's tent? And why had they gone for such a sensitive spot? It seems as if someone is controlling him. Jiang Nian instinctively looked toward the prison cart. Rong Qi, a tall figure, was curled up inside, sleeping peacefully.
Huh.
Such a big commotion. Yet it didn't seem to bother him at all. That's unusual. Jiang Nian had read the original novel and knew that Rong Qi was not as gentle and polite as he appeared on the surface. He was actually cruel and ruthless, a complete hypocrite. On the outside, he seemed harmless and weak, easy to bully, but in reality, he was a heartless and fierce person who even couldn't be controlled by his sister Rong Wei. Could his involvement with the mice and revenge against Li Gao be related to him? Jiang Nian gasped, feeling a chill run down her neck. The original owner humiliated Rong Qi like that. He seemed to ignore it outwardly, but could he secretly? Would he let her suffer and die without a chance to live? Seeing Li Gao end up like that, Jiang Nian felt somewhat relieved. But she had applied itching powder. If someone traced it back to her, she would be the one blamed. Jiang Nian was uneasy. Just as she was about to check the situation, she met a pair of bright, peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, Rong Qi was staring at her. Startled, Jiang Nian jumped and patted her chest, asking in surprise, "Second brother, weren't you asleep? How come you're awake now?" Rong Qi looked at her steadily, lips pressed into a faint smile. "It's noisy outside, so it's hard to sleep." "Why are you so panicked, sister-in-law?" Jiang Nian glanced at him cautiously and tentatively said, "Li Gao was bitten by a mouse. His lower body is bloody and torn, with bleeding from the cracks, and I heard his intestines are exposed. He probably won't survive." "Oh," Rong Qi's eyes remained calm, and his tone was light. "Quite the karma, huh?" Jiang Nian squinted at him, and Rong Qi openly met her gaze. "Sister-in-law." Jiang Nian touched her nose and looked up at the night sky, like a silver plate. "I think you're right. Truly, karma is real. Li Gao was wicked, bullying the weak, indulging in lust. Heaven can't stand it, so it punishes him." Even though she doubted, she didn't dare to test it. If Rong Qi was truly involved, that would be terrifying. Someone who can control mice at will must have some kind of poison or spell, right? Jiang Nian shivered, a cold wave rising from her feet. "Exactly, sister-in-law. Those who do evil will face divine punishment. What do you think?" Rong Qi rolled up his sleeves casually, looking relaxed. Silver moonlight poured down, illuminating his handsome face, with a high nose bridge and clear, defined lips, making his features stand out even more. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting a few strands of hair on his forehead. Under the moonlight, he looked like a fairy descended from heaven. Jiang Nian, however, felt like she was seeing a ghost, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She remembered that the original owner had disfigured herself after drinking a bowl of water handed to her by Rong Qi. She checked her pulse multiple times but found no signs of poisoning or allergies, and she couldn't restore her appearance. The only thing that could threaten her with dark magic and challenge her skills was poison from insects. That person wouldn't hide their abilities. They must be skilled in insect poison, right? She needed to see Li Gao and check his pulse to see if his condition was similar to hers, pulse irregular, with evil energy running wild inside. Jiang Nian swallowed hard, trying to keep her voice steady despite her nervousness. "Yes, second brother is right. Yuer went to see the fun. I'll call her here. Ignoring her aching legs, Jiang Nian slipped away quickly. Even so, she still felt like a snake's tongue was following her from behind. Rong-chi twitched his fingers and sneered as he watched her back. A delicate girl raised in a secluded place, indecisive and full of flaws. A little powder couldn't hurt him at all. Better to cut the root of the problem directly rather than just stop the symptoms. When Jiang Nian found Rongyuer, she was talking with Lu Furong. Furong's sister, tell me quickly, where did Li Gao get bitten? Lu Furong's expression was hard to read.
Well.
She couldn't understand why the girl was so curious about this. It was a bit embarrassing to say. Just then, Zhao Shun'er's little follower, Li Ping, appeared anxious and shouted loudly, "Does anyone know medical skills?" The exiled prisoners all stepped back silently. Jiang Nian was thinking about whether she should step forward when Lu Furong's sweet voice rang out, "Officer, my sister-in-law knows a little about medicine. Why don't we let her help Lord Zhao?" Wasn't she pretending to treat her cousin's illness? She knew Jiang Nian was an ordinary girl, rough and uneducated, barely able to read. How could she be skilled in medicine? Was she lying to pretend she knew medicine to cover up her true intentions? Dream on. Today, she was the one to step forward and tear apart Jiang Nian's disguise. Yuer looked a bit displeased. Furong's sister, when did my sister-in-law become skilled in medicine? Don't talk nonsense. The suspicion surrounding Li Gao's punishment seems suspicious. If officials blame his sister-in-law, claiming she is skilled in medicine and caused Li Gao's illness, it will be impossible to clear her name, even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Lu Furong blinked innocently. I clearly saw my sister-in-law treat Xian. She just pressed a few times and my cousin's fever went down. Could I be mistaken? Rongyu stomped her foot, annoyed, and shook Lu Furong's hand off. It's just your eyes playing tricks. Li Ping squinted and gestured to Jiang Nian. Come here. Jiang Nian walked over, but Rongyu was anxious. Jiang Nian, don't go. Li Gao is unlikely to survive, and Zhao Shun too. If they get infected with the plague, and it can't be cured, it will all be blamed on his sister-in-law. She glared at Lu Furong angrily. It's all your fault. She hurried to discuss plans with Rong-chi. Her second brother always has many ideas, and since his sister-in-law is part of the Rong family, he won't just stand by and do nothing. Lu Furong smiled innocently, curling her lips. I only did it for the official's sake. She then looked at Jiang Nian with wet eyes, like a frightened little rabbit. Sister-in-law, you won't blame me for revealing your medical skills, right? Zhao Darren is honest and kind. I thought saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, would you? Jiang Nian tilted her head and looked at her with a wicked smile. Of course I won't stand by. Zhao Darren is honest and kind. I haven't had time to save him yet. But she suddenly changed her tone, glancing at Li Gao, who was struggling to breathe, and said to Lu Furong, Last night, I saw you and Li Gao hiding in the grass. Tell me, did you smear something on yourself? That's why Li Gao was bitten by a rat. She wasn't exactly spreading false accusations. After all, she really saw Lu Furong and Li Gao whispering in the grass. But it was only for a moment before they came out. What? Lu Furong's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She screamed hysterically, Nonsense. When did I hide in the grass with him? Don't insult my reputation. She only exchanged some silver coins for a sleeping potion. Jiang Nian's sharp eyes kept probing her, refusing to let go. And she was openly insulting her reputation. She instinctively looked toward Rong-chi's direction, but the guards, layered in multiple groups, blocked her view completely, making it impossible to see anything. She let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, Rong-chi didn't hear her. She is pure and innocent, still a maiden, but her reputation has been ruined. She can never marry Rong-chi in this life. Lu Furong was angry inside, but tears welled up in her cheeks. She cried softly, Sister-in-law, have I ever wronged you? Why are you tarnishing my reputation? Jiang Nian frowned in frustration and pushed her away. You know right from wrong. You deliberately blocked my questioning while crying, which delayed the best time to treat Lord Zhao. Do you want to put him in danger?
I.
I didn't mean to. Lu Furong struggled to defend herself. She had openly mentioned Jiang Nian's medical skills. If she had cried and stopped her from questioning, delaying Lord Zhao's treatment, the officials might think she had ulterior motives. She clenched her teeth tightly, her hands trembling until her fingertips turned white, trying to suppress the tearing anger in her heart. Why, even after rebirth, she was still oppressed by her. Jiang Nian was so eager to tarnish her reputation. Was it just to cut off her chances with Rongqi? She was dreaming. The aunt and niece's relationship was against morality. She would never allow Jiang Nian and Rongqi to be together in this life. Lu Furong forcibly suppressed her jealousy, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. In this rebirth, she must not act foolishly. It was time to change her strategy. Jiang Nian stepped forward and carefully checked Zhao Shun's pulse. Zhao Shun was a burly man with a thick beard, about 9 feet tall. His face was pale, and he had fainted briefly. This rat was quite vicious. Li Ping looked worried. How is he? Jiang Nian squinted, appearing deep and mysterious. His pulse is chaotic, sometimes weak, sometimes strong. This wild rat is fierce and likely carries disease. She looked troubled. What should we do? If he catches the plague, our group might not escape death. What? Li Ping stood up in shock. His face, usually handsome and fair, suddenly looked grim. He was Zhao Shun's little follower, just 20 years old, unmarried. He took this job of escorting prisoners to earn some extra money to marry. But now, the prisoner was not delivered, he hadn't earned any money, and his life was at risk. Thinking of his mother at home, his young sister, and the 3 big sows in the pig pen, he felt like crying. If he really caught the plague, he might not survive. A loud voice suddenly rang out, and a short man holding a whip appeared. The man was thin and small, with a pointed face and small eyes that seemed to gleam with mischief. Just by looking at his face, you could tell he was similar to Li Gao. This man was the second in command of the official team, named Su Liang. Li Gao was his little follower. He was on equal footing with Zhao Shunping. Zhao was greedy for money, and Su was lecherous. Jiang sighed and looked defeated. Whether it's true or not, time will tell. Just wait and see. We might all catch the plague and die in this wild mountain. Maybe that's not so bad. Li Ping didn't want to die. He hadn't married yet. He drew his sword and said fiercely, "Since you know medicine, find a way to cure him. If not, I'll kill you." Jiang stretched his neck. "Go ahead and kill me now. Death is death, whether early or late. Better to die quickly than suffer from the plague, which causes the body to rot and pain to be unbearable. It's better to end it now." More than 10 other officials tried to hold Li Ping back and advised him, "Calm down. If you kill her, there will be no doctor to treat us." She didn't say she couldn't be cured. Be more gentle. Maybe there's a way. Li Ping snorted and put away his sword. He looked at Jiang and softened his tone a little. "Can you cure him?" Su Liang's sneaky eyes stared at her without blinking. A hideous woman talking nonsense. It's just mice. Don't spread rumors about the plague. In the wilderness, how could mice run around freely? Usually, mice only appear before earthquakes. During disasters, wars, and tremors, plagues happen. The ugly woman was just talking nonsense, clearly trying to manipulate the officials. Jiang raised her chin and pointed at Li Gao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Whose mice crawl into their pants? Only infected, rabid mice can do such crazy things. Look at him, half dead. He's probably done for. If you say I'm talking nonsense, then kill me. I don't want to die from the plague rotting my body. Just end it with a quick cut. She knew these people were afraid of the plague. No matter how strong Su Liang pretended to be, he couldn't compare to a group of strong arms. Sure enough, Li Ping stepped in front of her and said to Su Liang, "Master Su, repeatedly stopping us from treating Brother Zhao. Do you want to see him die? You're trying to dominate everything alone." Everyone knows that Su Liang and Zhao Shun do not get along. They often argue fiercely on the road. Zhao Shun believes that money should be collected from prisoners and that they should not be abused or insulted. Su Liang thinks prisoners are worse than animals. They can be mistreated and insulted, and he also believes that the money belongs to him. Now, if someone tries to stop him, he might see it as an opportunity to harm Zhao Shun, because he wants to be the only one in charge. The officials are divided into two groups. When they disagree, they start shouting at each other with swords and whips, causing a big fight. Su Liang is surrounded, and his most trusted subordinate, Li Gao, is badly injured. He quickly loses the fight. A few officials pull Su Liang away, and everything becomes quiet. Li Ping steps forward, looking a bit worried. He asks Dr. Jiang, "Is there any way to treat Brother Zhao?" "Yes, there must be." Jiang Nian stands up and approaches Zhao Shun. She closes her eyes and silently recites a spell, entering a mental space. She searches through her supplies and finally finds vaccines for rabies and hemorrhagic fever.
Wow.
They cost 300 gold coins. Zhao Shun isn't worth that much. Jiang Nian leaves her mental space, takes out some silver needles, and pricks him a few times. She draws blood, treats the wound properly, presses out the dirty blood, then disinfects with iodine and alcohol and sprays medicine to prevent infection. Fortunately, the wound isn't big, so it doesn't need stitches. She feeds him some spiritual spring water, presses his acupuncture point, and Zhao Shun slowly wakes up. Big brother. Li Ping is very happy. He looks at Zhao Shun carefully and, seeing he's okay, hugs his arm with tears in his eyes. "Big brother, you're all right?" Zhao Shun shakes his head. Besides feeling a bit dizzy and having some pain in his ankle, he feels fine. Li Ping turns to Jiang Nian and asks, "Is my big brother okay now?" Jiang Nian frowns slightly. It's hard to say. She steps forward, lifts Zhao Shun's eyelids, and checks his pulse. She pretends to be serious and says he's awake and seems fine for now, but the mouse poison in his body isn't gone yet. He needs to take medicine for 49 days. The mouse isn't poisonous. She was just joking about the plague. To make the journey easier, she has to trick and deceive others. 49 days.
Haha.
Zhao Shun and the officials want to survive, so they must stay with her for 49 days. 49 days? Zhao Shun feels dizzy again. He shakes his head, trying to stay awake. In the wilderness, where can I find medicine? He still has to take medicine for 49 days. He's worried he won't make it to Nanping City before he runs out of strength. Exiling to Ningguda, starting from the capital, requires passing through Nanping City, the Gale Fortress, Jinzhou, crossing deep mountains and forests, and finally reaching Suizhou City in Ningguda. Jiang Nian patted her chest confidently. In the wild countryside, overgrown with weeds, there are treasures everywhere. I'm not worried about gathering herbs. Rest assured, I will personally pick them. Zhao Shun and Li Ping looked at her at the same time, then exchanged wary glances. My family is here. I won't harm any of you officials. Moreover, Lord Zhao is a rare, honest official. To make the exile journey easier, I will do my best to help you. Jiang Nian spoke sincerely. If they didn't believe her, they must be suspicious.
Li Ping snarled.
Family?
Ha.
Do you really think I don't know? Since leaving the capital, your mouth has cursed the Rong family many times, beaten your young sister-in-law, persecuted your brother-in-law, and even scolded your mother-in-law so badly she suffered. You call them your family? Who would believe that? Are you joking? Jiang Nian felt a pang. All these things the original owner did were pinned on her. She had bad luck for generations, and now she was exiled in her place, also taking the blame. After cursing the heavens 100 times, Jiang Nian smiled and said, "Those are just tricks to deceive others. They are meant for those with bad intentions. When others see the joke, they won't bother to scheme against us. Why not? Besides, a prodigal son returning is priceless. When a new daughter-in-law falls into hell, she still manages to smile and endure. Now that I've vented my feelings, I should look forward. As Rong's eldest daughter-in-law, I must protect my family. Once I let go of my worries, when have I cursed the mother-in-law, beaten the young sister-in-law, or schemed against the brother-in-law?" Li Ping glanced at Zhao Shun and said, "Brother, these days on the road have been very quiet."
No arguing, no shouting.
Could it be? She has truly turned over a new leaf? Zhao Shun narrowed his eyes, his voice warning. I don't care if you've changed or not. If you dare to scheme against me, don't think that Rong's family will reach Ningguta. I will skin you alive and break your bones. Though harsh, his words also showed he believed Jiang Nian. He allowed her to pick herbs and treat him during these 49 days. Jiang Nian quickly raised 3 fingers and swore, I swear on the Jiang family's honor. If I dare to scheme against any of you officials, my parents, my entire family will be killed, exterminated to the 9th generation, and I will be thrown into prison. My whole family will end without descendants. I hope that Minister Jiang in the capital, Madame Jiang, and Lady Jiang in the palace can stay strong and keep their promises. The Jiang family has no heirs left, and their vow was very harsh. Zhao Shun and Li Ping didn't expect this. They thought Jiang Yan was very ruthless to swear on her entire family. It seems her words are somewhat believable. Since that's the case, please, Madame Rong, gather some herbs to treat Brother Zhao. If you try any tricks. Li Ping drew his dagger, his face fierce and sinister. You know what will happen. Jiang Yan kept waving her hands. Don't worry, I won't try anything. Helping Zhao Shun with his wound was just a show. His injury was minor. The real reason he felt dizzy and unsteady was probably because he was frightened by Li Gao's terrible condition. On the way to treat him, she planned to give him some sleeping medicine and combine Western medicine from her space with traditional Chinese herbs she would pick along the way, mixing east and west. She wouldn't fully cure him. Jiang Yan casually grabbed 2 handfuls of herbs from the bushes, including a plant called black circle grass, also known as Solanum nigrum. She ate this when she was young. It was sweet and helped detoxify the blood, clear heat, and quench thirst. Eat more. It will help your recovery. Li Ping looked a bit disgusted. This is just some unknown wild fruit. There are plenty in the fields in the countryside. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Who are you fooling? And it's supposed to clear heat and detoxify.
Uffed.
Zhao Shun took it without hesitation, not at all disgusted. After chewing a few bites, he swallowed and said vaguely, the black circle grass really clears heat and detoxifies. She's not lying. As a thank you, he handed Li Ping 4 steamed buns. Just as Jiang Yan was about to take them, Su Liang's loud voice started shouting, Come here, treat Li Gao. Jiang Yan lazily stretched out her hand toward Madame Rong. Mother, I'm tired. I want to sleep. She didn't want to treat him. What nonsense. Madame Rong gave a meaningful look to Rong Yu, and the 2 stepped forward to support Jiang Yan. Madame Rong was worried. It's late, and you've been through a lot. Your whip wound isn't healed, and your ankle is swollen. You'll have to travel again tomorrow, over rough roads. How can you manage? Rong Yu winked at her, and then pointed toward Rong Qi, quietly whispering to Jiang Yan, Sister-in-law, I call my second brother for help, but he said you have a way to handle it. Sure enough, sister-in-law, you showed your strength and quickly woke him up. You're amazing. When they arrived, they saw Jiang Yan being threatened. Her mother and she were sweating nervously. Just as they were about to step in to help, her brother stopped them. He said to wait and see, confident that Jiang Yan would solve the problem herself. She still didn't believe it. She didn't expect her sister-in-law to show such great skill, not only saving the person but also confusing the officials, making them stare in surprise. Rong Yu admired her deeply and kept praising her. Jiang Yan was stunned and instinctively looked toward Rong Qi. Rong Qi smiled slightly and praised her kindly. Sister-in-law is truly amazing. It's the same kind of compliment, but when it came from him, Jiang Yan felt it sounded sarcastic. She shook her head and ignored him. Su Liang was ignored and immediately got angry. Jiang, come quickly to treat Li Gao. Jiang Yan kept walking forward slowly, ignoring Su Liang completely. She wasn't afraid of what Su Liang might do to her, because Zhao Shun, the head of the officials, was here. For her own safety, she wouldn't let anyone beat her. If her head got hurt or her hand was injured, she couldn't gather herbs anymore. The journey was still long, and she didn't want to be watched everywhere. She wanted these officials to know that Jiang Yan was not someone they could boss around easily. Sure enough, Zhao Shun gave Li Ping a look. Li Ping immediately stepped in front, sneering at Su Liang. So, this is your attitude when asking for medical help? Su Darren. Su Liang clenched his fist around the whip, veins bulging. He wanted to scold, but suddenly remembered that Li Gao's life was uncertain. Zhao Shun had many people, and it wasn't the time to fight head-on. Li Gao's life was more important. Su Liang lowered his whip and glared coldly at Jiang Nian. Tell me, what conditions do you want to treat him? Jiang Nian looked back. It's not that I refuse to treat him. Li Gao's condition is hopeless. Even if she could treat him, she wouldn't. She wished he would just pass away quickly. You don't treat him, but how do you know he's hopeless? You're just waiting for a chance to get revenge. Jiang Nian thought for a moment. She wanted to check Li Gao's pulse to see if it matched her own. Was this her chance? If she could save him, she would first make him suffer for 49 days, living in misery before he died. Jiang Nian cleared her throat, put her hands behind her back, and said, Doctors should have a kind heart. I will examine him. If I can treat him, I will do my best and spare no effort. But if his condition is beyond my skills, even if I want to help, I might not be able to save him. She was pretending to be confident, but she was also leaving herself an escape route to avoid tense doctor-patient relations. Rongqi raised his eyelids to glance at her, a faint dark light flickering in his narrow eyes. In an instant, his thumb moved slightly. When he looked up again, his eyes had returned to calm. Jiang Nian turned around and slowly walked toward Li Gao. Just a few steps away, she heard the official scream in horror. Ah, he's bleeding. Blood is flowing from his 7 orifices. He's convulsing. He's possessed by a ghost. What's in his nose? His mouth and ears are full of bugs, dark, black bugs. Jiang Nian looked on in horror, her stomach churning at the sight before her. Li Gao's 7 orifices were pouring out bright red blood. His body twitched violently, each shake like a lightning strike, making her shiver with fear. Even more terrifying, on his blood-stained face, several plump black bugs crawled out. These bugs wriggled their fat bodies, moving greedily as if they were sucking in the surrounding blood and stench. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The sounds of vomiting echoed repeatedly. More bugs spilled out from Li Gao's facial orifices. Many people jumped back in fright, afraid the bugs would crawl into their necks or clothes.
Ah!
It's divine punishment. An evil spirit has possessed him. Run.
Run.
The bugs are crawling on my feet. So disgusting. I feel chills all over. Countless officials looked terrified. The prisoners ran in all directions. The scene was like hell, thick with the smell of blood and rotten flesh, making everyone feel sick. Zhao Shun struggled to stand and called his men to keep order, making sure the prisoners were watched closely. If any prisoners escaped, they would be responsible. Jiang Nian was so scared she kept retreating. The scene before her was beyond her understanding. It was one thing for rats to attack Li Gao, but how could plump bugs crawl into a person's orifices? Could this story really involve magical bugs? Who could control such bugs? She instinctively looked at Rongqi, who also looked panicked, shielding his mother and sister behind him. Jiang Nian wondered, was Rongqi also afraid? Could it have nothing to do with him? Rongyu hid behind her brother. From afar, she saw Jiang Nian running alone through the crowd. She shouted anxiously, "Second brother, do you think the bugs will bite sister-in-law?" Rongqi curled his lips, his voice soft like moonlight, gentle yet captivating. No, the government officials were all bitten by mice, and since the sister-in-law was closest, it's unlikely that bugs didn't crawl onto her. Rongyu pouted and looked at Rongqi with some blame, saying, "You just have a bias against sister-in-law." Jiang Nian has already turned over a new leaf and no longer argues or fights with her. Instead, she often offers candies and steamed buns. She believes that a reformed person is worth giving a chance. Madame Rong also looked worried. She tiptoed and waved to Jiang Nian, saying, "Nian Nian, come here. There are stones here, and bugs can't crawl up." Jiang Nian was surprised, but then felt warmth in her heart. This mother-in-law is really kind. Since she was invited, not going would seem rude. Moreover, with her limited medical skills, she can't really study ancient curse techniques, so staying away is the best choice. "I'm coming." Jiang Nian hopped quickly on one foot, though her left ankle was swollen again. Rongyu came out from behind her brother, helped Jiang Nian, and glared at her with annoyance. What are you showing off for? Li Gao can't be saved, so why are you interfering? People who do bad things are cursed and deserve to die. Aren't you afraid of catching bad luck? Jiang Nian was scolded but didn't argue back, which was unusual for her. She was just confused. She had just promised to check Li Gao's pulse and treat him, but he suddenly died in a terrible and disgusting way. Madame Rong took Jiang Nian and sat her on a stone to rest, scolding Rongyu. Say less. Humph. Rongyu stomped her foot, her chubby face full of dissatisfaction. My foot is swollen, and I can't say anything? Jiang Nian, you're an adult now. Don't you know how to protect yourself? Though she was harsh, she crouched down and gently held Jiang Nian's swollen, bruised ankle, massaging it softly. It hurts. Jiang Nian cried out, her face scrunching in pain. Serves you right. Rongyu glared at her, but her grip was much gentler. Rongqi's eyes moved slightly. He crouched down and asked with concern, Sister-in-law, are you okay? His sudden concern made Jiang Nian momentarily stunned. After regaining her senses, she looked miserable and said, I'm not okay. My foot hurts, my back hurts, my heart hurts, and my head hurts. Her heart fluttered with fear. How could it not hurt? Rongqi looked at her chest with some confusion. It's understandable that her head hurts, but why does her heart hurt? He lowered his eyes, seeming to be lost in thought. While drinking the water handed to her by Lady Rong, Jiang Nian looked puzzled and said, in the middle of nowhere, it's understandable to see mice, but how did bugs get inside Li Gao's body and come out in such a disgusting way? He's been punished by heaven, Rongyu said with a teasing tone, sounding a bit pleased. Lady Rong nodded at her. Lower your voice. Are they afraid others might hear their gossip? Rongyu quickly shut her mouth. The thought of Li Gao bleeding from his 7 orifices and the dark bugs crawling inside his face made her stomach churn. That's scary and gross. Now my stomach hurts, and my heart feels like it's pounding, just like sister-in-law's pain. Rongqi looked up, a flicker of light in his narrow eyes. He looked at the dark, empty night and said soothingly, don't be afraid. As the weather gets hotter, it's normal for snakes, insects, mice, and ants to appear in the wild. He pointed ahead and said softly, there's a river there, full of leeches. Those black bugs are probably water leeches that parasitize mice. Leeches feed on blood. After the mouse bit Li Gao, the leeches broke out of his body, entered his bloodstream, and crawled inside. Li Gao suddenly died, his blood clotted, and the leeches needed to find a way out. Since his 7 orifices connect to the outside, the leeches came out through his face and other orifices. After finishing, he turned to Jiang Nian and asked, what do you think, sister-in-law? Huh? Jiang Nian listened carefully and was surprised. She didn't expect him to ask her and was momentarily stunned. Are they really leeches? It was too dark to see clearly, so maybe they really were. There are no mysterious or magical bugs in the world. She was scaring herself. Calming her mind, Jiang Nian forced a smile and spoke more lightly. Second brother is right. Those are leeches, also called bloodsuckers. They like to live in rice fields and muddy waters, are large in size, and enjoy feeding on blood. They are also used as medicine. She wasn't sure if they were really leeches, but she said this to comfort herself and reassure her mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law. Rongyu nodded thoughtfully. So that's why those bugs are so disgusting. Turns out they are leeches. She looked up at Rongqi proudly. Second brother knows so much. No wonder he's well-educated. Then she glanced at Jiang Nian and smiled. Sister-in-law is also impressive. Truly skilled in medicine, learning that leeches can be used as medicine was quite enlightening. Jiang modestly waved her hand. I'm not skilled, just a little familiar with it. After graduating from the traditional Chinese medicine school, she only interned for 2 years, so she can't be considered an expert. Madame Rong sighed in relief. So it was leeches. I thought the villain was being punished by heaven and haunted by evil spirits. The countryside is already scary, and encountering something unclean makes it even more frightening. Older sister-in-law, is your foot feeling better? Jiang shook her ankle and couldn't help but praise. My little sister's massage technique is very good. It doesn't hurt anymore.
Hey.
It's better now. So, do you think I have a talent for medicine? Of course you do. Haha, you're studying medicine, but you're just good at eating, Madame Rome teased with a smile. Mother, you look so pretty when you smile, like spring flowers. Since coming here, Jiang had never seen Madame Rome smile before. This compliment came from her heart. Madame Rome touched her cheek, a little shy.
It's not that pretty.
I look messy, with my hair in disarray and sleeping outdoors. I'm old now. Once she was pampered and didn't touch spring water with her fingers. Now her nails are full of dirt, her face is cracked and dry, and her hands are rough like wood. Even so, mother, you are still the most beautiful mother, Rome sweetly praised, cuddling into Madame Rome's arms. My mother is the most beautiful in the world. You. Madame Rome was amused. Even Rome Chi's eyes showed a faint smile. The family huddled together on a big stone, chatting happily, drinking water, nibbling on steamed buns, as if they had forgotten the pain of exile. Not far away, Lu Furong watched the happy scene of the Rome family, her nails digging into her palm hard. Her eyes were dark and stormy, like a fierce storm, wishing to swallow them all. How cruel heaven is! She had poured her heart out, even followed as an exile to take care of them. Yet, in the Rome family's eyes, she was still an outsider. Jiang was just pretending to give some sweet dates, and they generously forgave her. They seemed to forget that Jiang was a member of the Jiang family, and she was an enemy who harmed the Rome family. She really wanted to step forward and shout that Jiang was an enemy, her bloodline was Jiang's, and she deserved to die. But she didn't dare. She didn't dare to ruin this happiness. She didn't want to be rejected by the Rome family. So she could only sternly remind herself to hold back, to endure. Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Furong suppressed her surging feelings of jealousy and resentment. When she looked up again, she was already smiling. She flicked her hair aside and walked over. Rome saw Lu Furong, gave a cold snort, and ignored her. Madame Rome curved her lips into a faint smile. Furong, are you all right? Lu Furong shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, madam. She glanced at Rong Qi, who kept his eyes lowered, lost in thought. Her eyes turned red as she suddenly knelt before Jiang Nian. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I was narrow-minded and petty. I misunderstood you before and thought you meant harm to my cousin, so I kept making trouble for you. I truly know I was wrong. I don't ask for your forgiveness, only that you won't be angry and will give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. She lowered her head, hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms as if trying to suppress her guilt. Jiang Nian said nothing, tilting her head slightly as she calmly studied her. Lu Furong pressed her palm again, her lips trembling, her eyes filled with what seemed like real remorse. Sister-in-law, I truly know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make things right. She was already kneeling and begging. Would Jiang Nian still act proud? Since Jiang Nian wanted to appear kind and generous in front of the Rong family, she would surely forgive her. Once forgiven, Lu Furong planned to get closer to her, always putting her first, and eventually. Lu Furong bowed her head to the ground. A flash of malice crossed her eyes, but when she looked up again, tears streamed down her pale cheeks like broken pearls. Any man who saw her like this would feel moved. Jiang Nian glanced at her, puzzled. What grudge did Lu Furong have against her? Why did she keep scheming and stirring up trouble, only to humble herself now and apologize? If she liked Rong Qi and wanted to be sisters-in-law, shouldn't she try to get along with her instead? Jiang Nian couldn't quite figure it out. She straightened up and smiled. Sister Furong, how could I blame you? If not for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to treat Officer Zhao. If you want forgiveness, you shouldn't ask me. You should ask mother and second brother. You're from the main branch of the Rong family. When the main branch turned against the rest during hard times, it brought disaster upon everyone. If not for that betrayal, how would the emperor have become so angry and sent the whole family into exile? Lu Furong's face stiffened, and she accidentally broke a nail. That woman always twisted the truth. Clearly, It was the Jiang family who caused all the trouble. But she dared not reveal the cause of the chaos. Her goal was to befriend Jiang Nian and gain her forgiveness. She steadied herself, looked at Lady Rong with sorrowful eyes, then glanced at Rong Yu, tears silently falling. Farong chose to leave the main household, which is not shameful. Sister-in-law, if you do not forgive me, I am caught in a difficult position. The main household hates me so much they want to tear me apart. If I am left alone, those officials might. She trembled as she cried, tears like pear blossoms, with a few messy strands of hair falling by her ears. Her wet eyes and fragile appearance even made a heart of stone feel pity. Lady Rong truly couldn't bear it. The main household is unkind and unjust. Farong is good. She was exiled from the capital and has taken care of everything along the way. Rong Yu bit her lip, wanting to help Lu Farong but hesitating because of Jiang Nian. Her hands froze in the air, caught between action and hesitation. She could only look at Jiang Nian and say, Sister-in-law, Sister Farong may not have made great achievements, but she has worked hard. The Rong family's main household is unkind, but Sister Farong has taken good care of us. Admitting mistakes and changing for the better is the greatest virtue. Sister-in-law, please forgive her. Jiang Nian curled her lips. Lu Farong didn't do anything wrong to me. Why forgive? Your second brother is the head of the family. You should ask him. She didn't want to get involved in this. Although she didn't like Lu Farong had indeed been sincere and caring for the Rong family. She hadn't cleared her name yet, so she had no right to be the head of the Rong family. Rong Qi raised his eyelids slightly, a faint smile in his narrow eyes, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Xian listens to Mother. If Mother wants Lu Farong to stay, then let her stay. Lu Farong and Jiang Nian, one with hidden motives, the other pretending. He wanted to see what secrets these two were hiding. Lu Farong's eyes lit up with excitement, shining brighter than the stars in the sky, love almost spilling from her gaze. She knew that Rong Qi was not indifferent to her. He also wanted her to stay, but was afraid to say so because of the eldest sister-in-law. Farong, if you can truly change your ways, we should give you a chance. Jiang Nian smiled, without showing any emotion. Mother is right. The Rong family has given me the chance to correct my mistakes, so I should treat everyone equally and give Lu Farong a chance too. Madame Rong sighed and looked directly at Lu Farong with a serious face. Farong, since you have shown gratitude to the Rong family and I, Nian Nian, won't hold this rash act against you. Jiang Nian is my eldest daughter-in-law, and no one should slander or provoke her. I hope you will respect your sister-in-law like Yuer does, support her, and stay united on the journey. If you continue to harbor secret plans, you can return to the main house of the Rong family. Lu Farong knelt and kowtowed, biting her lips secretly, her eyes darkening. It's so unfair. When Jiang Nian made a mistake, Madame Rong never scolded her but instead showed favoritism and compassion for her as the eldest daughter-in-law who endured hardships. Just a few words from her, and this family pushed her away with strict warnings. Lu Farong suppressed her inner anger. When she looked up again, her face was full of gratitude. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your kindness and generosity.
Thank you, Yuer. And
thank you, second cousin. The last few words were spoken softly, barely audible, and her cheeks blushed unconsciously. The officials were busy dealing with mice and pests, with no time to care for the exiled prisoners. Anyway, they were chained and couldn't run away. Li Gao's 7 orifices bled, his lower body was torn and bloody, and he had long since died. While digging his grave, Su Liang couldn't help but shout, "Zhao Shun, was it you? Did you harm Li Gao?" Zhao Shun and Su Liang had always disliked each other. The person who might have ordered Li Gao's death was likely someone loyal to Zhao Shun. Zhao Shun raised an eyebrow. Be careful with your words. If I harmed him, how could I have put myself in danger? He was talking about the mouse bite incident. Su Liang choked and instinctively looked at Zhao Shun's ankle, which was swollen and red. There was a small wound about the size of a fingernail, blackened and looking inflamed. Considering Jiang Nian's mention of the plague, Su Liang suddenly looked up with a fierce gaze. Maybe you staged everything, and Jiang Nian was just acting in your scheme, he said. It was strange that those mice only entered Li Gao's tent and bit him, not anywhere else. Zhao Shun, who disliked the idea of Su Liang and Li Gao conspiring against women, had ordered Jiang Nian to give medicine, destroying Li Gao's dignity and preventing him from insulting the prisoner again. This aligns perfectly with his ideas and can also cut off his main support, 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Shun snorted. You need to have proof when you speak. Without evidence, don't make false accusations. I will charge you with defamation. Before leaving, he patted Su Liang's shoulder and gave a meaningful smile. It's cold outside. Cover yourself with some dirt when you're resting, and don't wander around aimlessly. Su Liang stiffened, a cold feeling rising from his feet. He shouted angrily, How dare you curse me to die? Huh. Zhao Shun rolled his eyes at him, then turned to command his men. Hurry up and dig a hole to bury him. The weather was hot and stuffy, and the corpse emitted a strong smell of decay. If not buried soon, it might attract maggots. Watching the blood and flesh and the tragic state of Li Gao, who was buried underground, Su Liang's gaze broke apart inch by inch. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Zhao Shun had many people and was powerful. He couldn't confront him directly. Some matters needed careful planning. After a day of travel, Jiang Nian was shaken up in the prisoner cart. She didn't spend any silver this time. Zhao Shun, seeing her careful treatment of others, gave her some benefits. When they stopped to rest, Zhao Shun pointed to the endless mountains. Cross this mountain, and you'll reach Nanping City. Then go past Jifeng Fortress, cross Jinzhou, and through the deep mountains and forests. By the 12th lunar month, you'll arrive at Ningguda. It would take 6 months to reach Ningguda. Besides bad weather, bandits blocking the way, snakes, insects, rats, famine, and mobs, arriving at Ningguda was during the coldest season of the year. In December, the cold was extreme, and it was common for people to freeze to death in Ningguda. Li Ping cursed, Damn it, what a terrible job. Ningguda was cold all year round, and even officials were human. If it weren't for the extra benefits, who would take on such a tough job? Jiang Nian collapsed on the ground, looking hopeless. She missed her soft, warm bed. She wanted to lie down, have hot pot, spicy hot pot, egg tarts, milk tea, and cherries. Rong Yu was massaging her feet, while Madame Rong sat under a big tree, sewing clothes for her son. Lu Furong eagerly leaned by the prisoner cart, massaging Jiang Nian's shoulders and legs, but her eyes kept secretly glancing at Rong Qi. However, Rong Qi didn't even look at her. Lu Furong felt disappointed. Jiang Nian suddenly said, Use more strength. Haven't you eaten? Lu Furong clenched her teeth and increased her grip. Sister-in-law, is this okay? To blend in with the Rong family, she behaved quietly along the way, never provoking or confronting Jiang Nian. Whenever she had a chance, she would flatter her. First, to gain Jiang Nian's trust quickly. Second, because Jiang Nian sat in the prisoner's cart closest to Rong Qi, she moved closer to also get nearer to Rong Qi. Jiang Nian nodded happily. The strength is good. Lu Furong's eyes flashed with a dark light. Sister-in-law likes it, that's good. Rong Qi looked over, his narrow eyes showing a hint of surprise. These two seemed to get along well. Noticing his gaze, Lu Furong quickly brushed her hair aside, lowering her head to reveal her slender, fair neck. Jiang Nian sat up and looked at Lu Furong. Why don't you squeeze it anymore? Lu Furong quickly bowed her head, looking very scared. Sister-in-law, I'll do it now. She was deliberately showing Rong Qi Jiang Nian's bossy and rough side, trying to tease him. You've worked hard too. Go find you where to play, she said, feeling hungry and wanting to go into her space to find something to eat. Lu Furong bit her lip. She wanted to stay a little longer and didn't want to find Rong Yu. But Jiang Nian had already jumped down from the prisoner's cart, and Rong Qi followed closely behind, not even glancing at her. Lu Furong was a bit annoyed, but didn't dare to follow closely. She could only grit her teeth and pinch her palm. Jiang Nian made a report, saying she needed to use the bathroom. Li Ping quickly unlocked her chains. Rong Qi raised his hand. He also needed to go. Li Ping removed his shackles. Hurry back. Men are in the south, women in the north. Jiang Nian headed north, with Rong Qi right behind her. Watching her back, Rong Qi lowered his eyelids, his deep eyes hiding a hint of curiosity. What kind of person is Jiang Nian, really? Although he had never looked into her deeply before, he knew the basics. She was beautiful, but dull and uninteresting. Not only was she timid and cowardly, but also insecure and sneaky. Whenever she was unhappy, she would vent her resentment on those who treated her well. Now, Jiang Nian seemed to have a wild, bold spirit inside her. She was very daring. Despite poor medical skills, she liked to bluff and tease people, making them eager for more but never truly curing them. But her unfinished work and revenge left her vulnerable to mistakes. If he weren't considering her as his sister-in-law, he wouldn't bother with her. Jiang Nian suddenly stopped and turned to look at Rong Qi. Women go north, men go south. Rong Qi only realized later that he had actually followed Jiang Nian. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes, but his face remained calm and composed. His tone was gentle and without any embarrassment. Thank you, sister-in-law, for the reminder. Seeing the man hurriedly and awkwardly retreating, Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Even future powerful officials have moments of getting lost in the wrong bathroom.
Haha.
Jiang Nian secretly entered her space. After eating her fill, she found the dishes were ready. She quickly collected and sold them and discovered her farm had upgraded and a new piece of land had been opened. Jiang Nian wanted to plant crops that grew quickly, but found she could only plant cabbages. There was no other choice. Her level was too low. After planting the cabbages, she wandered around the farm and found over 20 eggs, with a little calf mooing loudly. Unfortunately, it was too small to produce milk. She used some coins from selling vegetables to buy some chicks, then released them into the farm, waiting for the chicks to grow up and lay eggs. On her way back, she noticed a nearby river, thinking there might be fish. She bought a fishing guidebook and studied it eagerly. After bathing, she filled her water pouch with spiritual spring water. Jiang Nian carried 2 steamed buns, her chest puffed out, and hid 6 eggs inside her sleeves. When she left her space, she quietly handed the eggs to Rongyu, carefully reminding her, 2 for your brothers, 2 for your mother, and 2 for yourself. Rongyu hid the eggs, a little confused, and asked, Don't you and Sister Furong eat them? Jiang Nian patted her full chest and said, We're just eating buns. Big sister-in-law. Rongyu was moved to tears. She quickly put the eggs into Jiang Nian's arms. You don't eat, and neither does mom or brother. I won't eat either. Big sister-in-law is so kind. She saves the eggs for us and she just eats buns. Oh, I'm so touched. What should I do? Jiang Nian suppressed a burp and swallowed hard, pretending to be angry. No pushing and shoving. Find a way to let mom and your brothers eat, or I'll get mad. She was already sneaking food out, and if the officials or other exiled prisoners found out, it could cause trouble. Rongyu was startled by the scolding, her eyes turning red. For Rong family, her sister-in-law was saving money, working hard, and caring so much. She vowed never to argue with her again. Jiang Nian patted her shoulder softly and said, Eat well and get strong. Only then can you stop holding me back, understand? Yongyu nodded and Jiang Nian said, As long as you understand, you need to help me worry. Think of a way to persuade mother and second brother to eat. Lu Furong came over, her gaze falling on Jiang Nian's chest. She squinted and asked, When did it get so big? Jiang Nian deliberately puffed out her chest. What are you looking at? A hint of embarrassment crossed Lu Furong's face. Blushing, she stammered, Sister-in-law, your chest is so big. Rongqi happened to walk over and overheard this. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Big. Jiang Nian felt so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and hide. She quickly bent over and turned away, pulling out 2 steamed buns she had hidden in her chest. She said my buns are so big. She handed one to Lu Furong. I hid it. Do you want to eat? Lu Furong's face showed a trace of disgust. Covering her nose, she took a step back. Furong isn't hungry. Sister-in-law, you can eat it. Seeing her face was so unappetizing, and knowing she hadn't bathed for days on the road, she had even hidden the bun close to her body. So disgusting. Jiang Mian pouted. She was kind to give her the bun, but she didn't appreciate it. She couldn't be blamed for deliberately excluding Lu Furong. Rong Qi was a little hungry. He glanced at the bun, and his stomach growled embarrassingly. His handsome face showed a hint of awkwardness, and his ears turned red uncontrollably. Do you want to eat? Jiang Mian offered the other bun. She thought Rong Qi would refuse, but unexpectedly, he took both hands to accept the buns and bowed his head to thank her. Thank you, sister-in-law. He was very hungry. Looking at the white, round, smooth bun, his stomach growled again. Lu Furong was both anxious and annoyed. She stomped her foot and said, Cousin Zian, you can't eat that. How could he eat? How could he eat the bun? Jiang Mian hid in her chest. Rong Qi looked confused. When his gaze fell on the white, shiny, round bun, a quick flash of dark light appeared in his eyes.
Could it be
Jiang Mian poison it? Lost in thought, someone snatched the bun from his hand. Jiang Mian chewed one and took another, rolling her eyes and mumbling with her mouth full. If you love to eat, eat. If not, forget it. He was used to this. Lu Furong let out a breath of relief. Truly unpredictable. It turned out that Jiang Mian had already started to confuse Rong Qi, whose sister-in-law would hide a bun in her chest. It was clearly intentional, deliberately trying to seduce Rong Qi with such a sneaky plan. Lu Furong tucks her hair behind her ears and shows a charming smile. Brother Zian, there is a river ahead. Let's go fishing. How about having fish soup at noon? Rong Qi ignores her. His thin, tall hand rests on his stomach. He walks over to Rong Yu, sits down, and closes his eyes to rest. Maybe he should sleep a little. If he sleeps, he won't feel hungry. Lu Furong feels disappointed. She awkwardly glances at Jiang Mian, then excuses herself to go to the bathroom and walks away. Jiang Mian has already eaten and drunk enough in her space. She also gnawed on 2 large buns, feeling her belly round and full. She walks to Zhao Shun, checks his pulse, and squints. Pulse Xian, liver qi is stuck. Have you recently had stomach pain? Zhao Shun nods. He offers a roasted bun, but Jiang Mian sees the dark bun and feels like vomiting. She waves her hand. Thank you, I won't eat. After a pause, she adds, Lord Zhao, burnt buns are dry and hard. They are not good for recovery. It's better to eat less, okay? Zhao Shun throws the bun to Li Ping. Give it to the prisoner. Jiang Mian is speechless. Zhao Shun's ankle wound has scabbed over. He still feels dizzy and faint. The hot weather has made his appetite poor lately. The burnt bun is fragrant and crispy. Eating too many recently has caused stomach bloating and discomfort. He hasn't slept well for days and nights. It seems Jiang Mian is skilled. Just by checking his pulse, she diagnosed liver qi stagnation and stomach issues. Zhao Shun's eyes become more respectful. Living in the wild mountains, eating poorly, and sleeping badly are normal. But if liver qi is stuck and appetite is bad, could that affect the rat poison outbreak? Jiang Mian strokes her chin and nods. Yes. Her gaze drifts to the distant big river. She says, the Yellow Emperor's inner canon says, grains nourish, fruits assist, animals benefit, vegetables fill. The 141-year-old medicine king recommends that for treatment, food therapy should be used. Even in the wilderness, there are many wild foods. With your skills, officials, if you catch more wild game and combine it with herbal medicine and dietary therapy, Lord Zhao's health can recover faster, and he can live longer, better than before. Zhao Shun narrows his eyes, clearly suspicious of her intentions. Jiang Mian openly admits, I do have a condition. When you eat meat, could you share some broth? My mother-in-law is old, my younger sister-in-law is young, and my younger brother has been beaten badly.
He's weak.
Without food therapy, it will be hard to reach Ningguta. Zhao Shun thought for a moment and agreed. Okay. Jiang Mian got up from the ground, a little excited. Big brother Zhao is honest and upright. In the future, you'll have good official luck and many children. Flattery doesn't always work, but as long as you're sweet-tongued, Even cold winters feel warm. Zhao Shun smiled, seeming to see through Jiang Yan's little tricks. Any other requests? Just say it. Jiang Yan looked at the heavy shackles on her feet and offered a flattering smile. These are too heavy. Can you help remove them? Later, I need to go into the water to catch fish, and I want to make fish soup and medicinal dishes for the officials. Zhao Shun thought for a moment and called Li Ping. Help her take off the shackles. Li Ping took out the key. With a click, the heavy shackles were removed. Jiang Yan felt her feet lighten, as if they could fly. She tiptoed and jumped lightly, almost feeling like she could soar into the sky. Seeing her so proud and carefree, Zhao Shun couldn't help but warn sternly, "If you dare to cheat or run away, I have plenty of strength and means. The world belongs to the Emperor. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you'll still be a rat hiding in the shadows." Jiang Yan immediately swore, "I won't run. I swear on the Jiang family. If I try to escape, my entire family will be left without descendants." All right, Zhao Shun waved impatiently. "Aren't you going to catch fish? Hurry up and go." He clearly saw that Jiang Yan hated the Jiang family deeply, and the family had abandoned her just as easily. Swearing on the Jiang family? He didn't believe it was that simple. Jiang Yan happily ran off. Rongyu watched her walk easily and was slightly surprised. "Sister-in-law, where are the chains on your feet? Later, I'll tell you," Jiang Yan said excitedly, holding her hand. "I'm taking you to catch fish." Hearing that, Rongyu's eyes lit up. Where will we fish? Since she was young, her mother never allowed her to go out, and her father and brother also forbade it. She had never caught fish before. It sounded pretty fun. Jiang Yan loved taking children around, especially lively kids who didn't fuss over trivial things and could focus on more interesting stuff. Unlike Rongqi, who always looked at her with a probing gaze, making her uncomfortable. Madame Rong finished, sewing the last stitch, and smiled. "These two kids, if you didn't know better, you'd think they were just out sightseeing." Rongqi chuckled softly. They really were just kids. His sister-in-law was 2 years younger than him. Liu Fu Rong couldn't find a way to speak, and Rongqi ignored her. Madame Rong smiled at her kindly, but her tone was a bit distant. She bit her lip and looked at Rongqi twice. "I'll go help too." Rongqi didn't say anything. She gently stroked the egg in her arms with her long fingers. A faint, almost unnoticed smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Liu Fu Rong, with sharp eyes, thought Rongqi was smiling at her. Her heart beat faster and faster. She became more sure that as long as she worked hard, didn't try to cause trouble or cause conflicts with Jiang Yan, Rongqi might like her. Madame Rong smiled warmly. "Go ahead. Remember to tell the two of them, don't go into deep water." Liu Fu Rong nodded politely, her cheeks showing a shy blush. "Madam, I understand." Since the Rong family liked a happy, harmonious life, she would cooperate and act accordingly. If Jiang Yan had bad thoughts about someone she shouldn't, she wouldn't be soft. By the river, Jiang Yan found some materials nearby. She borrowed a knife from Zhao Shun and cut a soft branch. "Older sister-in-law, why choose a straight, upright branch? Is there a special reason?" Jiang Yan took the longest branch and made a few gestures. "This kind of branch is flexible. It can change shape easily and be used to make a fish trap." "Make a fish trap? We're just fishing, right?" Rongyu looked curious and kept asking questions. "Fishing? That's a leisure activity for rich people. We don't have time for that." Jiang Yan pointed at a bundle of branches. "Help me open it up, form a circle, then wrap around 3 times on the left and 3 times on the right and tie the ends together." "Okay." Rongyu was excited. After about 15 minutes, her hands were blistered and bloody. Liu Fu Rong just happened to arrive and saw this. She exclaimed, "You wear your hands." Rongyu casually wiped the blood and grimaced, enduring the pain. "It's fine. Sister-in-law's hands are also cut. It's not like she's a noble lady. For a sip of fish soup, who cares if her hands are hurt?" Liu Fu Rong looked at Jiang Yan with some blame. "Sister-in-law, Yue is still young. Why let her do such hard work?" Jiang Yan lazily lifted her eyelids. "Oh, you're here. Perfect, you can help her." Liu Fu Rong was speechless. She stood still, looking at the rough, cut branches with disdain. then glanced at her own hands. How could she do such rough work? Jiang Nian looked up at her and asked, "Do you want to sit back and enjoy the benefits?" Lu Furong stayed silent, biting her lip as she looked at her. Jiang Nian continued, "You say you're part of the family, but your actions show you're just freeloading. Don't you keep saying you want to take care of your cousin Zian? So why won't you help when he needs some fish soup to get better?" "I didn't." Lu Furong stomped her foot and crouched down to start pulling apart the branches. "If you want people to like you, you need to show it with actions. Just talking won't do," Jiang Nian teased as she tied the branches together. Lu Furong bit her lip. She had said she was here to help, but if she didn't do any work, Jiang Nian might say something behind her back. After making 2 loops, Lu Furong called out that her hand hurt. Jiang Nian rolled her eyes and said to Rongyu, "Take these sticks to your brother and have him sharpen them for stakes." Rongyu happily carried a bundle of branches over. Lu Furong pouted in dissatisfaction. "Cousin Zian is weak, and his hands are for writing. How can he do such rough work?" "Then you do it," Jiang Nian asked casually. Lu Furong's heart sank.
I
haven't finished with these yet." Her delicate hands were already torn, with fiery, burning cuts that felt like they were on fire. The sharp splinters on the branches pricked her skin, lightly brushing against it, causing dense, stabbing pain. "Then stop wasting time. If you want to do it, do it. If not, get lost." Lu Furong was about to get angry, but she remembered her goal and held back her frustration. Jiang Nian could do what she could, and she was no worse than her. The wooden hoops were almost finished. Rongyu, struggling, carried a bundle of sharpened branches over. Second brother borrowed a government officer's knife. He cut faster and better, and even convinced 2 officers to help. Haha, now it's quick. Jiang Nian was surprised that Rongqi was quite capable. The way he shaved the sticks was sharp and pointed, perfect for making stakes. He inserted the sticks into the ground and hammered them in tightly with a homemade wooden mallet, lining them up neatly in 2 rows. "Both of you bring the wooden hoops and tie them onto the sticks from smallest to largest." "Okay." Rongyu didn't mind the pain in her hands. She eagerly picked up the hoops and put them on in order. Lu Furong had no choice but to endure the pain and help. After 15 minutes, Jiang Nian took out reed stalks and fixed them onto the long wooden hoops. As she fixed them, she said, "Come help us quickly. Be very careful. Miss one detail, and the whole net could fail. That's the key to making a good net." Lu Furong nearly vomited blood again, but before she could catch her breath, another task was assigned to her. After finishing the fish trap, they made a lid to cover it, to prevent the fish from escaping once inside. "Yue, the riverbank is damp. Go dig some earthworms with a stick quickly." "Got it." Rongyu happily grabbed a sharp stick from the ground and started digging for earthworms in the damp, dark spot near the riverbank. Jiang Nian then told Lu Furong, "You find some leaves and fold them into a scoop shape to hold the earthworms." Lu Furong was reluctant. She always felt that since they changed their plan, Jiang Nian kept giving her one task after another. Now, she no longer seemed like a noble young lady, but more like Jiang Nian's servant. Even Rongyu, who lowered herself to dig earthworms, was acting natural. Lu Furong, on the other hand, was putting on airs, acting pretentious and fake. Grinding her teeth, Lu Furong told herself to endure for the sake of Rongqi, to create discord with Jiang Nian, and to bear humiliation. She picked up a few small leaves about the size of her palm, lost in thought. How to fold them into a scoop? How should she fold them? She folded twice to the side, but it was wrong. Then she folded up and down, still not right. How exactly do you fold it into a spoon shape? Lu Furong wanted to get angry, but dared not. While she was lost in thought, Jiang Nian opened her eyes slightly and gave her a sidelong glance. "Why aren't you going yet? Are you feeling lazy?" She knew Lu Furong would pretend to apologize and beg, secretly scheming behind her back. Since she wanted to act, she might as well let her play along. Lu Furong bit her lip, her face showing grievance. "Sister-in-law, I really don't know how to fold the leaves into a scoop. Please don't make it difficult for me." Her eyes turned red, and she was about to cry. If anyone else had seen her, they would be fooled by her tearful, delicate appearance, thinking Jiang Nian was bullying her. "Making it difficult," Jiang Nian sneered, picking up a leaf from the ground and folding it into a scoop in just a few moves.
See?
Even a 3-year-old can do it, but you can't? You're stupid, lazy, and useless. Even beggars wouldn't want you. She casually threw the leaf scoop aside and turned back to her fish trap. Her blunt mockery made Lu Furong's face turn pale. A flash of gloom quickly crossed her eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. When she looked up again, her innocent, pure face, full of longing and a desire to please, appeared. Sister-in-law is wise. I humbly admit defeat. Please teach me again. Jiang Mian furrowed her brows. Can she really tolerate this? When facing someone she disliked, she often felt annoyed in secret, but on the surface, she could still smile happily. Honestly, Lu Furong is just as good at hiding her true feelings as Rongqi. Both of them are good at hiding their anger, being patient and cold, suspicious like green tea. Maybe, later, should I find a chance to match them up? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Jiang Mian shivered. She disliked the idea of meddling in the future boss's marriage. Jiang Mian took a green leaf, slowly folded it twice, then looked up and glared at Lu Furong.
Got it?
Sister-in-law is amazing, Lu Furong said with admiration, her fingers almost pinching through her sleeve in excitement. Is this still the Jiang Mian she knows? How can she do everything? Well, she's a rough, unpampered daughter of a commoner, used to living among dirt and leaves. Folding leaves is a humble act. Lu Furong comforted herself, then happily picked up a few leaves and clumsily folded a leaf funnel. After folding 3 or 4, she was secretly surprised. Why am I so clever? She happily ran over to Rongyu, handed her 4 leaf funnels, and flicked her hair aside. I made these leaf funnels. You can put worms inside. Rongyu glanced at them and exclaimed, Furong sister, you're so amazing. You know how to fold leaves into cups to hold things. You're so clever. Lu Furong paused, then smiled. It's just a few leaves. It's nothing special. Out here in the wild, I can only make do with what I have. Rongyu put the worms into the leaf cups, praising Lu Furong nonstop, her cheeks turning redder and redder. Maybe she's shy, or maybe she's embarrassed. Either way, her face was as red as a fiery cloud in the sky. Jiang Mian took the chance to secretly take a bag of bait from her space and quietly put it into the fish trap. She stood up and called to Rongyu. Are the worms ready? Ready, Rongyu said, carrying a bunch of worms in a leaf. Because she still had chains on her feet, she ran slowly, making a clattering sound. She threw the worms into the fish trap, then pushed the trap into the river, holding it with a soft branch. A few people squatted on the bank, staring at each other in surprise. Rongyu asked, Sister-in-law, will this catch fish? Jiang Mian nodded confidently. Absolutely. Lu Furong pursed her lips but said nothing, waiting for her to be proven wrong. After about an incense stick of time, the fish trap still showed no movement. 2 incense sticks later, Rongyu couldn't sit still anymore. How much longer do we have to wait? It's almost noon, and the officials haven't given us any food. They're about to leave, and if we don't catch any fish, all our efforts will be wasted. Lu Furong curled her lips, a look of schadenfreude flashing in her eyes. Sister-in-law said it would be fine, so it must be fine, but she paused, seeming to carefully test the waters, then pitifully said, It's okay if second cousin can't get fish soup. It's also okay if all our efforts go to waste. But if we offend the officials because of this, not only will we get whipped, but we might also lose our dinner. Maybe. She didn't finish her sentence, knowing that Rongyu's quick temper would make her jump up and scold Jiang Mian, blaming her for causing trouble, wasting everyone's effort and risking punishment and hunger. However, Rongyu only rested her chin on her hand, both she and Jiang Mian watching the fish trap in silence, murmuring, I'm not afraid of going hungry, but I am afraid of being whipped. She nervously grabbed Jiang Mian's arm and shook it. Sister-in-law, do you think Officer Zhao will hit us? Jiang Mian patted her gently, comforting her. Don't worry. He's counting on me to treat his illness, so he won't hit us. Look, the trap is moving. They both looked closely and saw that the floating fish trap was shaking violently. Countless fish seemed to be bewitched, swimming straight into the trap. Rongyu cheered excitedly. We caught fish. Thank heaven. Thank you, sister-in-law, and may the spirit of our ancestors bless us. Go call the two officials and ask them to pull the fish up, Jiang Nian said with bright eyes, her voice trembling with excitement. Okay. Li Ping heard that they had caught a full basket of fish and quickly called over two brothers. Looking at the full basket, Li Ping's eyes widened with excitement, almost jumping for joy. Hurry up, you two, carry the fish ashore. Tonight, we'll have a good meal. Lu Furong was stunned, then a little annoyed. She was surprised that she had actually caught fish. When did Jiang Nian develop such skills? Not only could she treat illnesses, but she also knew how to fish, folding leaves into a scoop. Did her earlier words hint at something that might upset Jiang Nian? And you where? Lu Furong secretly felt annoyed. She wished she had kept her mouth shut and stayed silent. Why did she have to gloat at such a critical moment? Indeed, she was proven wrong, but it was her own face that took the hit. The fish soup was made in the simplest way. The fish oil was taken directly from the fish's belly and used for cooking. While making the fish soup, Jiang Nian asked Rongyu and Lu Furong to find herbs. Lu Furong became much more obedient. She no longer spoke casually, but instead praised Jiang Nian, saying, Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Not only are you good at medicine, but you also know how to fish. By the way, how do you know these outdoor survival skills? Since you already know how difficult my situation in the Zhang family is, you should understand that women of humble birth need survival skills to stay alive. There's nothing strange about that. Jiang Nian pulled her arm away and carried 2 buckets of water to the river. Seeing that she couldn't get any more information, Lu Furong stomped her foot in frustration and, along with Rongyu, hid in the grass to find herbs. Jiang Nian didn't want to use river water for the fish soup. During the water collection, she secretly used water from her space. She also traded some vegetables for a piece of ginger and some green onions. Quietly, she dug a small hole in the grass and buried them. Then she carried the 2 buckets of water and started cooking the fish soup. The salt brought by the officials was coarse and bitter. Li Ping reminded her, use it sparingly. On the way into Exile, salt was very hard to find, let alone a large salt block. Jiang Nian broke off a salt chunk about the size of her thumb and returned the rest to Li Ping. This is enough. She didn't plan to use all the salt. The space had fine salt, and this chunk was just for show. After refining the fish oil, she ended up with a full jar. Li Ping was very happy. He held the warm jar and showed Zhao Shun, saying, Big brother, now we have oil and water to eat on the road. Hee, just smelling it makes me drool. Look at you, so useless. Zhao Shun rolled his eyes at him, but kept working. He opened the ceramic jar, took a deep breath, and looked enchanted. It really smells good. Hee, there are more than 20 fish. Big brother, drink more fish soup to get stronger. Li Ping licked his lips. The smell of fish was very tempting, and his stomach was already growling. Zhao Shun lowered his eyes, lost in thought. After a moment, he told Li Ping, when the fish soup is ready, let Rong's family eat first. Li Ping's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood his brother's meaning. His big brother was worried Jiang Nian might put poison in the food, so he decided to let Rong's family taste it first. This way, they could show kindness and also test if the food was safe. Jiang Nian put crushed ginger slices into the pot. Meanwhile, Rongyu, surprised, held up a bunch of green onions and shouted, Sister-in-law, look what I found. Wild green onions. Jiang Nian covered her mouth, pretending to be excited. Where, you're amazing. You actually found wild scallions. Rongyu raised an eyebrow proudly. Who said the young lady can't tell wild scallions from garlic sprouts? Just a description from my sister-in-law, and I can find them. She then took out a few handfuls of wild herbs and excitedly handed them to Jiang Nian. Sister-in-law, is this cat time? Jiang Nian nodded. Yes, that's cat time, also called huixiang. It tastes great when used in soup or cooked with fish, and it can also be used medicinally. It helps clear away bad smells and stops vomiting. But your second brother can't eat it because he's too weak and has excess heat. After the fish soup was ready, she planned to serve 2 bowls to Rongqi first, then add the cat time. Lu Furong stood quietly nearby. When she heard Rong Chi couldn't eat the cat time, a dark flicker crossed her eyes. Once the fish soup was cooked, Li Ping said, "Jiang Nian, you and your family eat first. After you finish, we will eat." Jiang Nian thought for a moment and understood what he meant. He was worried she might have poisoned it. She pretended to be grateful. "Thank you, sir, for your kindness." She first served 2 bowls, calling Rong Yu over. "These 2 bowls don't have any cat time. Bring them to your second brother." "Okay." Rong Yu picked up a bowl. It was hot and hurt her fingers. Lu Furong stepped forward to take the bowl, smiling kindly. "Let me do it." Rong Yu had no choice but to hold another bowl. Lu Furong followed behind, holding the steaming fish soup, her hands constantly switching. Her eyes flicked, and her face quickly showed a fierce expression. It wasn't that she was cruel or scheming against Rong Chi. For future fame and wealth, Jiang Nian absolutely couldn't be cleared of blame. Her palm slipped 2 leaves of the cat thyme, pinched and crushed them to squeeze out the juice, then quickly dripped it into the bowl. "Jiang Nian, this time, let's see how you die." Second brother, sister-in-law caught these fish herself and cooked them. "Drink it while it's hot." The clear fish soup shimmered with oil, steaming up with a rich, tempting aroma. Rong Chi slightly raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Nian, who was busy without a care. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nian not only knew medicine but also made fish traps and cooked such delicious fish soup. A noble daughter of the Shangshu family, even if she was a concubine's child, wouldn't normally make soup by herself, right? Rong Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed her life in the Jiang family wasn't very good. Otherwise, this exile wouldn't have turned her into a pawn, sent along with the Rong family to a cold, harsh place. Rong Chi took the fish soup, blew away the chopped green onions on top, and sipped it slowly. Although the fish soup was hot, it was rich and delicious to taste. The fish soup was quickly finished. Rong Chi gently wiped his lips, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Lu Furong smoothly handed him a bowl of soup, lowering her eyes to reveal her fair, slender neck. Her soft voice said, "Sister-in-law filled 2 bowls, and she specifically told second cousin to drink it all." Rong Yu urged, "Second brother, hurry and drink." Rong Chi nodded slightly and drank the other bowl in one gulp. Since being exiled, this was the most delicious and memorable fish soup he had ever tasted. He thought that the Imperial Palace's delicacies and heavenly treats couldn't compare to how tasty this bowl was. Jiang Nian looked at Madame Rong. "Mother, I boiled fish soup. Lord Zhao told us to drink it first." Madame Rong smiled warmly. "All right, I'll come right away." The fish soup was tasty and fragrant, making the Rong family's second branch feel full and happy. Seeing Jiang Nian drinking without issue, Zhao Shun made a gesture, and Li Ping stepped forward. "That's enough, 1 bowl each." "No more after that." Rong Yu pouted, a little unhappy, muttering, "We worked hard catching the fish. Not allowed to drink more than 1 bowl. That's unfair." "What did you say?" Li Ping raised an eyebrow, eyes wide with surprise. Rong Yu was so scared she hid behind Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian patted her gently and whispered, "It's just 1 bowl of fish soup. No problem. There will be more delicious food later." Rong Yu's eyes lit up. If her sister-in-law said there was good food, it must be the divine meat buns steamed by the heavenly chef. Li Ping called out to the guards, "Brothers, put down your work and come drink the fish soup." More than 10 guards eagerly took their bowls, saliva already at the corners of their mouths. "Brother Ping, the first bowl must go to Big Brother. Fill it with 2 more fish. He's just recovering, so he needs extra nourishment." Su Liang, at the end of the line, snorted coldly. "I'm afraid it won't do any good to eat more. If you have the guts, don't drink it. Step aside." Li Ping raised his spoon and scolded angrily. Su Liang rolled his eyes and sat down under a big tree, sneering, "If I don't drink, I won't. I'm even worried about poison." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud splash. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground was especially loud in the quiet night. Immediately, Madame Rong's anxious and sharp voice rang out. "Zian, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yan quickly put down her bowl and ran over. Rong Chi lay unconscious on the ground. 2 fingers pressed against his wrist to check his pulse. His skin was burning hot. He had a fever again. Was his body really that weak? How could he suddenly have a fever? Pushing aside the dark hair on his forehead, she saw his eyes tightly closed as he leaned against Madame Rong's shoulder. His long lashes cast faint shadows on his face, and even his breathing felt hot. Could drinking a little fish soup really cause this? She lifted his eyelids and checked his pulse again. It seemed he had caught a chill. Mother, second brother. Jiang Nian began to ask, but before she could finish, a soft, surprised voice interrupted. Lu Furong covered her lips in shock. Madam, what happened to second cousin? Rongyu hurried forward, her face full of worry. How could second brother suddenly faint like this? Lu Furong's gaze fell on the empty bowl that had held the fish soup. Her expression turned fearful. Could it be that second cousin drank something he shouldn't have? Jiang Nian narrowed her eyes and looked at Lu Furong. Her words clearly carried hidden meaning. Instead of showing concern for Rongqi, she was trying to blame the fish soup. It seemed Lu Furong had been living too comfortably. She even had time to stir up trouble. Rongyu looked puzzled. The fish soup is nutritious and good for second brother's health. Sister-in-law would never do anything to harm him. Why not? Lu Furong's lips curved slightly, a hint of pride in her eyes. Second cousin once caused her great distress. Maybe she wanted revenge and added something harmful to the soup. Then she quickly covered her mouth, pretending to be frightened. Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to accuse you, but second cousin's condition can't handle certain herbs. If the soup had any, it could make him worse. Jiang Nian gave Rongqi 2 acupuncture needles, then calmly looked at Lu Furong. You don't know medicine. How do you know what condition my second brother has? Lu Furong stammered, unable to come up with an excuse. Finally, she turned to Rongyu. Didn't sister-in-law tell you that second cousin shouldn't have that herb? Rongyu nodded. Yes, sister-in-law reminded me to serve 2 bowls of soup to second brother first, and only then add the herb to the rest. But what does that have to do with him fainting? It has everything to do with it. Lu Furong's face was full of sarcasm, and a flash of hidden hatred crossed her eyes. Have you heard of using retreat to advance? Have you heard of hiding your true intentions? Sister-in-law, you are deliberately deceiving us. On the surface, you seem to care about second cousin, but secretly, you are plotting against him. This way, no one will suspect you. Rongyu lowered her eyes, lost in thought. Madame Rong looked at Lu Furong with confusion and a hint of disappointment. Jiang Nian did not argue back. When she looked at Lu Furong, her lips curled into a mocking smile. Zhao Shun just finished a bowl of fish soup, its rich aroma making his tongue tingle. He couldn't help but want a second bowl. Suddenly, loud arguing and noise came from ahead. He signaled to Li Ping, check what's going on. Li Ping quickly approached and looked at the fish soup with a complicated expression. Big brother, this fish soup is poisoned. What? Zhao Shun was shocked. The other officials also started coughing and vomiting. Su Liang sat under a big tree, looking pleased with himself. He had suspected it was poisoned but didn't listen. Serves them right. Lu Furong put on a dramatic show of accusation, attracting many exiles and even some from the main household to come and watch. Oh, the poisoner is just a poisoner. They say appearance reflects the heart. What kind of good seed can come from the Jiang family? In my opinion, she's a spy sent by the Jiang family, a beautiful young woman, about 17 or 18, with fair skin, crossed her arms and looked pleased. Jiang Nian recognized her as Rongqi's eldest daughter, Rong Yana, who is also Lu Furong's cousin. TSK. Not from the same family, not related by blood. Same kind of scheming, same poison. Oh, I wonder who you are? Turns out it's my cousin. Rongyu crossed her arms, her face unfriendly as she stared at Rong Yener. When it comes to cruelty, who can compare to our eldest uncle? When his own brother was in trouble, he was heartless and kicked him while he was down. How can the Jiang family produce good seeds? You're all just trash. Pa, Rongyu cursed harshly, without holding back, making Rong Yener's face turn pale with anger. If you have the guts, keep cursing me here. If you're so brave, target the poisoner. Second brother has fainted, and you, as his sister, are truly heartless. Rong Yenner stomped her foot, snorted coldly, and left, not forgetting to glare at Lu Furong. You backstabbing, ungrateful thing, rushing to act friendly while secretly plotting. Lu Furong wiped her tears hesitantly. Sister-in-law, even if the Jiang family hates the Rong family so much, even if they have harmed us, they never intended to revenge against you. How can you be so? Smack! Before she finished speaking, Lu Furong was slapped hard. She stared in disbelief, shouting, Jiang Nian, how dare you hit me? Bang! Jiang Nian slapped her again. This slap was very forceful, causing Lu Furong to stumble and fall, tears welling up as she covered her swollen face. Jiang Nian squatted on the ground, holding up her chin with one hand, her voice cold. What a big act, teaming up with your cousin to set me up. She quickly grabbed Lu Furong's right hand. Her long nails were dirty, mixed with greenish-blue grime. Lu Furong was terrified and tried to pull her hand back, but she was too strong. She cried nervously, Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? What setup? Her nails still had some catnip on them. In her panic, she forgot to clean them. She wondered if Jiang Nian would expose her in front of everyone. Jiang Nian smiled playfully, suddenly pulling her up from the ground. The pain shot from her arm to her armpit. Lu Furong screamed loudly and shouted, Sister-in-law, what are you doing? You poisoned second cousin in the fish soup and want to blame me now. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind, and Zhao Shun led a group of officials, looking fierce. Jiang Yan, you're truly scheming. How dare you poison the fish soup? Li Ping drew his sword, glaring at Jiang Yan angrily. Zhao Shun's face was also cold, staring at Jiang Yan with a stern look. Lu Furong heaved a sigh of relief and quickly pulled her arm back, tears falling like rain. At such a moment, she didn't need to say much. She just used her best weapon, crying. Sure enough, Li Ping was furious. Jiang Nian, not only did you poison, but you also beat your family. You're truly as venomous as a snake. Rong Yu frowned and stepped forward to defend her. Don't speak of sister-in-law like that. I believe she didn't poison anyone. Although she was young and not stupid, she watched her sister-in-law make the fish soup carefully. She and the officials kept their eyes on her, never looking away. How could she possibly have poisoned it? But Lu Furong seemed suspicious. Why was she repeatedly targeting her sister-in-law?
Poison?
Jiang Nian sneered coldly. May I ask, officials, what poison did I put in? Catnip. Li Ping heard clearly and was very sure. You put catnip in the fish soup. Jiang Nian chuckled softly. When I was boiling fish soup, everyone's guards were watching closely. I even used a cat to gather herbs, but I didn't hide anything from you. How could I have poisoned it? We all drank the soup. If I had truly poisoned it, wouldn't I have poisoned myself first? Li Ping was stunned and looked uncertainly at Zhao Shun. Big brother, when I was watching the fish soup, all of us were watching. After it was cooked, the Yuan family members drank first. If someone had poisoned it, he scratched his head, confused. If there was no poison, why did Rong Qi suddenly faint after drinking the fish soup and remain unconscious? Zhao Shun turned his gaze to Rong Qi. How do you explain his fainting? Jiang Yan smiled and looked at Lu Furong. That's a question for Sister Furong. To frame me, she's willing to do anything. Lu Furong's heart skipped a beat. She quickly hid her hands behind her back, her voice trembling. Sister-in-law, don't wrongly accuse Furong.
It was clearly you.
You hold a grudge because second cousin destroyed your looks, and you gave him fish soup with herbs. I won't take the blame for you. Really? Jiang Yan still smiled, but Lu Furong found her smile creepy. She stepped back, forcing a dry smile. Sister-in-law, you're a healer. You should know which herbs can kill silently, nourishing the body on the surface but secretly. Hearing this, Zhao Shun's back went cold. His eyes darkened as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan shot her a glance. From what you're saying, you think second brother's fainting was caused by the herbs. I didn't mean that. Lu Furong quickly pretended to be innocent and upset. She looked at Rong Yu and bit her lip. I remember you said second cousin has yin deficiency and excess fire. He shouldn't touch herbs like cat's claw. But after drinking the fish soup, he fainted. Maybe you put herbs in the soup. Nonsense, Rongyu exploded. She pointed at Li Ping and the guards behind him. When the soup was served, the guards were here. We saw everything clearly. Those 2 bowls of soup didn't have any herbs. The herbs were added after we washed and prepared them. Sister-in-law didn't touch the soup. How can you falsely accuse her? Li Ping thought for a moment, scratched his head, and exchanged looks with the guards. That's true. Zhang Nian said that herbs like cat's claw can not only flavor the dish, but also improve health. They are rare medicinal ingredients. How could they be poison? Zhao Shun let out a breath, and the dark feelings in his eyes eased somewhat. Lu Furong's face suddenly turned very pale, and she sharply pressed her fingertips into the dirt beneath her. She didn't expect Rongyu and the official to believe Zhang Nian unconditionally. Clearly, Zhang Nian was the main suspect. She was from the Jiang family. Why did everyone believe her? She looked up steadily at Zhang Nian, her voice becoming frantic. I don't believe it. It must be you who harmed second brother. He ruined your looks, and I don't believe you don't hate him. Even if she couldn't frame Zhang Nian, she wanted to create a rift between her and Rong Qi. A woman's appearance is as important as her life. She couldn't believe that Zhang Nian, who was hurt by a man who made her look ugly, could easily forgive him and be shameless enough to stay with him. She absolutely wouldn't allow it. Zhang Nian raised her hand to cover her cheek. She had washed her face many times with spiritual spring water. The pus was gone, but her face still felt numb and sore. She had also checked her pulse and tried to find a cure, but no good treatment for her face had been found. However, on the way to Exile, having a beautiful face was not necessarily a good thing. Although her appearance was ruined, it kept her safe on the journey. She wondered if she would ever have a chance to recover her looks in the future. If she had to spend the rest of her life with this face. Zhang Nian shivered and quickly suppressed her feelings, pretending to be relaxed. What do you know? An ugly face might not be a bad thing. Look at all the beautiful women along the way who were trampled on and lost their innocence. I can stay out of trouble. I haven't even had time to thank second brother. Why would I hate him? You. Lu Furong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a woman's appearance be so important that she could say such righteous words?
It was all an act.
It must be. Zhang Nian didn't bother arguing with her. She suddenly grabbed Lu Furong's hand and raised it high, showing the officials. Everyone look. She hid dirt under her nails, and besides the dark mud, there was also greenish catnip residue. One of the 2 bowls of soup just now was contaminated by your hand. You deliberately crushed the catnip into the soup to make second brother sick. Furong, what hatred do you have for me? Why do you keep trying to frame me? I didn't. Lu Furong panicked, suddenly pulling her arm back and frightened, clutching herself as she backed away. Sister-in-law, don't wrong me. It was you mixed catnip into the fish soup on purpose to make me take the blame. I don't understand medicine. I didn't do it. She crawled and knelt before Madame Rong, tears in her eyes as she cried, Madam, you must believe in Furong. Furong has no intention of harming my cousin. It was Zhang Nian who deliberately released the cat to harm him, and she made me take the blame. Madame Rong looked at her with a complicated expression. Furong, I have already given you a chance. I am very disappointed in you. What? Lu Furong was stunned. Her face turned pale as she looked at Rong Qi, who was still unconscious. Madam, it wasn't me.
It was my sister-in-law.
She put a cat in the fish soup. Who told you that my second brother's fainting was caused by the cat? Zhang Nian suddenly spoke, her voice clear and cold. Lu Furong shivered. She quickly composed herself, lowering her eyes. Sister-in-law, it was me. Just consider it my fault. Boo-hoo. Tears rolled down her cheeks, her voice choked with emotion. Her slightly reddened eyes were moist, and tears slid down her fair cheeks, making her look innocent and pitiful. Even Li Ping awkwardly interjected, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Miss Lu is kind-hearted. Zhang Nian, don't be so aggressive. Yes. Since you know medicine, quickly check on your little uncle. What's the point of scaring a weak woman? Zhang Nian sneered inwardly. These people were truly blinded by beauty. The evidence was clear, yet they insisted Lu Furong was innocent. Focusing on the matter at hand, she looked at Madame Rong and asked, "Mother, is second brother being disobedient? Did he go to the river to bathe again?" Madame Rong nodded. "Yes, he's always disobedient. This child is very stubborn." Xian loved cleanliness. When they were at the mansion, he bathed and burned incense every day. Since being exiled, he was covered in dirt and blood. When he saw the shallow stream, he couldn't help but go into the river to wash. After being scolded severely and receiving whip marks, Madame Rong had tried to stop him many times. This time, she let her guard down, and Rongqi ran to the river to bathe happily. As expected, because his body was weak, the wound got wet, got infected, and he developed a fever and fainted again. Jiang Nian took out a fever medicine from her space, quickly gave it to Rongqi, and said to Madame Rong, "In the future, don't let him go into the water again. If he gets infected again, even the great gods can't save him." Everyone finally understood. Rongqi's sudden fainting was caused by catching a cold while bathing in the river, combined with the infected wound, leading to a high fever. It was not caused by the cat in the fish soup at all. The commotion temporarily ended. Jiang Nian took the opportunity to drink 2 more bowls of fish soup, proving that it was not poisonous. Yuera looked at her eagerly, also wanting to drink. Jiang Nian handed her a bowl again. Zhao Shun looked at her with complicated eyes, opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. Jiang Nian stared into his eyes and said firmly, "Lord Zhao, trust those you employ. Do not doubt them. Since you have entrusted me with treating the illness, do not hold any suspicion. As a doctor, saving lives and healing the injured is my duty. Causing harm will bring punishment from heaven." Zhao Shun was stunned and unsure how to respond. He wanted to promise that he would never doubt Jiang Nian again, but that sounded too eager. Not saying anything might make Jiang Nian think he didn't trust her. If she felt betrayed, how could she continue to treat him? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Shun called Li Ping, planning to let him act as a mediator, so he wouldn't lose face with the officials and also give Jiang Nian a way to step back. Rongqi was still unconscious. His face, as white as jade, showed no color, and his lips were pressed tightly. His brows seemed filled with unspoken worry. Jiang Nian and Madame Rong helped him to the big tree, where a temporary grass shelter had been built. Rongqi lay quietly in Madame Rong's arms, like a broken doll. Jiang Nian asked Rongyu to tear a piece of rag to make a simple tent to cover him. She then tore open Rongqi's back clothes. "Nian Nian," Madame Rong exclaimed in shock. This is not right. Their relationship was that of uncle and niece. How could this be? In life and death moments, a healer does not distinguish between men and women, Jiang Nian said by moonlight, noticing Rongqi's back was covered in blood and torn flesh. Her head buzzed, and she pinched the man in frustration. She had never seen someone so disobedient. Was health more important than bathing? Even as she pinched him, Rongqi remained still. His pale cheeks started to turn a faint pink. Jiang Nian checked his forehead. It was burning hot. The fever medicine didn't seem to work. In ancient times, there were no 4 drips. With such a serious infection, what if the fever didn't break? Jiang Nian felt anxious. She quickly told Madame Rong, "Mom, help him clean the wound first. I'll go get some water." She hurried to the river, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then quietly slipped into the grass and entered her space. After filling a bucket with spiritual spring water, she rushed back to the tent. Madame Rong was cleaning the wound messily, holding a blood-stained rag, looking helpless. "Nian Nian, am I cleaning it right?" She had no medical training and didn't know how to properly clean a wound. She only knew to wipe away the pus and blood with the rag. Jiang Nian did not speak. Instead, she took out a clean piece of gauze and handed it to Lady Rong. She also pointed to the broken ceramic bowl. "Madam, this is disinfectant. Please soak the gauze in it." "Oh, okay." Lady Rong obediently followed the instructions. Her son's health was the most important right now, so she ignored manners and social rules. She only hoped her son would wake up soon. Jiang Yen took out tweezers and soaked the gauze. She carefully cleaned the wound little by little. Lady Rong gently wiped the scabbed skin with gauze dipped in disinfectant, very carefully, afraid of hurting her son. Compared to Jiang Yen, she was much rougher. After they finished cleaning and bandaging the wound, both of them were sweaty and exhausted. Jiang Yen checked Rong Qi's forehead. It was still very hot. She had to teach Lady Rong how to use physical methods to reduce the fever with cool water. However, Lady Rong tried several times but couldn't do it properly. Jiang Yen felt helpless and had to do it herself. Madam, you shouldn't be idle either. Use warm water to wipe your second brother's body, especially the armpits and forehead. Don't miss any spots. Huh? Lady Rong was surprised. Wiping the forehead was fine, but the armpits? Nian Nian is the sister-in-law of Xian.
This
Doesn't seem appropriate. Jiang Nian looked up at the moon at a 45-degree angle. Her hands kept massaging without stopping. A healer doesn't see gender differences. I won't look at him. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked for about an incense stick's time. Jiang Nian then left the tent, leaving the rest to her mother-in-law. She didn't think she was suitable to stay long. Lu Furong knelt beside the prison cart. The cold moonlight fell, making her pale face look even more cold and lonely. Rongyu crossed her arms and looked at her with displeasure. In the past, she never saw how cruel Furong was. She kept scheming against her sister-in-law again and again. Even if her sister-in-law was unbearable, she was still a member of the Rong family. The Rong family protected its own and wouldn't allow outsiders to scheme against them. Seeing Jiang Yen come out, a flash of unwillingness crossed Lu Furong's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. When she looked up, tears like broken pearls rolled down her pale cheeks. She knelt step by step at Jiang Yen's feet, trembling slightly. Sister-in-law, Furong was wrong. Furong was blinded by anger. Furong was reckless and spoke without thinking. If you want to punish me, hit me or scold me. As long as you can vent your anger, I am willing to even die right now. Are you really willing to die? Jiang Yen looked down at her with a faint, sarcastic smile. Lu Furong was stunned. She thought that if she showed weakness, the other person would be generous and forgive her, helping her up and saying she wouldn't blame her. But she didn't expect things to go off script. Lu Furong bit her lip, her wet eyes starting to turn red. She clenched her nails tightly in the dark, feeling angry. As long as my sister-in-law can calm down, even if it means I have to die right now, She shook her shoulders as she cried loudly, as if she had already made a firm decision to die. Rongyu opened her mouth to speak to Jiang Nian, but after a moment of silent communication, she held back her words and said nothing. Lu Furong secretly smirked, confident that her tactic of retreating to advance would surely control Jiang Nian. If Jiang Nian dared to let her die, it would confirm her reputation as a wicked woman. She wondered how she would survive in the Rong family. But in the next second, a strong force suddenly grabbed her hair. The pain of her scalp tearing made Lu Furong scream. Jiang Nian, what are you doing? You want to die, right? I'll help you with that, Jiang Nian said softly, with a faint smile. In the quiet night, her voice sounded like a deadly ghost. Startled, Lu Furong hurriedly tried to pull away from Jiang Nian's hand. You can't do this. You can't kill me. Officer, Rongyu watched anxiously, sister-in-law. Jiang Nian made a shushing gesture at her and pulled Lu Furong's scalp, dragging her toward the riverbank. The riverbank was damp, with many mosquitoes buzzing around in the summer. In the low-lying areas, there were also many leeches floating about. Jiang Nian held Lu Furong's neck tightly, forcing her head into a muddy puddle filled with dirt and grime. The dirty water mixed with mud flooded her mouth and nose, and the foul smell made her almost vomit. Before she could retch twice, Jiang Nian pressed harder on the back of her neck, forcing Lu Furong's face into the disgusting mud. The sickening, suffocating feeling seemed to pull her soul out. Lu Furong couldn't curse anymore. She felt like she was finished. Jiang Nian was truly determined to kill her. Desperate to survive, Lu Furong clung tightly to Jiang Nian's hand, trying to fight back in hopes of finding a way out. But Jiang Nian was incredibly strong. Her hand was like a ruthless iron clamp, holding Lu Furong's head firmly. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Lu Furong gradually felt her breathing become difficult, and her consciousness started to fade. Was she going to die? After living again, was her life about to end before it even truly began? She was unwilling, so unwilling. Just as she was about to give up hope, Jiang Nian suddenly loosened her grip. Didn't you want to die? Why are you fighting so hard? It seems your words don't match your heart, Jiang Nian said mockingly, her eyes like those of a waterlogged dog glaring at Lu Furong. The tiger does not roar without reason. Does she really think she is gravely ill? She repeatedly provokes her, clearly knowing she is kind and easy to bully. Liu Furong collapsed on the ground like a deflated ball, trembling and gasping heavily. The fear of nearly dying just moments ago still lingered in her mind, hard to forget. She knew Jiang Nian wouldn't really kill her. Just as she was relieved to have escaped danger, Jiang Nian suddenly knelt down, grabbed her chin, and somehow put something into her mouth. What did you make me eat? Liu Furong asked, clutching her throat, her face pale. Jiang Nian stepped closer, a subtle smile on her lips. Under the cold moonlight, her terrifying face looked even more sinister. Liu Furong backed away in terror, trembling all over, looking helpless. Why you? Don't come any closer. She desperately squeezed her throat, trying to vomit out the medicine, but it was useless. The pill dissolved as soon as it entered her mouth. No matter how she scratched her throat, only dirty, foul-smelling water came out. Unable to vomit, Liu Furong suddenly had a bad feeling. Jiang Nian was a healer, so maybe Liu Gaoji's death was related to her. What if? Her voice hoarse and desperate, her eyes filled with tears. What did you make me eat? If you dare to kill me, Rongqi won't let you go. Jiang Nian found it amusing. She was from the Rong family, Rongqi's older sister-in-law. What right did Liu Furong have to say such things? She smiled slightly, raised a finger, and softly said, 1, 2, 3. At the third count, Liu Furong didn't understand her meaning, but her heart sank. A bad feeling grew stronger. Just as she was about to shout for help, a sudden intense itch spread from her tongue to her limbs, then to her blood, and finally to her soul. She opened her mouth, eyes wide, but couldn't make a sound. Jiang Nian crouched slightly, her eyes cold and sharp, a teasing smile on her lips. How is it? Are you enjoying this? Liu Furong's sweat poured down her face. At first, she only felt a slight itch, but gradually, the itching became unbearable. She kept scratching her body, rolling in mud. It felt as if her internal organs were being gnawed by countless ants. Ugh, she whimpered, her watery eyes pleading with Jiang Nian. She was wrong. She shouldn't have provoked the poison woman. She shouldn't have repeatedly challenged and set traps. She felt like she was worse than dead, wishing she could tear out her internal organs and scratch them all over. It itched so much. It itched so badly. Please, just give her relief. When Lu Furong was tortured to the point of banging her head against a stone, Jiang Nian finally lowered herself slightly, pinched her chin, and forced a pill into her mouth. The upgraded version of the itching powder seemed pretty effective. This time, it's just a warning, Jiang Nian said coldly. She held Lu Furong's head, forcing her to look up. The cold light flickered at the corner of her lips, and her tone was icy like winter frost. This poison is called heartbreak poison. It makes you scratch and claw, feeling worse than death. I carefully developed it. I guarantee that, besides me, no one else can find the antidote. What? Lu Furong's face turned pale like a zombie. She thought she had escaped danger, but now she realized the poison couldn't be removed with one dose.
What?
What will you do? Lu Furong's shoulders trembled violently, her voice trembling and trembling. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. I will listen to you from now on.
Please.
I beg you, this wicked woman, this shrew, was so cruel. She poisoned her, even giving it a long name, tormenting her to the point of wishing she were dead and controlling her with poison. Lu Furong clenched her teeth in anger. It felt like her heart was being torn apart, but she dared not resist. She could only beg bitterly. Sister-in-law, I won't cause trouble anymore. I won't compete with you for Rongqi anymore. Please spare me. Huh? Jiang Nian keenly caught her words. What did she mean by no longer competing for Rongqi? Was Lu Furong's mind strange? She was Rongqi's sister-in-law, and also an ugly woman who had lost her beauty. Lu Furong's mind was clearly confused. She was talking nonsense. Jiang Nian kicked her in the chest, her expression cold. Still talking nonsense to ruin my reputation? I will tear your mouth apart. Lu Furong shivered in fear, her eyes full of terror.
No.
I won't do it anymore. I can't compete with you. I can't compare to you. Please let me go. That damn wicked woman. So hypocritical. She clearly coveted her younger brother-in-law and insisted on standing at the moral high ground. Jiang Nian narrowed her eyes, ignoring Lu Furong's foul smell.
She grabbed her by the neck.
Tell me, why have you targeted me so many times? Do we have any grudges? Lu Furong was so frightened she backed away. But she was weaker and couldn't resist Jiang Nian's strong arms. She shook her head in terror. Sister-in-law, we have no grudges. It's my jealousy, my unwillingness. She couldn't reveal the secret of her rebirth. It was strange and dangerous. If it got out, her life might be at risk. Jiang Nian looked at her carefully for a long time. Lu Furong hid her true self well, never showing off or acting strangely. The only difference from the story was that Lu Furong, who was supposed to spend her life in the palace, was instead exiled with the Rong family. She not only flattered the Rong family, but also wanted to marry Rongqi. In the future, the Rong family would rise again. Rongqi would become a powerful official, and Consort Rong, who was in the cold palace, would become the Empress Dowager, gaining great influence. Meanwhile, the main branch that betrayed the Rong family would die tragically during exile. Based on Lu Furong's behavior, Jiang Nian guessed that either Lu Furong was like her, taken over by someone else's soul in a story, or she had been reborn. Oh, this is interesting. Jiang Nian raised her eyebrows and let go of Lu Furong. She pretended to care as she tidied Lu Furong's clothes. Then she leaned slightly closer and spoke softly. Unlike her usual tone, Furong, as long as you don't provoke me, you can try to get what you want with your own ability. I won't stop you. But if you cross me, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you've died once, you can die again. Her last words were vague, testing whether Lu Furong was reborn or not, and also warning her about the torture she had just endured, which was almost like death. If Lu Furong was reborn or traveled through time, she would understand the warning. If not, the previous ordeal, being forced to swallow mud and poisoned, had already killed her once. She hoped this warning would make her more careful. Lu Furong's breath hitched, and she felt like a thunderbolt struck her head. Her heart pounded loudly. What does it mean to die once, and still be able to die a second time? Did Jiang Nian realize she was reborn? She had hidden her true self so well. How did Jiang Nian figure it out?
Could it be
that Jiang Nian was also reborn? Lu Furong was terrified. Her hands trembled slightly without her noticing. She pointed at Jiang Nian, her voice trembling and broken. Why you? You're also reborn? Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow. It was clear Lu Furong was indeed reborn. She was reborn and still so foolish. She just didn't understand why Lu Furong targeted the original protagonist. Forget it. Whether she was reborn or had her soul taken over, if she dared to provoke Jiang Nian again, it wouldn't be as simple as poisoning her next time. Jiang Nian looked at Lu Furong with a puzzled expression. What rebirth? Reborn into this world? As soon as she said that, Lu Furong visibly relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. It seems that Jiang Nian is not a person who has been reborn. She doesn't even understand the meaning of rebirth. The chosen girl truly is only her. Thinking of this, Lu Furong suppresses her doubts and forces a smile. Furong's meaning is, after this experience, I feel like I am reborn. I will never provoke my sister-in-law again, nor cause trouble in front of her. Jiang Nian is a fool. Besides being cruel, heaven truly shows no mercy to her. Lu Furong, favored by heaven to live again, will surely use her previous life's advantages to seek wealth and honor. Earlier, she was careless, underestimated Jiang Nian's cruelty, and was a bit arrogant, thinking that because she was reborn, she could seize every opportunity. That's why she kept losing to Jiang Nian. Learning from her mistakes, after being tortured to the point of feeling worse than death, she will not be so foolish again and will think carefully before provoking Jiang Nian. The most important thing now is to hold tightly onto Rongqi. Lu Furong suddenly kneels on the ground, ignoring her dirt-covered body, and pleads, "Sister-in-law, I will obediently listen in the future. I will serve you closely on the exile journey. Please, sister-in-law, help me remove the poison from my body. I promise I won't cause trouble anymore. Right now, removing the poison is the top priority." Once the poison is gone, she plans to find a way to get Rongqi. Once they are truly together, Rongqi will be attached to her, and Jiang Nian won't be able to control her anymore. Jiang Nian crosses her arms, looking down at her with a slight smile. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Lu Furong is stunned. Her palms clench tightly under her sharp nails, but she looks pitiful. "Sister-in-law, don't worry." Jiang Nian leans slightly forward, her voice very soft. "As long as you behave and don't cause trouble, I will give you a dose of the antidote every month. I won't let you suffer." She laughs loudly and leaves, leaving Lu Furong kneeling there, grinding her teeth in anger. This is a clear threat. Jiang Nian's message is very clear. As long as she behaves in the future, even if she becomes a servant, Jiang Nian won't torment her as long as she's happy. But if she's unhappy, she will make her wish she were dead. Such a cruel heart. She even plans to control her with medicine. Lu Furong bites her silver tooth, her dark almond-shaped eyes full of murderous intent. What can she do? What can she do? Even with a second chance at life, her fate is still in others' hands. Jiang Nian is as ruthless and cunning as in her previous life, always playing her own tricks. Both her past and present lives have fallen into her hands. Now is not the time to fight head-on. Surviving is the most important thing. When Jiang Nian returned, Rongqi was still asleep. Madame Rong was very worried. "Nian Nian, where did you go?" Rongyu saw Jiang Nian and hurried over, speaking anxiously. "Sister-in-law, Furong. Did sister-in-law really kill Lu Furong?" Jiang Nian first entered the tent to check on Rongqi, feeling his pulse. She told Madame Rong, "Mother, don't worry. Second brother's fever has gone down. He's just weak and sleeping peacefully now. Don't disturb him." Madame Rong finally relaxed. Seeing Jiang Nian covered in mud, she was about to ask something, but Jiang Nian pushed her back into the tent. "Mother, you should rest now, and also take care of second brother." "Oh, all right." Madame Rong nodded and went into the tent. Rongyu pulled Jiang Nian aside, looking worried and a bit confused. "Sister-in-law, you really didn't kill Furong, did you?" Jiang Nian leaned lazily against a tree trunk, raising her chin and pointing ahead. "Look, your Furong sister is back." Lu Furong was soaked and muddy all over, except her face, which was clean after washing by the river. She was trembling as she returned. Rongyu hurried forward to support Lu Furong. "Did you fall into the water?" Jiang Nian glanced at her and spoke softly. Furong's sister's face was a bit dirty. "I just washed her face, but I accidentally got her clothes wet." "Lu Furong, isn't that right?" Lu Furong shivered, and her voice trembled. Yes. Sister-in-law, kindly wash my face. I slipped and couldn't stand firm." She didn't dare to scream at Jiang Nian, knowing that poison could cause unbearable itching all over her body, pain, and a feeling like countless ants biting her, making her feel helpless and almost dying. She didn't dare cause trouble now. Rongyu looked a bit suspicious. The way sister-in-law pulled Lu Furong's hair didn't seem like she was just washing her face. Maybe Furong was scolded by sister-in-law and afraid to tell the truth. That might be for the best. Hopefully, Furong will learn a lesson from this and stop hurting each other within the family. Night fell deep. Jiang Nian and Rongyu rested together, while Lu Furong trembled and crouched nearby. Rongyu couldn't bear it anymore. She took a clean set of prison clothes and helped Lu Furong change. The night passed quickly, and Jiang Nian surprisingly slept well. Early the next morning, Madame Rong happily called out, "Zihan, you're awake." Rong Qi rubbed his aching head, feeling weak and exhausted. Mrs. Rong kept talking nonstop, mentioning how Jiang Nian cleaned his wounds, applied medicine, and warned him not to take baths in water in the future. Rong Qi's ears turned slightly red. He didn't expect Jiang Nian to personally clean his wounds and to be blamed and accused of setting him up after he fainted by Lu Furong. He pushed aside the tent flap and looked at Jiang Nian. The woman was tall and slender, with black hair casually tied in a simple knot. Her dull gray prison clothes couldn't hide her full figure. While others were starving in exile, thin as sticks and easily blown over by the wind, how could she be so plump? Who exactly was she? If she was acting, her acting skills were truly excellent. If she wasn't acting, would she really be so kind to take care of him? Was it just because of her older brother, or was she hiding something? Noticing his gaze, Jiang Nian turned around and happened to meet a pair of narrow, beautiful phoenix eyes. The man's eyes were dark and deep, flickering with emotions she couldn't understand. Jiang Nian naturally greeted him. "Second brother is awake. Do you want some water?" Rong Qi stared at her for a long moment before looking away, lowering his eyes and speaking softly. "Yes." Jiang Nian took out a water pouch from her waist and handed it to him. "It's clean. I haven't drunk from it." Rong Qi took the water pouch and drank it eagerly. As he drank, his handsome Adam's apple moved up and down. Because he was drinking too quickly, water droplets slid down his neck, tracing a straight line through his fair skin and disappearing into his collar.
Damn, so sexy.
After finishing, Rong Qi's lips showed a faint red tint, like peach blossoms blooming in spring, adding a touch of deadly charm with their moist pink color. He gently wiped the water from the corner of his lips. When he looked at Jiang Nian again, he paused for a moment and nodded slightly. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for saving me. Sorry for causing trouble. It's my fault." His family had already told her everything that happened after he fainted. Jiang Nian truly changed her usual attitude and cared wholeheartedly for Rong family members. As for Lu Furong, her attempt to oppose Jiang Nian was completely unsuccessful this time. Useless people don't need to stay around and be a nuisance. Jiang Nian tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled gently. "We're family. There's no need to thank me. You're my second brother, and I should take care of you." But her expression turned serious, adopting the stern tone of an elder sister-in-law. "In the future, you must not take baths in water. Your wound hasn't scabbed over yet. If it gets infected again, even the great gods won't be able to save you." Rong Qi cupped his hands politely, looking humble and respectful. "I will follow your advice, sister-in-law." Jiang Nian quickly stepped forward to help him up. "Please don't, you mustn't." How could she let the future powerful minister bow to her? Lu Furong watched the two getting along so well that she almost ground her teeth to pieces. She shivered slightly, coughed a few times, and looked at Jiang Nian with teary eyes. "Sister-in-law, it's all my fault. I was too worried about my cousin and wrongly blamed you." Rong Qi gave her a cold glance that made her shiver, but soon he looked away. His voice was calm and emotionless. "Since you care more for outsiders and cannot respect your sister-in-law or keep the family united, you should return to the main branch of the Rong family." "What?" Lu Furong widened her eyes in disbelief. She had thought that if she spoke up now, cried a little, and explained that she had only acted foolishly out of worry for Rong Qi, he would forgive her as he had before and let her stay in the second branch of the family. But, unexpectedly, "Cousin, please don't." Lu Furong's legs went weak, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her voice shook as she pleaded, "I was just too worried about you, and lost my head for a moment. The main branch won't accept me. If I go back, I will surely suffer greatly." She cried pitifully, her tear-streaked face enough to stir sympathy in anyone who saw her. For the sake of the second branch, she had broken ties with the main branch and parted ways with her aunt and cousin. If she returned now in disgrace, she could hardly imagine what kind of miserable fate awaited her. She wanted to beg Madame Rong and Yuer for help, but they were nowhere to be seen. She turned to Jiang Nian, only to find her standing with folded arms, watching the scene with quiet amusement. Remembering the unbearable pain she had once suffered, Lu Furong shuddered, a chill spreading through her whole body. Begging Jiang Nian was useless. Her only hope now was Rongqi. She looked straight at him, her eyes full of desperate pleading.
Cousin.
What a handsome man he was. His fair, striking features and elegant bearing made him stand out even in plain prison clothes. The sunlight cast a golden glow around him, making his beauty almost otherworldly. His long, narrow eyes held a quiet charm that could move hearts, yet this beautiful man remained utterly indifferent to her. Rongqi walked toward her step by step and slowly crouched down. His handsome face carried a trace of cold menace. Lu Furong, you've tried to harm me with drugs again and again. Tell me, what have I done to make you think I'm too kind? He deliberately drew out the word kind. His voice was calm, almost gentle, but the fierceness in his eyes made Lu Furong's back turn cold. How could she have forgotten? The man before her would one day become a powerful and ruthless minister. He looked gentle and harmless on the surface, but in truth, he was cruel and unpredictable. He never hesitated to destroy those who plotted against him. Compared to him, Jiang Nian's cruelty was nothing. She had been given a second chance at life, yet she had foolishly tried to trick him under the excuse of affection. Drug him? Fool him? How could she ever deceive a man like him? A chill spread through Lu Furong's body, colder than anything she had felt before. Facing Jiang Nian had been frightening, but at least Jiang Nian only threatened her and never truly harmed her. This man, however, she had seen his methods in her past life.
She didn't want to die.
No, more precisely. She didn't want to live in endless suffering. I'll return to the main house.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cousin Rong, for your kindness. Memories from her past life made her lips tremble, and her voice shook uncontrollably. Lu Furong fled in panic. Soon, angry shouts and her tearful cries echoed from the main house. Jiang Nian watched with a complicated expression. According to the book's description, Rongqi shouldn't have been so merciful. Lu Furong had tried to harm him several times. Even if her schemes had failed, he had still suffered because of her. And yet, he let her go so easily? Or perhaps, at this moment, Rongqi had not yet become the ruthless man described in the story. Maybe he was still the gentle, refined gentleman he appeared to be. Thinking this, Jiang Nian's eyes brightened. She leaned closer and asked with concern, "Second brother, are you feeling unwell?" She wanted to show care and make sure he wouldn't be mistreated during exile. In the future, when fate turned in their favor, he would grow into a loyal and powerful minister. By then, she, Jiang Nian, would be the sister-in-law of the future empress and the great minister himself. Wouldn't she be able to walk proudly through the capital? Just imagining it made her so pleased she felt like she could touch the sun. Rongqi still wore handcuffs, looking down at his toes, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he raised his head and smiled softly. "Zian is fine. Sorry for making sister-in-law feel wronged. There's no need to say that." Jiang Nian pretended to be regretful. Furong is a good girl, but she tends to act petty and has a bad heart. It's such a pity. Rongqi suddenly looked at her with a deep gaze and said quietly, "Lu Furong cut ties with the second house to take care of the Rong family's second branch, and she broke away from the main house. Now I've driven her away again. Do you think sister-in-law feels like she's repaying kindness with revenge?" On the day of the family's exile, Lu Furong truly accused the main house of being unkind and unjust. She then turned to serve the second house, helping and taking care of them all the way. Now that she's been sent back to the main house, her situation is probably very difficult, almost worse than death. But Lu Furong shouldn't have counted on him. He had already given her a chance out of respect for his mother. Not killing her was enough kindness. He just didn't know what idea his sister-in-law was planning now. Suddenly, her attitude changed. She started to ask about the Rong family in a warm, caring way, just like Lu Furong did at the beginning. Jiang Nian's heart skipped a beat. Why did he suddenly ask her? Was it a test or a warning? She swallowed hard and pretended to be angry. Lu Furong helped the second house, but she repeatedly plotted against my second brother and falsely accused me. Her good deeds and bad deeds cancel out. Sending her back to the main house was my second brother's mercy. How could sister-in-law think he's repaying kindness with revenge? She sighed and looked a little lonely. Marry into a family, follow their rules. I married your older brother. I am a member of the Rong family in life, and in death, I am part of the Rong family spirit. From now on, I will protect my husband's younger brother, my little sister, and my mother-in-law. She raised her head again, her eyes shining with confidence. Second brother, the road of exile is long. As the only son of the second house, you must stay strong. Take good care of yourself. Don't let the wind blow on you or catch a cold. Until your wounds heal, don't go into the water. Don't worry, sister-in-law will make sure you're safe on the way. Our husband and father-in-law in heaven will also bless the second house to recover and help the lady regain her peak. Rong-chi looked at her for a long time, then suddenly smiled. Sister-in-law is quite broad-minded. Exile all the way and staying safe. How easy is that? But she couldn't help but sigh. Her quick change of mood was impressive. One moment she was worried and sad. The next she was smiling happily, confident, and optimistic. So confident that the second house of the Rong family would really return to its peak. Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow and looked calm. Isn't that right? The strong never complain about their environment. I may not be strong, but my second brother is. Second brother, remember what your wife says. As long as your heart is firm, anything is possible. Rong-chi was stunned for a moment before slowly saying, what my wife says is very true. Every word she spoke could soothe the soul and inspire hope, except for the phrase about the second brother, which sounded a bit awkward.
Clearly.
He is several years older than her. Rong-chi frowned slightly, covering his chest and taking a few steps back. Jiang Nian saw this and quickly helped him sit down. Are you hungry? I'll prepare some food. Just wait a bit. Before Rong-chi could respond, she hurriedly ran toward the officer's location. Watching the woman wave her arms and talk to the officer, she soon returned carrying 2 steamed buns. Rong-chi lowered his eyes, his expression dark and unreadable. A person cannot change their personality drastically in a short time unless someone is pretending or causing trouble. It was time for her to restore her appearance. He wanted to see what kind of bold disguise was hiding beneath that ugly face. Second brother, eat the steamed bun quickly, Jiang Nian said cheerfully, with a faint smile at the corner of her eyes. It's a bit cold, but the officer said they are about to set off. Having a bun to eat is good enough. Just make do for now, and if you're thirsty, drink some water. Thank you, sister-in-law, Rong-chi said softly, accepting the bun with his eyes lowered, his attitude gentle and polite. No matter what, Jiang Nian in front of him had no evil intentions. He still needed to show politeness and gratitude. Family doesn't need thanks. Jiang Nian stood up and looked into the distance with narrowed eyes. Yuer took mother to fish. I'll go see how they're doing. They had planned to rest for a night and then set off, but because Jiang Nian had made a fishing tool, the officers ate their fill and were no longer whipping the prisoners to hurry. Instead, everyone went to the river to fish, scrape scales, cut open bellies, break salt lumps, and cure the fish, hanging them on bamboo poles to dry. The chains on Rong-yu's ankles were removed. Her hands and feet were covered in mud. Rong's wife sat on a nearby stone, looking into the distance with her head tilted back. Her plain-cloth prison clothes couldn't hide her gentle and peaceful aura. Jiang Nian always felt that her mother-in-law looked a bit sad. Could it be she's bored after eating enough and started to overthink? People really shouldn't eat too much. Wow, I caught a fish, Rong-yu shouted excitedly, ignoring her muddy clothes, and ran happily to her mother. Mom, look, I caught a fish. Mrs. Rong took out a handkerchief to wipe the mud off her face, and finally a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Young ladies are like playful monkeys. How will you marry in the future? Rong-yu pouted. She wanted to say that everyone was hungry and it didn't matter whether she married or not. But she didn't dare, afraid of upsetting her mother. So she just grinned and said, marry or not, I will always be filial to my mother and stay with her forever. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Nian, and her smile deepened. Sister-in-law, the official said, whoever catches the fish owns it. You can keep this one first. I'll catch 2 more. Jiang Nian took the slippery fish and asked, where's our fish basket? Ugh, it was taken by the officials. It's so unfair. Rongyu rolled her eyes in frustration. The fish baskets they worked hard to make were now used by the officials, and the fish they caught couldn't be eaten or used by themselves. They were just for the officials' benefit. Jiang Nian handed the fish to her mother-in-law. Mom, I'll give you the fish. You clean the scales and guts. You err, and I will catch more fish for us to eat on the way. Without waiting for Mrs. Rong's response, she grabbed Rongyu's hand and joined the fishing. Mrs. Rong was too bored. She had eaten well and was just sitting around thinking. She needed something to do. Mrs. Rong looked shocked and helpless as she held the fish. I don't know how. She kept saying that, clutching the lively fish tightly. The fish was slippery and kept twisting, slapping its tail against her hand, trying to escape. Mrs. Rong clenched her teeth, thinking hard, using all her strength to hold on tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. What if she couldn't clean the scales and guts? Mrs. Rong was sweating nervously. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She looked for her son. Rongqi had just finished eating a bun and was about to drink water. When he saw his mother holding a fish and running over, he hurried to her side. His gentle and graceful mother, who always remained calm and elegant even in dangerous situations, had suddenly become so down-to-earth. Zian, look at this, Mrs. Rong said, her eyes shining as she threw the fish in front of him. She then pulled out a sharp bamboo splinter. Rongqi's brow twitched. A bad feeling rose in his heart. He stepped back. Mom, what are you doing with the fish? Mrs. Rong handed him the bamboo splinter and pointed at the fish. You're clever and skillful. Quickly scrape the scales and remove the guts. We'll have enough food for the road. Rongqi's expression was hard to describe. Mother, I don't know how to do it. You may not have done it before, but you've seen others do it, haven't you? You're clever. I believe you can manage. Rongqi lowered his eyes and stood still. Don't waste time. I'll get another one, Madame Rong ordered, turning to leave. Rongqi looked at the lively fish, then at the sharp bamboo piece. Gritting his teeth, he accepted his fate and began to clean the fish. Out in the wilderness, having food was already a blessing. He couldn't afford to be picky or let his mother do the hard work. Jiang Nian and Rongyu caught 6 fish together. Just as they were about to go ashore, Madame Rong came over with a bamboo basket, smiling. Give them to me. Jiang Nian was surprised. Her mother-in-law, who had seemed so downcast before, was now taking the initiative to help. She handed over the fish and was about to go back into the water when the officers cracked their whips and struck the gongs. Time to move. Get the chains and shackles on. Anyone who's slow will be punished. Rongyu bit her lip in frustration. They caught a whole basket and are so pleased with themselves, but they won't let us keep fishing. Let's go, Jiang Nian said, putting an arm around her shoulder to comfort her. On this exile journey, being allowed to take off our chains and catch fish was already a kindness. After drying their feet, they saw Rongqi crouched under a tree, looking utterly defeated as he cleaned the fish. Madame Rong was busy tying the cleaned fish with grass ropes and hanging them around the prison cart. The square cart was soon covered with fish dripping water, forming a strange but eye-catching sight. By mid-morning, the group set off again. The officers waved their whips, leading the long line of exiles down the road. Rongqi sat upright in the prison cart, surrounded by swaying fish that gave off a strong smell. During exile, everyone had to wear shackles. Even though Jiang Nian had earned some credit, appearances still had to be maintained. So, while Rongqi didn't have to walk and could sit in the cart, he still had to wear the heavy restraints and endure the smell of fish all around him. His expression was quite a sight. Compared to when she had first arrived in this world, Jiang Nian now felt much more confident. She had her secret space and medical skills, and life no longer seemed hopeless. Actually, the extremely cold and harsh Ningguta is not so scary. The reason why exile is considered more terrible than the death penalty is not only because of the harsh environment in the exile area, but also because of the physical and mental suffering during the journey. Suddenly, from being a noble person on high, you become a common prisoner. On the way, you face cold, hunger, illness, animal attacks, bandits blocking the road, and women at home being dishonored. 8 out of 10 people suffer greatly. The only ones who survive to the end are those whose entire families, including parents and wives, are killed. They are left under the green grasslands, living worse than death, feeling like they are just suffering. Of course, there are exceptions. If you have real skills, such as knowledge of farming, medicine, or academics, the local honest people will treat you kindly. By the end of May, the weather's hot, and in June, the sun is blazing. Especially during the difficult journey of exile, the heat feels even more intense. Jiang Nian grimaces and drags her tired feet forward. Every step feels like walking on a heated brick bed, with a scorching air hitting her face and burning her skin mercilessly. Even Rongqi, who has a fair face like jade, has her cheeks flushed red from the sun. From afar, she looks like a drunk apple. Lu Furong, after returning to the main house, feels like a mouse in a windmill, caught between 2 fires. Rong Yue has been scolding her all the way. Madame Rong rolls her eyes and looks coldly on the side. The aunties are happy to see her suffer. Only Rong's eldest uncle, Rong Tong, pretends to scold her a few words. Yelling and cursing, speaking dirty words. Yue, she's your cousin. The second wife's family is immoral, and she repaid kindness with evil. Do you also want to push Furong away? Rong Tong's eyes flicker as he pretends to scold Rong Yue. Rong Yue's face turns pale with anger. Mother, what kind of cousin is she? She kneels and licks her cousin, betraying the main family. And what happened? She was driven out? She still dares to come back? Shameless. Lu Furong is scolded until she is utterly humiliated, her face pale, tears welling up with grievance. Yue, I am your cousin. Going to the second house was just a temporary measure. I did it for Annie and you. How can you say such things to me? The main family betrayed the second family. Later, the lady and Rongqi prospered, but the main family's ending was tragic. They truly don't understand her hardships. Bah, Rong Yue spits at her fiercely. Stop pretending in front of me. I don't have a cousin like you. If you keep crying and whining, I might slap you. After snatching the only steamed bun from her hand, Rong Yue pushes her and walks away. Lu Furong pouted in frustration, biting her lip. Her anger curled around her heart like vines, making it hard to breathe.
Why?
Why get a second chance at life? She had suffered even more than before. She couldn't outsmart Jiang Nian, couldn't sleep with Rongqi, and was insulted and cursed by her cousin. Her aunt watched coldly, while her uncle looked at her with a lecherous gaze, as if examining a piece of merchandise. Thinking about what happened to the women in the main household, Lu Furong shivered and sharply pressed her nails into her palm. She couldn't just wait and do nothing. She refused to be treated like an object to be sent to the official's bed in exchange for food. She had to find a way to earn her aunt's forgiveness again. During a break in the group's rest, Lu Furong took a moment to cry and knelt before Lu Fengru. Aunt. Lu Furong crawled a few steps and reached Lu Fengru. Her beautiful face was full of tears, and her voice choked with emotion, unable to speak clearly. I am not your aunt. Lu Fengru turned away, holding her head high and refusing to look at her. The cousin and she looked very similar, both gentle and delicate, with fair skin, slender waists, and pretty faces. Lu Furong kept crying, almost gasping for breath. Cousin doesn't understand me. Doesn't aunt understand? Do you remember the dream I told you before? Lu Fengru was stunned. Suddenly, she remembered. Before her exile, she had spent a lot of money to get connections and send Lu Furong into the palace. With her good looks, she was sure to be favored, and the main household could avoid exile. Furong was very happy at first, but after she accidentally fell and woke up, her attitude changed. She held Lu Fengru's hand tightly and said she couldn't go into the palace. Once inside, the Rong family would have no way to recover. She also said she had a dream. She saw herself dying in the palace, and the Rong family in trouble. Anyone sent by the Rong family either ended up in the cold palace, wasting away, or suffered terrible death in the harem. The Rong family would be accused of even greater crimes. She said that in the future, Empress Rong would be sent to the cold palace and become a noble consort. She pretended to be righteous and betrayed her family, sneaking into the Rong family's second branch to gather information. If there was a chance for her to restore her position, she would cling to the second branch, and the main household would rise again. At the time, she didn't believe her. Now, she still didn't. But Lu Furong said, "Aunt, haven't you noticed something strange? The second branch is living well, eating and drinking happily. Even Rong Qi's injury has good medicine. Out in the wilderness, do you really believe Jiang Yan's words, that the medicine is given by divine beings from heaven?" Le Fengru squinted her eyes. Rong Qi was beaten severely and whipped by officials, yet he did not die. Instead, he became lively and vigorous. What about Li Gao? Why did he die suddenly without reason? Why did Zhao Shun believe Jiang Yan? If there was no hidden force helping behind the scenes, she wouldn't believe it. She, as the favored wife, finally became the main wife of the family, but was exiled and became a prisoner. She was unwilling to be implicated by the Rong family and die because of it. Le Fengru's attitude softened a lot. She looked at Liurong sideways. Even if the second wife has backing, so what? Can I rely on you, a useless person? On the way here, you fawned over others, bowed and scraped, but did they even look at you? In the end, you were driven back in disgrace. Liurong shrank her shoulders and trembled as she cried. Liurong is still young. I suffered a big loss this time. Ask my aunt for more guidance. Stop crying. Le Fengru stood up. She raised her chin and looked at her daughter eating a simple meal, a hint of understanding flashing in her heart. Earlier, her husband had advised her and Yaoa many times not to be cold or harsh to Liurong. The journey to Ningguta was difficult and dangerous. Liurong was pretty and might become a long-term supporter of the main family. Whether her dreams were real or fake, she would forgive her for now. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't push her niece out to exchange for food. Moreover, Liurong was young, and it was normal for Jiang Yan to suppress her everywhere. In the days to come, she would slowly teach her. If Liurong could truly gain the favor of the second wife, fulfilling the dream she had, it would also leave a backup plan for the main family. If not, she could serve as a long-term supporter of the main family, which was not a bad idea. In any case, her biological daughter was more important than her niece. Seeing her aunt's attitude relax, Liurong was delighted. Thank you, aunt. I will listen to your commands in the future. Please guide me more. Her aunt, who had risen from a concubine to the main wife, was more cunning and resourceful than ordinary women. She had previously been ambitious, relying on her second chance at life, thinking she was favored by heaven and different from others. Now she realized that even if she lived again, fools would still end up the same as before. In the future, she must act more quietly, think more carefully, avoid showing off, and never provoke Rong Qi recklessly. As for Jiang Yan, a complex flicker crossed Liurong's eyes. In her past life, Jiang Yan was very lucky. She was loved by Madame Rong, and even took the initiative to arrange for Rong Qi to inherit both houses. Even when she was sent to the cold palace and became a noble consort, she was reluctant to leave the Rong family. She even asked the emperor to grant her marriage, hoping for more. Lu Furong closed her eyes, feeling dizzy. She only thought about how to get rid of Jiang Yan, never about how to win Rong Qi's heart. In the future, she would ask her aunt how to quickly make a man fall in love with her. Jiang Yan secretly sneaked into the bushes. She ate well in her space and drank 4 bottles of spiritual spring water. No wonder ancient people, when exiled, preferred to die rather than suffer the hardships of wandering. Damn, the 18 levels of hell are nothing compared to this. Her feet had developed 7 or 8 blisters. Even after bursting them, she kept walking. The pain was sharp and piercing, like waves flooding her body. She finally understood how a girl from the sea felt walking on broken glass. The pain numbed her, and her feet thickened into calluses. Jiang Nian limped, grimacing and collapsing beside the prison cart. "Here, drink water." After handing over the water, Jiang Nian felt hopeless and her feet hurt. After a short rest, she suddenly remembered she needed to maintain her image. She endured the pain and forced a dry smile at Rongqi, second brother. "Does the wound on your back hurt?" The weather was hot and sweaty, and if the wound got infected again, it would be troublesome. Rongqi hesitated before nodding and smiling at Jiang Nian. "Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. It's not serious now." The wound on his back had just scabbed over. When his clothes got wet with sweat, it itched and stung. He was worried about his mother's concern and hadn't applied medicine for days. Moreover, his mother's way of applying medicine was really hard to endure. Jiang Nian took out a package from behind her and handed it over. "Natural antibiotics, fish herb. Using more of this will help your wound." A strong fishy smell hit her face. Rongqi, who had been sitting in the prison cart for days, almost instinctively took a step back. "Thank you for your kindness, sister-in-law. Zen's wound is already fine. No need for medicine to fight inflammation. Even if it's fine, you should strengthen it. Don't hide your illness or avoid treatment," Jiang Nian advised earnestly. But Rongqi looked resistant, afraid of upsetting the future boss. Jiang Nian had no choice but to give up. "Since you don't like it, I'll find a way to make pills. You're not allowed to refuse then." She spoke in a caring tone, and Rongqi couldn't help but look up. She still wore her dull gray clothes, her hair tied high on her head and secured with a wooden stick. Her cheeks no longer oozed pus, as if she was starting to get better. Rongqi subtly curled his thumb, feeling puzzled.
Could it be?
"She has a way to fix this?" "Second brother?" Jiang Nian snapped her fingers and instinctively touched her cheek. "Why are you always staring at me? Do I have bugs on my face?" Rongqi's ears reddened slightly. He quickly looked away and pressed his fist to his lips, coughing softly. He was silent for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Nian with deep eyes that carried a hint of guilt. Sister-in-law's face.
"I'm sorry."
And didn't mean to do that. "If you want." He didn't finish his sentence, but Jiang Nian interrupted him. "Sister-in-law wouldn't blame you. You had good intentions. Now I am safe, and so is everyone else. That's a good thing. Look at her generosity. Her face was ruined, yet she showed no complaints. The future boss must be very touched." Rongqi squinted and kept watching her. His narrow eyes shimmered with a deep, mysterious light, making it hard to read his emotions. Not blaming her? Or is the real culprit someone else in disguise? If it really was Jiang Nian, why would she mind her appearance? Unless she isn't Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian felt her heart pounding under his gaze, as if her cover had been seen through and exposed. But the man's eyes held complex emotions, doubt mixed with hope, as if waiting for some confirmation. What does he want to confirm? Whether she is really Jiang Nian. Suddenly, Jiang Nian stood up, looking for an excuse to escape. I need to bring some water to my mother and younger sister. It's hot and they're thirsty." Watching her hurriedly leave, Rongqi curled his lips. She looked guilty. He was eager to see how flustered Jiang Nian would be when her face fully recovered. After taking a few sips of water, her feet still hurt from the blister, but the officials were already shouting to move on. Jiang Nian felt a bit helpless. Don't the officials' feet hurt? Rongyu helped Lady Rong, her head drooping like wilted vegetables. Lady Rong was also sweating heavily, her hair messy at the temples. Sweat slid down her cheeks and chin, replacing her usual dignity with a look of embarrassment. After walking about 2 miles, the three of them, with torn cloths covering their heads to block the sun, gradually fell behind the group. Jiang Nian secretly took a piece of meat from her sleeve, tore it in half, and quickly fed it to Lady Rong and Yuer. "Meat?" Mother and daughter stared wide-eyed, surprised and suspicious. "Eat quickly," Jiang Nian whispered harshly. The mother and daughter quickly chewed their food, synchronized in their movements, then tilted their heads back and swallowed. They chewed loudly. Romeo leaned closer to Jiang Nian and asked, "Sister-in-law, why aren't you eating?" She really wanted to ask where the meat came from, but then remembered what her sister-in-law said, that their older brother's spirit in heaven would send food, and she shouldn't talk too much, or the gods might take it away. Her mother was convinced by her and never asked or said much. But their second brother couldn't get any meat, which made him look a little sad. Jiang Nian licked her lips and said, "I've already eaten." It wasn't that she wouldn't share with Rong Qi. He was hard to fool. When he looked at her, his eyes seemed to have a radar, scanning her completely. Romeo looked at her mother, both of them with slightly red eyes, looking touched. Sister-in-law was so kind. She didn't eat so that she could share with her. Nian Nian was so filial. She would rather go hungry than not respect her mother-in-law. Where in the world could you find such a good wife or sister-in-law? After about 2 hours, the group finally stopped to rest. Li Ping called the prisoners to set up the pots and start cooking dinner. Tonight's dinner was quite hearty. The prisoners ate fish oil with wild vegetables, and the officials ate fish. Because it was hot, they used a lot of coarse salt to preserve the fish and prevent it from rotting and smelling bad. Zhao Shun took a few bites, making a face at the saltiness. He rolled his eyes and glared at Li Ping, saying, "There's so little salt. Be careful with it." "Did you salt all the fish?" Li Ping scratched his head and said, "It's hard to find some meat. I was worried the fish would spoil." Then he pointed to Rong Qi and said, "Big brother, he's so overwhelmed by the fish he can't open his eyes. Maybe I should ask Jiang Nian to make some food and share some with him." The Rong family had a patient, so just eating salted fish wasn't enough. Jiang Nian was determined to find wild game to help her brother-in-law's health. Sure enough, she was poking around, looking here and there, and she surprisingly found chicken droppings in the grass. "Yuer, come quickly," Jiang Nian said, poking a clump of chicken poop with a stick and showing it to Yuer. Romeo thought she had found something good and ran over excitedly. Just as she was about to reach out her hand, she realized it was just poop. She was so angry she shook her head and said, "Sister-in-law, that joke isn't funny at all." "I'm not joking," Jiang Nian said seriously, holding up the chicken poop. "Don't you think we have a good chance to get some food?" "What?" Romeo's eyes widened, and her face showed a complicated expression.
Sister-in-law.
You don't want to eat this, do you?" She focused her eyes tightly, staring directly at the chicken droppings. She would rather starve than eat chicken droppings. Jiang Nian patted her on the head and rolled her eyes silently. "What are you thinking? Don't you think finding chicken droppings is a good thing? There must be wild chickens nearby. If we catch one, we'll have something to eat." Only then did Rongyu realize the significance. When she heard wild chicken, her eyes sparkled. "I want to eat chicken." It had been a very long time since she had a proper meal with meat. Just thinking about the taste made her stomach and organs feel excited. Jiang Nian asked Yuer to report that they had seen signs of wild chickens and requested to catch one. Zhao Shun agreed without hesitation and also asked Li Ping to help remove their shackles. He also wanted to eat chicken. Since tasting fish, his appetite had opened up completely. Not eating meat for a day made him feel uncomfortable all over. He hoped Jiang Nian wouldn't let him down. Jiang Nian told Rongyu to find 2 hooked sticks, one for hanging, a smooth, thin trigger stick, and a pointed top stick. She planned to use a pull-up trap to catch the wild chicken. Rongyu happily went to find the sticks. Jiang Nian then entered her space to buy nylon ropes and millet for the wild chickens. To prevent missing the chicken, she specially caught a big, fat hen from the farm and hid 10 eggs in the grass. In short, she wouldn't let her efforts go to waste. She was determined to catch that chicken today. Rongyu was full of energy and quickly found the sticks. Jiang Nian fixed one stick in an open space, then used a soft branch tied with nylon rope and secured it with a small wooden stick. She pressed down the support and tied it to the fixed stick. After working for about 2 hours, they finally finished. Both were exhausted and sweating profusely. Once the trap was set, they hid in the grass, waiting patiently for the chicken. Time passed second by second. They grew hot and thirsty, covered in mosquito bites, and their legs went numb from squatting. Just as they felt they couldn't hold on anymore, they heard a pop sound. The wild chicken was caught by its leg and hung in the air. Rong-yu cheered excitedly, shouting, "We caught a wild chicken. We can eat meat now." This handmade trap and the wild chicken she caught herself made her feel more satisfied than ever before. Zhao Shun heard the noise and hurried over. When he saw the big, fat wild chicken hanging by one leg in the trap, his eyes turned red with excitement. He made a gesture, and Li Ping quickly went forward to catch the wild chicken, then said to Jiang Nian, "Thanks." Rong-yu gritted her teeth in anger. "We worked hard to catch these chickens. Why should he just take them away?" Jiang Nian hurriedly pulled her back and made a shushing gesture. "Little lady, these chickens are for them to eat. If we don't feed them well, how can we have good days?" Catching wild chickens was just to distract others. Her real goal was the fat chickens in the space farm. Rong-yu looked upset. "Catching another one is not easy. Trust me, tonight we'll make a special roasted chicken dish. You've never tasted anything like it." The two set up traps again and waited for 2 more incense sticks to burn. Rong-yu squatted until her legs went numb, scratching at mosquito bites. Jiang Yen told her to search the grass for wild chicken eggs. Where there are wild chickens, there are sure to be eggs. Hurry and find some. After Rong-yu left, Jiang Yen quietly entered the space and released the big fat chicken she had tied up. The fat chicken strutted proudly, looking for a way out, but in no time, it was caught in the trap, legs flailing. Jiang Yen held the chicken and bumped into Rong-yu. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister-in-law, look at this treasure." Rong-yu opened her coat and revealed a pouch of eggs. "Just found these in the grass. I've never felt so happy in my dreams." "Shh, be quiet." Jiang Yen looked around. As night fell, the 2 women, each holding a chicken or eggs, sneaked back to the tent. When Rong-chi saw the chicken, his eyes showed surprise. "Sister-in-law is truly amazing." "Of course. My sister-in-law is the best in the world. Whoever marries her is lucky." Rong-yu, who had been excited and proud, lowered her voice at the last words. She carefully glanced at Madame Rong, but saw no unusual signs and finally relaxed. Her older brother was gone. What luck was there? Luckily, her mother hadn't heard, or she would be sad again. The job of plucking the chicken and preparing it was naturally left to Rong-chi. As the pillar of the Rong family, he wouldn't hesitate to do the cruel task of killing the chicken. How could the women do it? Although Rong-chi looked reluctant, he didn't stop. Killing chickens was no different from killing people. He just treated it as killing. Soon the big fat chicken was plucked and gutted. Nearby, there was a pond with large lotus leaves floating on the water. Madame Rong and Rong-yu worked together, using a bamboo pole to gather many lotus leaves. Rong-chi dug a large, round hole, and a few people, following Jiang Nian's instructions, divided tasks. Jiang Nian secretly bought many seasonings in her space: salt, 5-spice powder, chili powder, dark soy sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, and massaged the chicken's body and cavity with these ingredients. It would have been better with cooking wine, but due to limited conditions and unavailable supplies, she could only make do. "Sister-in-law, the hole is ready," Rong-chi said quickly, digging a big, round pit. Jiang Nian walked over and almost got struck by lightning. She thought, why is he digging such a big hole? Surely not for himself? It was just a chicken, yet the hole was big enough to bury a person. She sighed, knowing she couldn't offend the future big boss, so she couldn't criticize him. Instead, she told him, "Go gather some firewood." She would handle digging the hole herself. Rong-chi obediently went to collect dry firewood. It was his first time eating chicken in the wild, and he felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. "Gather some dry, easily ignitable wood," Jiang Nian shouted loudly. The pampered young master, unused to outdoor life and unfamiliar with grains, was told not to chop down a tree again. The lotus leaves were brought over, washed, and handed to Jiang Nian. She wrapped the marinated chicken in the lotus leaves and then placed it into the mud that Rong-yu had prepared, making sure it was evenly coated. Elsewhere, Rong-chi carried a bundle of dry firewood over. Jiang Nian nodded in satisfaction. He was teachable. When starting the fire, she secretly flicked her lighter, igniting a fierce blaze instantly. Rong-yu was amazed. "Sister-in-law is amazing." Madame Rong praised. Nian Nian is so impressive. Rong-chi, you've all praised me already. What do I say? Of course, the big boss's praise was different. Rong-chi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he secretly glanced at Jiang Nian, saying, Sister-in-law's fire-starting skills are like the sun's fire, drawing fire from the sky. Truly wonderful.
Wow.
Jiang Nian felt a bit guilty, almost burning her hand. Is my brother-in-law a fire expert? The sun's fire? Isn't that just an ancient fire-starting method? Could he have figured it out? It seemed she needed to be more careful in the future and not reveal too much. Jiang Nian truly misunderstood Rong-chi. He was just complimenting her out of politeness, with no hidden meaning. Rong-yu quickly pushed her brother aside, annoyed. You're just showing off your literary talent and scaring sister-in-law, right? Move aside, move aside. She only wished she was more educated, so she could say, Sister-in-law is truly amazing and can conquer the world. If she were a talented girl, she would surely compose a poem praising her sister-in-law, definitely surpassing her brother. Rong-yu sat next to Jiang Nian, smiling happily as she patted her shoulder and flattered her. Sister-in-law, how do you know so much? Not only can you cook and light a fire, but you can also make beggar's chicken. Jiang Nian swung one leg confidently and said proudly, Of course. I've struggled to survive in the Jiang household. Without some survival skills, I would have starved long ago. A trace of sympathy flickered in Rong-yu's eyes. Sister-in-law, you're so pitiful. Doesn't your father give you enough food? My father isn't really my father. He's just a biological relative. Not having enough to eat is nothing. I suffer daily beatings and feel like I'm dying. If I weren't skilled in medicine and could treat my wounds, I'd have turned to dust long ago. Jiang Nian knew it was time to create a sympathetic image and distance herself from the Jiang family. The more pitiful she appeared, the better. Sure enough, Rong-yu and Madame Rong hugged her, feeling sorry and comforting her. It's all in the past.
Sister-in-law, don't be sad.
In the future, we will be your family. Mother will treat you like her own daughter, right, Mother? Madame Rong nodded, holding Jiang Nian in her arms, her voice trembling slightly. Poor child, life is really hard for you. Your mother left early. From now on, I will be your real mother. No one will bully you. Rong-chi looked at this scene coldly, his eyes complex. He believed Jiang Nian's life in the Jiang household was difficult, but he didn't believe she was truly innocent. Since she married into the Rong family, everything was carefully planned by the Jiang family, including the family's downfall, exile, the eldest sister's imprisonment in the cold palace, and the wrongful deaths of her father and brother, all orchestrated by the Jiang family. Jiang Nian repeatedly pretended to cry and complain, just to cut ties with the Jiang family and appear innocent and wronged. If she hadn't acted during the family's downfall, even her brother in heaven wouldn't be at peace. He wouldn't let her go, even if she was just a pawn discarded by the Jiang family. After nearly half an hour, Jiang Nian used a stick to poke out the beggar's chicken. The outer layer of mud had dried and cracked. With a gentle tap, it shattered. She peeled back the lotus leaf, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air. Smells so good, so fragrant. Rong-yu was so captivated by the smell that she drooled uncontrollably. Even Madame Rong couldn't maintain her usual elegance, eagerly watching the beggar's chicken and salivating. Be careful not to burn yourself. Jiang Nian was the first to tear off a chicken leg and hand it to Rong-yu, then tore off another leg for Lady Rong. Lady Rong waved her hand and refused, saying, Nian Nian, eat it. If you don't eat, Mother will be angry. Unable to persuade her, Jiang Nian reluctantly accepted the other chicken leg. Just as she opened her mouth to eat, she suddenly thought of the future powerful official. She turned her head and smiled as she handed the chicken leg over, saying, Second brother, here you go. Rong-chi politely pushed it back and said, Sister-in-law, you eat. Thank you for your kindness. They exchanged a few words, each refusing the other. Jiang Nian gave up, not because she didn't want to share, but because they were in the wild. Everyone was eating wild vegetables, and they had a delicious chicken. If someone saw and tried to snatch it, trouble could happen. It was best to finish the roasted chicken quickly. Jiang Mian quickly finished her chicken leg and didn't forget to tear off a piece of chicken wing to give Rongqi, saying, "Try this." Rongqi took a small bite and found the meat tender and flavorful, especially with the aroma of lotus leaves mixed in, creating a unique taste. The lotus leaf's fresh scent balanced the greasiness of the chicken, making the overall flavor light and pleasant. It was 100 times better than the roasted lamb he had at the palace banquet. Jiang Mian's first attempt at making a rustic chicken dish was surprisingly successful. This simple method of cooking was perfect for outdoor survival. The lotus leaves and dirt absorbed the chicken's moisture well, and the minimal seasoning kept the original flavor intact. It was even tastier than takeout made with modern tricks and technology. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. It's so delicious. I like you so much, Rongyi said, licking her fingers and waving her big thumbs up happily. The family of 4 finished eating quickly. In no time, they devoured 1 chicken. When Zhao Shun and others arrived attracted by the smell, only a pile of chicken bones remained. He sniffed and looked disappointed, as if the delicious aroma he had smelled earlier was just an illusion. Jiang Mian wiped her fingers and politely smiled at Zhao Shun, asking, "What brings you here, Lord Zhao?" Zhao Shun didn't answer. Li Ping stepped forward and asked, "That chicken just now, did you make it?" Jiang Mian nodded and pointed to the dirt on the ground, saying, "I used the simplest method, covering the chicken with mud and roasting it over fire. The flavor is pure and original, simply wonderful." Li Ping and Zhao Shun exchanged glances, both wondering silently, did they smell something wrong earlier? Can a chicken cooked with mud really be eaten? Li Ping said, "Next time we catch chickens, please ask Madame Rong to help." She was quite polite. Jiang Mian nodded and cheerfully replied, "No trouble at all. Cooking for the master is my honor. This way, I can openly sneak some food without fear of the hungry wolves from the main house watching closely." Rong family main house Rong Yena huffed angrily. "They say we don't care about blood ties and family bonds. What about them? They eat so happily, completely ignoring the main house." The smell of chicken wafted through the air. She longed to lick it through the air, staring eagerly at the second house's delicious food. Suddenly, she found the wild vegetables in her bowl hard to swallow. She really wanted to eat meat, so badly, so desperately. She planned to go forward and ask for some, but Fu Rong stopped her. Her heart was full of frustration with Lu Furong. After cursing, Rong Yena still felt unsatisfied. She slapped Lu Furong across the face. "You worthless thing. It's all your fault. You're a troublemaker. Ever since you came to our house, bad things keep happening. The second house drove you out. Do you even have the nerve to stay alive?" Lu Furong staggered and fell to the ground, clutching her swollen cheek, tears streaming down her face. "Cousin, the troublemaker is clearly Jiang Mian. It's Zhang's family who harmed Rong family. Why are you blaming me?" She cried so sadly and unfairly. Rong Tong sighed and gave Lu Fengru a look. Lu Fengru helped Lu Furong up, shook her head in disappointment, and patted Rong Yener's head. "Yener, the second house is unkind and unjust. Why are you taking your anger out on your cousin? She's already admitted her mistake. Don't scold her so harshly." Rong Yener was furious and didn't listen to her mother. The more her mother tried to stop her, the more she beat Lu Furong like a shrew.
Bitch.
"What tricks did you use? Even my parents favor you. You've caused me not to be able to eat meat. All because of you." Lu Furong was pulled by her hair several times, her face turning pale from pain. But after Lu Fengru and Rong Tong pretended to intervene, they stopped. They let their daughter hit her. There was nothing they could do. The officials had grown tired of the concubine. Even if they hurried to put her to bed, they couldn't get a single bun. Recently, Su Liang had been subtly indicating that he was interested in Lu Furong. Lu Fengru thought about the dream Lu Furong mentioned, feeling conflicted. Should she send her niece to the officials in exchange for grain, or wait for the second house to turn things around? In comparison, solving the current problem was the most important. As for the vague, distant dream, it was already an illusion. Why take it seriously? Liu Furong's face was so swollen, she couldn't speak clearly. She looked at Lu Fengru with a sad expression, hoping she would say something kind. However, Lu Fengru turned her head away. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her fists and helped Liu Furong to stand again. She scolded Rongyan. "What are you doing? Do you know Su Liang has his eyes on your older sister? If you hit the woman the officer likes, you might get whipped." Rongyan was surprised but then happily said, "Mother, the officer likes my sister."
Does that mean?
"We might have food to eat." Lu Fengru glared at her and glanced at Liu Furong with the corner of her eye. She pretended to be angry and said, "What nonsense are you talking? Rong is my niece, your older sister. Even if Su Liang likes her, so what? I will do everything I can to protect Rong." Tong also pretended to agree. Yes, Rong is a relative. Blood is thicker than water. She's not like those lowly concubines. From now on, don't talk nonsense. Although they spoke up for Liu Furong, her heart was filled with turmoil. Fear slowly spread through her body. She knew her aunt and uncle well. To them, concubines were considered worthless, worse than pigs or dogs. And she, a cousin who betrayed the main family, had returned suddenly. Her status was only second to the concubines, maybe even lower. Today, her aunt and uncle's words clearly meant she couldn't return to the second house. If she wanted to stay in the main house, she could only sacrifice herself for the family's benefit to survive. Otherwise, thinking about her miserable fate compared to the concubines and the shame of being humiliated and mistreated by the officer, Liu Furong shivered all over. No, she couldn't just wait and see. She absolutely couldn't. After the beggar's chicken was finished, the beggar's egg was ready too. She used a stick to peel it out and gently knocked off the mud on the egg. Rong Yu's eyes lit up with surprise. "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect that an egg covered in mud could be roasted and eaten. No wonder it's called a beggar's egg. It's more fragrant than boiled eggs." Jiang Nian peeled the eggshell. The roasted eggs, slightly yellow and dry, emitted a faint aroma. Rong Yu inhaled deeply, enchanted. "It really smells good." She didn't dislike it at all. She imitated Jiang Nian, tapping the mud on top of the egg, then gently peeling it open. Some eggs were very well cooked and dry, while others still had runny yolks, only half cooked. Madame Rong smiled warmly as she took the peeled eggs from her daughter. She didn't mind the black dust on them. She took a bite, and the rich flavor filled her mouth. She vowed she had never eaten such delicious eggs in her life. Rongqi stared at the roasted egg in her hand, lost in thought. Jiang Yan was quite skilled at outdoor survival, which matched her words. Since the Jiang family didn't provide food, she had to learn many skills just to fill her stomach. The roasted egg looked plain, with a slightly blackened shell and a bit of char, but despite its simple appearance, it made people crave it. Rongqi looked at the egg, her throat unconsciously tightening. She couldn't resist taking a bite. The moment her teeth touched the egg, a unique flavor slowly spread in her mouth. The taste was very different from a boiled egg. It had a smoky aroma and a crispy texture. The cooked egg white was chewy, while the yolk was smooth and melt in your mouth, like a rich, fragrant treat dancing on her tongue.
His sister-in-law.
How many more surprises did he not know about her? Everyone else was eating happily, except Madame Rong, who was nibbling on her egg and lamenting how hard Jiang Yan's life was at the Jiang residence, even cursing Jiang Shangshu, saying she was worse than an animal and that her own daughter was living like a wild girl. Poor child, taking on a husband who didn't want her, married into the Rong family, and from that day on, she was a widow, exiled. Life was truly hard, more so than a noble lady in the cold palace or the eldest son who had died. Everyone ate 2 roasted eggs, leaving 2 behind, which Rongyu secretly hid in her pocket to eat when hungry. Jiang Nian wasn't really skilled at outdoor survival. She just loved watching videos and following outdoor survival bloggers. The roasted chicken egg was just a childhood memory, a nostalgic taste from her youth. If only she could roast sweet potatoes, that would be even better. After eating and resting for the night, they would continue their journey early the next morning. Jiang Nian massaged her feet, still not forgetting to instruct Rongyu to set up the tent. Although it was June, the night breeze was cool. They had to sleep on the ground and also set up a tent to block the wind. Madame Rome was busy spreading grass to make a mattress and folding old clothes to use as a pillow. Rong Chi, meanwhile, was shackled and lying in the prison cart, feeling quite relaxed. Jiang Nian wondered, was he not supposed to go to the toilet? And Zhao Shun, who had been given so many benefits, couldn't he just take off the shackles and only carry the chains? How could he sleep with such heavy restraints? Yue, what about the remaining roasted eggs? Jiang Nian stopped picking at her feet and reached out to Rongyu. Rongyu took an egg from her pocket and handed it over. It's still warm. Sister-in-law, eat quickly. Jiang Nian put on her shoes and headed toward the officer's tent. I won't eat. I'm going to deliver a gift, and by the way, let Zhao Shun remove the shackles from your brother's neck. Zhao Shun was not asleep. A bonfire burned outside the tent. Dinner was salted fish mixed with roasted chicken, which made his stomach uncomfortable. From afar, he saw Jiang Nian approaching. He sat up straight, with a serious look on his face. Jiang Nian smiled and handed him 2 eggs. Lord Zhao, freshly roasted eggs. Would you like to try one? Zhao Shun frowned, feeling no appetite. He instinctively placed his hand over his chest. His stomach felt tight and painful. He probably ate too salty. Jiang Nian noticed this movement carefully. She blinked and said, Sir, it's time to check your pulse. He extended his wrist. Jiang Nian pressed her fingers to his forehead and then took his pulse with 2 fingers. After a moment, she said, Sir, your liver and spleen are out of balance. Your abdomen is bloated and prefers warm food. You have acid reflux and belching. Eating fish and chicken together is hard to digest, caused by too much salt from the fire-roasted food. She took out 2 stomach medicine pills from her pocket and handed them to him. Sir, these are stomach medicine pills. They help digestion, promote qi flow, and relieve pain. Zhao Shun trusted her and swallowed the pills. The sour and sweet taste quickly eased his stomach discomfort. After a short while, he felt a bit better. Throughout the journey, Jiang Nian had been gathering herbs to treat him. He secretly vowed to himself, don't doubt others without reason. If he wanted her to help with his health, he couldn't be suspicious or hesitant. Seeing his expression relax a little, Jiang Nian handed him 2 more eggs. Freshly roasted eggs. You can eat these tomorrow morning. Zhao Shun put the eggs in his pocket and asked, Tell me what's the matter? Jiang Nian giggled and looked toward the direction where Rong Chi was. My younger brother-in-law is badly injured and still wearing shackles. How can he sleep peacefully? I was thinking. Finally Ping to remove them. Zhao Shun waved his hand and rubbed his stomach as he went into the tent. His stomach pain was better, and he wanted to sleep early. He needed rest because they had to travel again tomorrow. Jiang Nian was good at acting cute and flattering. She knew how to get what she wanted. Removing the shackles was a small request she could fulfill. Thank you, Lord Zhao, Jiang Nian said happily and hurried to find Li Ping. After searching around, she couldn't find Li Ping. She was worried. Where could he be? He wasn't resting in the tent at night. Where could he have gone? Just as she was about to go back, she heard crying and whimpering coming from the dark next door. Jiang Nian quickly listened carefully. I thought it was some rogue official bullying a female prisoner, but I didn't expect her to hear the voices of Lu Furong and Li Ping. Li Ping's fingers made cracking sounds as he clenched his fists, his teeth clenched in anger. That dog Su Liang, I warned him many times to control himself, but he still had designs on Miss Lu. I'll report to Brother Zhao and have him watch closely so that Miss Lu won't suffer any more wrongs. Lu Furong's eyes reddened and her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Lord Li, for saving me. I have no way to repay you. I only wish to serve as a beast or horse in my next life, to repay Lord Li's kindness. As she spoke, she knelt on her knees and bowed her head to Li Ping. Lu Furong was already very beautiful. When she cried, her tears looked like pear blossoms, and her plain prison clothes couldn't hide her delicate, pitiable aura. Li Ping quickly helped her up. His large hand touched her soft body, and at that moment, his ears turned red. He stammered, Miss Lu, there's no need to thank me. Brother Zhao said that officials are forbidden from mistreating female prisoners. I am just following Brother Zhao's orders. Lu Furong knelt on the ground and didn't get up. She raised her small face, her cheeks swollen and red, looking especially pitiful under the cold moonlight. Li Ping was stunned.
Your
Face. Was it Su Liang who hit you? Lu Furong shook her head, her shoulders trembling and hitching as she spoke. It was someone from the main house. No, I hit myself. She lowered her head again, her shoulders trembling as if she was very frightened. Li Ping was surprised but then calmed down. He knew well what kind of people the main house was. On the way into Exile, to get food, she sent her maid to Su Liang and Li Gao's bed. 5 of the 8 maids who traveled with them died, leaving only 3, now also gaunt and crazy. He and Zhao Shun's group only cared about money, not women. The people from the main house couldn't get close to him, so they turned to Su Liang. After Li Gao's death, Su Liang's people were few, and the maids from the main house were bored of playing with them, so they set their sights on Rong Yenying. How could the main house allow the legitimate daughter to sell her body? Coincidentally, Lu Furong was driven back to the main house by the second house, shifting Su Liang's attention elsewhere. Lu Furong was truly pitiful. She was wholeheartedly loyal to the second house, only to be driven away in the end. Li Ping helped her up and couldn't help but complain a little, saying, I used to think the second wife was a good person, and Jiang Yan was also loyal and kind. I didn't expect her to be so ruthless sometimes. Miss Lu, you've suffered. However, Lu Furong looked frightened and shook her head desperately. No, this isn't my sister-in-law's fault. It was Furong's own jealousy and foolishness. I repeatedly betrayed my sister-in-law and hurt second young Master Rong. I know I was wrong, but there's no medicine for regret in this world. I ended up like this, and I regret it deeply. She cried loudly, her eyes full of remorse. Anyone who saw her would believe she sincerely knew her mistakes and regretted her actions. Li Ping looked at the woman in front of him, tears in her eyes, and felt a wave of pity. Lu Furong was originally innocent and not a prisoner of a low status. It was her own carelessness, driven by her love for her family, that led her to follow the exile. She also accused the main family of being unkind and neglecting the second family. Even if this delicate woman was momentarily confused and made mistakes, it was understandable. He truly couldn't bear to see such a gentle woman upset. He knelt down softly and said kindly, admitting mistakes and changing for the better is the greatest virtue. Miss Lu, I admire your awareness. You don't need to be afraid. With me protecting you, Su Liang and the main family won't dare to do anything to you. As for Jiang Yan, as long as you don't provoke her and sincerely repent, I believe she will forgive you. Listening in secret, Jiang Yan curled her lips. Li Ping, this naive young man, was easily fooled by a few words and seemed to have lost his way. He probably missed his wife so much he was going crazy. But Lu Furong's behavior was strange. She didn't take the opportunity to speak ill of her. Could it be? She was truly deceived by the false rumors about poison? Jiang Mian's legs went numb from squatting. Just as she moved her legs, Li Ping heard her. Who? Jiang Mian stood up with a strange smile. Sorry to bother you. I'll leave now. She had only taken a few steps when Li Ping reached out to stop her. What are you sneaking around for? Lu Furong saw Jiang Mian and was so frightened she hid behind Li Ping, lowering her gaze to her toes in silence. She didn't try to act or show off her skills. She looked very honest. Jiang Yan peeked at Lu Furong. Li Ping quickly stretched out his arm to block her view. What are you looking at? Say what you need to say. Lord Zhao asked you to help Rong Qi remove his shackles. Jiang Yan looked away and pointed to Zhao Shun's tent.
He sent a gift.
You and Lord Zhao each have one. Li Ping hummed twice, took off the key from his waist, and strode toward Rong Qi. After a few steps, he turned back to warn Jiang Yan. What are you standing there for? Trying to cause trouble? Jiang Yan quickly caught up, followed by Lu Furong, who also tried to flatter him with a smile. Sister-in-law, so obedient? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. It seems that when dealing with a scheming person, there's no need to argue. Just give her a good punch, and she'll behave.
Yes.
Jiang Nian nodded and kept walking, ignoring Lu Furong. Rongqi relaxed and stretched comfortably, finally able to lie down and sleep well. Jiang Nian handed him a torn cloth, with a caring look in her eyes. Second brother, even though it's hot in June, nights can be cold. Cover your stomach when you sleep to avoid catching a cold. Since his body was weak and the night wind in the wilderness was chilly, catching a cold would be hard to treat. Traditional Chinese medicine says that the abdomen is close to the internal organs, and when sleeping deeply, the body's yang energy is stored inside, making it easy to get cold. Even in summer, a piece of cloth should be placed over the stomach. When Rongqi saw the neatly folded torn cloth, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly took it. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your thoughtful care. Hey, I'm your sister-in-law, the eldest sister-in-law like a mother. No need to thank me. We're family. No need to be so polite. Her caring tone made Rongqi feel a bit amused. Someone younger than him, always calling the eldest sister-in-law like a mother, cares more about the second brother than his own mother. This kind of concern, aside from the annoying family hierarchy, was indeed rare. Rongqi looked up, staring directly at her. His dark eyes shimmered with emotions he couldn't understand, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. Jiang Nian kept trying to please him, always mentioning family. He could see she was making an effort to flatter him. Unlike Lu Furong, her flattery was just right, exactly what he needed. Even his mother and sister looked up to her. He couldn't understand what value he still had that made Jiang Nian go to such lengths to please him.
Could it be that?
A slight smile appeared at the corner of Rongqi's lips. His voice softened a bit. Sister-in-law, you should also keep warm. Jiang Nian was momentarily stunned but soon felt happy inside.
Wow.
The future powerful official cares about her. This means she's opening her heart and fully accepting her as sister-in-law. Indeed, hard work pays off. After days of spending time together, she finally got closer to the future powerful official, and her speech no longer stuttered much. Jiang Nian squinted her eyes and said, Second brother, rest soon. We have to leave early tomorrow morning, so go to bed early to rest and gather strength. Only with good spirits can we face the new day, okay? The main household of the Rong family saw Lu Furong crying when she returned and thought Su Liang had succeeded, so they showed her some kindness. Lu Fengru held Lu Furong's hand and pretended to be caring, scolding her. You wicked creature, destroying the main household's wife was bad enough, and now you want to ruin the young lady of the main family.
Bah.
Those who do wrong will not have a good ending. Lu Furong wiped her tears, secretly sneering inside, but looked touched on the outside, saying, Auntie. Furong knew you still care about me, sob. Rong Yenner rarely scolded her, but instead tiptoed and looked forward eagerly. When would her big chicken leg arrive? In the past, after the maidservants served the officials would reward them with big chicken legs. Father would take a bite, mother would take a bite, and the rest would be hers. Lu Furong was young and inexperienced, so she thought she would get 2 chicken legs. However, she waited all night and did not get her chicken leg. The next morning, before dawn, Su Liang came with a beating. Rong Tong was beaten so badly, he cried out loud. Lu Fengru knelt on the ground, begging bitterly, Sir, please don't hit anymore. Please have mercy and spare my husband this time. Su Liang did not succeed last night. Not only was he scolded by Li Ping, but he was also cursed by Zhao Shun early that morning. He was very angry and needed to vent. But Lu Furong was protected by Li Ping and couldn't be touched. Beating others was still okay. Rong Tong had already been beaten unconscious. Lu Fengru cried uncontrollably, trying to shake him awake and slap his face, but he wouldn't wake up. Rong Yenner was scared and hid to the side, trembling and not daring to go forward. Su Liang looked at her with a fierce face that showed a hint of lewdness. He reached out and touched her, her skin tender like a broken eggshell. Rong Yenner screamed in fear and was beaten hard by Su Liang. If you dare to scream again, I'll beat you to death. Lu Fengru saw her daughter being hit and quickly put down her husband to protect Rong Yenner, begging Su Liang, Sir, the child doesn't know better. Please have mercy and be kind. She handed over the only gold bracelet on her wrist and said, "Sir." Su Liang took the bracelet, sniffed it lightly, and tilted his head to look at Lu Fengru from top to bottom. "I think the lady still has charm. How about you take the place of your daughter?" "What?" Lu Fengru's body stiffened, and her face turned very pale. She didn't understand. Last night, she sent Lu Furong to Su Liang's bed, but she gained nothing, and today she was in trouble. What is really going on? Lu Furong looked at everything coldly, her eyes full of resentment. Serves her right. When she met her aunt's suspicious gaze, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly lowered her eyes and said, "Aunt, Lord Su didn't like me. I had no choice." Li Ping was quite helpful, not wasting her efforts from yesterday's performance.
Su Liang sir, not Gun Li.
"I don't have patience. If you want to enjoy the benefits, you need to act." "Madam, I'll be waiting for you tonight." Lu Fengru collapsed to the ground. She didn't understand what Su Liang had taken a fancy to. This delicate young lady didn't like him, but he was still after her. Her gaze fell on Lu Furong. Lu Fengru was furious. She slapped her with a fierce face. "Useless waste. What did you do last night? You couldn't even keep Su Liang away." Lu Furong was knocked to the ground, clutching her swollen cheek and crying, "Aunt, I am also helpless. Su Liang doesn't like someone like me. He only likes a charming wife like you. What can I do?" "Boo-hoo. What can I do?" Her crying was just loud enough to catch Li Ping's attention. Li Ping frowned and came over with a whip. "What are you shouting for? Want a whipping?" Rong Yenner was so scared she hugged Lu Fengru. Another whip was coming, and she wondered if she had to take it. She glared resentfully at Lu Furong. It was this useless girl who caused her to miss out on food, made her father get beaten, and her mother be harassed by Su Liang. Useless, useless, useless. The more vicious the people in the main house, the more pitiful Lu Furong seemed. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she looked at Li Ping with a pitiful plea, which would surely evoke sympathy from anyone who saw her. Li Ping's heart moved. He deliberately shouted, "Lu Furong, carry my bag. If you dare to slack off, I'll beat you to death." Lu Furong trembled, quickly lowered her eyes, and stammered, "Yes, sir." Li Ping saw her like this and thought he had spoken too harshly, so he softened his tone a little. "I heard that Miss Lu is good at sewing. I have some torn clothes that need mending. Could you please help?" Lu Furong gracefully bowed. "It is my honor." She looked up at Li Ping with innocent, pitiful eyes. Her soft voice made people feel warm and a little dizzy. Li Ping's ears turned red. He quickly looked away and walked away quickly. Lu Furong withdrew her gaze, glared at Rong Yuer, then stepped toward Lu Fengru. Her voice was full of sadness. "Aunt, it's all my fault. I haven't gained Su Liangqing's favor. But Li Ping is close to Zhao Shun. I will do my best to help Aunt. You don't need to worry about me." But she was probably more worried about how to avoid Su Liang. Her uncle was narrow-minded. If the wife was gone, he could marry again. Women were like clothes. Even if she became the main wife, she might still be sent away, like a commodity. Out of family ties, she even told her aunt that her past life was just a dream. But she was unappreciated and treated coldly. If that was the case, she wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. "Aunt, cousin, I hope you all find good fortune." When Zhao Shun learned that Li Ping was taking care of Lu Furong, he frowned and warned him. "Li Ping, you know the rules. Keep your behavior in check." Li Ping's face turned red. He quickly explained, "Big brother, am I that kind of person? I only helped Lu Furong because she looked pitiful. I have no bad intentions." "Good to know. After we finish sending these prisoners, you'll have enough money to marry a good woman. Stay away from prisoners of low status." Li Ping wanted to say that Lu Furong wasn't of low status, but he swallowed his words and replied obediently, "Yes, whether she was of low status or not, she chose to follow the exile with the Rong family, so she was considered a prisoner." The second wife of the Rong family had a good night and a good sleep. They set out early and quickly led the main group. The first wife's family was in trouble. They were at the back of the line and had to endure the whip from the guards. Su Liang was scolded and angry. He deliberately caused trouble at the end of the line, whipping anyone who disagreed. Rome Tong was crying out in pain. Lu Fengru held her trembling daughter, afraid her husband would push her out to flatter Su Liang to avoid punishment. As the saying goes, thoughts become reality. Rome Tong kept begging and even pulled Lu Fengru in front of Su Liang. "Sir, if you want to play, just do it.
I will send her to you tonight."
Please stop hitting her." Su Liang finally put down the whip. He reached out and pinched Lu Fengru's buttock, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Madam, don't keep me waiting." Lu Fengru was furious, but dared not curse loudly, fearing the whip might turn on her. After Su Liang left, she gritted her teeth and angrily questioned Rome Tong. "My husband, I am the main wife." How could you? How could you?" Rome Tong grimaced in pain and shot her a glance. "Main wife. You are just a concubine who was made official. What's the difference from those playthings?" "You." Lu Fengru was so angry she nearly fainted from the rush of blood. Ahead, Zhang Nian supported Lady Rong, and Rong Yu helped her walk. The three of them supported each other, and the chains at their feet clanged loudly, showing they were walking with strength. Rong Qi continued to be shackled and sat painfully on the prison cart. The bumpy mountain road made the team walk faster. Rong Qi was chained and shaken so hard that his bones felt like they might break. To make things worse, he had eaten a lot yesterday and hadn't had a chance to relieve himself this morning. Now his lower abdomen was swollen and painful, and the feeling of fullness was hard to describe. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and faint blue veins bulged. His thin, long fingers clenched tightly. Some things, the more you endure, the more they seem to want to come out. Rong Qi took deep breaths, his face calm and steady. Only someone who truly knew him would realize how hard he was trying to endure. After walking for 2 hours, Zhang Nian was parched and exhausted. The scorching sun spun overhead, and even the ground seemed to steam. She couldn't take it anymore. If she kept walking, she might suffer heat stroke. She urgently needed to enter the space to buy a bottle of cold cola. Lady Rome clutched her chest and gasped for air. Her fair face was flushed. In the past, she was pampered and comfortable, with ice in summer and warm charcoal in winter. She had never suffered like this. June's weather was like a giant steamer, so hot she couldn't breathe. She couldn't imagine how unbearable July and August would be. Rong Yu's face was also red from the heat. Sweat soaked her hair and stuck it tightly to her face. Her steps were no longer as lively as before. She looked tired and hot, unable to walk further. She turned to look at the prison cart and saw her second brother clenched fists, with a pained expression. Rong Yu shouted, "Oh no, second brother has heat stroke." Zhang Nian and Lady Rong both turned around at the same time, and indeed saw Rong Qi looking pale and biting his lip to endure. Zhang Nian looked at the sun and had a bad feeling. Second brother is weak. It's very hot outside, and he might get heat stroke. Mother, you give him some water first. I'll ask the guards to stop and rest for a while, okay? Lady Rong took out a water pouch from her waist and handed it to Rong Qi. Son, drink some quickly. Rong Qi pressed his lips tightly and slightly turned away. Seeing that he wouldn't drink, Lady Rong became anxious. How can you not drink water? It's so hot, and if you get heat stroke, what will we do? Xian, be obedient. Drink more water, okay? Rong Qi. He wanted to go to the bathroom and didn't want to drink water. Just seeing the water made him. But Lady Rong was worried and anxious. She asked Rong Yu to open his mouth and force the water in. How can you not drink water in this hot weather? If you get dehydrated or heat stroke, your body can't handle it. Beware, help quickly. Rong Qi was furious. He was forced by his mother and sister to drink mouthful after mouthful until his stomach was painfully full. He finally couldn't hold it anymore and shouted, "Stop the carriage." The main group really stopped. Zhang Nian hurried over, excited, holding the water pouch. "I've talked to Lord Zhao. We're allowed to rest for an incense stick. Drink some water quickly. If you get heat stroke, it'll be hard to handle." Water? Again with water. Rong Qi closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth, trying to hold back the feeling of about to burst. But the more he tried to control it, the stronger the urge became. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore, his face turning red, his eyelashes trembling lightly. I need to go to the bathroom. All three froze at once. Wait, he's not getting heat stroke? Jiang Mian was the first to react. She quickly called Li Ping. Sir, my second brother needs to go to the toilet. Please help him unlock the shackles. Such straightforward words made Rongqi's ears turn red. If there was a hole under his feet, he'd want to crawl into it. But Li Ping moved slowly, even unlocking the key more deliberately than usual. Rongqi had never been so tormented. It felt like 100 years had passed. Finally, the shackles were removed. Rongqi, like a rabbit, darted away quickly. Jiang Mian had never seen the future powerful officials so embarrassed. Today, she truly saw it with her own eyes. Rongyu stared in shock. Second brother is always like this. He doesn't show his emotions easily, not even when he's in urgent need. It's no wonder he suffers. Madame Rong slightly pursed her lips and spoke to stop her, saying, Don't talk about your second brother. He just doesn't want to trouble us. Thinking about her son's urgent need, she forcibly fed him a lot of water. Just thinking about it made Madame Rong feel distressed. After about an incense stick's time, Rongqi finally lowered his gaze and returned. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. He must have taken a long time to pee. But she didn't plan to tease him, unless she wanted to test her patience. Rongqi returned to the prison cart and resumed his calm, carefree appearance, as if he wasn't the one who had just been desperate and uncomfortable. Madame Rong looked at her son, wanting to say something but hesitating. After a moment of struggle, she looked at him again and opened her mouth. Rongqi looked up, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Mother, do you have something to say to your son? Madame Rong sighed, somewhat helpless, and said, People have urgent needs. Holding it in can easily harm your health. If you need to go in the future, be brave and speak up. Don't keep it all inside and hurt yourself. Rongqi was stunned, and a sudden blush appeared on his cheeks, quickly spreading to his ears. Understood. His mother, usually elegant and proper, suddenly said such words in front of her sister-in-law. Jiang Mian quickly tried to smooth things over. I also need to go. I'll just take a quick bathroom break. It's just going to the toilet. What's there to be shy or embarrassed about? She openly said it, hoping that in the future, officials would drop their pretenses and not be so formal on the road. I'll go too. Rongyu eagerly followed. Jiang Mian ran quickly, afraid she'd be caught up. She wanted to drink cold cola. How could her sister-in-law follow? She slipped into the grass, quickly entered her space. Rongyu missed her target, even though she saw her sister-in-law just a moment ago. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? When Jiang Mian entered her space, she saw that her ball farm had upgraded. Now she could plant herbs and vegetables. She clicked to plant everything with one button, sold the original crops, and bought some fresh purple perilla from the ball pharmacy. She also bought 2 bottles of cold cola. She wanted to buy Huixiang Jingqi water, but the taste was too strong. She couldn't stand it herself, so she didn't take it out to bother others. Purple perilla is quite useful. It's tasty and refreshing when eaten raw or used in soup, and it helps cool down and beat the heat. She also found that it wouldn't arouse suspicion and could earn Zhao Shun's trust. When Jiang Mian appeared with a bunch of purple perilla, Rongyu was still spinning around, scratching her head and wondering where her sister-in-law had gone. Where? Jiang Mian patted her shoulder and held the purple perilla in front of her. Look what I found. Rongyu pushed aside the perilla leaves and saw Jiang Mian. She bit her lip in annoyance. Sister-in-law, why do you always appear out of nowhere? I don't. Jiang Mian touched her nose and lifted her chin, pointing ahead. I just found some perilla and got a bit too excited, so I ran over quickly. This is perilla? Rongyu asked curiously, picking a leaf and sniffing it. What a strong smell. It had a strange scent, almost as strong as fish mint. This is a wonderful herb for cooling down in summer. It smells nice to me, Jiang Mian said, clearly enjoying it. When they returned, the group was already gathered and ready to continue their journey. Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. They barely had time to rest before setting off again. It was exhausting. After walking for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, a sudden shout came from the front of the group. Brother! Brother! What's wrong? Jiang Nian looked toward the sound and saw that the group had stopped. The voice came from among the government officers. Madame Rong noticed it too and stood on tiptoe, whispering curiously, "It looks like someone fainted." "Rong, you said, it's Lord Zhao." That was Li Ping's voice. Jiang Nian's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran forward, pushing through the crowd. "Move aside. Don't block the air." Seeing her, Li Ping looked anxious. "Please, help my brother." Jiang Nian then noticed that beside Li Ping stood Lu Furong, quiet and obedient, carrying a small bundle. She didn't have time to wonder how Lu Furong had ended up with Li Ping. Her attention turned to Zhao Shun. Zhao Shun was unconscious, his face flushed as if he were drunk. His limbs were hot to the touch, clearly heat stroke. After checking his pulse, Jiang Nian realized it was serious. He had been bitten on the ankle by a rat earlier, and though she had treated it, his recovery wasn't complete. Combined with poor appetite and constant fatigue, his body had grown weak. After days of travel under the scorching sun, he finally collapsed. Seeing Jiang Nian frown, Li Ping grew even more worried. "How is my brother?" "My brother must be fine," Li Ping thought anxiously. If something happened to him, Su Liang would take full control and continue bullying the women of the Rong family. How could he explain that to their allies? Sweat poured down Li Ping's face as he looked at Jiang Nian again. "Is there any way to treat him?" Jiang Nian finished her checkup and stood up, saying to Li Ping, "It's just heat stroke, no serious problem. Quickly clear the crowd and move Lord Zhao to a shady, breezy spot under the trees. Otherwise, if too many people gather around, he might overheat." "Heat stroke?" Li Ping's eyes rolled back, and he staggered. Since birth, the worst illnesses he knew were colds and heat stroke, and when they happen, only waiting to die was an option. But Jiang Nian said it was just heat stroke and not serious? Was she joking or hiding something? Lu Furong quickly helped Li Ping steady himself, glancing at Jiang Nian out of the corner of her eye, and said softly, "Lord Li, the Madam Doctor is very skilled. Since she says it's fine, it probably isn't a big problem. Please clear the crowd and move Lord Zhao to a cool place." Li Ping, holding his hot head, waved his hand. "Everyone, step back. A few people help move my elder brother under the big tree." He felt his nerves were too fragile, seeing the heat made him panic. But Lu Furong remained calm and composed. Jiang Nian looked at Lu Furong with some surprise. Had she learned to behave? Or was she truly afraid of her? Or maybe she was hiding other thoughts. She didn't perform any tricks or take advantage of the situation. Instead, she spoke to Jiang Nian kindly. Her eyelashes flickered, and Jiang Nian looked away. She didn't care what little plans Lu Furong had, just as long as she didn't cause trouble for her. Under the big tree, Li Ping fanned Zhao Shun with a reed and looked at Jiang Nian. "Madam, since you say he's fine, how should we treat him?" He could only place all his hope on Jiang Nian. His elder brother must not die, or Su Liang would be furious. If Su Liang became angry, the women prisoners who were exiled might suffer, and he couldn't protect Lu Furong. Jiang Nian gave him a calm look, then squatted down, spreading Zhao Shun's limbs, unfastening his clothes and belt, and lifting his feet. "What are you doing?" Li Ping exclaimed in shock, grabbing Jiang Nian's arm, his face turning red. You're being so reckless, taking off my elder brother's clothes in broad daylight and lifting his feet. What are you trying to do?" Jiang Nian frowned and slapped his hand away. "I'm saving him." "What are you thinking, you?" Li Ping's face stayed red. He didn't understand. Why was saving someone also seen as inappropriate? Fingers clenched tightly, Li Ping's expression was difficult to describe, filled with pain and patience. He clenched his teeth and thought silently, "You better save the person. If you take the chance to do something to Big Brother and cause him to lose his reputation, I will beat you to death." Jiang Nian rolled her eyes. "You're so dirty-minded. Everything looks dirty to you. I'm here to treat and save people. If I keep arguing and delaying, and Lord Zhao has an emergency, you'll be the main culprit. Lu Furong quickly and gently advised, "Big brother Li, sister-in-law is saving someone. It's not what you think." Only then did Li Ping relax his shoulders, but his eyes remained wide and fixed on Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian patted Zhao Shun's shoulder, then gently touched his face to wake him up. Fortunately, Zhao Shun's heat stroke wasn't serious. After a few light pats and pinches, he slowly woke up.
What?
What happened to me? Zhao Shun covered his swollen head, feeling dry mouth and tongue, with weak limbs. Li Ping stepped forward and said, "Big brother, you had heat stroke. Jiang Mian saved you." Zhao Shun nodded slightly and said to Jiang Mian, "Thank you." His mouth was dry and his body felt weak, so he had no energy to say more. Jiang Mian smiled and said, "It's just a relief that Lord Zhao is fine. It's my honor to treat you." But she paused and continued, "Heat stroke is no small matter. Even though you've woken up, you still need to be careful not to worsen it. I just found a large bunch of purple perilla. My sister and I picked a lot. You and the officials should cook some soup. It can clear heat and cool you down, and also help your stomach. Drinking more will be good for your health." Li Ping hurriedly said, "Yes, big brother. Heat stroke is serious. You just fainted, and I was so scared I felt like my liver and gallbladder were breaking. You should order a rest and wait until night to continue. At night, it's cooler, without the sun's heat, making heat stroke less likely. It also helps to calm Su Liang's bad thoughts. It's better to keep Mother Furong's reputation safe." Zhao Shun nodded. "That's good. Order a rest, and we'll set out again after the sun goes down." "All right, big brother." Li Ping raised his whip and struck a copper bell to give orders, telling the prisoners and officials to rest and wait until sunset to continue. Luckily, there was a small river nearby. Many officials couldn't wait to jump in and wash off the heat. Jiang Mian brought a bundle of purple perilla leaves, using the officials' large pot to boil water. Lu Furong kindly helped, occasionally flashing a flattering smile. Jiang Mian was puzzled. Was her itching powder really so powerful? So powerful that Lu Furong had suddenly changed her attitude? She shrugged and didn't believe that someone with bad behavior could quickly change their attitude unless she had been possessed. Clearly, Lu Furong was not possessed, so she must be hiding something big. "All right, I don't dare to order you around," Jiang Mian said, pushing Lu Furong aside. She called to Rongyu. "Yue, come help." Lu Furong bit her lip and wisely stepped back. Jiang Mian increasingly thought that Lu Furong was getting smarter, better at hiding and pretending. She was probably holding back a big move. People like her need to be controlled with poison, or else if she fights back, it will be very difficult. Rongyu happily came to help, and even Madame Rong joined in. After the purple mint water was ready, she first gave Zhao Shunqing a bowl to drink. Jiang Mian then asked her mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law to each drink a bowl to prevent heat stroke, and Rong Qi drank 2 bowls. It's good for those with weak bodies to drink more. As for the Huxiang Jingqi water, Jiang Mian exchanged gold coins for 2 bottles just in case. The officials caught many fish in the river, and Li Ping asked Jiang Mian to cook fish soup. Jiang Mian was hot and tired, her mouth dry. She really wanted to lie under a big tree to cool off, and didn't want to make fish soup. But thinking about the upcoming exile journey, she knew she needed the officials' help, so she forced herself to get up and start cooking. Afraid of getting heat stroke, Jiang Mian pinched her nose and secretly drank a bottle of Huxiang Jingqi water, then secretly drank 2 bottles of cold cola. Only then did her internal heat slowly ease. The big pot was placed under the big tree to block the sun's rays. Jiang Mian sweat profusely as she rolled up her sleeves and stir-fried. Madame Rong squatted beside the stove, constantly adding firewood. Even Yuer's face was red from the heat as she kept fanning the fire. The officials didn't want to work. In fact, cooking was so easy that they handed the task entirely to the second branch of the Rong family. Even Rong Qi was freed from his shackles and squatted by the river killing fish. Rongyu was furious. This is so unfair. Sister-in-law saved him, but he repaid her kindness by turning around and making us all work while they sit back and enjoy. Madame Rong wiped the sweat from her forehead. We have no choice under the roof. Besides, Officer Zhao has been very tolerant of us. The heavy shackles on their feet were finally removed. Once the fish soup was ready, each person could have a bowl to eat. This was a special treatment that other prisoners did not receive. Meanwhile, the people in the main house, besides being whipped and mistreated, had to eat wild vegetables and leftover food. They didn't even have a chance to enjoy a sip of cooling water. The fish soup was almost done, and Rong Qi brought over a bucket of fish. Li Ping looked into the bucket and asked Zhao Shun, "Big brother, are we still marinating the fish?" The last batch of fish hadn't been finished, and the overly salty fish had upset Big Brother's stomach. Just the smell of salty fish made him want to vomit. Zhao Shun frowned and asked, "Why are there so many?" Since Jiang Nian made the fish trap, whenever they found water, the officials would go fishing. After catching a lot of fish, they got tired of eating it all. He didn't want to share the extra fish with the prisoners because overfeeding them could cause trouble. Jiang Nian pointed to the fish in the bucket. "We've had enough fish soup, and we're tired of salty fish. Why not try making beggar's fish?" "Beggar's fish," Zhao Shun frowned again. "Like the beggar's chicken, where you cover the fish with mud before cooking?" Jiang Nian nodded. "Yes, when baked, the beggar's fish has a special flavor. I promise it will be delicious." Just then, Yue was pricked by a thorny plant and cried loudly. Jiang Nian went over and saw that the plant was wild Sichuan pepper. Sichuan pepper, such a rare and fragrant spice. Hearing it was tasty, Zhao Shun suddenly felt a bit hungry. The fish soup in his hand no longer smelled appealing. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, I'll leave the beggar's fish to you." Jiang Nian sighed. "It's fine if I do it, but my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and younger brother are all delicate and weak. The weather is so hot. If we tire ourselves out, and no one is there to treat Zhao Darren, what should we do?" The officials were used to eating ready-made food and didn't care about their safety. Overworking them would only backfire. Zhao Shun, for his own health, couldn't let his only doctor become too exhausted. Zhao Shun waved his hand impatiently. "Enough, enough. My men are at your command. Let your family rest." "Thank you." Jiang Nian quickly flattered him. "Zhao Darren is mighty and divine. You will live a long life and have many children and grandchildren." Zhao Shun was just an exile officer. For the first time, someone praised him so sincerely, and he grinned happily. After laughing for a while, she realized she was being too kind to Jiang Nian, so she frowned and said, "Stop flattering me. The fish you roasted doesn't taste good. I won't forgive you." She said the harshest words, but did the softest things. Jiang Nian wasn't afraid of her because she had medical skills. She knew how to handle everything. Since Jiang Nian arrived, she had been either beaten by officials or scolded by them. The first time she confidently ordered the officials to do work with her hands on her hips, she felt very happy. Li Ping, dig a hole and turn over the soil. Remember not to make the hole too big. Su Liang, gather dry firewood.
Make sure it's dry.
Feng Huan, help mix the mud. Don't make it too hard or too soft. After mixing, wrap the fish with lotus leaves and cover it with mud. Zhao Shun. She wanted to command Zhao Shun next, but saw his face was unhappy, and he was glaring at her coldly. Don't go too far. As a female prisoner, how could she give orders to officials?
Who gave her that right?
Well, it seemed it was him. Jiang Nian shrank her neck and smiled. Just joking. Lord Zhao, you're broad-minded. You won't mind, right? Humph. Zhao Shun snorted coldly and told the officials, "If you want to eat fish, do as she says." Damn it, for the sake of a meal, the proud officials were being ordered around by a female prisoner. They had no dignity. Li Ping clenched his teeth. He didn't want to do it, but the smell of beggar chicken and the anticipation of beggar fish made him reluctantly tell his brothers to dig holes, bury soil, and gather firewood. Su Liang gritted his teeth, feeling angry. He crossed his arms and refused. "I won't do it. Fish covered in mud. Even beggars wouldn't eat it. If you try to order me again, I'll beat you to death." Since they all threatened fiercely, Jiang Nian naturally wouldn't order him to work. She went to gather firewood herself. She also secretly slipped into her space to get some seasonings. After an incense stick's time, Jiang Nian came back with firewood, dragging a pepper tree, and she had bright red fruits in her pocket. Madame Rome took what she was holding and pointed at the red fruits, asking, "What are these?" "They are bright and pretty. I found them while gathering firewood. These are wild cornelian cherries. They can be used for seasoning or medicine." "What wild cornelian cherries?" "They were clearly chili peppers." She deliberately pretended they were cherries, but anyone knowledgeable would see through her. "Nian Nian, how do you know everything?" Madame Rome looked at Jiang Nian with admiration. "Knowing medicine is great. The wild herbs and plants in the mountains can all be used as medicine or seasoning." "Good point, daughter. Wild herbs and vegetables from the mountains are all medicinal ingredients and treasures." Jiang Nian handed the cornelian cherry, or rather, the chili peppers, to Madame Rome. "Mom, crush them with stones. Remember not to touch your eyes, or they'll be very spicy." She then asked Rongyu to wash the Sichuan peppercorns. However, Yu was afraid of the thorny pepper trees and hesitated, so Jiang Nian had Rongqi do it instead. Fortunately, her younger brother-in-law was very obedient and did whatever she asked. After crushing all the seasonings, Jiang Nian started to marinate the fish. After about an incense stick's time, the flavors had soaked in. She then instructed the guards to wrap the fish with lotus leaves, smear mud on them, and place them in a fire pit to roast. Li Ping was confused by her commands and glared at Jiang Nian angrily. "Why aren't you doing it?" Jiang Nian spread her hands, looking very innocent. "My hands still need treatment. If I overexert them, Lord Zhao might get heat stroke. What should I do then?" "You..." Li Ping gritted his teeth in anger. Just as he was about to argue, Jiang Nian signaled him to look at Lu Furong. Men with angry eyebrows and eyes are not attractive. Women won't like them. She realized that Li Ping was completely captivated by Lu Furong. Even though she knew they were unlikely to be together, he still cared a lot about his image. His macho protectiveness was overwhelming, and he eagerly hoped the delicate, gentle woman would be soft and dependent. He completely forgot his own wish to marry and take care of his mother at home. Sure enough, Li Ping held back his frustration and started working hard, grunting as he did. It had to be said, the green tea girl was very good at manipulating men's hearts. Lu Furong was quite capable. She managed to charm the guards even after leaving the main and second houses. Half an hour later, the sizzling sound came from the fire pit, accompanied by a faint, tempting aroma. Unlike the smell of a beggar's chicken, the aroma of roasted fish was fresh and tempting. Jiang Nian told Li Ping to pull out the beggar's fish to prevent it from burning too long. Gently breaking the mud on the surface, with a crackling sound, a wonderful fish fragrance spread out. Li Ping swallowed hard. The beggar's fish is truly extraordinary. You smell its aroma before even seeing the meat. Of course. Look at whose cooking skills these are, Jiang Nian said, not minding the heat. She rolled the 3-round beggar's fish and slipped away. She worked hard and participated actively. The beggar's fish deserved its own share. Li Ping carefully lifted the lotus leaf covering the fish. Saliva uncontrollably dripped down, and he quickly wiped his mouth, swallowing the drool back. Fortunately, Miss Lu didn't see that, or she would have been very embarrassed. The first roasted fish, called beggar's fish, must be given to Zhao Shun. Zhao Shun's health was improving, and he was starting to have an appetite. The tempting beggar's fish emitted a wonderful aroma, making his stomach rumble with hunger. He couldn't resist and took a small bite. The next moment, his eyes widened. Delicious. Really tasty. I didn't expect the way of the beggar's cooking to have such a special flavor. Zhao Shun enjoyed the food more and more. The beggar's fish didn't have a strong fishy smell. Instead, it was perfectly marinated with a light spicy and numbing taste. I heard that Jiang Nian found wild Sichuan pepper and wild spiny sephora in the bushes, and she crushed them to marinate the fish, which made it so delicious. Li Ping saw his older brother eating happily and couldn't help licking his lips. He eagerly crushed another beggar's fish to eat. The remaining beggar's fish was divided among the officials, each eating until their mouths were greasy. Su Liang's eyes sparkled with greed. His fingers dug deep into the mud beneath him as he cursed angrily. Eat, eat, eat. Block their mouths. Foam Huan swallowed nervously, glancing at Su Liang with some dissatisfaction. It's all his fault. If he hadn't stirred trouble, he would have already eaten the fish. Foam Huan swallowed several times and couldn't hold back. He ran over to Li Ping with a flattering smile. "Brother Ping, share some with me." He was watching closely, and Li Ping secretly kept one fish for himself. Li Ping quickly hugged the hidden beggar's fish and sneered sideways. "Share with your mother?" "Dream on, the last beggar's fish was specially saved for Miss Farong. Foam Huan wanted to eat it?" "Dream on." Jiang Yen finished 3 beggars' fish, and the family of 4 sat together, enjoying the delicious meal. Romeo was licking her fingers and praising, "My sister-in-law truly is amazing. Everything in the world can be cooked in the beggar style." She had eaten beggar's chicken, beggar's eggs, and now beggar's fish. Who knows? Maybe in the future, there will be beggar's cattle, beggar's sheep, and beggar's duck. Madame Rong also smiled and said, "Nian Nian's cooking skills are as good as those of a heavenly chef. Everyone says a clever housewife can't cook without rice, but Nian Nian is different. Even wild grass in the wilderness can be used to make something delicious." Jiang Nian blushed from the praise and shyly raised her pinky finger. "Keep praising me, and I might just fly to the sky." Haha, Ware couldn't help but laugh. "Fly to the sky? Well, then fly shoulder to shoulder with the sun." Back then, when she scolded Jiang Nian, her favorite phrase was just that. Rong Qi slowly ate the grilled fish in his hand, his dark lashes trembling slightly. Since the day his sister-in-law woke up, she had seemed like a completely different person. She treated his family with genuine care and acted with both courage and caution. During their exile, the once gloomy and sorrowful family had become more cheerful, and he had to admit that his sister-in-law deserved much of the credit. But was all of this truly without hidden motives? Could it be that the Jiang family had discovered the benefits he could bring and deliberately sent Jiang Nian to stay close, pretending to care in order to gain the family's trust and achieve their goal? It wasn't that he was naturally suspicious. He was simply the kind of person who liked to think several steps ahead while others only looked one step forward. Thinking of his elder sister, who suffered in the cold palace, Rong Qi took a deep breath to calm himself. He should be catching up soon. "Second brother, after you've eaten and drunk enough, rest under the big tree for a while. We'll be traveling tonight, so we need to save our strength. Drink plenty of water during the day, and if you need anything, just say so. We're family, no need to be shy," Jiang Nian suddenly said, breaking his thoughts. Rong Qi looked at her for a long moment before replying, "All right, I'll listen to you, sister-in-law." To be honest, being cared for like this felt strange. It was different from his mother's gentle affection and his sister's worried concern. He couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was unfamiliar yet comforting, mixed with doubt and expectation. It was complicated, too complicated to put into words. Even under the shade of the big tree, the heat was still intense. Jiang Nian held a lotus leaf over her head, fanning herself constantly. It was too hot to sleep during the day, yet they still had to travel at night. When would these difficult days finally end? Unable to sleep, she glanced around and spotted something interesting. Not far away, under another tree, Lu Furong and Li Ping sat side by side. Li Ping handed her a piece of grilled fish with a friendly smile. Lu Furong blushed, pretended to refuse a few times, then accepted it. After just a couple of bites, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brotherly, no one has ever treated me so kindly before. I don't know how to thank you." Seeing her cry, Li Ping looked flustered. I didn't do anything special. I'm just following the eldest brother's orders. Not to mistreat anyone. I understand everything." Lu Furong sniffled and said, "Meeting someone as good as Brotherly in this life makes me content, even if I die now." As she cried, she seemed to lose all strength and leaned her body unconsciously on Li Ping's shoulder. Surprisingly, Li Ping did not refuse. Jiang Nian rubbed her eyes and was about to look more carefully when Yue, panting heavily, crawled up. "I'm so hot. I'd rather travel during the day and sleep at night. Come with me." Jiang Nian beckoned her. "I have something good for you to try." When she heard "try," Rong Yu's eyes lit up. "What good thing is it?" Jiang Nian secretly took out a bottle of herbal tonic from her waist and handed it to Rong Yu. Drink this. Wow. Is it cola? Romeo had tried cola once before, secretly given by Jiang Nian, who said it was holy water from heaven, a divine nectar. She took a sip, sweet, cold, and very refreshing. The color of this water was similar to cola, brown. Romeo raised the bottle and drank it all at once. The next second, her face scrunched up, and she opened her mouth to spit, but Jiang Nian quickly covered her mouth and pressed her back. Gulp. What she tasted was truly sour and spicy, extremely intense. It was like wearing unwashed cloth socks in summer, spicy, bitter, and burning her throat. It was terrible. Her sister-in-law had tricked her. Moreover, her sister-in-law handed her a difficult task, to find a way to make her second brother and mother drink it. Romeo pouted. I won't do things that offend people. Jiang Nian almost laughed. They are your real mother and brother. Even if you offend them, they won't really get angry. I am different. You should understand that. Romeo thought for a moment and agreed. Her sister-in-law had a hard life. Her maternal family was an enemy of her husband's family. She was caught in the middle, feeling torn and having to carefully please her husband's family. It was truly exhausting. In the future, she would be a daughter-in-law of that family, a guest in her maternal home, and an outsider in her husband's family. Women understand women. Whenever her sister-in-law faced difficulties, she would step in. She would never let her sister-in-law be troubled. At the hour of view, around 9 to 11 p.m., the sun set. The Exile team started moving. After a hot day and a day of hunger, the prisoners should have rested and slept peacefully, but instead, they got up to march. Each one looked listless, like wilted eggplants in the frost. Lu Fengru let out a sigh of relief, finally escaping danger. She was very grateful that they rested during the day and traveled at night. Finally becoming the official wife, she was suddenly exiled. At her age, nearing middle age, and being mistreated again, she felt she had no reason to live. As for Rome Tong, she finally understood that to him, women were just like clothes, something to wear and discard. He was truly heartless. Since Li Ping showed her kindness, she had been eating wild vegetables and leftover bread constantly. Even the fish that everyone drooled over was shared with her. Li Ping was different from other officials who only cared about women. He never acted rashly around Lu Fulong, which made Rong Yenner very curious. What tricks did her cousin use? She didn't have to sacrifice herself, yet she still got food. When Rong Yenner asked Lu Fulong, she shyly replied, "It's because my aunt taught me well." Rong Yenner was unhappy. Her mother was so clever, but didn't teach her daughter, only outsiders. Seeing how Li Ping adored her cousin made her jealous. Lu Fengru was tired and hungry, and her husband insulted her. Her niece pretended to be kind, but even her own daughter rolled her eyes at her in dissatisfaction. "Yenna you." Lu Fengru started to speak, but Rong Yenner snorted coldly and ignored her. She ran to Rong Tong and helped him eagerly. "Father, you're injured. I'll support you," she said. Lu Fengru almost vomited blood. Her daughter had no heart. Her own father wanted to send her mother to the officials, but she didn't ask for mercy or speak up. Instead, she grew closer to her cold-hearted father. Lu Fulong took the chance to approach her, acting very affectionately. "Aunt, my younger cousin is still young. She will understand your hard work someday. Besides, Fulong is here," she said. Finally, she understood what betrayal from family felt like. She had been working hard for her daughter, but her daughter didn't appreciate it. Her kind aunt pushed her niece onto the official's bed, which led to her current situation. It was all her own fault. This was just the beginning. Rong Yenner dared to hit her. "Just wait and see." Lu Fengru clutched Lu Fulong's hand tightly, begging, "Fulong, my good niece, please save aunt. I'm different from those other women. I can't be mistreated." Fulong had allied with the official Li Ping, who was a noble and upright man. He never dreamed of wrongdoing and was close to Zhao Shun, the head of the officials. With Fulong's help, Su Liang wouldn't dare harm her. Lu Furong clasped her hands behind her back, lowered her eyelashes to cast a shadow over her eyes, and smiled strangely. "Aunt, Su Liang and Li Gao are both scoundrels. Not only do they like women, but they also like men. I think your husband, at his age, still looks so proper and serious. She stopped speaking here, deliberately blinking innocent eyes.
Aunt. I'm sorry, Furong.
I said the wrong thing. The men of the Rong family are all handsome, especially Rong heir. The eldest son is slightly less attractive. Rong Tong, though older, was quite handsome when he was young and well known in the capital. Now that he's old, he still looks refined and proper. If this old man dares to make a move on her, he will learn what it feels like to step on his own toes. Traveling at night, everything around is quiet. Without the sun's heat, Jiang Nian feels energetic. The only downside is that at night mosquitoes bite and there are often venomous snakes. Fortunately, tonight there is moonlight. In ancient times, the moon was big and round, like a silver plate. Jiang Nian looked up at the bright moon and thought of her hometown. She misses home so much. She wonders if her parents will be sad or upset when they find out she's gone. Probably not. They each have their own families and children now, and she has become the one who is unnecessary. Without her, everyone should be happy, right? Jiang Nian sighed sadly, her mood heavy. Rongyu looked worried. Sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell? Hearing this, Jiang Nian really did feel a bit uncomfortable. Her stomach hurt. Did she eat too much? The pain grew worse as she thought about it. Jiang Nian rubbed her stomach, feeling a familiar warm flow surge out. Oh no! Her period had arrived. Jiang Nian's face turned very pale. She struggled to walk forward with her legs crossed, silently praying to the heavens. Must her luck be so bad? Having her period while on the road. Does she not have enough misfortune? Rongyu's sharp eyes caught a red patch on Jiang Nian's backside. She screamed in fright. Mother, second brother, something's wrong. Sister-in-law is bleeding from her bottom. Boo-hoo, is she going to die? Who caused this to happen to her? Just yesterday, she was lively and bouncing around. Why is she suddenly bleeding so much? Jiang Nian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly covered her mouth. Shut up, don't make a fuss. You cried loudly. Woo-woo, sister-in-law is hurt and doesn't want to say, woo-woo, mother. Madame Rong looked anxious and hurriedly helped Jiang Nian. Nian, where are you hurt? Let me see. Everything was fine before, so how could she be hurt? Rong Qi's eyes flickered slightly. He sat up straight and leaned on the prison cart to observe. When his gaze unintentionally fell on the red spot under Jiang Nian, his ears warmed. Oh, so that's what it was. Forget it. He couldn't help with this. To avoid suspicion, he needed to stay away. But you wouldn't accept that. She glared fiercely at Rong Qi. Second brother, sister-in-law, is usually nice to you. She's hurt, and you're hiding and gloating. You're really cold-hearted. Rong Qi. Fine. Since his sister had already scolded him openly, ignoring her would seem cold and harsh. He could only ask, Sister-in-law, are you okay? Jiang Nian's face turned red. Weakly, she replied, I'm fine. What's wrong with her body? Coming of age and having stomach pain? Madame Rong, experienced and understanding, quickly figured out what was happening. She gently patted Jiang Nian's head, smiling a little with affection. Oh, you forget your own little days. She then quickly took out a torn cloth from her shoulder bag, signaling her to change. Jiang Nian looked around. It was a remote countryside and the main troop was still on the move. Where could she change? Rong Qi turned his face away again, lowering his gaze to his nails. You didn't understand. Second brother, why is sister-in-law bleeding? Mother is very happy. Could mother be losing her mind? Rong Qi didn't know how to answer. As a grown man, how could he explain this to a young girl? He composed himself, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Young girl, so many questions? Ask mother. What's the use of mother's happiness? Big brother is gone, and Jiang Nian can't carry on the Rong family's lineage. After being scolded by second brother, you obediently closed her mouth. She decided not to bother second brother anymore. His heart was too cold. Jiang Nian looked at the torn cloth in her hand, her expression quite interesting. Women in ancient times had it tough. When their period came, they used torn cloth as sanitary pads.
Quick, change into this.
Mother will cover for you. Jiang Nian held up the torn cloth, quickly slipped into the grass, and entered her space while others weren't paying attention. She swiftly bought a pack of sanitary pads with coins. She didn't want to use torn cloth. It was easy to leak and not hygienic. Only high-tech sanitary pads can withstand the raging waves. Jiang Nian changed quickly and looked tired when she returned to the team. Her whole body was sore and weak, with a stabbing pain in her lower abdomen. She didn't want to walk. Madame Rong had already spoken to Zhao Shun. Since it was about the called fish, Zhao Shun was very easy to talk to. He asked Li Ping to open the prison car door and let Jiang Nian and Rong Qi sit in the same vehicle. Jiang Nian had never been so unlucky before. Not only did her period start during exile, but she also had to share a space with her brother-in-law. No, a whole vehicle with him. Especially Rong Qi's handsome face showed a complicated expression. Although he looked concerned, he seemed trapped by some invisible chain, hesitant. After a moment, he seemed to overcome his worries, sighed, and asked with care, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?"
Jiang Nian weakly replied, "I'm fine."
That's a lie. She was in terrible pain. Lying still on the prison cart, she shifted slightly, and a surge of hot, turbulent flow rushed over her. Afraid of leaking and feeling embarrassed, she curled up in the corner of the cart and stayed still. But the bumpy mountain road made it worse. The ancient cart had no air-filled tires. Every 2 steps, it jolted loudly, followed by the turbulent flow. Jiang Nian felt like she wanted to die. What did she do in her past life to deserve this? Why did heaven exile her? She wanted to go home, back to her dear motherland. She swore that if heaven let her return, she would never waste food, help old ladies cross the street, never curse while gaming, and so on. In her hazy state, she seemed to fall asleep, rocking into a dream. She appeared to return to the modern day, seeing her parents crying sadly, and also her own body. Her body was covered with a white cloth and being pushed into a cremation furnace. Jiang Nian even felt the pain of her flesh burning. It was so painful, her whole body trembled and shivered. Cold. Jiang Nian curled up and trembled, muttering nonstop. Listening carefully, she seemed to hear faint sobs. Rong Qi frowned.
She
seemed to be calling for cold. He draped his only piece of torn cloth over Jiang Nian. Instead of warming her, she shivered even more, her face turning paler. Rong Qi looked at his hand, sometimes focusing on his fingertips, sometimes peering through his fingers at Jiang Nian. After a moment of thought, he opened his mouth again. Finally, he reached out his hand and gently touched Jiang Nian's forehead.
No fever?
He withdrew his hand and looked at her for a long moment, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Do women feel cold when they have their period? Realizing what he was thinking, Rong Qi's ears turned hot. He curled his hand into a fist, and his throat unconsciously swallowed. What was he daydreaming about? A woman's matters, especially those of his sister-in-law, concern moral rules. It's not something he should worry about, not even a little. Mother, Rong Qi called Madame Rong. Sister-in-law seems very cold. Madame Rong leaned in to look. She saw Jiang Nian's face was very pale, hugging her shoulders and trembling. She touched her forehead, no fever. She checked her back, where sweat soaked her clothes. She's sweating, her body lacks warmth, especially her belly. Madame Rong, experienced in these matters, knew that women often feel cold during their period. If she could warm her belly with a hot water bag, it might ease her pain. But in the wilderness, late at night, on the Exile road, where could she get a hot water bag? Madame Rong couldn't climb onto the prison cart, so she told Rong Qi, "Zian, quickly warm your hands to help her." Rong Qi was startled. His brows furrowed deeply. "Mother, this is not proper." No matter who Jiang Nian was, she was at least his sister-in-law. How could his mother make such an unreasonable request? He would never agree. Madame Rong looked at him with dissatisfaction. What does it matter now? Morality, family rules? In the wilderness, on the Exile road, who cares about those? Your sister-in-law is healing you. Never mind others' eyes. She's only focused on helping you get better. And you? You refuse to help her even a little. Rong Yue also looked unhappy. Mother, enough talk. Second brother is cold-hearted. He wouldn't care if sister-in-law lives or dies. Faced with his mother and sister-in-law criticizing him on moral grounds, Rong Qi clenched his fists. After a moment, he relaxed his hands, rubbed his palms together, and gently placed them on Jiang Yan's lower belly. Madame Rong nodded in satisfaction. He's not truly cold-hearted. Rong Yue bit her lip, anxiously watching Jiang Yan. I hope sister-in-law feels better. Just now, her mother said that women at her age would have their period. She was still young now, but when she grew older, she would be like her sister-in-law. When a girl gets her period, she becomes a real woman and can get married and have children. Unfortunately, sister-in-law. Rong Qi kept rubbing his warm hands and gently placed them on the woman's soft belly. His face looked calm, but his ears were already turning red. In her dream, Jiang Yan felt a warm touch on her belly that kept coming. She instinctively moved forward, wanting to get more warmth. Before she could get closer, the hot water bag was quickly pulled away. Jiang Yan frowned in displeasure and quickly grabbed the heat source, pressing it tightly against her belly. The hot water bag stopped moving. Jiang Yan felt comfortable and shifted to a better position to continue sleeping. The close feelings seemed to grow bigger at night. Rong Qi felt as if his hand was being roasted in fire, with a strange tingling sensation. He looked serious and tried not to move. After Jiang Yan's breathing became steady, he slowly took his hand away. Madame Rong looked over. Rong Qi quickly adjusted his breathing and returned to his calm, relaxed look. She's asleep now, so she probably isn't in pain anymore. That's good. You rest a little too. Mother will watch here. Put on more clothes so sister-in-law won't be cold at night. In her hazy state, Jiang Yan seemed to hear someone talking. It felt like she was back in ancient times, still on the way to Ninggu Tower. The speakers sounded like her mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law. Also, her belly felt warm, and the pain was less. Where did the warm pack come from? Jiang Yan wanted to open her eyes and see whether she was in ancient times or modern. But she couldn't resist the overwhelming sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Rong Qi watched the woman curled up in the corner of the carriage. Her face was pale, and her furrowed brows looked even more pitiful. He raised an eyebrow slightly, with a teasing smile on his lips. Isn't she quite capable? A small period made her collapse. Jiang Yan slept until dawn. When she woke up, her whole body felt like it was broken. The ancient carriage couldn't sit properly. Not only was her skeleton shattered, but her muscles ached as if a big truck had run over her. She vowed that if she had money in the future, she would line the wheels with thick leather and add big springs, so even rough mountain roads wouldn't shake her. Sister-in-law, you're awake. Rong Yu's eyes sparkled as she brought water and a steamed bun. Are you hungry? Wanna eat? Jiang Yan took the water and was about to drink it when Lady Rong snatched it away. You can't drink cold water. It must be heated, or you'll have terrible stomach pain and suffer even more. Isn't it hot weather? Isn't that considered cold water? No, it must be hot. Go heat it up, Lady Rong said, grabbing a water pouch to borrow a pot from the official and also borrowing a piece of dried ginger. No red sugar? Just make do with this, she added. Mother will go heat the water. After Lady Rong left, Rongyi looked at Jiang Yan with a gentle smile and then glanced at Rong Qi's dark circles under his eyes. She couldn't help but say, Sister-in-law, second brother took care of you all night. He must have been very tired. There was already some distance between second brother and sister-in-law. Rongyu hoped that this experience would make second brother treat her a little better. Sister-in-law would also be grateful for second brother's care. Over time, she would likely forgive his cold attitude. The family would stick together, stay safe, and reach Ningguta peacefully. What? Jiang Yan was stunned, as if struck by lightning, standing still. Rong Qi took care of her? Such kindness? Sister-in-law, what kind of expression is that? Rongyu pouted in dissatisfaction. Actually, my second brother is just stubborn but kind-hearted. Everyone says he's cold, but I think that's not true. He clearly cares about sister-in-law. Jiang Yan scratched her head and looked around. She didn't see Rong Qi's figure and asked, Where's your second brother? I don't know. He probably went somewhere convenient. Just then Lady Rong came over with a bowl of hot ginger soup. No red sugar, but ginger soup can help keep you warm. Drink more to stay warm. Jiang Nian looked at the steaming ginger soup and then at the blazing sun outside. Drinking hot ginger soup in the middle of summer? Isn't that asking for trouble? She didn't want to drink, but her mother-in-law had already brought it to her mouth, so she had no choice but to force herself to drink it. Lady Rong fed her while chattering non-stop. Young people like you don't pay attention to health. In summer, you love cold drinks, but when real problems come, you'll regret it. Jiang Nian knew that the original owner's menstrual pain was mostly due to poor circulation. When circulation was blocked, it caused pain. Once she prescribed some medicine, she would be fine after a few doses. After several days of traveling, Jiang Nian unusually didn't drink any cold cola. Instead, she was sweating profusely from drinking ginger soup for days. Mother, I don't hurt anymore. I won't drink ginger soup anymore. Just one last bowl. Be good. Nian Nian, listen to me. Jiang Nian frowned, holding the ginger soup painfully, swallowing it with difficulty. Rongqi pressed his lips together, trying hard to hide the smile that was about to appear. Mother's morals not only trapped him but also didn't spare his clever and eloquent sister-in-law. Seeing her get embarrassed, I felt strangely happy. Jiang Nian glared at him. What are you laughing at? She was unkind, even though she had been honest with her younger brother-in-law. But now, he was secretly laughing. Rongqi looked away, lowered his eyes to his fingertips, and said nothing. Since he didn't argue with her, Jiang Nian hit a soft pillow and found it very boring. The younger sister-in-law was more fun. Rongqi was like a closed gourd, unable to say a word. The hot sun was blazing. Jiang Nian's feet blistered from walking, and she could only find joy in hardship, holding Rongyu's hand and searching for Sichuan pepper. Spiky wild Sichuan pepper was a rare spice in ancient times. She kept some in her clothes and picked quite a lot. In mid-June, the sun was so hot that the ground was steaming. The peppers placed on the ground dried and cracked within less than an hour. Zhao Shunner asked, puzzled, "Why are you drying them? Are they also medicinal herbs? This plant causes a numbing feeling when eaten and is not tasty at all." Yes, it's called Sichuan pepper. It's a traditional medicine that warms the stomach, relieves pain, kills insects, and stops itching. Of course, it's also a spice. The dish called flower fish is marinated with Sichuan pepper. Jiang Nian fiddled with the pepper, then looked at Zhao Shun. Lord Zhao, you have a stomach condition. Eating more Sichuan pepper is good for you. Besides, picking more wild peppers to sell at the pharmacy can bring in a good income. The next stop was approaching Nanping City. She had little money left, and the officials weren't making much profit. In the hot weather, she was annoyed and often took her frustration out on the exiles. She planned to pick some peppers as a pretense and exchange them for money-using items from her space. As an exile, she had no right to buy supplies in the city and had to give the officials some benefits. Zhao Shun listened, his eyes brightening a little. Is this really as good as you say? Not only could it cure illnesses and add flavor, but it could also be sold for money? Whether it's true or not, you'll see when we reach Nanping City. Jiang Nian pinched a pepper and sniffed it. Wild Sichuan pepper is even more effective than cultivated ones. It's better quality. Lord Zhao, you might as well pick more. I want to share too. Zhao Shun's eyelashes flickered as he thought for a moment, then called Li Ping. Let the main group rest. All prisoners will pick Sichuan peppers. Anyone lazy will be whipped. Free labor is not given for nothing. I hope Jiang Nian's words are true. Once we sell the goods, I will buy more medicinal herbs in Nanping City to better treat my health. I feel dizzy and weak all day, with a heavy head and poor appetite. I fear I might die on the way to Ningguda before I arrive. Rong Yener is picking Sichuan pepper and cursing Jiang Nian harshly. She's ugly, full of bad ideas, and I get no benefits. I do all the work. She looks at Rong Tong. Father, you are the head of the family, the eldest uncle. On the road into exile, who fears whom? You should show the strength of a family head. Rong Tong is whipped a few times. His wounds haven't healed, and the hot weather makes the sweat sting his wounds painfully. Hearing his daughter speak like this, his resentment deepens. It's all because of the Jiang family, all because of Jiang Nian, this troublemaker. Otherwise, how could our Rong family suffer such disaster? He completely forgets that on the day of the house search, he was the first to betray his own brother and fall into a trap. When the emperor exiled the second branch of the Jiang family, he didn't involve the main branch. It was his own fault. Some people never see their own evil and always blame others. Father, next time the second branch eats meat, you should show the strength of a family head and make them obediently offer it. I think second cousin wouldn't dare say anything. Rong Yener is craving meat so badly, she almost loses her mind. But her mother refuses to teach her how to flatter officials, and Lu Furong pretends to be aloof and ignores her. The officials rest during the day and travel at night, so her father can't take her mother to Su Liang's bed. Thinking of Rong Qi, Rong Tong feels a bit nervous.
This
might not be good. He thinks for a moment and then says, Yener, next time they eat meat, go ask for some. You're young, and even if you throw a tantrum, no one will dare to say anything. Maybe just call you unruly. He doesn't want to beg for it. On the day of the family purge, Rong Qi looked at him like he was looking at a dead person. On the way, the main house and the second house kept their distance, just as he had instructed. Rong Qi looks at the clear sky and gentle breeze. Only he knows that beneath that kind face is a cold, ruthless heart. When he was young, his son liked a fighting rooster that Rong Qi favored and wanted to take it for himself. The next day, the rooster appeared bloodied and hanging by his son's bed. All the creatures in his son's yard, fighting roosters, pet dogs, even sparrows, were slaughtered and hung with blood near the bed. Since then, his son was so frightened that he ran a high fever for 3 days. At that time, Lu Fengru was favored, and his wife believed that his indulgence in his wife caused her death. She also thought Lu Fengru was to blame for her son's illness and insisted on divorcing him. Now, he is glad that his wife took their son and left him because he couldn't bear the thought of their only child suffering exile. He shook off his thoughts and patted Rong Yuer's shoulder, encouraging her with his eyes. Dad believes in you, my good girl. Rong Yuer was praised and instantly felt more confident.
she thought her father was right.
Since she was young, she often asked her second aunt for meat because she was greedy, and no one minded. There was plenty of free labor, and the pepper on the nearby hill was almost all picked. After a day of drying in the sun, almost everything was dried out. As the sun set in the west, the large group continued their journey. The prisoners begged desperately, "Please give us some food, sir. Be kind. We've worked all day, and are hungry and tired. How can we keep going without eating?" Zhao Shun showed great mercy. Each person gets 2 small buns and a bowl of water. Finish eating, then continue. At the hour of high, around 10 to 12 p.m., a cool breeze swept in, carrying sand, leaves, and stones, dispersing the noise on their bodies. Finally, it's cool and comfortable. Jiang Nian stretched out her arms to welcome the breeze, feeling her sweat dry and a refreshing coolness spread through her. Madame Rong and Yuer were also very happy, speaking in unison. "Maybe tomorrow there will be no sun, and we won't have to be exposed to the heat." Rong Qi looked up at the sky, tightly pressed his lips, and his eyes showed a hint of unease. The temperature suddenly dropped, the night sky darkened, and everything was silent. No insects or birds. It was probably a sign of an approaching heavy rain. "Sister-in-law," Rong Qi suddenly called out. Jiang Nian turned around and, under the cold moonlight, saw the man's face clearly. Even with messy hair, his features remained delicate. His skin looked like it was coated with silver under the moonlight, but he didn't look feminine at all. His gray prison clothes covered him, giving him an air of cold dignity, untouched by worldly desires. Even with shackles, he sat upright, reminding one of a frost-covered pine tree in winter. "Second brother? Do you need to go to the bathroom?" Jiang Nian, recalling her last awkward encounter with her little uncle, almost instinctively guessed what he wanted. Rong Qi coughed uncomfortably and glanced to the side. "No need." Afraid Jiang Nian might say something shocking again, he spoke very quickly. "The temperature has dropped sharply. It looks like the weather is about to change." Jiang Nian looked up at the night sky. The moon hung high, not showing any signs of changing weather. It doesn't look like it will rain. Second brother is overthinking, she said. Rongqi frowned and looked at the moonlight, then at Jiang Nian. Sister-in-law, trust me. If a heavy rain is coming, the rain won't be light. Please tell Zhao Shun and find a cave to hide in early. Jiang Nian thought for a moment. Rongqi was knowledgeable and could read clouds to predict weather. Maybe a storm really was coming. If it rained and soaked everyone, especially the weak and sick, they could get seriously ill. Even her strong body might not hold up. Okay, I'll go now, Jiang Nian said quickly. She hurried to the front of the group and tried to persuade them. Zhao Darren, a storm is coming. There might be a risk of mudslides and landslides. You're weak and still recovering from heatstroke. If you get caught in the rain, your health could suffer. Li Ping frowned and looked at the bright moon. He scoffed. Nonsense. The moon is shining bright, so it won't rain. You just want to slack off and rest, trying to fool the older brother. Jiang Nian was anxious. Darren, how could I lie? My little uncle is very knowledgeable. He can read the stars and tell when a storm is coming. We should find a cave to hide in. It won't take long. If we get caught in the rain, not only will our food spoil, but your health is the most important. We can't afford to delay. Zhao Shun thought for a moment and then waved his hand. Find a cave to hide in. This group of rough men hadn't read many books, so they weren't as knowledgeable as Rongqi. A cool breeze suddenly blew, and Zhao Shun sensed something strange. Maybe it was the calm before the storm. Li Ping furrowed his brows so deeply it seemed he could squish a fly. Brother, in the wilderness and deep mountains, where can we find a cave? Besides, there are wolves and tigers at night. What if we can't find a cave and get attacked? It was dark, and he didn't want to go into the deep mountains to look for a cave. Jiang Nian asked, Darren, do you have a map? Zhao Shun took out an old, unopened map from his chest and squinted at it under the moonlight. About 5 miles ahead, there's a mountain temple. Maybe we can hide there from the rain. In ancient times, 5 miles was about 2.5 kilometers today. For Jiang Nian, who was strong and fast, that was not difficult. She could run too. 5 kilometers in one go. But most of the group was made up of exiled soldiers, along with mules, horses, and carts. The mountain path was rough, and it would take at least half an hour to reach the temple. I don't know if it will rain within half an hour. She hurriedly ran to Rongqi and asked quickly, Second brother, will it rain within half an hour? Rongqi looked at the moonlight and replied in a deep voice, It's hard to say. Then she asked, What about within the time it takes to burn an incense stick? He answered simply, No, his voice was like a gentle breeze or a quiet stream. Jiang Nian seemed to see hope and said, 1 incense stick should be enough. In ancient times, 1 incense stick lasted about half an hour. Running 2.5 kilometers in half an hour, whether fast or slow, they should be able to reach the mountain temple before it rains. Worried about wasting time, she quickly told Zhao Shun, Sir, since the moon is bright, let's run quickly. We should be able to reach the mountain temple and hide from the rain within 1 incense stick's time. Okay, Zhao Shun agreed and quickly ordered Li Ping, Get everyone running. Anyone slow, whip them. When the prisoners heard it might rain, they all ran faster than ever, like fighting roosters full of energy. Rong Yener covered her chest and panted, Damn Jiang Nian, really trying to oppose me. The moon is bright and clear. Where would it rain? Stop talking and save your strength to run. Lu Fengru pulled her daughter along.
She didn't want to get wet.
Sul Yang's sneaky eyes kept glancing at her chest. Their thin prison clothes would stick to their bodies if wet, and that group of perverts would take advantage. Rong Yener shook off her hand and snorted coldly, Don't boss me around. Can't you see your own daughter panting every step? She was jealous of Lu Furong, who was favored despite her tricks. Seeing Lu Furong's proud look, Li Ping was completely fooled and didn't have to do anything, just got some bread and fish for free. She was almost jealous to death. Lu Fengru's face turned pale. Yener, what are you doing? She didn't understand why. Rong Yener always looked at her with dislike. Even though her own daughter treated her this way, Lu Fengru still followed her closely, worried she might fall. Jiang Nian, freed from her chains, moved swiftly. Rongyu and Madame Rong also broke free and ran very fast. The horses ate their fill, and the carriage sped along, bouncing and tossing Rong-chi into chaos. He really wanted to get down and run with them, but the officials didn't allow it. He could only carry his shackles and grit his teeth, holding on. Jiang Mian ran sweat-drenched. If the main group hadn't slowed her down, she would have already reached the mountain temple to hide from the rain. When a noble lady like Ningzi falls into trouble, she runs with difficulty, gasping for breath. Madame Rong is covered in sweat, panting heavily, and keeps shouting that she can't run anymore. Unable to help further, Jiang Mian grits her teeth and carries her on her back. Madame Rong is moved to tears and struggles to get down, saying, "Nian Nian, let me down quickly. You're weak and shouldn't tire yourself." Just as she speaks, raindrops hit her face like broken strings of beads, and Jiang Mian pushes herself harder, running a full mile. She faintly sees the outline of a broken-down temple and feels happy, quickening her pace. Just before the heavy rain, she finally reaches the broken temple with Madame Rong. Soon after, Rongyu arrives, covering her head and panting. They hide inside the mountain temple. Rongyu wipes her sweat and says, "Good thing we ran fast, or we'd be soaked through." Everyone looks at each other and smiles, feeling grateful that they reached the temple before the rain poured down. Jiang Mian feels like something is missing. Madame Rong looks around but doesn't see Zihan. Her face changes. Zihan hasn't arrived yet. Her son is still recovering, and if he gets caught in the rain. Madame Rong's face darkens, and she almost rushes outside the temple. Jiang Mian quickly pulls her back, saying, "Wait inside. I'll bring my second brother here." Before rushing into the heavy rain, she reminds Rongyu, "Take good care of Mom. Don't let her get soaked. The rain is heavy, washing away the dirt on the mountain top. The wheels slip and can't climb the mountain, sinking deep into the mud." The officers are already wearing raincoats and hats, but the prisoners are soaked through, looking like drowned rats. Zihan is chained and shackled, trapped on the prison cart, looking hopeless. His clothes are soaked, his hair messy, and he looks like he's just been pulled out of water. From afar, he seems to blend into the rain, his body's outline hard to see in the pouring storm. Jiang Mian wipes the rain from her face and rushes forward, shouting at Li Ping in the rain, "Why haven't you unlocked the chains? Why is he still in the cart?" Li Ping is soaked and can't see well. With the rain pouring, everyone is in a hurry. Who would think of the prisoner in the cart? He quickly takes the key from his waist, searches for the lock, and finally unlocks the cage. Zihan collapses as soon as he is freed. Jiang Mian quickly reached out to support him, but although the man was thin, he was still heavy. Plus, he was wearing heavy shackles, which made Jiang Mian grimace in pain. Fortunately, Li Ping was quick this time and managed to remove the shackles from Rong-chi. With the heavy restraints gone, Jiang Mian felt much lighter. She struggled to support Rong-chi and called out to Li Ping, "Come help us." Li Ping wanted to take care of Lu Furong, but she had already run off. So, he helped Jiang Mian drag Rong-chi down from the prison cart. "Help me carry him. When we get to Nanping City, I'll give you 10 taels of silver," Jiang Mian said. She knew Li Ping was short on silver, but she could only make big promises for now. Li Ping didn't hesitate and hoisted Rong-chi onto his shoulder. 10 taels of silver, that could buy a cow and marry a wife. Mrs. Rong was very anxious. She kept pacing back and forth at the temple gate. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the heavy rain. Li Ping was carrying someone, and Jiang Mian, soaked through, followed closely behind. Mrs. Rong approached and saw that the person on Li Ping's back was soaked and unconscious. It was her son, Rong-chi. "Why is he fainting again?" Mrs. Rong staggered a few steps, her voice trembling. Her son's condition had improved, but the rain caused him to lose consciousness again. Jiang Mian looked serious. When her gaze fell on Mrs. Rong, who was struggling to stand, she quickly said, "Mother, my second brother was only in the rain for a short time.
He's fine."
You don't need to worry." Mrs. Rong didn't relax. Her heart was still tight with worry. Her son had been beaten, whipped by officials during exile, starved, and his wounds were infected. Now he was caught in the rain again. When would this exile end? Rong-chi was soaked, with his eyes closed and his face pale, as if he had no life left. He looked completely unresponsive. Jiang Nian wondered if her little brother was made of paper. Before she could worry more, she needed to change Rong-chi's wet clothes. She called out to Mrs. Rong several times, but saw that her eyes were empty, full of despair. Feeling helpless, she called Rong-yu. Find some clean clothes to change your second brother. Rong-yu hurriedly searched through her bag and finally found a clean, dark gray prison uniform. She handed it over. Sister-in-law, here. Jiang Nian stared at the prison uniform in a daze. She was asked to change into it? This was just like Yuli's idea. She called out to Mrs. Rong again, Mother, help my second brother change his clothes. Lady Rong finally came to her senses, quickly wiped her tears, and hurriedly changed Rong-chi's clothes. Rong-chi is tall and strong, so Lady Rong found it hard to change his clothes. Reluctantly, Jiang Nian stepped in to help. Lady Rong was surprised for a moment. This is not proper. You are his sister-in-law, how can you look at his body? In life or death situations, these things don't matter. To me, he's no different from a sick cat or dog, Jiang Nian said quickly, removing his clothes in a few moves and putting on dry ones. In critical moments, when a patient is seriously ill, no doctor cares about their skin color or whether they have abs. Lady Rong didn't think much and worked together with Jiang Nian to change his clothes and check the wound on his back. Fortunately, the scab just formed and hasn't fallen off. The wound isn't infected. He's unconscious, likely weak from the journey, but there's no serious problem. Lady Rong lowered her eyes and silently cried against the wall. When will these hopeless days end? They still have 1,500 miles to go, and they haven't even reached halfway. The pressure is overwhelming. She feels like she can't go on. In the freezing cold of Ninguda, where water turns to ice, she can't imagine how to endure the winter months. Death, at any time, is still death. She might as well find relief early and go to find her son and husband. Just as this thought appeared, a little voice in her mind kept shouting, "Just die, it's over. No more worries." Jiang Nian was busy making medicine and giving injections. Her wet clothes hadn't been changed, and she was rushing around without stopping. Rong-Yuer was also busy, trying to start a fire and find a clay jar to boil medicine. After a long while, Rong-chi's color gradually improved. As long as he doesn't have a fever and wakes up tonight, he'll be fine. Jiang Nian wiped the sweat from her forehead. She was soaked and couldn't tell if it was sweat or rain. She felt sticky and uncomfortable all over. Just after changing into dry clothes, Rong-Yuer suddenly shouted, "My mother's missing." What? Jiang Nian was frantic. After hearing this, Zhao Shun was furious and cursed. The culprit escaped. All of you will be punished. Li Ping and several guards drew their swords, looking fierce. If he dares to run, cut him down on the spot. The prisoners were so scared they shrank back, not daring to breathe. Jiang Nian's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling rose in her chest. She forced herself to stay calm and said to Zhao Shun, "My mother-in-law would never run away. Her son and daughter are here. She wouldn't just leave them behind. Impossible to run away?" Zhao Shun glared at her with a cold face. "Tell me, where is she?" Jiang Nian clenched her teeth and cursed her mother-in-law 100 times. She was fine, so why did she suddenly disappear? At this moment, Rong-yu sniffled and cried, "Sister-in-law, I think I heard my mother say she wants to find Dad and Big Brother." "What?" Jiang Nian broke out in a cold sweat. "Didn't I tell you to watch her? Why didn't you see where she went?" Since the day she arrived, Jiang Nian had noticed that Madame Rong was depressed. When she had nothing to do, she liked to be alone and daydream. She was often in a low mood, slept poorly at night, and sometimes cried for no reason. This was a sign of moderate depression. Could the mother-in-law be trying to harm herself at such a critical moment? Rong-yu's eyes were red. "Just now, I was taking care of second brother for sister-in-law, and I didn't see her. Take good care of your second brother." Jiang Nian panted heavily, suppressing her frustration. She had no choice but to search with the officers, rain or shine. looking for Madame Rong. After about 15 minutes of searching, they found Madame Rong hanging from a crooked tree branch, swaying gently. Jiang Nian's heart clenched. She almost wanted to strangle her mother-in-law. Fortunately, she hadn't been hanging long. When they rescued her, she was still breathing. Li Ping cursed all the way. Damn it, so unlucky. We just dodged the rain, and now got soaked. Damn troublemaker. Jiang Nian performed artificial resuscitation and rescue breathing, finally saving her mother-in-law. Madame Rong took a long breath and slowly woke up. Jiang Nian couldn't help but scold her harshly. What are you trying to do? What exactly do you want? Did you think about your son? Did you think about your daughter? Your son is unconscious, your daughter is still young, and there's also someone in the cold palace whose life is uncertain. As an elder and a mother, isn't it your duty to protect your children? The more Jiang Nian scolded, the angrier she became. How could you, the head of the family, lose your resolve at such a critical moment? Have you considered those who care about and love you? I have faced much greater hardships than you. As a child, I was badly abused. My biological mother died tragically. I was beaten by servants, living worse than pigs and dogs. It was very hard to get married. Then my husband died, my face was disfigured, and I was exiled. I worked myself to exhaustion to care for my family. Have I ever said I couldn't go on? Have I ever tried to end my life? Madame Rong's face was pale as tears slipped from her eyes, but she clenched her lips tightly and did not cry out. She had always been strong, always endured with grit. Just now, she didn't know what went wrong. When a thought of wanting to die suddenly appeared, her mind lost control, and she almost hanged herself in the rain. Jiang Nian sighed. She knew she shouldn't blame or scold someone with depression. She was just so angry that she couldn't help but speak harshly. She hugged her mother-in-law and took a deep breath. Mother, you are the head of the family. You should stay strong and set an example for the children. Exile is already hard enough. If you think about ending your life, have you considered your second brother and little sister? Have you thought about the noble lady in the cold palace? Have you thought about father and husband in the afterlife? They might blame you for not protecting the young ones. Look at how our second brother is getting better, and little sister is becoming lively and carefree. The officials are also treating us kindly. The future is bright. Why do you want to give up and suddenly think of ending your life? Madame Rong suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, and an indescribable regret spread through her. She wiped her tears, choking as she said, I'm sorry, Nian Nian. I don't know what happened. I never meant to think of ending my life. But just now, that thought suddenly appeared, and I couldn't control it. A little voice in my mind kept shouting that dying would be a relief. I really don't know what was wrong with me. Honestly, at the moment her belt was around her neck and the thin air was leaving her nostrils, she kicked her legs in deep regret. Jiang Nian held her hand firmly and kindly said, Mother, I understand that everything you're going through is very hard. But you're not alone. You don't have to bear all this by yourself. You have me, second brother, little sister, and the noble ladies in the palace. They all hope you are well. This difficulty is only temporary. I believe you will get through it and lead us past this tough time. In the future, if you're sad or feel overwhelmed, don't keep it inside. Tell us. You once said we are a family and we should support each other. As long as we work together, Ninggudo will be a warm place. Madame Rong sniffed and hugged Jiang Nian tightly, choking on her words and unable to speak. Jiang Nian gave her some time to think and digest everything. Rongyu stared blankly at all of this, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to blame her mother, but didn't dare. She wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to start. In these days, no matter what she said or did, she was very careful, afraid that saying the wrong thing would hurt her mother. But her mother still couldn't help choosing the worst, most helpless path. She also wanted to scold her mother like her sister-in-law did, but she didn't dare. Her second brother hadn't woken up yet, and her mother had just come back from the brink of death. She was afraid of saying the wrong thing or doing something wrong, causing everything to fall apart. The atmosphere in the mountain temple was strange. Even Zhao Shun and Li Ping kept their distance. Madame Rong cried for a while, then took a handkerchief to wipe her tears. When she stood up, she took a few deep breaths, pinched her fingers to motivate herself to be strong. After releasing the tension in her chest, she shook her shoulders and looked up with firm and determined eyes, as if ready to break through all obstacles. She went to Rong Qi, touched her son's pale face, and asked, "How is Xian?" Jiang Nian pressed a damp handkerchief on Rong Qi's forehead, pursed her lips, and smiled at Madame Rong, saying, "The fever has gone down. He'll be fine after a good sleep." Seeing her recover her strength, Jiang Nian felt very happy. Being exiled to Ningguta in ancient times was already bad enough. The whole family, old, weak, sick, and disabled, needed care. And her cheap mother-in-law still wanted to end her life? It was like she was rubbing her spirit on an ice slide. It's good to be strong. When she's strong, she has help, and she doesn't have to worry so much. Madame Rong sighed in relief, reached into her sleeve, and fumbled around for a while before pulling out a handkerchief. Inside the handkerchief were a few pitiful, tiny silver coins. "Mother only has these. When we arrive in Nanping City, we'll buy some clothes. Ningguta is cold, and without proper clothing, we can't survive." Jiang Nian straightforwardly took the silver coins. "Don't worry. With me here, you won't freeze. When we get to Nanping City, we'll buy some nourishing medicines. Second brother is weak and needs good care." Madame Rong sighed again. Forget about the medicine. These coins are not enough. She only hoped her son was lucky enough to survive until they reached Ningguta. Jiang Nian pointed to the bulging bundle and smiled brightly. "Who says it's not enough? Picking so many Sichuan peppers can sell for a good price. Besides, wild weeds in the wilderness are treasures. Perilla, dandelions, patchouli, all can be sold." She pointed to the steady rain and said, "Look at this rain. Doesn't it look like silver falling from the sky?" Madame Rong smiled through her tears. What does rain have to do with silver? She knew her daughter-in-law was kind-hearted and wanted to make her happy. She also decided to stay positive. As an elder, she would do her best to endure until they reached Ningguta and would not cause trouble for her children. Jiang Nian looked confident and said, "You don't understand. After the rain, mushrooms grow wildly. This is a gift from nature, like morel mushrooms and beefsteak mushrooms.
These are valuable fungi.
We should pick more. When we get to Nanping City, we won't have trouble exchanging them for silver." Hearing this, Madame Rong became interested. "Nian Nian is truly knowledgeable. You even know about this. If they picked more mushrooms, they could exchange them for money in Nanping City, buy more cotton clothes, and buy some medicine. They wouldn't worry about not reaching Ningguta." Rong Yuer also came closer and carefully looked at her mother's face. She said softly, "Not only that. After the rain, there are also wood-ear mushrooms, fiddlehead ferns, and in June, cicadas start to sing. The newly emerged cicadas can be eaten, and their shells can be used as medicine. While picking mushrooms, we can also gather cicada shells. With these, we won't have trouble getting silver." Thinking about the future makes me hopeful. She hoped her mother would see things more clearly after this experience. As long as people are alive, there is hope everywhere. She didn't want her mother to become overwhelmed or upset over trivial matters. Around noon, Rong Qi woke up. He opened his eyes slowly and saw Jiang Nian sitting beside him. Jiang Nian was resting her head on her hand, her brows furrowed as if worried and lost in thought. Her expression was heavy, like ink that couldn't be dissolved. Her face was no longer swollen or oozing pus, but it still looked dull and lacked her former beauty. In the faint light outside the temple, her facial features could still be seen clearly. Rong Qi suddenly remembered that the beauty of Zhang's illegitimate daughter was well known in the capital. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have agreed to exchange her legitimate daughter for an illegitimate one. But beneath that beautiful face, her heart was as dirty and vile as that of the Jiang family. She was good at using flattery to get close and then turning around to betray. Rong Qi stared at her face, his eyes darkening. His thumb clenched tightly, as if he was trying to hold back something. Jiang Nian suddenly exclaimed happily, breaking his train of thought. Rong Qi was startled and responded weakly, looking pitiful. "Sister-in-law, I feel unwell." after a rainstorm, her body was already weak. She felt heavy and lightheaded, with her eyes blurry, and her throat burning like a knife had scraped it. Very painful. Jiang Yan sighed and handed her a water pouch. Getting sick takes time. It will pass in a few days. Just bear with it. Rongqi took a few sips of water and felt a bit more energetic. She forced herself to sit up and looked around. Where is mother? Thinking of her cheap mother-in-law, Jiang Yan's anger rose, but she couldn't show it. She forced a smile and said, her luggage got wet. Mother and little sister went next door to dry clothes. They will be back soon. Just then, Rong Yu came over holding a small bundle. Seeing Rongqi awake, she was surprised and ran over happily. Second brother, you're awake. Jiang Yan patted her shoulder. Stay here with your brother. I'll go make some soup. The mountain temple was large. On the left side, cloves and firewood were drying, and there was a cooking area. In the middle stood a grand statue, solemn and sacred. On the right side, prisoners rested temporarily. After Jiang Yan left, Rongyu chattered nonstop. Second brother, you fainted in the rain. Sister-in-law risked the heavy rain to save you. She was soaked through, but she finally calmed you down. And then, mother disappeared. Rongqi's brow twitched. What happened to mother? Rongyu pouted, holding back tears. Her voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. Mother couldn't take it anymore and hung herself in the southeast branch in the rain. Luckily, sister-in-law and the officials arrived in time. Otherwise, my brother and I would be orphans. Sob. Sister-in-law worked so hard. She not only takes care of the whole family but also comforts mother and stayed with second brother all night. Sob. Second brother, you must treat sister-in-law well. Respect her. Don't doubt her intentions easily. Rongqi narrowed his eyes, a flicker of trembling passing quickly in his gaze. She cared so much about his family. There was no acting, no scheming, no plotting. Only sincerity? He twitched his fingers, a faint smile forming on his lips. His Adam's apple moved as he let out a soft laugh. This feeling seemed quite good. Hopefully, she was genuine. The rain kept falling, as if it would pour down in torrents. Her clothes couldn't dry, and her whole body was soaked and uncomfortable. Jiang Yan had no choice but to find an excuse to slip into the space and find some torn cloth. Girl, your sewing skills are good. Why don't you make a few clothes? Madame Rong was surprised about where the fabric came from but wisely didn't ask too many questions. She took the cloth gently and said, okay. Jiang Yan knew she had to find something for Madame Rong to do and couldn't let her eat too much, or she might start to overthink. All afternoon, Madame Rong sat at the entrance of the mountain temple, mending clothes with a faint light. At dusk, Zhao Shun called Li Ping. Just as they were about to start a fire and cook, they noticed the temple was collecting a lot of water, and the roof was leaking. Oh no! The mountain temple is old and poorly maintained. The bricks and tiles are broken and leaking. If the rain keeps falling, it might flood everything. Li Ping stamped his foot anxiously. Brother, what should we do? They hurried to the temple to hide from the rain. Just when they caught their breath, they got soaked again. He was annoyed and wanted to curse. Damn this broken job. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken it. He might as well be single forever. Jiang Yan also wanted to curse. Damn the heavens. Not content to torment her enough, now the roof is leaking in the middle of the night. They finally found shelter, but the old and weak family members still got soaked. There's no use in panicking. She looked at Zhao Shun. Sir Zhao, why not find some strong people to climb up and fix the roof? Fix it?
Li Ping frowned.
I'm just escorting prisoners, not a carpenter. It's just rain, no need to fix anything. Jiang Yan touched her nose and thought this idea wasn't very good. She said, first, find some people to clear the water, then use bowls and basins to catch the dripping water. We can't let the temple flood. We have nowhere else to stay. Zhao Shun thought for a moment and nodded. Let the prisoners move and clean out the water inside the temple. But after some work, the water inside kept rising, as if it would never be fully cleared. Zhao Shun squatted at the door, staring at the heavy rain with a worried look. sighing repeatedly. Damn it, how long will this rain last? That night, everyone had just gone to bed. Before they could close their eyes, they felt wet underneath. Li Ping was the first to scream and jump up. Flood. Zhao Shun slapped him. Stop shouting. How could there be a flood on the mountain? He lifted his foot, and the water on the ground soaked his shoe. He looked at the roof and twisted his face. Damn it, another big hole. Has the sky broken? The pouring rain is falling from the sky. Su Liang kicked the prisoner and shouted angrily. Get up, get up. Why are you still sleeping? Work, work. Hurry up and clean the water out. Who's lazy? I'll skin you alive. After a long day of hard work, the exhausted prisoners drooped their heads and slowly picked up bowls and utensils to scoop water. Their movements were slow, and they were whipped by the guards. Lu Furong trembled with fear, and Rong Yuer's face was very pale. Although she was a woman, she still had to work. She hurried to clean up the rainwater. Jiang Nian pulled Rong Qi, Wei, and Madame Rong to hide behind the broken statue in the middle. The spot was high and not exposed to rain, making it a good place to rest. Rong Yuer saw this and quickly ran to Su Liang, pointing at the broken temple statue. She said, Officer, why doesn't the second household work? It's unfair. Su Liang looked her over with sneaky little eyes. You don't want to work either? He pressed the whip against her chin and smirked. Fine, let your mother come and join me. Or you can come too. Rong Yuer's face turned white with anger. She stomped her foot and ran away in a huff. She then went to complain to Li Ping. Li Ping looked at Lu Furong and the statue, frowned, and shouted loudly, Jiang Nian, come out and work. Jiang Nian covered her head and slowly came out from behind the statue. I have a terrible headache, my whole body is hot. I probably can't work today, Li Ping wanted to say, you're just being delicate. Furong is working just fine. But the next second, Jiang Nian lowered her voice and said, I'm exhausted. I won't take the 10 taels of silver. Besides, Brother Zhao is waiting for me to treat him. Li Ping clenched his teeth and softly said, Get out. For the 10 taels of silver and her brother's health, Jiang Nian kept pushing him around. Seeing Li Ping give in, Rong Yuer refused to accept it. She stomped her feet and shouted, It's not fair. Why does the second household get to rest while we prisoners work? If they don't work, neither will I. As soon as she put down her water scoop, Rong Yuer was whipped, crying out loudly. When she saw Zhao Shun holding a fierce whip, her face turned pale. She quickly picked up her water scoop and hurriedly wiped water. Madame Rong and Yuer came out from behind the statue, each holding a broken ceramic bowl. Lady Rong put on a polite smile and said, Sir, my son just woke up.
He is very weak.
My daughter-in-law caught a cold in the rain and has a fever. They can't work, so we will do it instead. The mother and daughter carried a broken clay bowl and joined the water-fetching team. Zhao Shun frowned but said nothing. The large group of prisoners worked all night to fetch water, but the rain kept falling. Many people grew tired and fell down, covered in mud, kneeling and begging. Please, sir, be kind. We've traveled all day. We're hungry, tired, and sleepy. We can't go on. Lu Furong's face was pale, and she looked about to faint. She suddenly collapsed into the mud. Li Ping was shocked and quickly helped her up. Caught up in love and worry, he hurriedly said to Zhao Shun, Brother, this can't go on. The rain might last for days. If the mountain temple collapses, we will have nowhere to go. Maybe we should send 2 strong men to rest on the roof. Su Liang frowned and sneered. Fix the house? Are you a goddess or a saint? Who can fix it? Do you know how? Zhao Shun looked at the sky, then at the ground, and at the wet luggage and the helpless oxen and horses. He sighed helplessly. After working all day and night, they still had to repair the roof. He wished he had listened to Jiang Nian. He went to the statue of the mountain god, bowed, and after kowtowing 3 times said, Mountain god, if anyone can repair the broken temple, it is a great virtue. The mountain god will be grateful and will bless them, making their wishes come true. As soon as he finished, Li Ping stepped forward first. I can fix it. He grew up in the countryside, where he often repaired leaking or broken houses himself. Su Liang sneered. A single tree can't support a house. How can you fix it alone? If the mountain god really could protect them, the rain would have stopped long ago. He didn't believe Zhao Shun's words about divine help to repair the roof in the rain. Zhao Shun didn't want his subordinates to work alone and tired. He looked at the prisoners and said, "Those who help repair the mountain temple will be rewarded with 2 small buns, 2 bowls of soup, and a plain steamed bun." With such a big reward, brave men would come forward. The prisoners, who had no clothes or enough food, immediately brightened at the mention of buns and large steamed buns. They raised their hands to volunteer. "Sir, we are gardeners from Rong's estate. Fixing a roof is easy for us. Sir, I can do it too. I can do it too. I want to repair the roof. The mountain god will bless me. Safe travels." These are all servants from the main household of the Rong family. As for the maids and servants of the second household, they had already been dismissed during the exile. The main household was reluctant to part with them. Not only did they bring along the concubines, but they also kept all the maids and servants. The concubines were easier to handle. During the journey of exile, these maids and servants refused to obey and wished to tear apart the main household. The second household had already returned their contracts, gaining their freedom. The main household, being selfish, not only refused to return their contracts, but also forced them to follow the exile, making them suffer greatly. Many people working together can accomplish more. Led by Li Ping, the prisoners broke free from their shackles and quickly climbed onto the roof. After a while, Li Ping, soaked and looking like a drenched chicken, happily returned to report, "Big brother, the roof of the mountain temple is fully repaired. It won't leak anymore." He looked at Lu Furong and saw her face full of admiration as she watched him. He was pleased and puffed out his chest, shaking his wet hair. Finally, there was no need to worry about leaks. Zhao Shun, feeling rare relief, kept his word and ordered someone to prepare a pot. Cook some soup, steam the steamed bread to warm it, and for those who participated in the repairs, reward 2 steamed breads, 2 bowls of hot soup, and a plain steamed bun. The weather was hot, and the steamed bread and plain buns had already gone moldy, but they still couldn't stop everyone from salivating. The prisoners involved in the repairs ate happily, their mouths full of delicious food, holding their stomachs and burping contentedly. After so many days of exile, they finally ate their fill. They felt they could die happily now. It rained heavily for 3 days and nights. Jiang Yan had been sick for 3 days straight. Madame Rong was anxious and kept wetting a cloth to help her reduce the fever. Rongyu knelt before the statue, continuously kowtowing and praying to the mountain god for her sister-in-law's recovery. Rong Qi, weak and exhausted, massaged Jiang Yan based on faint memories in his mind. He remembered she said that pouring clear river water could help reduce the fever. Jiang Yan was feverish and semi-conscious, but could vaguely feel someone taking care of her. This feeling was very subtle. Since her parents divorced, she had always been alone when she was sick. Sometimes, she would drag herself to find her mother, but her stepfather said her mother was already married and asked her not to bother her. She was furious, shouting loudly, asking what he meant by bothering her. She was her mother's biological daughter. How could that be bothering? At this moment, her mother suddenly appeared and scolded her, telling her not to make a fuss. She didn't understand. She was sick and wanted to see her mother. How was that bothering? How was that making a scene? Unable to do anything else, she had to turn around and find her father. However, her father had married a new wife and had a younger brother. Their happy, lively home couldn't accommodate her anymore. She was careful when eating and doing chores, managing the household neatly, but still couldn't escape her stepmother's words. The stepmother said she was unclean, accused her of stealing her necklace, and without hesitation, slapped her. She scolded her for being shameless, said she was unclean, and called her poisonous and dangerous despite her young age. It seemed that wherever she went, whether to find her father or mother, she was always the outsider. The unhappiness and arguments in her new family seemed to stem from her. When she was in elementary school, she went to a boarding school and learned to be independent. As long as her parents gave enough money, she never bothered them. Whether she was sick, happy, sad, or lonely, she endured it all by herself. The rare moments when she was cared for in her dreams had become fewer, but this time, it felt different. She could feel the gentle warmth of a damp cloth on her forehead and the rough hand softly stroking her wrist. There was also a sweet, young girl's voice whispering nearby, begging her to wake up soon. The weather cleared, and Jiang Nian's fever broke. Thank heavens, thank the mountain god's blessing, the fever is finally gone, Lady Rong sighed in relief, clasping her hands together. Rong Yu happily chirped and knelt before the mountain god's statue, bowing 3 times heavily. As her fever subsided like pulling silk, Jiang Nian felt clear-headed, though her limbs were still a bit weak. Just as she was about to get up and move around, Rong Qi pressed her down. Sister-in-law, your body is just recovering. Rest well. If you need anything, just tell Xian. Jiang Nian was restless. After 3 days of lying down, her limbs had almost wasted away. The dusty, polluted air inside the broken temple made her want to breathe the fresh air after rain. I want to go outside and get some fresh air. She supported herself with trembling legs and stood up. After taking a few steps, her legs buckled, and she nearly fell. Rong Qi was quick to catch her, grabbing a nearby stick and using it to support her waist, helping her stand again. Sister-in-law. Rong Qi lowered the stick, his eyelashes trembling. Sorry, sister-in-law. I was afraid I might be too abrupt. Jiang Nian rolled her eyes inwardly. Too abrupt? What could he do? Just help her up. It was truly a textbook example of respectful treatment of women, with those noble hands afraid to touch her even slightly. She smiled politely and said, Yes, very polite. Keep it up. Looking at Jiang Nian's back, Rong Qi raised an eyebrow, a slight smile in his eyes. Is she annoyed that he's avoiding her? After the rain stopped, the mountain was still muddy. Every step sank into the mud, and her shoes quickly got soaked. It took a lot of effort to pull her foot out. Because of this, Zhao Shun didn't leave immediately after the rain stopped. After all, if the horses, mules, or donkeys got stuck in the mud, it would take a lot of time and effort to get them out. Jiang Nian happily used a small stick to look for tiny holes in the wetland after the rain. The unhatched cicada pupae looked delicious. Every time she found one, Jiang Nian couldn't wait to pry it open with a stick. As she dug larger holes, a cicada that hadn't yet emerged crawled out. Jiang Nian pinched its back and held it in her palm. The cicada struggled hard, its thin legs scratching her hand and making her itch. Yue, bring a jar, Jiang Nian called loudly, her voice echoing through the mountain after the rain. Older sister-in-law, I'm coming. Rong Yu carried a clay jar, took off her shoes, and ran barefoot through the mud. Seeing this, Madame Rong put down her sewing and shook her head helplessly. The once delicate young lady had turned into a rough girl. She remembered how, in the past, Yue would jump at the slightest speck of dust on her shoes to wash them. Now, she was covered in mud and dirt, blending into the mess. She wondered how the lady in the cold palace was doing. Was she living well? Was anyone bullying her? She also wondered if her husband and son were watching over them from heaven. Madame Rong paused her sewing, lost in endless thoughts. Suddenly, the words Jiang Nian had shouted at her exploded in her mind. She shook her head to clear her thoughts and pushed away all distractions. Taking a deep breath, she told herself not to think about it, not to daydream. She still had clothes to sew and needlework to do. She had to finish her work before she could think about her loved ones. She lowered her head and finished the last stitch on her dress. She looked at the style of the clothing but felt something was off. Maybe she should embroider a flower on the collar. The thread was only white. Madame Rong thought, what grass or flower could dye the thread red? She turned to her son and asked, Zihan, what kind of flower or plant can turn white thread red? Rong Qi's gaze fell on that faint gray figure, a smile appearing in his eyes. Sister-in-law probably knows. Madame Rong frowned. Mother is asking you. Nian Nian was already very tired. She didn't want everything to trouble her. Xian, who was knowledgeable and talented with broad experience, she didn't believe her son didn't know. Unexpectedly, Rong Qi smiled slightly, stood up, and walked toward Jiang Nian. "I'll ask sister-in-law, Madame Rong." Her son was usually distant to others, even toward his sister-in-law, who always kept her distance, polite and reserved. Today, the sun was rising from the west. Could it be that he was asking for advice willingly? Rongyu, inheriting her sister-in-law's traits, held a small wooden stick and a clay jar, searching for the next piece of land. Jiang Yan caught more than 10 cicada pupae, ignoring the mud on her hands. She held a can in one arm and poked holes with a wooden stick. Hearing the movement behind her, she looked up, a smile on her lips, her eyes bright. Second brother. She looked plain, but when she smiled, she was like a thawing river, filled with tiny bits of spring light. Rong Qi's eyelashes fluttered, and he leaned closer to the jar, puzzled. "Sister-in-law, what are you catching them for?" Jiang Yan blinked and said, "To eat." She then moved the clay jar closer. "Don't be fooled by the mud on the cicada pupae. After washing, they're salted and roasted in an iron pot. Crispy outside, tender inside, very delicious." After saying that, she licked her lips. Her lips were perfect, clean, clear, and soft. When her pink tongue licked her lips, Rong Qi's gaze darkened quickly, and he hurriedly looked away. Cicadas can be eaten. These wriggling, disgusting bugs could be used to punish bad people, but eating them, he found it hard to accept. Jiang Yan looked at him and smiled. "If you can't accept it, you don't have to eat." Rong Qi paused slightly. As long as he didn't force himself to eat, it was fine. He lowered his eyelids and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you know what can dye red and white threads?" Madder root, I think." Jiang Yan kept working with her hands, digging out a struggling cicada. She was very excited. She turned around, placing the clay jar into Rong Qi's hands. "Second brother, hold this for me. I'll dig out the cicadas." "Oh, and add some water to the jar so the pupae don't change." She pointed to a nearby shallow pond, muddy and mixed with yellow soil, the water murky and unclear. Seeing her excited expression, Rong Qi frowned. He couldn't bring himself to refuse. He looked at the cicadas crawling in the muddy jar, sighed helplessly. He bent down to the shallow pond, squatted, scooped a handful of water and poured it into the jar. The cicadas stopped struggling and floated gently in the water. Jiang Yan caught another cicada and turned around happily. When she saw the future powerful official squatting by a water puddle, holding a clay jar and playing with water, she found it quite eye-catching. No matter if you are a high-ranking noble or a distant, cold moon in the sky, falling into the mud will make you share the dirt with everyone. Very down-to-earth. Being down-to-earth is good, so you don't have to act superior like a shallow dragon in a small pond. She couldn't handle that kind of person. She caught about 50 cicadas in a row. Jiang Yan rubbed her waist, feeling sore and tired. "That's enough for now. You might catch even more," she said. Rong Qi let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to play with mud anymore. The two of them were about to go back when Rong Yu's excited, loud voice came from afar. "Sister-in-law, I found something good." Rong Yu's dress was tied into a pouch, filled with mushrooms and wood ears. She ran over, slipping on her shoes. "Sister-in-law, look. Is this the mushroom you mentioned?" She had heard her sister-in-law talk about how after rain, mushrooms sprout, and they can be eaten or dried to sell. Jiang Yan brushed her hand through the mushrooms, picking out a few bright-colored ones. "Colorful ones can be poisonous," she warned. Then she picked up an oval-shaped mushroom cap and asked excitedly, "Where did you find this?" Rongyu pointed behind her. "Right there." I pulled apart a big patch of grass. "Sister-in-law, what kind of mushroom is this?" "This is a morel mushroom, very delicious," Jiang Yan said excitedly, rubbing her hands. "Let's go pick some more." Rong Qi looked at the jar in his hand and said, "I'll take this back first." "No need. After we pick the mushrooms, you can put them in your dress pocket," Jiang Yan replied. Anyway, her dress was already dirty with mud. She might as well use it to carry the mushrooms before changing. Rong Qi felt a bit helpless and forced a smile. "Use my clothes to carry mushrooms?" He didn't want to laugh, but Jiang Yan's words made him chuckle. He had been squatting by the mud puddle for a long time, washing cicada pupae and digging holes with his bare hands. Yet Jiang Nian saw through him easily and was about to tease him. Jiang Nian blinked innocently. "Could I use yours?" Rongyu chimed in at the right moment. Sister-in-law just recovered from a serious illness. She shouldn't get damp. Second brother, you shouldn't be so petty. Besides, you're a man. Who else would use your clothes? Rong-chi was once again made to laugh bitterly. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Jiang Nian would make her mother and sister obedient and respectful. Noticing that the future boss's expression was not right, Jiang Nian smiled and said, "Later, I will cook mushroom soup for you and catch 2 wild chickens." Mushroom chicken soup, it's really delicious. Do you want to try it? When he heard about mushroom chicken soup, Rong-chi looked at her, and a small smile appeared on his lips. "Sure, thank you, sister-in-law. Hey? We're family. No need to thank each other. Don't say that in the future. Okay." This trip out was very successful. Not only did they catch many cicadas, but they also picked a lot of mushrooms, such as morel mushrooms, bolete mushrooms, chicken of the woods, and honey mushrooms. When Rong-chi returned with a bag full of muddy mushrooms, he looked very unhappy. Madame Rong put down her work and came over. She looked at her son and asked with some confusion, "Did you get into a fight? Look at all this mud on you." Rong-chi poured out the mushrooms from his bag, frowned, and brushed off his clothes. But the wet mud stuck to them and couldn't be brushed away. Knowing her son well, Madame Rong quickly took out a clean shirt. "Here, change into this." "Thanks." Rong-chi took the shirt and went behind the statue. Rong Yener pulled Lu Furong and peeked from behind the door frame. When she saw the pile of mushrooms on the ground, her eyes lit up. "Lu Furong, is Li Ping listening to you? When Jiang Nian cooks later, ask Li Ping for more. My mother cares for you so much. You can't let her down." Lu Furong bit her lip, hiding her contempt in her eyes, and pretended to be weak. "Auntie naturally cares for me, but I am just following the exiled prisoner. I don't have the right to tell the officials what to do." Rong Yener glared at her irritably. "Stop pretending. Your charm tricks, my mother taught you all of that. Li Ping is very good at controlling you. Last time, that stray fish, I hit a whole one just for you. Damn Lu Furong. She secretly enjoyed the stray fish and didn't share any with her." Lu Furong's eyelashes flickered, and she said, "The charm techniques my aunt taught me, I can teach my cousin without reservation. But I wonder if she is willing to learn." Rong Yener's eyes lit up. "Are you really willing to teach?" Jiang Nian deliberately used the same chicken catching method as last time to catch 2 fat chickens. Of course, these chickens were not wild chickens, but illusions created by her space. Kangyu thought she was lucky and was very excited. "Sister-in-law, you are truly blessed. Big brother and dad must be watching over us from heaven." Jiang Nian, carrying 2 chickens, proudly shook her head. "Let's go. Time to make some stew." They had only taken a few steps when Kangyu suddenly heard a strange noise. She nervously grabbed Jiang Nian's arm. "Sister-in-law, there's a monster." "Huh?" Jiang Nian perked up her ears and listened. Sure enough, she heard a gurgling sound, like a pig. She shivered with fear. "Yuer, I think we've encountered a wild boar." Kangyu widened her eyes, looking terrified and beautiful, and quickly covered her mouth to stay silent. Could things get any worse? Jiang Nian gave her a quick look. "I'll count to 3. Run." They exchanged a quick glance and nodded. After mouthing 1, 2, 3, they moved in perfect sync and started running. It seemed the wild boar heard the noise and charged out of the bushes, heading straight for them.
"Ah!"
"The wild boar is coming," Kangyu shouted in a high-pitched voice, running as fast as an athlete. Jiang Nian, holding the chickens, slipped and fell flat on her back. The wild boar quickly changed direction and targeted her. Not attacking the weaker chicken would be foolish. No, it was a silly pig. Jiang Nian screamed loudly, threw down the chickens, and scrambled up a tree, rolling and climbing quickly. Looking at the wild boar circling below, Jiang Nian was a bit stunned. She was a weak woman, yet she managed to climb the tree? Indeed, in moments of despair, willpower can help you break free. Wow, she was impressive. She actually climbed a tree. Kangyu was even more confused. Sister-in-law, I didn't realize you had this skill. Now's not the time to praise me. Run. Kangyu snapped out of her shock. The wild boar also realized they were escaping and turned to chase her again. Yue had never run so fast in her life. Her legs seemed to be sparking, and even slipping didn't slow her down. At that moment, she finally understood why her sister-in-law could climb trees. Because, when facing danger and despair, her legs could run like the wind. While running, Kangyu shouted, "The wild boar is coming! The wild boar is coming!" Not far from the exiled prisoners, officials were watching closely to prevent escape. Hearing the commotion, they drew their swords, excited and eager to catch the troublemakers. "Where's the wild boar?" "Where?" Zhao Shun was the first to run out. Seeing a person and a pig rushing wildly, he excitedly patted his thigh and shouted, "Brothers, grab the tools." Fortunately, the mountain god blessed them. Just after repairing the mountain temple, the wild pig appeared. He couldn't believe that more than 10 officers couldn't catch a pig. The officers, holding knives and excited, moved closer. Rongyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran into the mountain temple, grabbing Rongqi's arm, panting heavily. "Second brother, sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law is hanging on the tree." "What?" Rongqi's face changed. He quickly ran outside. When he saw Jiang Mian hanging safely on the tree, he finally relaxed. "It's okay now." Jiang Mian hung on the tree, bored, watching Zhao Shun and others chase the wild pig. The fight between people and pig lasted about an incense stick of time. The officers, exhausted and panting, said, "Big brother, this wild pig is too fierce. We probably can't tame it. We all have to stay here. I'll count to 321, then we run," Zhao Shun said. Although he was eager to eat pork, he valued his life more than the pig. Moreover, this pig was too wild and fat, seeming tireless. Even after fighting for an incense stick, it was still full of energy. Its tough skin and thick meat made it hard to cut with a knife. Several of his fellow officers had already been injured. He was recovering from a serious illness and couldn't afford to delay any longer. Hanging on the tree, Jiang Mian heard their conversation and looked worried. "Sir, you can't retreat." "What should I do?" She couldn't stay hanging on the tree forever, could she? Li Ping looked up at her and said coldly, "Just hang there for now. The wild pig will leave sooner or later." Zhao Shun's eyes sharpened. He issued commands, and the officers, hearing the commotion, quickly retreated. They ran away like rabbits, fast and frantic. Jiang Mian, hanging on the tree, shouted anxiously, "You can't just leave me here." The officers, excited at first, came back disappointed and left, leaving Jiang Mian to cry helplessly. Seeing Jiang Mian alone, the wild pig's eyes nearly burst with rage. It snorted loudly, breathing heavily, then suddenly charged at the tree trunk. Boom! The tree trembled 3 times. Jiang Mian wobbled and was terrified, her heart pounding wildly. Damn it! Zhao Shun was unfair. He angered the wild pig and ran away, leaving her alone on the tree to face the angry pig. Who will save her? As Zhao Shun and the other officers returned in embarrassment, Rongyu was sweating anxiously. Where is sister-in-law? From afar, Jiang Mian was still hanging on the tree. The strong wild boar, as big as a mountain, was shaking its body and fiercely hitting the trunk. Rongyu was so anxious she cried out loudly, "Sister-in-law, someone help sister-in-law." Jiang Mian was knocked around and saw stars. She finally ran out of strength and fell from the tree. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly got up and ran. Clearly, the wild boar didn't give her a chance. It roared loudly and blocked her way. Driven by fear, Jiang Mian desperately ran in another direction. But the wild boar chased after her fiercely, and in an instant, it pounced and knocked her to the ground. Jiang Mian struggled hard, but the wild boar kept pressing her down and rubbing against her. Just when she thought she was about to lose her life, she seemed to see someone falling from the sky. Could it be the mountain spirit? Wiping her tears, she realized it wasn't the mountain spirit. Could it be Rongqi? Rongqi? The sickly little brother-in-law? Why did he suddenly appear? Is he not afraid of death? Jiang Nian clutched her stomach and shakily got up. She saw Rongqi holding a knife, stabbing fiercely at the wild boar's eyes, one strike after another. Bright red blood splattered out, staining his jade-like face and soaking his dark gray prison clothes. He looked both strange and deadly. Jiang Nian was stunned. At that moment, she seemed to forget all her pain. Time felt frozen, like a dream, hazy and distant. The only thing she remembered was that figure fighting desperately. The wild boar, angered, charged wildly like a headless fly. Rongqi was caught off guard and was knocked flying by its head. His thin figure seemed to break like a kite with its string cut, rolling down the hillside. Jiang Nian ignored her own pain and scrambled down the slope, crawling and sliding. Rongqi lay quietly among the bushes, his white face streaked with blood. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, looking lonely and fragile. Seeing Jiang Nian, he struggled to lift his arm. His thick, long eyelashes trembled gently, as if a breeze could lift them. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Jiang Nian helped him up, choking on her tears as she scolded. "You said you were fine, but how could you risk your life rushing in like that? You're not allowed to do this again." She didn't expect that her usually cold and indifferent little brother-in-law would also have moments of self-sacrifice. It was worth all her care and heartfelt concern over the days. Rongqi managed a faint smile. "I'm glad you're okay, sister-in-law." If he didn't rush out, his mother and sister might have fought the wild boar despite their safety. He couldn't let his family be trapped. Moreover, Jiang Nian had saved him many times, and he didn't want Yue to scold him for being cold-hearted. He helped Rongqi back to the mountain temple, where Madame Rong and Rongyu hurried over. Rongyu cried breathlessly, "Sister-in-law, you're safe? That's good." When she saw Rongqi covered in blood, she screamed in fear, "Yue is guilty. If I had known, I wouldn't have let second brother rush to save sister-in-law. Boo-hoo, I should have gone instead."
Boo-hoo.
Is second brother hurt? Jiang Nian was speechless. It turned out Yue was worried about her and begged Rongqi to save her. She bit her lip, checked Rongqi's pulse, and after a moment said, "Second brother is fine, don't worry." Yue still cried, but he's covered in blood. Rongqi suppressed his emotions, his fingers curling slightly, and forced out a dry smile. "Yue, don't cry." "It's not my blood," Jiang Nian explained smoothly. "It's the blood from the pig's eyes." She then looked at Rongqi, smiling gently, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Thank you, second brother, for risking your life to save us." Sister-in-law is very grateful. Rongqi didn't speak but looked away. Outside the temple, the blinded wild boar was howling and running wildly, blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Shun saw this and called the officers to attack with knives. The boar, blinded, attacked chaotically and was soon subdued by the officers. The sound of the boar's wails echoed through the forest. Soon, Zhao Shun and Li Ping returned excitedly, dragging a wild boar. Li Ping called out to some prisoners, boiling water, plucking hair, and preparing to slaughter the pig, while others handled the internal organs. All the prisoners involved had shining eyes. Finally, they had meat to eat. Rongqi changed his clothes. Madame Rong was squatting nearby, cleaning, while Rongyu was applying medicine to Jiang Nian. "Second brother, stay here and watch. Don't let anyone come over," Rongyu ordered, pulling Jiang Nian behind the statue. The mountain temple was simple, crowded with people. When sister-in-law was getting medicine, they had to arrange for second brother to stand outside and keep watch, so no one would intrude and ruin her reputation. Jiang Nian's stomach was burning with pain, and her back and shoulders were full of scratches from the friction. It was as if the wild boar saw her as a toy, not biting her but pressing her to the ground and rubbing her. "Ugh, it hurts." Jiang Nian's voice trembled with pain. The way her sister-in-law applied the medicine was really rough, pressing wherever it hurt. Rongyu felt a bit guilty. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. The temple is too dark. I can't see well. Please bear with it." She tried to be very careful, but accidentally pressed too hard, causing Jiang Nian to moan in pain.
"Ah.
It hurts. Be gentle." Her voice was trembling and filled with restraint, low and hoarse, like a faint morning intoxication. which was quite alluring. Rong-chi's eyelids twitched, and his hand, resting by his side, unconsciously clenched tighter. Is it really that painful? He couldn't help but turn his head to look. Just one glance, and that fair skin hidden in the darkness made his whole body feel warm, as if a heat wave was rising to his forehead. Quickly, Rong-chi looked away. A faint red shimmer appeared in his eyes, and he stepped back a few paces, covering his ears with his hand. He didn't know how much time passed before Jiang Nian grimaced and came out from behind the temple. Rong-yu looked guilty and followed closely behind. Sister-in-law's skin is so white. Even in the dim room, her skin beneath the clothes looked as clear as jade. If her face hadn't been damaged, she couldn't imagine how stunning she would be. Unfortunately, her way of applying the medicine was clumsy, making her sister-in-law feel a lot of pain. Seeing Rong-chi covering his ears, trying to endure it, Rong-yu frowned. "Why are you just sitting here?" Rong-chi turned his head and looked around, then lowered his hand. "Is the medicine applied?" Then he added, "You stay here and watch. Don't let any outsiders come in." Rong-yu suddenly understood. She patted her head. "I forgot. By the way, second brother, do you have any injuries? Do you need medicine?" When she heard medicine, her mind involuntarily recalled Jiang Nian's tempting moans. Rong-chi quickly left as if fleeing. "I'm going to help mother hang the laundry." Rong-yu found it strange. What's wrong with second brother? I didn't even give him medicine, so why is he so scared? Even though they were siblings, children of different ages don't share the same bed. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't get close to her second brother. With their mother present, there was no reason for her to give him medicine. Jiang Nian still grimaced and huffed, shivering as she said, "The wild boar has been caught. Let's go have some fun." And her chicken, rubbed raw by the wild boar, was also not sure if it was safe to eat. Zhao Shun directed the butchering and cutting of the pig, while Li Ping transformed into an excited butcher, slicing off piece after piece. "Big brother, we can't finish all this wild boar meat, and it's hot in summer. Why not preserve it? Where would we get so much salt?" Zhao Shun lifted a pig leg and looked up at Jiang Nian, who was approaching slowly. He said, "We found the wild boar, caught it. Second house of the Rong family deserves credit. They should get a share of the pig." Jiang Nian pursed her lips, thinking it was a last-minute excuse. She and Rong-chi had suffered a lot, and now they only get one pig leg? Is there really such an easy deal in the world? Jiang Nian forced a smile and took the pig leg. "Lord Zhao is kind-hearted, thinking of sharing a pig leg with us. That's good. One leg for one leg. I've even made a profit." Then her gaze fell on her right leg. Rong-yu's eyes twitched, and she quickly raised her voice sarcastically. "My sister-in-law's leg was almost bitten off by the wild boar. My second brother fought the boar, covered in blood. His ribs might be broken. Lord Zhao, we should be grateful for your generosity. May your descendants be long-lived and healthy." Zhao Shun looked embarrassed. This is just our duty, brothers. We can't risk losing our lives. Protecting ourselves in critical moments is understandable." He touched his nose and ordered Li Ping, "Cut 2 legs and a rib." Li Ping paused his work and frowned. "Big brother, giving so much pork to the prisoners, aren't we being too kind?" Zhao Shun glared at him. "Stop talking nonsense." He still hoped Jiang Nian could cure the sick and show her skills by preparing a delicious pork meal. For grown men, cooking usually just meant adding some salt and boiling. That's all. But anything made by Jiang Nian always turned out to be extraordinary, delicious beyond words. Jiang Nian unceremoniously accepted 2 pig legs and a rib. The wild boar was originally their discovery, called by Rong-yu, and after Rong-chi was injured in the eye, the officials only managed to catch it properly. If Zhao Shun was unkind and unjust, she wouldn't be polite on the upcoming exile journey. Jiang Nian told Rong-yu to find those 2 chickens. She secretly hid the pig legs and ribs in her space. While Zhao Shun was cooking the meat, she secretly took more wild boar meat and hid it in her space. Even if the officials found some missing, so what? Let them search if they dare. In the wild, there was no vegetable oil, so they had to use pig fat. Lard was boiled down into 5 large jars, and Li Ping was very excited. While cutting meat, Zhang Yan arranged for the female prisoners' family members to cut the meat into small pieces, including pork belly, with a mix of fat and lean parts. She only prepared meals for the officials and the second wife. She did not care about the other prisoners. She took salt from the space and sprinkled it into the large pot of food, then called Zhao Shun to bring the Sichuan peppercorns he collected, which she sprinkled into the pot. Staring at the bubbling pork, Zhao Shun squinted. Only eating meat, no vegetables. It feels like it has no soul. Jiang Mian pointed outside. All wild vegetables. You can send someone to pick them. There are no windows to grow her mushrooms. Zhao Shun took a deep breath and had no choice but to stand up and command the prisoners. Everyone go out and pick wild vegetables. The more you pick, the more meat you'll get. Rong Yuer didn't want to go, but was pulled out of the temple by her mother. Lu Fengru noticed her daughter's distracted look. Recently, her eyes kept drifting towards Su Liang, and she wondered what she was planning. The officials finished their meal feeling satisfied. They had to praise Jiang Mian's cooking skills. Even the disgusting, foul-smelling pig offal was turned into delicious dishes by her. The second wife of the Rong family also ate a big bowl of vegetables. Rong Yu's mouth was greasy, and her stomach was full. Even Rong Qi ate happily. The only thing missing was the mushroom chicken soup Jiang Mian promised. The wild chicken was too badly killed and was buried by Rong Yu. "Mother, this big rib is for you," Jiang Mian said while munching and burping happily. She was too full. Wild boar meat was more fragrant than regular pork, with firm, chewy texture. Every bite brought the pure taste of nature. Plus fresh, organic, green, pollution-free wild vegetables, mushrooms, and wood-ear fungi. Eating one bite made her feel like her soul was dancing on her tongue. Rong Yuer watched longingly as the second wife's food smelled so good, her anger making her clutch her bread tightly. She turned to look at Lu Fengru, her face twisted with rage. "Mother, why? Why can they dig wild vegetables, pick mushrooms, but not even get a sip of the meat broth? It's so unfair. Too unfair." Lu Fengru sighed and handed her daughter her bread. "Yuer, Su Liang is sincerely trying to control us. What can we do? We have to endure for now." The ants got bored of playing. Lu Fulong refused to follow along, and she didn't want to send her daughter away or sacrifice herself. Su Liang kept his feelings inside, unable to find a way to vent, and naturally thought of ways to cut back on the main household's food supply. Rong Yenna stomped her foot, her small face twisting with anger. Hold on, hold on. Why should I endure this? Su Liang withholding food is because you're useless and not doing your part. If you just slept with him, would I still go hungry for meat? What? Lu Fengru's face turned pale, as if she couldn't believe her own daughter could say such heartless words. She covered her chest and took a step back, trembling as she spoke. How? How can you say such cold words that hurt your mother? I am your mother. You make me. Make me. She covered her face and sobbed, her body trembling constantly, tears streaming down her fingers like a flood. She had always been sincere and caring towards her daughter. She never thought that one day her own daughter would say something that made her want to offer herself to the officials just to get her some meat. After crying a few times, suddenly she felt a sharp pain above her head. Rong Tong grabbed her hair and threw her forcefully, as if still not satisfied, then kicked her twice. Crying. Do you even have the face to cry? Yenner, isn't what she said wrong? You only married the concubine to make her official, and as your mother, how can I not sacrifice myself to let my daughter have some meat? I am your husband. I eat plain food every day, and you're worse than those concubines. Rong Tong kicked her a few more times, glaring fiercely. Tonight, think of a way to sneak into the woods with Su Liang. If I don't get meat tomorrow, I'll kill you. After threatening her, he walked toward Rong Yenner with a smile, coaxing her gently. Good girl, go ask your aunt for some meat. You're young. She won't refuse you. Rong Yenner stared at the meat in Madame Rong's hand, drooling with hunger. She wiped her mouth and came over, squatting down in front of her, looking at her eagerly.
Auntie, Yanna is so hungry.
Please give me some meat. Once a beautiful and well-fed child, her face was now pale from hunger. Now she looked at her with longing, like a small dog abandoned and starving. Madame Rong's heart softened, and she couldn't help but hand over the ribs she was holding. Rong Yenner's face lit up with joy as she snatched the ribs and started to chew. Before she could taste it, the ribs were suddenly snatched away. Looking up, she saw Rong Yu baring her teeth, holding the ribs and glaring fiercely. Have you ever seen someone with a face thicker than a city wall? Even from 800 yards away, I can see your shamelessness. You're just a parasite clinging to my father, sucking his blood. When it's over, you turn around and kick me when I'm down. How dare you try to steal the meat? Get lost. Stop messing around or I'll really hurt you. Rong Yu's face turned red as she shouted angrily. She didn't want to bother with the conflict between the main and second branches, but Rong Yenner kept provoking her, seeking trouble without shame. Don't blame her for ignoring family ties. Rong Yenner was so angry she stomped her feet, biting her lip to hold back her fury. She glared at Rong Yu, saying, "Why do you think you can take it? The meat was given to me by Auntie. I'm your older cousin, so I should get it first. Give it back." She jumped forward to grab the meat. Rong Yu was quick and agile, dodging left and right, so Rong Yenner couldn't catch her. Fuming, Rong Yenner cursed, "You're so unkind. I'm your sister, but your whole family only cares about eating meat, ignoring our family bonds. Your conscience is gone." Talking about family ties made Rong Yu explode. She threw the bones on the ground, crushed them with her foot, and then lunged at Rong Yenner, claws out. "How dare you talk about family? That heartless man, your father, betrayed us when we were in trouble, making everything worse. If it weren't for him, maybe my father wouldn't have died and my older brother might still be alive. It's all because of him, your family, that my father and brother are gone. And now you're here whining? I'll beat you to death." Rong Yenner, being older and taller, quickly pressed Rong Yu down. She sneered, "The real culprit for hurting the Rong family is Jiang family Jiang Nian. It has nothing to do with the main branch. Stop spreading false accusations. It's Jiang family who caused your father's death, your brother's death, and your eldest sister's exile to the cold palace. You should be blaming them." The two fought fiercely, kicking up dust. Jiang Nian suddenly heard about the crimes of the Jiang family, her heart pounding. Damn it. She had just started to like these people, and now everything might fall apart. She quickly stood up, wanting to help Rong Yu, but Rong Qi held her back. "Don't go." Jiang Nian stomped her foot in frustration. Yue is still young. She can't beat Rong Yenner. She can, Rong Qi said calmly, chewing on a bone in his hand unhurried. Yue might not be able to fight Jiang Nian, but against the hungry Rong Yenner, that was easy. In an instant, Rong Yu turned the tables. She clamped her legs around Rong Yenner's head, flipped her over, and grabbed her hair, pulling her upward.
"Ah!" Rong Yenner screamed loudly, hurriedly pulling her hair.
Rong Yu smoothly turned over and sat on her, grabbing her neck and threatening, "Listen, from today on, the main family won't touch a single drop of blood from the second family. Go back where you belong, or I'll beat you every time I see you." Lu Fengru heard her daughter's scream and rushed over quickly. Rong Yu released her hold and quickly returned to the main family group. Rong Yenner's hair was messy, her clothes dirty, and the finger marks on her cheeks were obvious. Lu Fengru felt heartbroken and looked at Rong Yu with anger, trembling all over. "Where has your manners gone? She's your sister. How can you hit her?" Rong Yu snorted coldly, "And you think you have manners? A lowly concubine who climbs into bed with others, thinking she's better just because she's the mistress? In the end, you're still a concubine and your daughter is just like you. You. Lu Fengru trembled with anger. She looked at Madame Rong. "Second sister-in-law, this is the child you raised. Even if she's exiled, the Rong family's rules shouldn't be broken. Disrespecting elders should be punished by family law. Before Madame Rong could speak, a cold voice sounded. "The Rong family's rules state that siblings who fight should be whipped 100 times and expelled. Those who betray others should have their limbs broken and be whipped 300 times. I ask, did my eldest uncle follow any of these rules?" Rong Qi casually wiped his fingers with a torn cloth. Despite his prison clothes covered in dust, he didn't look disheveled. His calm, elegant movements made his cold eyes look even sharper. Jiang Yan quietly took a few steps back. The main and second branches of the Rong family were arguing fiercely.
It was better for her not to get involved.
She didn't want some loudmouth dragging Zhang's family into this and getting her involved. Rong Yu crossed her arms, her presence growing stronger.
Exactly.
Over the years, my father supported the main family. My sister and brother risked their lives and faced many schemes to bring glory and wealth to the Rong family. Now that we're down, our own family is betraying us. If we talk about family rules, my eldest uncle should have his limbs broken and be whipped 300 times. How can anyone think it's okay to enjoy wealth and comfort while others suffer and then turn around to betray them? Lu Fengru took a few steps back, trembling as she pointed at Rongqi. You dared to use family law on my eldest uncle? Do you still respect elders and ancestral rules? Jiang Yan sighed at Lu Fengru's shamelessness. Their family betrayed them, yet she still had the nerve to argue. She wanted to say something, but was afraid it would cause trouble for herself, so she quietly crouched aside like a well-behaved quail. Compared to the main family, Zhang's family was even more hateful. Rongqi glanced at her with a mocking smile. The ancestral rules exist to restrain those with bad intentions. My uncle ignored family ties and harmed his own brother. The emperor himself condemned him. Can that be false? Since his exile, those old rules have lost their meaning. He raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone full of disdain. Or are you reminding me to follow those rules today because you want me to punish the man who betrayed his own brother? Rong Tong's actions had already been condemned by the emperor. The royal words could not be changed, and his crime of harming his brother was an undeniable fact. Rongqi had not used the ancestral laws against him, which was already an act of mercy. No, only mercy on the surface. In truth, he had never planned to let the main branch of the family live peacefully. Lu Furong was the perfect tool for his plan. Lu Fengru trembled and stepped back in fear, her voice shaking. You misunderstand, Erlang.
I didn't mean that.
I came today only to teach this greedy girl a lesson. As she spoke, she grabbed Rong Yenner by the ear and pretended to be angry. You and your greed. Would it kill you to eat a little less? Come home with me right now. Rongqi's words carried absolute authority. If he decided to punish his uncle on the spot, the officers present would not stop him. They might even stand by and watch. Lu Fengru couldn't afford to lose everything. Rong Yenna stubbornly refused to leave. I'm not going. I won't go until I get some meat. It was father. Before she could finish, Rong Tong rushed over and covered her mouth. Imitating Lu Fengru's anger, he gave her a light slap and scolded. Still being greedy? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. Rong Yenner's face turned pale with anger. It was clearly her father who told her to ask her aunt for meat, yet she was the one being punished. She was furious. Lu Furong watched coldly, a sneer curling at her lips. What a bunch of useless people. A few words from Rongqi had sent them running away in fear. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Yan, who was trying hard to make herself invisible, standing quietly with her arms crossed like a frightened bird. Lu Furong's lips curved slightly, her bright eyes glinting with hidden meaning. In her previous life, at this point, Jiang Yan had not yet fully become part of the Rong family. Compared to the main branch, she carried many flaws. Even the smallest mistake could bring down Rongqi's wrath, leaving her with no chance to recover. Let's expose her ambitions and desires early so Rongqi can see what kind of flirtatious woman Jiang Yan truly is, reckless and eager to get close to her brother-in-law. I don't believe that without the 3 or 4 years of preparation from her past life, Jiang Yan, who reveals her ambitions and desires openly, can still be protected by the Rong family. Rong Yenner was scolded and became very angry. She decided to ignore her parents and sat aside, sulking. Lu Fengru was beaten by Rong Tong, and, that night, she angrily tied her up and handed her over to Su Liang. Lu Fengru was so furious she ground her teeth and swallowed her anger, but her daughter was ungrateful, flirting and trying to get close to Su Liang. Seeing Su Liang's mischievous gaze and his hand moving, Lu Fengru hurriedly stepped in to stop him. "Officer." Lu Fengru flicked her hair and smiled charmingly. "Young lady here is inexperienced and doesn't know how to serve properly. Tonight, how about I go into the woods with you?" Su Liang was stunned, his eyes glinting as he looked at Lu Fengru's chest. "Since the lady invites, I will gladly accompany you." He then roughly grabbed her buttocks. "I'll wait for you in the woods tonight." Rong Yenner looked at her coldly. "Mother, do you really not want me to eat meat? You hit me without knowing the facts and even took Su Liang away." Lu Fengru was so angry she ground her teeth and slapped her daughter. After hitting her, she felt guilty and quickly pulled her back. "Yenner, I didn't mean to hurt you." Tears welled up in Rong Yenner's eyes. She pushed Lu Fengru away. "You did it on purpose." Her father hit her, her mother hit her. Only her cousin, who looked down on her, seemed to understand her. Lu Fengru's heart felt like thousands of ants biting her, making her suffocate with pain. She punched her chest hard and backed against the wall. Her daughter was spoiled so much that she was foolish like a pig. When would she grow up? When would she understand her mother's hard work? Her daughter was beautiful and in her prime. If she protected her innocence on the way to exile, maybe she could marry into a good family once they reached Ningguta. Why couldn't she understand that? Does she only feel happy when someone mistreats her? As evening fell, Rong Tong tied Lu Fengru up with ropes, preparing to present her to Su Liang. For several days, they had been deprived of meat and even their staple food, steamed buns. Every day, they worked endlessly and were beaten without mercy. Zhao Shun couldn't persuade. Li Ping was stubborn and unyielding. Only Su Liang had some plans. Lu Fengru didn't make a fuss. She looked softly at Rong Tong and said, "Husband, no need to tie me up. I will go on my own tonight." Rong Tong paused, surprised, and asked, "Are you really willing?" Lu Fengru nodded. "Yenner is pitiful, and husband is suffering. You are all the most important to me. I can't bear to see you in danger. If giving myself can keep you safe, I am already satisfied." She picked up a bowl of water and handed it to Rong Tong. "Husband, it's hot. Drink some water to soothe your throat." Rong Tong took the water, without suspicion, and drank it all. "You're sensible." Lu Fengru clenched her teeth, lowered her head slightly, with a look of suppressed hatred in her eyes, but her voice was gentle and obedient. "As long as husband and Yenner are happy, I am willing to do anything. Go now. Su Liang is waiting for you in the small woods." Rong Tong put down the bowl and sat on a stone to rest with a broad gesture. Lu Fengru bit her lip, looked at the night outside the temple, and said, "It's dark and the road is slippery."
"I'm afraid."
"Why don't husband see me off? You're so troublesome." Rong Tong flicked his sleeve and strode into the night. "It's better to send her off. Lu Fengru is the legitimate wife, not like those concubines who are hard to control. He would personally guard her to prevent mistakes." Lu Fengru followed indifferently, a flash of dark light in her eyes, revealing an unspoken cruelty. She didn't want to scheme like this, but Rong Tong was too ruthless and cold. First, he schemed against her brother and let him fall into trouble. Then, he sent all the concubines to the officials to be abused. Even the maids and servants in the house were not spared. She couldn't imagine what would happen to Yenner after all her usefulness was drained. A person who dares to scheme against his own brother, and who can easily give up his close ones. How much brotherly love is there? Today, she would send him away. She would take good care of Su Liang. Jiang Yan was packing her luggage carefully. She was about to leave tomorrow and needed to organize everything, so she wouldn't panic at the last moment. Rong Qi leaned lazily against the statue, his gaze passing through the temple window, watching Lu Fengru and Rong Tong's departing figures. He curled his lips, lowered his eyes, and played with his fingers. His sharp, narrow eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but in an instant, he returned to his usual cold and indifferent look. "Why are you just sitting there? Aren't you going to pack your luggage?" Jiang Nian couldn't stand him being idle. Whenever she had a chance, she would scold his young master temper. Rong Qi suddenly looked up, his gaze straight forward as he swept over her several times, finally settling on her face. He just stared at her quietly. Jiang Nian touched her face and looked at him.
Second.
Second brother, why are you looking at sister-in-law like that? No wonder her voice was nervous. When she met Rong-chi's eyes, she felt like she was looking into a bottomless abyss. Even though he was smiling, she felt a cold shiver down her spine. Could it be that today's big family gathering reminded Rong-chi of what the Jiang family did? Since he couldn't take revenge on the Jiang family directly, he might be venting his anger on her? Jiang Mian felt like she was facing a great danger. She hurriedly said, "Second brother is still recovering. Rest well. Sister-in-law will go tidy up." She quickly slipped away as if fleeing. Recently, Rong-chi's gaze on her had been very strange, sometimes sharp as a knife, as if he was peeling her skin to extract her soul. Rong-chi chuckled softly. After tonight, everything would be decided. Those who harmed the Rong family wouldn't escape.
Zhao Shun looked at the time.
It's past the hour of Su. Count the people and put on the shackles. At this moment, Lu Furong ran over crying. Something's wrong. My uncle and aunt are missing. Li Ping didn't hesitate. He angrily said, "If they dare to run away, I will catch them and tear them to pieces." He led a group of brothers, holding swords, and stormed out fiercely. Jiang Mian saw the commotion and asked Lady Rong, "Did the people from the main house escape?" Lady Rong frowned. "That doesn't look like it." She pointed to the corner, where a panicked Rong Yuer was. "Her daughter is here." Lu Fengru would never run away. Lu Fengru wasn't a good person, but she was a good mother. Rong Yuer, spoiled and arrogant, was like her precious eye. Even if it cost her her life, she wouldn't abandon her daughter. Rong Yu tiptoed and peeked through the window, gossiping. Maybe she was eaten by a beast. The main house is ruthless and cruel. Leaving Rong Yuer behind and escaping isn't surprising. Jiang Mian always felt something was strange tonight, because her right eyelid kept twitching. An incense stick later, Li Ping returned cursing loudly, followed by a group of people. Lu Furong smiled slightly, hiding her happiness and pretending to be worried. "Brother Li, have you found my uncle and aunt?" Li Ping looked at her, then remembered what he had just seen. Suddenly, he felt sick and quickly pulled Lu Furong aside.
You
should stay away." He couldn't finish his words, as the scene was too terrible to describe. Lu Furong felt faint and looked crushed. She staggered over to Rong Yenner, grabbing her arm and crying loudly. "Cousin, I think my uncle and aunt have been harmed." "No, that's impossible." Rong Yenner pushed her away, her face full of disbelief. "My parents can't be harmed. My father took my mother to see Su Liang, and they went into the woods." "How could this happen?" She suddenly covered her mouth, eyes wide with fear, staring at the cloth-covered body. Just moments ago, she saw the officials struggling to carry a pile of bodies. Li Ping was covering his eyes, looking distressed.
Could it be?
Could her parents really have been eaten by wild animals? The prisoners watching the scene realized the truth and looked at each other with contempt. Wild animals are roaming in the countryside, and they still have the nerve to do such wicked things. Now look at this, covered in blood and torn apart. They're using a rag to hide it, but I bet the three of them are just a pile of rotting flesh. It's too horrible to imagine. Zhao Shun frowned. Li Ping, honestly, when someone dies, just dig a hole and bury them. Why carry them to the temple? How can you dirty the mountain god's eyes like that? He waved his hand impatiently. Since they're dead, hurry up and dig a grave. Li Ping looked helpless.
Well.
The cloth-covered figure twitched a few times, frightening the prisoners so much they backed away. "Oh my God! Is it coming back to life?" "The body is still moving. Stay away or you'll attract bad luck. Otherwise, you'll be cursed for life. Quick, dig a hole and bury it. Summer's hot enough, and the body's decay smells terrible. Just thinking about it makes me sick." Lu Furong curled her lips, but her face showed panic. She clung tightly to Li Ping, begging, "No, don't bury them. I don't believe my uncle and aunt are dead." Rong Yenner's face changed suddenly. She pushed through the crowd quickly and, with lightning speed, pulled off the torn cloth. "No one is allowed to bury my parents. They can't be dead." She doesn't believe her parents are dead. She refuses to accept it. She is still waiting to eat meat. When everyone saw what was under the rag, they all sighed in shock. Many gasped and covered their eyes, saying, "Oh, my eyes hurt. This is truly disgraceful. The world is going downhill. Ugh, disgusting." Rong Yenner turned around, and when she saw her parents, her vision blurred, and she felt dizzy, pounding at her forehead. What did she see? Her parents might as well have been torn apart by wild animals. It would be better if they were dead. It would save them from shame. Jiang Mian tiptoed, hopping closer to peek inside. She was very curious. What happened to the eldest couple and Su Liang? Why did they look so hard to describe? Rong Yu was even more curious, but there were too many nosy prisoners crowding around, and more officials standing in circles, blocking her view. Jiang Mian came up with an idea. She squatted down, took a stance, and said to Rong Yu, "Why don't you stand on my shoulders and look? Tell me what you see." She couldn't resist eating the melon, or she wouldn't sleep tonight, and the itching and discomfort made her restless. Okay, Rong Yu moved her limbs, ready to stand on Jiang Mian's shoulders and take a big bite of the melon, but Rong Qi scolded her. "What are you two doing?" Rong Qi's lips pressed tightly, his tone cold and sharp like ice melting in summer, piercing straight into their hearts. Jiang Mian had never seen her little uncle look so unfriendly. She wisely stepped back, fiddling with her fingers and staying silent. Why was he angry all of a sudden? She believed she hadn't done anything wrong today, nor offended any future important person. Even if she suddenly remembered the sins of the Jiang family, she couldn't be blamed for that. She was just an innocent little girl used as a stepping stone. Rong Qi looked at Jiang Mian coldly, then turned to Rong Yu and said, "We need to travel again tomorrow. Don't get involved in this." "Oh," Rong Yu nodded obediently, took Jiang Mian's hand, and moved behind the statue. "Second brother, what's wrong today? Why are you so moody?" Jiang Mian fiddled with her fingers and echoed, "Yes, just scolding you is enough. I am his sister-in-law, and elders should be respected. Yet he dares to give me a cold look." Since she arrived here, Rong Qi had always been gentle and moderate. He never spoke loudly, but today's behavior was very strange. She blinked and said to Rong Yu, "Maybe gossiping is just the act of a gossiping woman. Your brother might think I've led you astray." Rong Yu didn't agree, saying, "Gossiping is a woman's nature. My mother also went to see it. Why didn't second brother stop her? He just has opinions about us and always picks the soft targets." Jiang Mian whispered to her, "It's okay. I have sharp ears. I can hear everything." So, the wife and sister-in-law both pricked up their ears and secretly listened behind the statue. Zhao Shun saw what was happening and made the same move as Li Ping, covering his face and stepping back a few steps. "Someone, go quickly." Li Ping looked bitter. "Big brother, I've tried, but I can't stop it. Who would have thought they'd see such shocking scenes in their lifetime?" In the quiet, deep woods at night, there were sounds like small animals calling out in distress. He walked closer with a torch and was stunned. Oh my goodness. He really couldn't look. He was very curious about what kind of person Su Liang was to do such wild things. The main family of the Rong household was truly strange, able to cooperate with such wild behavior and put on a shocking show. "Disgusting and inappropriate, it's really hard to watch," Zhao Shun shouted angrily. "Are you dead? Don't you think with your brain and come up with a plan?" Li Ping felt a knot in his heart. "I'm not sure what to do. That's why I asked Big Brother for advice. Since Big Brother gave the order, I will." Although Jiang Mian knew medicine, she couldn't ruin someone's reputation. Li Ping held a knife and ordered a few officials. "You guys cut them apart." Lu Furong heard the noise and grabbed Rong Yenner's hand, whispering, "Jiang Mian is a doctor. She can definitely treat them. If the officials cut with their knives, my father and mother will surely die." Rong Yenner, although resentful that her mother didn't teach her charm skills, didn't want to lose her parents either. She crawled and begged Rong Madam, "Auntie, please, I beg you. Let sister-in-law save my parents. Auntie, I beg you. We are family. You can't just watch them die." She did not want to lose her parents. She did not want to become an orphan without protection. Rong Qi stood in front of Madame Rong, his gaze cold but his tone light, with a teasing tone at the end. Rather than living with shame, It's better to let them be free. That way, my cousin can be alone. He casually said a few words and then took Madame Rong's hand, leaving Rong Yenner standing there in shock. Yes, even though she was a banished prisoner, she never gave up hope of survival. She always thought that after reaching Ninggu Tower, she could find a good person and enjoy her life. But such a corrupt family only blocked her way to live. Lowering her eyes, Rong Yenner seemed to make a decision. She looked at Zhao Shun with a pleading expression. Master Zhao, please be gentle. Soon, inside the mountain temple, there were heartbreaking screams and cries, as well as Su Liang's tearful pleas. Li Ping had been castrating pigs, working as a detective, and serving as an official. But this was his first time acting as an executioner, cutting someone. This feeling was not unpleasant. It was more like disgust. Jiang Yan listened for a while and then said to Rongyu, hearing the cutting of flesh and the screams like pigs being slaughtered, "Do you think Su Liang did something wrong and was punished?" Rongyu nodded. The main family must have been involved. Otherwise, Master Zhao wouldn't be so angry. Forget it, I won't guess. Tomorrow, when we leave, someone will surely gossip. Let's get some rest and save our energy. We need to get up early. Jiang Yan lay on the ground, her head close to Rongyu's, whispering quietly. Just as they were talking, Madame Rong and Rongqi arrived. There was only one mat, and the space was small and cramped. The whole family lay together. Jiang Yan slept on the outside, next to Rongyu, then Madame Rong, and on the far outside was Rongqi. There was no choice. The environment was tough, so they had to do this. Rongyu, curious, climbed up and asked, "Mother, what happened to the main family? Tell me." Madame Rong's face darkened. "Sleep. Don't ask." Afterward, she looked at Jiang Yan warningly. "You too, sleep. Don't ask." Jiang Yan and Rongyu exchanged glances and both raised their eyebrows. Something was definitely wrong. Not being allowed to ask but still listening in. Tomorrow when they set out they would find out. At this moment, Rongqi brought a bowl of water, his voice gentle and his expression soft. "Sister-in-law, drink the water and then go to sleep." Jiang Yan stared at the bowl of water without moving, her eyes blank, lost in thought. This scene feels familiar, as if it happened in a dream. Rongqi raised an eyebrow and teased, "Is my sister-in-law afraid I might poison her?" He then picked up his bowl and took a sip. Watching Jiang Yan, his throat moved as he slowly swallowed. Jiang Yan was speechless. She quickly took the bowl back, tilted her head to drink, and wiped her mouth. "What are you talking about? I would never suspect you of poisoning." Because she drank too quickly, she couldn't tell the taste of the water, but it felt sweet in her mouth. Maybe she was just very thirsty. Late at night, the family was sleeping soundly. Jiang Yan suddenly felt her face itch. She scratched it, then scratched again. It seemed like tiny bugs were crawling on her face. Summer bugs and bites are common, so Jiang Yan thought it was just mosquitoes or ants. Suddenly, she slapped her face hard. Poof! Rongqi spat out a mouthful of blood, waking the family. Mrs. Rong looked shocked and hurriedly took a handkerchief to wipe her son's face. Why did he suddenly spit blood? Jiang Yan had just crushed a bug, but now her face was wet, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. She let out 2 loud cries and scrambled to get up, panicking and wiping the blood from her face. Rongyu also got up. Under the faint moonlight, she saw her second brother lying beside her sister-in-law, and he had spat blood on her face. Jiang Yan looked at her hands and then at Rongqi. She had been hitting her own face, so why was Rongqi spitting blood? And why did Rongqi come to her room in the middle of the night? Rongqi held his chest, looking innocent. "I was sleeping on the right side the whole time and didn't move." Jiang Yan squinted. "Last night, I was sleeping on the right side, you was next to me and mother was next to you. Did you sleep on the left?" Could she be mistaken? Even if she was wrong, she didn't believe her mother-in-law, and you could also be mistaken. Mrs. Rong frowned and looked at Rongqi before saying, "I remember Rong Er sleeping on the right, Nian Nian on the left, and me and you in the middle." You blinked and asked suspiciously, "Why do I feel like sister-in-law was on the right and Rong Er on the left?" Mrs. Rong nudged her. "You're mistaken. Maybe. Maybe I really am mistaken," you said, scratching her head. She then asked Jiang Yan, sister-in-law, do you sleepwalk? Jiang Yan shook her head. She was very sure she didn't sleepwalk. Everyone said she slept on the left side. She doubted her memory. Could she really be mistaken? Rong-chi slept on the right side, and she on the left? But, without sleepwalking, how could she lie next to her brother-in-law? Seeing her mother-in-law and sister-in-law waiting with curious looks, Rong-chi even wiped the blood from her lips, giving a half-smile as she looked at her. Jiang Yan's scalp went numb. I might really have sleepwalking issues. That explanation sounded weak. The real problem was not about who slept on which side, but why did Rong-chi vomit blood in the middle of the night? Why are you vomiting blood for no reason? Jiang Yan pointed at her face, feeling disgusted. Spitting blood on my face. Rong-chi blinked her eyelashes, paused for a moment on Jiang Yan's face, then quickly looked away. I thought no one was around. Jiang Yan didn't believe it. No one was around, so she could vomit blood freely? She grabbed Rong-chi's arm and pressed 2 fingers on her pulse. Stay still, I'll check your pulse. After a long while, she couldn't find anything wrong and finally concluded, chest congestion. Blood is being expelled. You will recover soon. Maybe the big family's miserable downfall yesterday made the future ruler happy, so she was in a good mood and expelled the dirty blood accumulated in her chest over many days. Jiang Yan's eyes were complicated. She still believed she did not have sleepwalking issues. At this moment, Rongyu came over with a basin of water. Sister-in-law, wash your face quickly. Madame Rong personally dampened a cloth to wipe the blood from Jiang Yan's face, not forgetting to scold Rong-chi. Your sister-in-law is so tolerant. If it were someone else who could tolerate you spitting blood on her face. Apologize quickly. Rong-chi lowered her gaze, acting very humble. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Jiang Yan waved her hand, appearing very generous. It's nothing, just a little blood. It's actually a good sign. The morning sunlight shone through the window in tiny fragments, and the officials knocked on their gongs, shouting as they hurried along. Rong-yu's basin clattered to the ground. She pointed at Jiang Yan, her voice trembling. Sister-in-law, your face. Jiang Yan's heart jolted. What was wrong with her face? Could it have become uglier? She instinctively touched her face. Instead of roughness or dullness, it felt smooth and delicate. Where her fingers passed, it was like touching a fine piece of jade. Madame Rong was also very happy. She held Jiang Yan's hand excitedly and said, Nian Nian, your appearance has been restored? Then she became worried again. Looking beautiful isn't always good. This mother is both happy and worried. She instinctively looked at Rong-chi. Could that bowl of water yesterday be the antidote? Rong-chi shook his head innocently. I don't know either. Why did your appearance suddenly come back? He looked down and played with his fingers. Maybe Madame Rong is skilled in medicine and made the antidote herself. Jiang Yan's face, he had touched it countless times last night. There were no signs of any disguise, not even the legendary thin, almost transparent, human skin mask could hide any trace. Rong-chi's mind was complicated. Could he be wrong in his suspicion? Jiang Yan never disguised herself. She is just herself. If that's true, then all the doubts and tests these days seem narrow-minded of him. He calmed his thoughts and looked up. The morning light was gentle. Jiang Yan stood by the window, her profile soft and clear under the morning glow. She smiled brightly and confidently. Every flutter of her eyelashes was like a butterfly's wings. Her eyes, moist and shiny, sparkled with surprise, like shining stars. Her light gray prison clothes couldn't hide her graceful girl's figure, like a willow leaf starry river planted in the wilderness, clear and dazzling. This is his sister-in-law. Rong-chi felt as if a gentle spring rain was falling in his heart, and he couldn't say a word. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Same as when they first met. Even the red mole at the corner of her eye was in the same place, not a single detail off. Could it really be Jiang Yan? Rong-yu poured another basin of water. Jiang Yan touched her cheek, looking at her reflection in the water in the wooden basin. She truly was a beauty in the making. Her eyes are her eyes, her nose is her nose. When manhwa created humans, she truly favored the original owner, crafting such a stunning face that could cause chaos and disaster. Jiang Nian was very happy, pleased that she had gained such a breathtaking appearance for free. But she was also rational. She casually wiped some dust on the ground and rubbed it on her face. Her flawless, white jade-like skin instantly became dusty. Rongyu pouted. Just wash my face. The water was white. Rongqi calmed his mind and smiled faintly. Madame Rong is wise, knowing how to hide her brilliance. That's a good thing. He brushed off his robes naturally and rolled up the bedding on the ground. Let's go. Rongyu and Madame Rong hurriedly packed their belongings and set out with the main group. Watching Rongqi's tall, bamboo-like figure, Jiang Nian narrowed her eyes slightly. That bowl of water last night must have been strange. She didn't believe she had simply walked over to Rongqi. She didn't think she was sleepwalking. Madame Rong naturally sided with her son. As for Rongyu, she was careless and easily led by others.
So,
last night, Rongqi must have deliberately tested whether her ugly face was disguised or covered with a mask. Touching her own face, Jiang Nian's eyes softened, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Rongqi was even more mysterious than she had thought. Restoring her appearance was good, so she wouldn't have to worry about studying medicine all day and feeling like an ugly monster. Once everything settled, Rongqi's doubts were also cleared. In the end, she was Jiang Nian, without a doubt. Unless Rongqi truly had the ability to extract her soul and ask if she had changed her shell. Even after a few days of rest, the prisoners were full of energy, chatting excitedly about yesterday's gossip. Jiang Nian leaned in, listening carefully. Hey, you guys don't know. When they lined up to form the word state, Lord Zhao drew his sword and cut them apart. I've been alive for most of my life and never heard such a joke. Su Liang howled all night. Lord Zhao ordered someone to shut his mouth, or we wouldn't be able to sleep. I heard the Rong family's main branch is shameless, but I didn't expect them to play like this. The concubines couldn't be sent out, fine, but even the main wife was sent away, and they themselves. Don't say it. Be careful the officials whip you. After listening for a while, Jiang Nian finally understood what was happening. It turned out Rong Tong wanted to eat meat, but his concubines had little left. Su Liang liked his wife, Lu Fengru. Somehow, yesterday Rong Tong, when giving Lu Fengru to Su Liang, suddenly became very aggressive and pushed Su Liang down. So, the three of them. She was just listening to this gossip. She definitely couldn't tell you where. She didn't want to corrupt the child's innocence. The wooden stick on the prison cart was used as firewood and burned, leaving only a bare, empty cart. Li Ping dragged the shackles and chains, insisting on putting Rongqi in the cage. Jiang Nian smiled and said, Sir Li, the mountain road is rough and uneven. Carrying one more person will tire the horse. It's better if my second brother walks and the luggage is placed on the cart. Rongqi is delicate and weak, often fainting, mostly because of lack of exercise.
People.
You should move more, walk forward with your legs. Only then can your body become strong like an ox. Li Ping thought for a long time, but couldn't decide. He turned to ask Zhao Shun. Zhao Shun nodded. Yes. Thus, Rongqi traveled with the Exile army, crossing mountains and rough terrain, crawling through difficult paths. Su Liang was helped along by a few officials, struggling to move forward. His lips were pale, and cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. He glared fiercely at Zhao Shun, wishing he could swallow him alive. He was once a good officer, but now he had become a eunuch, all thanks to Zhao Shun. The couple from the main house was schemed against, probably by Zhao Shun's plan. He must hold on and survive, to take revenge for himself and for Li Gao. During this mountain crossing, many narrow, steep mountain paths made some people afraid of heights. Looking down, they would be scared by the endless cliffs and deep valleys. 3 days of heavy rain had delayed their journey. To save time, they had no choice but to take a shortcut along the cliffside. Rong Tong's situation was worse than Su Liang's, covered in blood and looking very miserable. The prisoners had no medicine to treat their wounds, and the officials didn't care about their lives. After becoming eunuchs, Rong Tong clenched his teeth and endured. Lu Fengru looked like a withered broom, completely lifeless. Compared to the two men, she was better off. Since last night until today, she had been in a daze. The inner torment and the strange looks from others felt like they were stripping her and roasting her on a fire, almost making her wish she were dead.
Even jammer.
The way they looked at her was like looking at a dirty maggot. Just one more glance made her feel sick and vomit. That day, she could have escaped safely, but for some reason, her body suddenly went weak, hot and uncomfortable. In her dazed state, she ended up with Rong Tong and Su Liang. Before that, she had drunk water given by Farong. It turned out that her good niece had secretly schemed and completely destroyed the main house. Lu Fengru suddenly called out to Yenu, her face pale and ashen, her voice hoarse and very weak.
Yan'er, mother.
Mother has something to say to you. Yen Yen glared at her with disgust. I don't want to hear you talk. It's disgusting. Lu Fengru sighed sadly, suddenly grabbing Yen Yen and holding her tightly in her arms. She whispered softly in her ear, Be careful, Lu Farong. Mother has gone, so from now on, only Yen Yen can protect herself. Don't worry about Mother. After saying that, she quickly pushed Yen Yen away and called out to Su Liang. Officer Su, do you want to know who tricked you yesterday? Su Liang stopped in his tracks, angrily breaking free from the two guards supporting him. He limped toward Lu Fengru, his face twisted with rage. Tell me, who tricked me? Lu Farong gasped and clenched her fists tightly. But instead of the expected dirty water being thrown, Lu Fengru suddenly burst into loud laughter, and as she laughed, tears of blood flowed from her eyes. She looked at Rong Tong and then at Su Liang, her eyes suddenly turning fierce. Somehow gathering strength, she suddenly pulled both of them and jumped off the cliff. Piercing screams echoed from the bottom of the cliff, followed by Yen Yen's heart-wrenching cry that broke through the sky. Father! Mother! Yen Yen's hands clung tightly to the edge of the rocks, her fingertips bleeding without her noticing. Her heart was full of despair. Just moments ago, her lively mother and father had suddenly jumped off the cliff together, resolutely. They disappeared right before her eyes. Suddenly, she felt regret. Why hadn't she noticed that her mother was acting strange earlier? Why had she looked at her mother with anger and disgust? She felt as if a big part of her heart had been emptied. No one would call her softly anymore. No one would shelter her from the wind and rain. The wind blew fiercely, as if trying to take away the last bit of warmth in her heart. Jiang Mian was startled. Everything that happened suddenly caught everyone off guard. Zhao Shun squinted and looked down at the bottom of the cliff. After a moment, Lung Lung said, They fell to pieces, blood everywhere. There's no hope. Let's go. His words meant that the person was just a criminal. If they died, so be it. It was no different from killing a sparrow. It wouldn't slow down the main group at all. Li Ping hesitated for a moment. Brother, Su Liang is at least an officer. If he dies on the road, how can we explain it to the officials? Life and death are up to fate. What else can we say? Zhao Shun waved his hand, and two guards carried Rong Yenu away, sternly shouting, Get up, and don't delay our progress into the city. Madame Rong felt sorry and looked at the guards kindly, saying, Officer, this child just lost her parents. She's going through a tough time. Please be lenient and don't trouble her. Although the main family was unkind, the innocent child was just a girl raised in the inner chambers. Court affairs change quickly and have nothing to do with her. Rong Yue opened her mouth, wanting to stop her mother from interfering, but when she saw Rong Yener crying so hard she was gasping, she closed her mouth. Jiang Nian and Rong Qi looked on coldly, neither speaking. Rong Yener seemed to grow up overnight. After crying, she wiped her tears, then staggered along with the main group. The death of one guard and two prisoners didn't seem to cause much fuss. Everyone continued their journey as usual. The guards shouted and yelled, and the prisoners received whippings. Madame Rong, being soft-hearted, secretly gave Rong Yener some help several times, sometimes a steamed bun, sometimes a cup of water, sometimes wild vegetables, or softly comforted her. Jiang Nian kept silent, not asking questions. Yu Rong sighed and scolded her mother for being too soft. When would she change? Lu Furong cried and wailed, mourning her aunt and uncle along the way. To outsiders, she seemed more upset than her own daughter. Yenna, the main family now only has you and me. From now on, we will support each other and trust one another, Lu Furong said, helping Rong Yenna, tears like beads rolling down her cheeks. Rong Yenna wanted to push her away and slap Lu Furong twice, but suddenly remembered her mother's last words. She told her to be careful of Lu Furong.
Why?
Why did her mother say that before she died? Could it be that something happened in the main family and Lu Furong was involved? Rong Yenna clenched her fists tightly, then raised her hand to push back her messy hair. She forced a smile and said, "All right, from now on, I will listen to my cousin. The fox always shows its tail eventually. Let's see when Lu Furong can't hide her true nature." After a day of travel, dusk fell. The weather was still very hot, but Zhao Shun didn't dare let the main group stop to rest. In the mountain forest at night, wolves and tigers often appeared, and anyone careless could fall prey to wild animals. Rong Qi was exhausted from walking such a long distance, panting heavily. A face as beautiful as jade turned pale and sickly, with a deep gray prison uniform outlining his tall figure. Under the sweat, he looked a bit disheveled. Jiang Nian shook her head, still thinking she exercised too little. She remembered how, when she first arrived, she often got blisters on her feet, her limbs ached, her head was dizzy, and she felt like she might faint, but she pushed through. Suddenly, she felt very strong. Now, she could walk over 10 miles without even panting. She took the water pouch from her waist and handed it to Rong Qi. "Drink more. It's good for your health." All the spiritual spring water in the space was wasted. After drinking for so long, he was still short of breath and looked sickly. Could he have kidney issues? Jiang Yan squinted and looked at his waist. Rong Qi took a few sips of water. The sweet, clear water seemed like nectar falling from the sky, soothing his throat and washing away his fatigue and heat. Noticing someone's gaze on him, Rong Qi frowned. "Sister-in-law, is something wrong?" Jiang Nian forced a dry smile. "No, I just wanted to ask if your waist hurts." Afraid her little brother-in-law might misunderstand, she patted her waist and pretended to be tired. "After walking all day, my back and legs are sore and cramping." Rong Qi chuckled softly but didn't answer. She thought she was hiding her feelings well, but her subtle expressions already revealed her concern. Worried about his waist? Is that something a sister-in-law should worry about? Madame Rong and Rong Yu had trained by walking hundreds of miles. They walked just as easily, without turning red or panting. "I'm so thirsty, and it's so hot tonight." Rong Yu wiped sweat from her forehead and leaned against a tree to rest. Tonight, they would sleep under the stars and the earth, dreaming of wolves. Light a bunch of bonfires. Even if wolves come, the fire can scare them away. Jiang Nian gathered dry grass, arranged for Rong Qi to collect firewood, Rong Yu to dig a pit, and Madame Rong to lay down straw. The whole family was well organized. No one could sit idle. Just as she lit a few torches, before they could be stacked together, someone shouted, "Wolves are coming!" Jiang Yan stood up and looked around. Where were the wolves? Who was shouting so recklessly? Just scaring people. She was about to squat down and cook some eggs when she heard another cry. "The wolves are really here!" Hearing this heartbreaking scream, Jiang Nian instantly became alert. Encountering wolves in the middle of the night, with tall trees around, if she couldn't climb up, wouldn't she be at the mercy of the wolves? Rong Yu's face turned pale with fear. Just after surviving a wild boar attack, now encountering wolves. Life is so exciting. Rong Qi protected the three of them behind him, his clear voice sounding reassuring. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Jiang Nian rolled her eyes inwardly. "With your small build, you're not enough to fill a wolf's teeth." She quietly moved behind a big tree and searched the space carefully. The farm had been upgraded. The vegetables, fruits, livestock, and eggs could now be exchanged for coins. She wondered if the Sphere Ball Market had a stun baton for self-defense. After searching, she finally found a small stun baton in the Sphere Ball Market. It was palm-sized, small and handy, costing only 100 coins. She bought the small stun baton and secretly kept it in her sleeve, ready for use if needed. The night was as dark as ink. The criminals grew more nervous. Even the officials with knives kept swallowing nervously. In contrast, Zhao Shun was very excited. He said, "Now we have meat to eat." Since eating wild boar meat, he found the rough cornbread hard to swallow. If they could catch a wolf, not only could they have a feast, but they could also sell the fur. Li Ping swallowed hard. "Big brother, that doesn't sound like a wolf. Could it be dangerous?" Zhao Shun replied, "Let the criminals fight the wolves. It will tire out these beasts, and then we can take advantage of the situation. There's no danger." Criminals were considered worthless. Based on Rong Qi's experience fighting the wild boar last time, he thought that if many criminals fought the wolves and officials with knives took the chance to strike, they could catch the wolves off guard. Suddenly, a series of chilling howls echoed through the night. The criminals were so scared they huddled together, trembling. Jiang Mian also felt her scalp go numb. She never thought scenes from movies would happen in real life. Pairs of green eyes flickered in the night sky, making Jiang Mian's heart race with fear. "The wolves are here. Not just one, but many," Rong Yu exclaimed, terrified, and burrowed into Madame Rong's arms. Madame Rong looked panicked.
What?
What should we do? They had only heard about encounters with wolves, tigers, and leopards in stories. They had never experienced it firsthand. Could they really be swallowed by wolves? If only she had hanged herself earlier, now she might not even have a complete body. Remember, wolves fear fire. Never leave the fire pit. Yong Qi's eyes were dark and faint, emitting a green glow like a wolf's in the night. Jiang Mian hesitated. He didn't think that after bravely fighting a wild boar last time, he could still challenge a wolf now. As the wolf pack drew closer, Zhao Shun had already sent many prisoners forward to fight. Over a dozen guards raised their swords, ready to seize the opportunity. However, the prisoners, dressed in rags and starving, were afraid and no match for the fierce wolves. In just a few rounds, the prisoners charging forward were bitten and torn apart, their flesh and blood exposed. Piercing screams broke through the night sky. The prisoners and guards scattered in fear. Some hid in the grass, some climbed trees, and others trembled holding torches. Lu Furong and Rong Yener trembled with fear. Li Ping instinctively protected Lu Furong behind him, leaving Rong Yenu alone. She had no one to protect her, and her eyes turned red with panic. She shouted and screamed helplessly. Madame Rong, with a kind heart, couldn't bear to see the children alone and helpless. She waved at Rong Yener, saying, "Child, come here." Rong Yener, as if clutching her lifeline, ran to Madame Rong's side, tears in her eyes, softly calling out, "Annie." Yuana Rong's brows furrowed tightly, as if she could squeeze a fly to death. She wanted to scold her, and even raise her hand, but she thought better of it and suppressed her anger. For the sake of her deceased parents, she chose not to argue with her. If Rong Yener dared to be arrogant again, she wouldn't be gentle. Lu Furong watched the scene from afar, her silver teeth almost biting through her lips.
Why?
She had given everything for Yong Qi, poured her heart out, and followed the main force into exile, yet she received no favor from the second wife. On the contrary, they not only forgave Jiang Mian generously, but also protected the culprit's daughter, Rong Yener. Is it just because they are family? Lu Furong forced a bitter smile, her eyes shining with a fierce, wolf-like light that was even more terrifying than the darkness of night. "Miss Lu, hold the torch tightly. If the wolves come close, smash them immediately. Never let go of the torch," Li Ping said, handing her the torch and carefully reminding her. Lu Furong nodded, her eyes moist and shining. "Thank you, brotherly. Without you, Furong really." She looked at Li Ping with a pitiful expression, tears streaming down her face, her eyes red like she had applied rouge. Li Ping immediately felt a strong protective urge. "Don't worry. I will stay close to protect you, and I won't let the wolves hurt you even a little." Li Furong sighed in relief, looking grateful almost to the point of fainting. "Brotherly." Meanwhile, the group of officials was in chaos. The exiled prisoners were either dead or badly injured. Zhao Shun shouted anxiously, "Li Ping, where had Li Ping gone?" Unable to find Li Ping, Zhao Shun hurriedly gathered the officials and hid behind the second group of prisoners. Jiang Mian wanted to curse. She had thought Zhao Shun was a good person, but in a life-and-death situation, he didn't care about the prisoners' lives at all. Once again, they hid behind them. The green eyes grew closer and closer. Rong Yu almost cried, "Mother, what should we do? I don't want to be eaten." Rong Yenner was trembling too, but she dared not speak, afraid that even breathing might attract the wolf's attention. Rong Qi's eyes darkened. He grabbed a torch, ready to go forward. "Stay put and don't move." Jiang Mian pushed him back, clutching her electric baton tightly, showing a fearless expression. Rong Qi looked at her. Did his sister-in-law mean to protect him? Was she willing to risk her life to fight the wolves? His gaze lingered on her for a moment, then suddenly he smiled. Since she wanted to show her bravery, he would leave this shining moment to her. With a slight movement of his thumb, Rong Qi's calm eyes reflected a starry glow in the night, and a faint smile played on his lips, as if he had full confidence. Jiang Mian kept swallowing her saliva nervously. Just as she was about to act, a wolf with glowing green eyes lunged at her. In this life-and-death moment, Jiang Mian activated the electric baton, like an angry little bird, rushing forward to meet the wolf. When she was about 5 centimeters from the wolf howled loudly. Suddenly, it twitched violently all over, whimpering 5 or 6 times before falling silent. Jiang Mian stared in surprise at the electric baton in her hand, and then at the wolf lying on the ground, puzzled. Could it be? Could the space electric baton shock wolves from a distance? Jiang Mian didn't have time to think. Suddenly, her confidence surged. Her whole body seemed to be filled with energy, full of fighting spirit. She waved her arms and shouted loudly. When she was about 5 centimeters from another wolf, she turned on the switch. The wolf howled and ran away. Jiang Mian was even more confused. Didn't the electric baton work from a distance? Why didn't that wolf get shocked? And why did it run so fast? Rong Yu stared blankly at everything, then asked, "Second brother, what is sister-in-law doing? Why are those wolves so afraid of her?" Yong Qi's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if holding a meaningful secret. Sister-in-law is very capable. With the blessing of the heavens, even fierce wolves and tigers dare not come close. Rong Yu suddenly understood and nodded. "I see. Since the elder brother became a divine being, he naturally protected the whole family, ensuring they safely reached Ninggu Tower. Sister-in-law is the closest person to him, so divine power seems to have descended upon her." The alpha wolf ran away, and the other wolves scattered in retreat. The officer with a spear proudly caught 2 wolves. Those 2 wolves didn't run. Instead, they twitched and howled on the ground, as if something inside them was surging wildly. Jiang Mian squinted and looked at the electric baton hidden in her palm, puzzled. It was strange. Though the electric baton never touched the wolves, they still convulsed on the ground. Using electricity from a distance to stun wolves seemed impossible. It was as if these wolves had suddenly caught a strange illness. Parasites? Leeches? Mice? Suddenly, they ran away as if controlled by some divine power from above. Zhao Shun dragged a wolf and happily said to Jiang Mian, "That one at your feet is yours." He noticed that luck seemed unusually on his side. Whenever Jiang Mian was involved, he always gained without effort. Jiang Mian looked at the stunned wolves and then at the prisoners writhing on the ground. She said to Zhao Shun, "To prevent the wolves from attacking again, let's add more fires. Large flames will keep the wolves at bay. As for those prisoners, though their lives are cheap, they are still human lives.
They're all dead now.
When we reach Ninggu Tower, it will be hard to explain." Zhao Shun awkwardly chuckled. In life-and-death situations, there's often no choice. It's all fate. Fate? Jiang Mian chuckled softly. Su Liang's tragic death was also fate, right? Officials and prisoners. Who can guarantee they'll live safely tomorrow? When danger approached, we exiled prisoners became shields against it. The officials didn't care about our lives at all. Jiang Mian felt she was being too soft. Once the 49 days passed, she would lose her usefulness, and Zhao Shun wouldn't be polite anymore. She needed to find more poisons to put on Zhao Shun. She couldn't let him recover easily. Many prisoners were injured, reducing the workforce. No one dared to risk going out at night to gather firewood. Zhao Shun, afraid of another wolf attack, simply chopped the wooden shackles to burn as firewood. A fierce fire built a protective barrier, but the officials remained unaffected, happily cooking pots, peeling skins, and eating meat. Jiang Yan looked at the dead wolf beneath her, her eyes complicated. Most people would fight a wolf with blood and tears, but aside from the first group of prisoners who were injured, they were all unharmed. She didn't think holding an electric baton made her particularly impressive. She just found it strange. Her gaze fell on Rongqi, who was quietly comforting his mother and sister, showing no signs of abnormality. Lu Furong pretended to run over, crying and complaining to Rong Yener. "Cousin, it's all my fault. My father and mother are gone, and I can't protect you. You're from the Rong family, so naturally, someone will protect you."
But I...
She cried so hard that tears streamed down her face. After a while, realizing no one was paying attention to her, she stopped crying and slowly looked up. To her surprise, no one was there. She was alone, singing her sad song by herself. Lu Furong was furious, her eyes blazing with anger. She quickly walked over to Rong Yener, her tone urgent. "Why didn't you follow the second house?" Everyone called her over, so why didn't she cling to them? If Rong Yener was taken in by the second house, it would be better for her too. "I won't go," Rong Yener said simply, turning to pack her belongings. Lu Furong stomped her foot, a flicker of dark emotion flashing in her eyes. What was wrong with Rong Yener? Why act so proud and return to the main house? They were all just concubines and servants. What was there to cling to? She was sick. Everyone was sick. The officials prepared to kill the wolf and eat its meat. As they cut it open, Li Ping suddenly shouted and leaned against a tree trunk, vomiting violently. "There are maggots." Everyone raised their torches and looked closer. Inside the wolf's belly, a strong smell of blood and rotting flesh mixed with white, dense, constantly writhing worms. The worms in the wolf's stomach had sharp ends, plump white bodies, and transparent, pale colors, almost identical to maggots in a cesspit. Ugh! Zhao Shun almost vomited his dinner. After vomiting, he angrily kicked the wolf several meters away. Luckily, he hadn't eaten much, or his internal organs would have come out. Jiang Yan heard the noise and was very curious. How could there be maggots inside a live wolf? She was about to go and investigate when Rongqi called her back. "Sister-in-law?" Rongqi handed her a toasted bun, his smile gentle. "You must be hungry. Eat some." Jiang Yan took the steamed bun and sat down, her bright eyes fixed on Rongqi. She asked, "How can there be maggots inside a wolf?" "Second brother, you're knowledgeable. Do you know what's going on? Your sister-in-law is skilled in medicine. Surely you know." Jiang Yan looked at him and smiled. "My medical skills are hardly that good, just some basic knowledge. Your sister-in-law doesn't know, and neither does Xian," Rongqi said slowly, with his eyes slightly lowered. He was calmly toasting his bun, and after it was ready, he handed it to Madame Rong. The other person avoided the topic like practicing Tai Chi, so Jiang Yan didn't press further. She didn't want to seem too nosy, fearing someone might suspect her of having ulterior motives. Just as she finished her bun, Zhao Shun poked at a clump of maggots with a stick. Jiang Yan almost spat out her food. Zhao Shun frowned and asked, "Look at this. Is this a maggot?" Jiang Yan waved her hand and stepped back. No, I won't look. Keep it away." Was Zhao Shun crazy? He was actually showing her a bunch of maggots. Zhao Shun said, "This insect doesn't look like a maggot. It's not only red at the tip, but its body is longer than a maggot's. I just want to know if it's an ordinary bug. If it wasn't a maggot, she could wash the wolf meat and still eat it. But if it was..." Jiang Yan looked at Zhao Shun in surprise. "You've studied maggots?" He was looking at them so carefully. Zhao Shun's face darkened. "Enough nonsense. I showed it to you, so look." Jiang Yan didn't want to look. She found it disgusting. If she got too close to examine it, she'd be like a doctor studying maggots. Most importantly, she disliked Zhao Shun's attitude. Rongqi put down his bun, a faint smile curling at his lips. He pointed at the maggot and said, "This small creature is called a silkworm parasite. It likes to live inside injured animals. It's highly toxic. If you accidentally eat meat infested with these parasites, you might faint or, in severe cases, suffer organ failure and die." Zhao Shun disdainfully threw away the stick and turned to leave. He had thought he'd enjoy a hearty meal, but it turned out wolf meat wasn't edible. Jiang Nian raised her eyebrows and looked at Rongqi with interest. "Second brother, you also know medicine?" She found it strange. When Li Gao died, Rongqi explained that leeches lived inside mice. When the evil wolf went crazy and died, he also found something similar to the silkworm parasite. How did he know so much? Could it be that her little brother-in-law was hiding his true knowledge? Rongqi smiled gently, his expression calm. "Since I was young, I liked reading strange stories and oddities, so I learned a bit more." He looked at Jiang Nian with a slight change in his eyes and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you think I am suitable to learn medicine?" Jiang Nian lowered her gaze, observing quietly, and replied, "Second brother is talented and knowledgeable. He should have a broader world to explore. Medicine is a low profession, not suitable for him." Rongqi suddenly leaned in closer, with a meaningful smile on his lips. "But I want to learn medicine from sister-in-law." Jiang Nian instinctively looked up and met his eyes. The air seemed to pause for a moment. She felt a bit flustered and tilted her head, her voice dry.
"Well."
"It's okay." Jiang Nian felt she was quite useless. Her younger brother just wanted to learn medicine, so why was she so nervous? The future powerful official was just an exile, not yet the decisive, ruthless leader described in the story. If he wanted to learn medicine from her, she could teach him. She also wanted to test whether her younger brother was truly hiding his talents. Zhao Shun ordered his men to skin the wolf, discard the meat, and not eat it. No matter how tempting, they couldn't risk their lives. Many injured prisoners couldn't keep up with the march, but the officials' whips were merciless. "Get up and keep moving.
If you can't, die here."
"I don't care if you lose an arm or a leg. As long as you're breathing, keep walking." One man had a large piece of flesh torn from his calf by the wolf. He had been in pain all night and was bleeding heavily. He was the steward of the main household. After Lu Fengru and Rong Tong died, he led and managed all the servants and maids of the main house. Yesterday, the first group to charge was also the household servants. Seeing the steward being beaten, many servants knelt down and begged, "Sir, Steward Rong is badly injured and can't march. Please show some mercy and help with some herbs to bandage him. I heard Lord Zhao is kind. In the future, he will surely become rich and powerful. Please tell Lord Zhao to be lenient." As soon as they finished speaking, 5 or 6 whips struck down. The kneeling servants were whipped again. Their injuries worsened. Lady Rong sighed upon seeing this.
"It's a sin."
Before exile, they had their land rights returned. Why must they suffer so much? The main house is truly... Rongyu frowned. Usually these people follow the main house and cause trouble. They don't deserve sympathy. Rongqi didn't speak. Instead, he looked toward Zhao Shun. After a long moment, he walked over. I don't know what was said to Zhao Shun, but he nodded and asked Li Ping to slow down the main group. The prisoners got a brief rest and looked gratefully at Rongqi. Jiang Nian seemed to understand what Rongqi was trying to do. He wanted to win people's hearts. So she decided to help. She bought a lot of hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicines from her space, mixed them with wild herbs gathered from the roadside, and gave them to the injured prisoners. She wasn't overly enthusiastic. After giving out the herbs, she said nothing and left. Silence is the most effective form of kindness. Some people, when they boast about their kindness loudly, often have the opposite effect. Those who quietly help others are more deeply appreciated. The main group moved on, stopping and starting. Because of the injured prisoners, or perhaps Zhao Shun's own feelings, they rested for several days before continuing their journey. Everyone, hurry up. Let's try to reach Nanping City before dark. Li Ping rang a bronze bell and shouted while cracking his whip. Jiang Yan was a bit excited. Finally, we're entering the city. Having survived in the deep mountains and wilderness as a prisoner, she was almost like a wild person. Now she could see an ancient town and experience the local life. If there was hope, she just wanted to lie down and sleep. The journey was smooth, no wind or rain, no wolves or tigers, and no prisoners injured or fallen. Before sunset, the main group arrived at Nanping City. Since ancient times, entering any city required paying a toll. Jiang Yan was surprised to see that after Zhao Shun showed his official badge, the city guards let them in without charge. Prisoners ate government food, secured jobs, and didn't have to pay to enter the city. The prisoners lined up, waiting for the city guards to check their documents. Once verified, they entered one by one. Jiang Yan was counting on her fingers, planning what supplies to buy after entering the city, when suddenly, the sound of hooves pounding on the ground rang out. "Make way quickly. You're delaying my lord's journey. If you block the way, you'll be responsible for the consequences." The crowd parted to make way. Even the guards respectfully stepped aside. A dark blue carriage sped into the city boldly. Rong Yu curled her lips. "Being an official is impressive. Back when my father was alive, my aunt was even more arrogant." Madame Rong quickly pulled her back and warned, "Be careful what you say. Speak too freely, and trouble might find you." Yong Yu quickly closed her mouth and curiously nudged Jiang Yan. "Sister-in-law, you have sharp ears. Did you hear the gossip around us?" Jiang Yan faintly heard something like people talking about Lord Jiang. Jiang? Could it be related to her? Could it be that the original owner's brother has arrived? Jiang Yan felt anxious. She shook her head. "I didn't hear anything. It probably isn't officials from the government. High officials keep their schedules secret, and it's not something we should discuss. Let's not talk and hurry away." Rong Qi watched the carriage's distant figure, a faint dark feeling crossing his eyes. Finally, the guards checking Jiang Yan looked at the information and then at her. "Name and age match. But this appearance," Zhao Shun quickly explained, "she damaged her face, so she's a bit ugly. No ordinary person could sneak in." The guard nodded. "Go ahead." Just as Jiang Yan was about to enter the city, a loud voice rang out overhead. "Wait." Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively clutched her sleeve. A man in armor, probably the gatekeeper general, looked her over and pointed at a nearby soldier. "You bring a basin of water." The soldier quickly brought a basin of water. The gatekeeper general pointed at a wash basin and said to Jiang Yan, "Wash your face." Jiang Yan awkwardly smiled. "Sir, why do I need to wash my face? I am Jiang Yan, an exile from the Rong family." She had already restored her appearance, with only some mud on her face. If she washed her face, wouldn't her true face be exposed? The gatekeeper general gave her a cold glare and pointed at the bounty notice hanging on the city wall. "See that? The governor of Nanping City was robbed. Anyone with a different appearance must be checked. We'd rather mistake someone for a criminal than let them go." He looked down at the exile list and read aloud. "The eldest daughter-in-law of the Rong family, about 29 years old, beautiful, tall figure." Besides her beauty, all other details matched. Seeing Jiang Yan hesitate, the small city guard suddenly splashed a basin of water on her face. The water ran down her cheeks, washing away the mud and revealing a delicate, small face. Her eyebrows like willow leaves, eyes full of water. She was glaring at the guard with wide, angry eyes. Jiang Yan was furious, but dared not lose her temper. Once a criminal, always being bullied. Rong Qi's eyes flickered. He stood up and shielded Jiang Yan behind him, bowing slightly to the city's gate general. "Sir, the journey of exile is harsh, with wind and sun wearing people down. It's normal to look pale and tired. My sister-in-law has been traveling without rest or washing, not intentionally hiding her face." The gate general narrowed his eyes and asked Zhao Shun, "Didn't you say she was disfigured?" Zhao Shun looked surprised. Perhaps she ate some wild herbs that happened to be medicinal and healed her face, without realizing it. "General, all the prisoners I escort come directly from the capital. There's no chance of outsiders mixing in. Please investigate carefully. Escorting prisoners was already difficult. If he were accused of hiding a wanted criminal, he would be in serious trouble in Nanping City. He had to prove his innocence. The gate general studied Jiang Nian carefully, then glanced at the wanted poster. Finally, he waved his hand. Let them pass. Jiang Nian let out a quiet sigh of relief. She could finally enter the city. But her heart tightened again, worried that her appearance might bring new trouble. Boss, that woman prisoner looks really pretty. Should I go say something nice and maybe bring her over later? One of the gate soldiers said with a sly grin, glancing in the direction Jiang Nian had gone. The gate general, Yang Qiu, stroked his beard, his small eyes darting around. She's not the only good-looking one. There are several young women among them who look quite charming. He gave the soldier a meaningful look, and the man immediately understood. In past years, when exiled prisoners passed through Nanping City, some guards would try to please local officials by offering them the more attractive female prisoners. It was an open secret. However, by the time those women reached them, they were often sick or mentally unstable, leaving little interest. Yang Qiu thought of Jiang Nian's face and felt restless, his mind filled with greedy thoughts. Zhao Shun led the prisoners into a post station and pointed to the stable. The prisoners will stay there. The officers each had a room of 4, with hot water for washing and steaming bowls of beef noodles to eat. Jiang Nian's mouth watered at the smell. Smiling, she said, Lord Zhao, it's time for your checkup. Zhao Shun suddenly remembered. Every 3 days, Jiang Nian would take his pulse and give him one of her carefully prepared medicine pills. Jiang Nian checked the pulse and pretended to be mysterious, saying, This pulse looks a bit irregular. Zhao Shun frowned and asked, What kind of irregularity? Recently you've been worried and anxious, with mouth sores, occasional headaches, and dizziness. These symptoms probably started after the wolf attack. Am I right? Jiang Nian squinted with a look of deep thought. She thought, the poison is what Zhao Shun got when he was poking at the maggots. Based on the timing, the symptoms probably began that day. Zhao Shun's heart skipped a beat. Could it just be heat exhaustion? No, it's not, Jiang Nian said with a frown and sighed. You might have been bitten by a silkworm parasite. It doesn't hurt when it bites, but the poison is strong. If it continues, it could cause your heart and lungs to fail. She looked very serious, not pretending at all. Zhao Shun's heart pounded, and he kept recalling the scene of the wolf tearing open its belly. Did he accidentally touch the parasite? He wasn't sure anymore. How do I treat it? Zhao Shun asked directly, glancing at Jiang Nian. What are your conditions? He wasn't stupid. Jiang Nian suddenly coming forward to check his pulse must mean she had a plan. Jiang Nian chuckled softly. I don't have many demands. I just want to stay in an inn. Dream on, Zhao Shun said without thinking and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back at Jiang Nian. Think about it. Better to take your chances. Jiang Nian's face was hidden, but the way the city guard looked at her was strange. Maybe tonight someone would come to talk to him, asking him to send a few female prisoners. Jiang Nian wanted to stay safe, so she needed him to handle things. The shabby, stinky stable was making Jiang Nian feel sick. She coughed twice and couldn't take it anymore. She decided to go to the innkeeper. The innkeeper didn't even lift his eyelids, busy counting with an abacus. 10 people in a big dorm for 1 silver coin, 5 in a medium room for 2 silver coins, 2 in a double room for 5 silver coins. 5 silver coins? That was almost like robbing. Jiang Nian patted her pocket. The 10 silver coins Lady Rong gave her were still there. She couldn't spend them all on a room. What about the days ahead? She still owed Li Ping 10 silver coins. The other prisoners heard that a big dorm cost only 1 silver coin and started complaining. On the road, the sky was our blanket, the ground our bed. We finally found an inn, and now they want 1 silver coin per room, dividing 10 ways each person gets 100 coins. My life isn't worth that much. Forget it, I'll sleep in the stable. Ugh, the smell is terrible. It's better than the wilderness, but I can't sleep. I want to sleep in a bed. Rongqi reached into his sleeve and took out a small, folded object, handing it to Jiang Nian. Sister-in-law, this is a silver note I've kept for myself. It's worth 100 taels. Please keep it safe. The sudden surprise made Jiang Nian feel dizzy. Before she could react, Rongqi continued. Since the exile, our family hasn't slept well or washed properly. Sister-in-law, use this to rent a few rooms so you can rest well tonight. Jiang Nian took a deep breath, pinched her cheek, wondering if she was dreaming. Carefully unfolding the silver note, which was thinner than a needle, she resisted the urge to kiss it and gently held it in her hands. 100 taels. Though the note was crumpled, its value remained the same. A real 100 taels, future power and wealth for her. What does that mean? Not only was her purse full, but she could also sleep peacefully tonight. More importantly, this was Rongqi's trust in her, a sign that the future officials truly regarded her as a sister-in-law. Jiang Nian was overwhelmed with emotion, but she pretended to refuse politely. This. All of it?
That might not be right.
Maybe you should keep it. Rongqi smiled faintly, his gentle expression like a spring breeze. As the second wife's eldest daughter-in-law, you should manage the household. Since he said so, Jiang Nian naturally accepted it without hesitation. She suppressed her excitement and said to Rongqi, I'll go book the rooms now. I'll be back soon. Confidently, she approached the innkeeper and said boldly, 2 double rooms, 10 taels. The innkeeper continued counting on his abacus. Jiang Nian slammed 100 taels on the table. Change. The innkeeper finally looked up at her, then at the silver note, and his eyes widened. Really, 100 taels, he smiled as he took the money, saying, we have single rooms, 20 taels each. Would you like to rent 2? 2 rooms would cost 40 taels. Since the other person was so wealthy, maybe. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian replied, no, thank you. Money should be spent carefully. You can't spend freely just because you have it. A double room is fine, and Rongqi can have a private room. She, Madame Rong, and Yuer will share 1 room. The shopkeeper immediately looked unhappy and reluctantly asked for 60 taels, speaking in a neutral tone. Double rooms don't have hot water and dinner isn't included. If you want noodles alone, it costs 5 taels per bowl. Since they couldn't change her accommodation, she decided to focus on food. Jiang Nian put the silver back into her pocket, pouting. Seeing her plump, she decided to take advantage and squeeze her tightly. If it weren't for needing change, she wouldn't have revealed 100 taels. The remaining 60 taels were hidden in her space, along with the 10 taels Madame Rong gave her, making a total of 70 taels hidden there. Feeling her pouch full made her feel safe. Jiang Nian told the whole family to stay in the guest rooms. She pointed east and said to Rongqi, you have a private room. Mother, I, and little sister will share one. The beds in the room were just wooden planks placed randomly. Jiang Nian moved the extra bed from Rongqi's room into another room. The second house of the Rong family moved into a double room, which made Lu Furong very anxious. Seeing Jiang Nian's beautiful face made her even more frantic, almost wishing she could cut her face with a knife. She grabbed Rong Yuer's hand, bit her lip, and said, Yuer, do you want to stay in the guest house with the second house? There's meat to eat. Rong Yuer blinked, looking very eager. Yes, I want to, even in my dreams. Lu Furong's eyes flashed with a sneer, but her smile deepened. Cousin, you are from the main Rong family connected to the second branch. Although your uncle made mistakes, it doesn't affect the children. When the wolf pack attacked last time, they protected you. Madame Rong has helped you many times, openly and secretly. You should know they're not unwilling to accept you. It's just that you can't get past a certain hurdle in your heart. Rong Yuer looked up curiously. How can I remove that barrier? How do I get past it? Since her mother died, she secretly observed Lu Furong's every move. She found that Lu Furong was not only cruel and jealous, but also vengeful. Even when she hadn't offended her, Lu Furong acted as if she had suffered great injustice, crying and pretending to be wronged. What is Lu Furong really planning? Is she trying to use her as a tool? Seeing Rong Yuer still so naive and gullible, Lu Furong's smile grew even deeper. Cousin, have you ever heard of a story? Li Ping looked worriedly toward the stable, clenched his fists, then relaxed them again. He wondered if Miss Lu could handle the dirty and smelly stable. He wanted to rent a room for Miss Lu, but he had no money. Suddenly, a bright idea came to him. He remembered what Jiang Nian had promised during the heavy rain. If he carried Rongqi to the broken-down temple, he would give him 10 taels of silver. Li Ping stood up quickly and strode out. He looked around the stable but couldn't find Jiang Nian. After asking around, he learned that the second household had all moved into the guest rooms, which were double rooms. Li Ping was very angry. They had money to rent rooms, but not to give him the silver. 10 taels of silver, that was a lot. I was just about to confront Jiang Nian when Lu Furong ran over crying. Big brother Li, my cousin suddenly has a high fever and might not make it. Please, I beg you, take me to find a doctor and get some medicine. Li Ping couldn't bear to see a beauty cry. His protective instincts kicked in. He gently took Lu Furong's hand and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. Jiang Nian knows medicine. I'll ask her to treat your cousin. Lu Furong shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, I won't ask her. Sister-in-law has a grudge against me. I won't ask her. Please, big brother Li, take me to find a doctor. I just need some herbal medicine to reduce the fever. Please, I beg you, big brother Li. Li Ping sighed helplessly. All right, I'll take you. Don't cry anymore. Jiang Nian lay on a wooden bed, stretching comfortably and letting out a contented sigh. Finally lying in bed, and able to sleep. Finally living like a real person. Madame Rong and Rongyu, lying on a bed against the wall, imitated Jiang Nian's actions and lay down. Rongyu rolled around a few times, then suddenly sat up. Sister-in-law, second brother lives alone in a room. Is he afraid? Jiang Nian was lying on the bed, swinging her legs. He's a man. What is he afraid of? What if someone with bad intentions plans to harm him? Rongyu still thought it wasn't right for second brother to live alone in a big room, but he was a man and couldn't share a room with them. Jiang Nian dismissed her concerns. Don't worry. Second brother is smart. Who dares to scheme against him? Only those who want to die. She got up and headed for the door. I'm going to get some food and take some to second brother. She didn't want to eat the beef noodles at the inn. The innkeeper was taking advantage of the prisoners. She had space and instant noodles. She could just boil some hot water and make beef noodles. While no one was around, she quietly entered her space. The dishes inside the space were cooked. She sold them with one click, then went to the Ball Mall to buy instant noodles. She bought a box of braised beef, a few clay bowls, and 4 pairs of chopsticks. The villa had a stove, so making instant noodles was easy. The eggs from the farm were cooked. She collected 25 chicken eggs, 10 duck eggs, and 5 large goose eggs. She planned to boil them all later and hide them in her bag to eat on the way. The water in the pot boiled. Jiang Nian tore open the instant noodle package, put the noodles into the pot, added seasoning, and stirred. The noodles were almost done. She cracked 4 eggs into the pot. The delicious braised beef noodles made my mouth water. Jiang Nian couldn't help swallowing and took a deep breath. The long-lost taste of instant noodles hit her soul. It was so satisfying. After the noodles were cooked, she served them into a clay bowl. Jiang Nian first enjoyed a bowl herself, wiped her mouth, then handed the remaining 2 bowls to Lady Rong and Rongyu. Braised beef noodles are here. Mother, younger sister, please help carry them. Rongyu smelled the aroma and jumped excitedly 3 feet high. Wow, this inn's braised beef noodles smell so good. Jiang Nian smiled mysteriously. No one in the mortal world can make such delicious braised beef noodles, you know. Rongyu understood immediately, tears welling up as she held her bowl. She missed her family so much. After handing the last bowl to Lady Rong, Jiang Nian went out again. There's one more bowl. I'll take it a second brother. Jiang Nian carried another bowl of noodles and knocked on Rongqi's door. When Rongqi opened the door, he immediately smelled a rich, fragrant aroma. Jiang Nian handed him the bowl. I brought you some food. This is braised beef noodles, chewy, smooth, with a rich broth. It's very refreshing after eating. Try it first. The noodles had been cooked a bit longer, so she wasn't sure how chewy they were, but the flavor definitely touched her soul. Rongqi's eyes curved into a smile as he took the bowl. Thank you, sister-in-law. He opened the lid and looked at the uniquely shaped beef noodles. He was slightly surprised. These noodles. He had never seen such a distinctive aroma before. The thin, twisted noodles, round and plump like a full moon, and the eggs that looked like the finishing touch of the bowl. It's no exaggeration to say they looked delicious. Eat quickly. After you're done, wash the bowl, Jiang Nian urged. The clay bowl was bought with her gold coins. She was worried her little brother-in-law might not understand the hardships of the world and might throw the bowl away after eating. Rong-chi turned slightly, his dark eyes faintly looking at Jiang Nian. Auntie, aren't you coming in? Jiang Nian kept waving her hands. I won't go in. You eat first. Who would go into her little brother-in-law's room in the middle of the night? If someone with a loose tongue saw, who knew what they might say about her? After Jiang Nian left, Rong-chi couldn't help but lick his fingers. He stared at the bowl for a long time, then finally, he couldn't resist and slowly started eating. The chewy noodles soaked up the broth, full of elasticity. When biting, he could feel the tension and bounce between the noodles and his teeth. After finishing the meal, she drank the soup to the last drop. The taste was smooth and rich. I swear, I have never eaten such delicious braised beef noodles in my life. The only downside was that the beef pieces were too small, not enough to fill the teeth. Jiang Nian walked home quietly in the night, glancing at the suspicious figure sneaking behind her. She suddenly turned around and looked at Rong Yener in surprise. What are you secretly following me for? Rong Yener, caught, blushed and scratched her head shyly. Jiang Nian narrowed her eyes, guessing that she probably smelled the aroma of the braised beef noodles and was trying to hide her desire to eat. Rong Yener carefully looked around, then suddenly leaned close to Jiang Nian and whispered, Lu Furong is planning to scheme against the cousin and turn a plan into reality. After saying this, she hurriedly ran away. Jiang Nian was left puzzled. What does that mean? Is Lu Furong still not giving up? And isn't Rong Yener Lu Furong's cousin? Why would she be so kind as to betray Lu Furong? Jiang Nian's forehead throbbed. Whether Rong Yener was telling the truth or not, it was best to inform Rong-chi and advise him to be careful. After eating a bowl of noodles and washing up, Rong-chi was about to check his healed scars on his body. There was no mirror in the room, so he could only feel the uneven scars on his back with his hands. The 100 whips had struck his body, painfully pulling at his muscles and bones. Second brother. Jiang Nian hurriedly pushed the door open. Rong-chi was stunned for a moment and quickly put on his clothes. Jiang Nian turned her back, her face burning with embarrassment. I didn't mean to. Rong-chi fastened his belt, speaking calmly and with a hint of meaning. It's fine. He had already seen everything when Jiang Nian was cleaning and dressing his wounds while he was unconscious. As a grown man, what was there to be shy about? But why did Jiang Nian suddenly turn back? Was there something urgent? Jiang Nian spoke from behind him. I just met Rong Yener, she said. Lu Furong plans to attack you and to turn a plan into reality. She turned to look at Rong-chi. He was already dressed neatly, and she lowered her voice to say, she wants to marry you officially. Be careful. Rong-chi raised an eyebrow and smiled. I understand. Jiang Nian looked at him. His handsome face was right in front of her, with a smile at the corner of his lips. But that smile made him seem a bit more cunning and sharp. She thought for a moment. Rong-chi was clever and almost mischievous. Who could outsmart him? Even without her help, Rong-chi could handle everything himself. Jiang Nian wanted to see some excitement and was curious how Rong-chi would solve the problem. She didn't dare say it openly, so she asked, Do you need my help? Rest early, sister-in-law. This meant she didn't need to interfere anymore. Jiang Nian left. Back in her room, she was worried. Rong-yu noticed and asked sister-in-law, Why do you look so upset? Jiang Nian touched her belly. I ate too much, she said, pretending to hiccup to show she was full. Since Rong-chi could handle it himself, she decided not to interfere. They finally stayed at an inn, and she didn't want anyone to ruin her mood. She spread out her limbs and lay lazily on the bed. Just as she was about to doze off, a loud scream cut through the night. Soon after, there was a knock on her door. Jiang Nian, come out quickly. Come out now. Jiang Nian was half asleep and muttered, Who is it? Calling for spirits? She hurriedly put on her clothes and opened the door. It was Feng Huan. Feng Huan looked anxious. He grabbed Jiang Mian's hand and said, Master Zhao suddenly started vomiting, and his lips turned pale. We think he's poisoned by silkworm toxin. Please come and check on him. Jiang Mian pulled her hand back, calmly tidied her clothes, and playfully flicked her hair. I won't go. During the day, she had flattered Zhao Shun, hoping to stay at the inn. But he told her to mind her own business. In the end, she was the one who had to take care of herself. Zhao Shun didn't have the face to let her treat him. Feng Huan drew his sword threateningly. If you say one more word of refusal, I'll cut you down. The cold blade shone under the moonlight. Jiang Mian held back her pride and obediently followed Feng Huan to treat Zhao Shun. Madame Rong and Rong Yu quickly came out, looking nervous. They glanced at Feng Huan and asked, Official, why are you holding a sword? Jiang Mian gave Madame Rong a calming look. Mother, you and little sister rest. Master Zhao is sick. I'll go check on him. Madame Rong sighed in relief. That's good. Please, no more trouble. During the day when she entered the city, the daughter-in-law's appearance was shown to everyone. The city guard of Nanping looked at her with hungry eyes, like a wolf staring at meat. She felt a little worried. Rongyu helped Lady Rong walk and looked worried as she followed Jiang Mian to Zhao Shun's door. Since the sister-in-law wasn't sleeping, they couldn't sleep either. Zhao Shun's poisoning was caused by Jiang Mian. She checked his pulse and pretended to be serious, saying, Fortunately, the poison isn't deep. If I hadn't arrived in time, even a great god couldn't save him. She took out a pill and handed it to Zhao Shun. This is an antidote. You should take it now. After swallowing the pill, Zhao Shun's face looked a bit better. Jiang Mian then said, The pills aren't enough. Tomorrow I need to go shopping for herbs. This poison takes 99 days and 81 nights to cure. Please don't worry too much. Another 81 days. Zhao Shun felt unlucky. First, a mouse bit him, and he was poisoned by rat venom, which took 49 days to cure. Now, he was bitten by silkworms, and it would take 81 days. He took a deep breath and said to Jiang Mian, We are in this together. You need to help me get better. To be honest, General Yang's people just came and asked for you. I stopped them, but now I've offended General Yang. I also got poisoned, all because of you. Jiang Mian didn't want to take the blame. If I hadn't been poisoned, maybe the master would have handed me over to General Yang. You stopped them, but since you got sick and I had to treat you, don't act like you're so great. Zhao Shun awkwardly rubbed his nose and looked around the crowd but didn't see Li Ping. Where is Li Ping? Why did he run off so late at night? Feng Huan chuckled twice. Where else could he go? The land of romance is a hero's grave. He's probably out enjoying himself with a beautiful woman. Zhao Shun's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense. After escorting the prisoners, Li Ping still had to go home and marry a wife, someone honest, smart, and capable. This girl, who was honest, smart, and capable, was his distant cousin's daughter. He liked Li Ping very much and didn't want him to get involved with female prisoners. Li Ping had indeed done well. As a pure and upright escort officer, if he married his distant cousin's daughter, they would live happily together. But Li Ping was being led around by Lu Furong. Mentioning this made Zhao Shun feel a sharp pain in his chest. Feng Huan touched his nose and closed his mouth, refusing to speak. Everyone knew what was on his mind. Li Ping was under the spell of a fairy. After Zhao took the medicine, he fell asleep. Jiang Mian and Lady Rong also went back to rest. As they passed by Rong Qi's room, they saw the lights were already off, so he was probably asleep. Jiang Mian was a bit surprised. Wasn't it said that Lu Furong would attack? Could Rong Yena have spread false news? Did Lu Furong really sneak into the small woods with Li Ping? Rong Qi was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed. He seemed to smell a strong fragrance. He held his breath and slowly opened his narrow eyes. Finally, she arrived. Lu Furong's heart was pounding, full of nervousness and anticipation. She quietly poked a small hole in Rong Qi's window, and the sweet-smelling smoke mixed with the medicine was blown into the room. She used the excuse of buying medicine for Rong Yenu and secretly found a hidden brothel. She exchanged her hidden silver for some of the charm medicine. The leftover confusion drug from her last plan with Li Gao was still there. Luckily, she mixed it in with the charm medicine, increasing the dose. She didn't believe Rong Qi wouldn't be affected. Thinking about what was about to happen, she felt a bit daring, almost reckless. This was a do-or-die moment. With great courage, she pushed open the door. Lu Furong took a few deep breaths, then quietly lifted Rong Qi's quilt. Jiang Mian was worried. She couldn't sleep and kept tossing and turning. Finally, she pulled back the quilt and ran out, pretending to need the bathroom. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Li Ping arguing with a man dressed as a general. She looked closer. Wasn't that the general who guarded the city walls during the day? His name seemed to be Yang Qiulai. Yang Qiulai kicked Li Ping away and cursed loudly, "Damn it. I've shown you respect." Every year, female prisoners passing through Nanping City, which officer doesn't flatter me with a few? Zhao Shun has a few, yet he dares to act high and mighty? Little beauty, hurry up and send her over, or I'll cut you apart. Li Ping clutched his chest, eyes red. Big Brother ordered. These female prisoners are from the capital, protected by someone.
No one is allowed to touch them.
Damn you. Yang Qiulai, a local thug, wasn't afraid of outsiders' officials. He kicked Li Ping several times and went off to find Zhao Shun. Jiang Mian quickly lowered her head, afraid of being seen. Just as she was about to turn and hide, a loud voice rang out above her. "You, come here." Yang Qi quickly moved to Jiang Mian and grabbed her arm with his large hand. She was pulled off balance and almost fell. "It's you." Yang Qi's eyes lit up. His rough palm instinctively reached to touch Jiang Mian's face. Jiang Mian blocked his hand. Yang Qi's eyes sharpened, and he was about to get angry. Jiang Mian smiled sweetly. "General, you're looking for me? Actually, I was also looking for you. Shall we go somewhere else?" She instinctively pointed behind her. "Don't disturb my family." Yang Qi raised an eyebrow, showing he understood. "You're smart. Come on, let's go back to my house." Jiang Mian stood still, biting her lip. "I don't want to leave the inn." "Maybe, General, you can rent a room upstairs and we can stay here." Yang Qi thought for a moment. Since she didn't want to leave, he decided to rent a room upstairs so they could enjoy themselves peacefully.
Jiang Mian followed Yang Qi upstairs.
Li Ping, feeling anxious, decided to go find Zhao Shun and report what happened. Yang Qi was tall and broad, with a rough beard. As soon as they entered the room, he eagerly pulled Jiang Mian into his arms. Suddenly, Yang Qi let out a loud cry, twitching and jumping, as if doing a lively dance. Jiang Mian held an electric stick, a wicked smile on her face. "General Yang, do you think I'm taking good care of you?" Yang Qi was shocked by the electric stick, crying out loudly. The current felt like countless ants biting his whole body. Every nerve ending was painfully pricked, making him cry and tears flow.
"Ghost."
"There's a ghost." Yang Qi trembled and backed away in fear. Jiang Mian chuckled. "Where's the ghost?" "General Yang, don't scare me." She poked him a few more times with the electric stick. Yang Qi felt like he was struck by lightning, his head buzzing and his vision blurring. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside, as if Li Ping and Zhao Shun were coming. Jiang Mian stepped out, pretending to be very scared, and said, "General Yang is sick." He suddenly had a fit, crying and shouting, saying there was a ghost. "I was so scared I thought I would die." Zhao Shun saw she was not being harmed and sighed in relief. "You can go back now." Yang Qi didn't want to offend her. If he kept bullying Jiang Mian, he wouldn't know what to do. Luckily, he suddenly fell ill. He had heard the crying and shouting from far away, so he believed Jiang Mian's words. After Jiang Mian left, Li Ping asked, "Yang Qi suddenly got sick. Should we go in and check?" Zhao Shun thought for a moment, then turned back. "No, I'll stay away from delicate matters to avoid getting involved in trouble." The next morning, Rongyu stretched and felt very refreshed after a good sleep. She looked at Jiang Mian with some confusion and scratched her head. "Sister-in-law, when did you come back yesterday?" She vaguely remembered that her sister-in-law went out to the restroom yesterday and didn't return for a long time. She also thought she heard her brother's voice. Madame Rong also looked at her. Jiang Mian yawned. I came back a long time ago. It doesn't take long to wash up. Are you still sleepy, little sister? Rong Yu blinked in confusion. Maybe I really was still sleepy. Yesterday, she and Madame Rong had fallen asleep together, resting on pillows, and she had a lovely dream about her father, her older brother, and her eldest sister. After washing up, Jiang Mian said to Rong Yu, "Call your brother to get up." Rong Yu hurried to Rong Qi's room and knocked on the door. "Second brother, wake up. We're leaving today, so don't delay our trip." She knocked several times but got no response. She scratched her head, then bravely pushed the door open. When she saw what was inside, her eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed, This. Jiang Mian heard the noise and subtly smiled. "Little sister, what happened?" Rong Yu found it hard to speak, her eyes flickering.
I saw.
I saw something. She couldn't say it out loud. How could there be a strange figure in her second brother's room? She didn't believe her brother could be a lustful person. On the way to Exile, how could he do something shameful? Madame Rong's forehead twitched, and a bad feeling grew in her. She stepped into the room and gasped. "What's going on here?" Lu Furong, wrapped in her clothes, deliberately showed the purple marks on her neck. She cried and slid off the bed, crawling on her knees to Madame Rong's feet.
Madam, sobe. Second cousin. He.
Lu Furong cried so hard she couldn't breathe, looking like she had been insulted. Li Ping, hearing the commotion, rushed over first. When he saw Lu Furong's exposed shoulder and the purple marks on her neck, which suggested something inappropriate, and that she had come out of Rong Qi's room, his vision went black. They, too, actually betrayed him. Madame Rong stepped back in shock.
No, impossible.
Xian wouldn't do such a thing. She knew her son well and believed he would never rashly offend a girl, especially someone like Lu Furong. Her son didn't like her at all, so how could this be? Li Ping's face turned red with anger, his fingers cracking as he clenched his fists.
Impossible?
Some people act all proper and noble on the outside, but inside they are rotten. In my opinion, Rong Qi is a complete scoundrel, a hypocrite. He should just be honest and tell Lu girl how he feels instead of secretly insulting her. Lu Furong lowered her eyes, tears falling like rain, but inside, she felt a bit proud. Li Ping's anger was a good boost for her. She hadn't said that the person inside was Rong Qi, but Li Ping loudly shouted it out. More and more people gathered around. Lu Furong's eyes flashed, and she cried out of breath. I might as well die. I am a pure girl, and yet, I can't go on living. People around started pointing and whispering. Second young Master Rong seems decent, but inside he's rotten. As soon as he arrived at the inn, he couldn't wait to make a deal. I think the second wife's manners are just SOSO. See, you can't judge a person by appearances. Who knows what kind of rotten, dirty heart hides behind that noble face? Lu girl was also from a good family, but now Rong Qi has slept with her. Madame Rong, just make the decision and let them marry right here. It would save on bride price too. Everyone was talking loudly. Madame Rong's vision blurred. No, this can't be.
My son wouldn't do such a thing.
That person must not be my son. Rong Yu clenched her fists and glared at Lu Furong. The person inside definitely isn't my second brother. He's a gentleman and would never do anything shameful. Rong Yu pushed through the crowd, arms crossed, giving Lu Furong a half-smile. Suddenly she said, whether it's true or not, why not let the people inside come out and see? If he's really my second cousin, then Auntie can decide to let them marry. Isn't that a good idea? Rong Yu was furious. Rong Yu, you're just nosy and making trouble. I suspect you're colluding with Lu Furong to scheme against my second brother. If there weren't so many people, she would have gone up and punched Rong Yu twice. Rong Yener did not get angry, but instead smiled. If you have the ability, let the people inside come out. Say I conspired or schemed. You need to show proof. The curious prisoners watching the scene tiptoed and stared wide-eyed, shouting for the people inside to come out.
Pfft.
What kind of upright gentleman is this? Now he's acting like a scared turtle.
What?
Did he bully the girl and then dare not come out? the second wife of the Rong family, is well-educated. Her son bullies girls and doesn't take responsibility. Her daughter even falsely accuses others of scheming. I never saw it before, but this family is rotten from the inside. Mrs. Rong was so angry her vision blurred.
You
all must not talk nonsense. My son is not like that. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from above. Everyone, are you looking for me? Everyone turned around at once. They saw Rong Qi dressed in gray prison clothes, standing straight like a pine tree, with a calm and cold look in his eyes. Lu Furong's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively looked up. He was dressed neatly, with a faint mocking smile at the corner of his lips. His gaze on her was indifferent but also a little chilly, as if he was mocking her as a clown. It was as if everything she did was under his control. Lu Furong shivered, a cold feeling spreading from her feet to her whole body, like a flood that made her breathless. Rong Qi suddenly appeared outside the door. So, just now, who was the man holding her? Seeing her son, Mrs. Rong sighed in relief. She grabbed Rong Qi's arm and pointed at the room. They all say you bullied Furong. I don't believe it. But why did Furong appear in your room? Rong Qi patted Mrs. Rong's hand gently. Mother, what kind of person do you think I am? Don't you know? I wouldn't rashly bully a girl. As for why Lu Furong was in my room, you should ask General Yang. General Yang? Everyone looked puzzled. Who is General Yang? Li Ping's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively looked toward the room. He also looked at Jiang Nian, who appeared just as innocent. Rong Qi explained. Yesterday I was resting when suddenly a madman burst into my room, wielding a dagger and drove me away. I recognized him as the city guard general. I didn't dare confront him directly, so I packed my things and left. He looked at the person lying on the big bed inside the room and asked suspiciously, could it be that the person who bullied Lu Furong is General Yang? No way. Lu Furong's hysterical screams echoed, while Rong Qi's light words fell softly, but like a thunderbolt on a clear day, they shattered her into a tangled mess. Clearly, her plan was foolproof. Last night, the person lying in bed was Rong Qi, not Yang Qiao. Li Ping furrowed his brows tightly, finally gritted his teeth, pushed through the crowd, and dragged the person from the bed. Everyone saw that the person being pulled out was Yang Qiao, the city defender of Nanping City, and immediately fell silent. Yang Qiao was disturbed from a good sleep and muttered unhappily, that reckless fool disturbing my sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw a crowd surrounding him. He looked to the side and saw a beautiful young woman with her shoulders half naked, crying softly. Isn't this young woman the same lively girl who served him diligently yesterday? He remembered that yesterday, she came aggressively to confront Zhao Shun. Somehow, he saw a beautiful female ghost. She pointed at him casually, and he suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. His whole body convulsed, and he was in unbearable pain, as if torn apart, unable to breathe. After the pain, he seemed to see a handsome man, and then he followed him into a room. When he woke up, this was the result. Yang Qiao tidied his clothes, then pulled Lu Furong into his arms, grabbed her chin, and his small eyes flickered as he gazed at her. His words were even more suggestive. Young lady, you served very diligently yesterday. I didn't expect you to still be a virgin. How rare, how rare. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, making Lu Furong's vision go black. No, it was impossible. The person with her last night was clearly Rong Qi. Why did it turn into this ugly ghost? No, it's not you. It can't be you. Lu Furong's heart felt like it was struck by lightning, torn apart, and her soul shattered into pieces. She turned pale, her steps faltered as she backed away, her mind becoming fuzzy, as if trapped in an inescapable nightmare. The surrounding gossip sounded like they were pushing her into an endless abyss. I knew it. Rong Ergongzi is noble and pure. How could he be someone with a dirty heart? It turns out Lu Furong is just crying wolf. From what I see, she wants to flatter General Yang. She becomes a prostitute and still wants to pretend to be virtuous. That's why she threw dirt on Rong Ergongzi. Maybe Lu Furong wanted to climb into bed with him. Who knows? General Yang drove Rong Ergongzi away, and by mistake, she climbed into the wrong bed. What do you call that? Smart people can be fooled by their own cleverness. Li Ping's back teeth clenched with a cracking sound. He glared angrily at Lu Furong. You said your cousin was sick, so why are you inside Rongqi's room? Even he, being slow-witted, understood what was happening now. Yesterday, Lu Furong cried and said her cousin was ill. He told Jiang Nian to go treat her, but Lu Furong refused, insisting on going outside to buy medicine. Now, he suspects that she wasn't grabbing medicine for a cold, but plotting something else, perhaps a trap for others. Lu Furong spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. She didn't answer Li Ping but looked at Rongqi with a pained expression. Her heart was full of despair and panic, and she couldn't help but ask desperately, "Why isn't it you?" Rongqi looked at her coldly, his expression distant and indifferent. "Miss Lu, your words are strange. You and General Yang appeared in my room. Shouldn't you be questioning me?" "No." Lu Furong seemed to have lost her mind, her eyes red with anger. "It must be you. You sensed my plan and you," she pointed angrily at Rong Yener. "You betrayed me. You plotted against me. You told him in advance." Rong Yener shrank back innocently. "Cousin, what are you talking about? Clearly, it's you who shamelessly climbed into bed with someone. Why are you blaming me?" Lu Furong felt trapped in a shrinking space, unable to breathe or escape. She had planned everything perfectly. Everything was foolproof.
Why?
She looked at Rongqi and suddenly chuckled eerily. She understood now. With Rongqi's intelligence, how could he tolerate others plotting against him? This ruthless man, anyone who dared to scheme against him, always ended up suffering 100 times worse. How could she be so foolish again, daring to plot against Rongqi? But she couldn't accept it. She refused to accept it. She had lived longer than others, yet her ending was 100 times more tragic than in her previous life. Her gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Jiang Nian, hiding behind Rongqi. Suddenly, she burst into wild, crazy laughter. "Jerk!" Lu Furong's face was pale as she pointed at Jiang Nian and shouted, "Is it you who conspired with Rongqi to trap me? Is it you?" Jiang Nian patted her chest innocently. "Furong, you can eat your food but shouldn't say things randomly. When did I ever plot against you?" Yang Qiu squinted and looked at her more closely. The more he looked, the more familiar Jiang Nian seemed. Wasn't she the female ghost from yesterday? "You." Yang Qiu stepped closer to Jiang Nian, staring at her intently. "Was it you who hit me yesterday?" Jiang Nian continued to act innocent. "I didn't do anything. I'm just a weak woman with no strength. How could I fight General Yang?" People around nodded in agreement. "Yes, General Yang is strong and mighty. Jiang Nian has thin arms and legs. How could she possibly fight General Yang?" Yang Qiu scratched his head. The pain he felt yesterday was too real to be fake. Could it have been just a bad dream? Lu Furong still had many questions. She knew very well how capable Jiang Nian was, especially when it came to deadly poisons. Yang Qiu was no match for Jiang Nian. Her gaze at Jiang Nian was full of hatred. She wished she could tear her apart. "You wicked woman. You're pretending to be innocent. It was you who hit General Yang. It was you who plotted against me. You were afraid I would take Rongqi away. You envy me. That's why you attacked me, poisoned me." She pointed at Jiang Nian and laughed wildly in front of everyone. "Haha, don't you all know? The widow is jealous of her brother-in-law. She spends her days scheming to get rid of the women around him. She wants to climb into his bed. She covets her brother-in-law. She shamelessly desires Rongqi. Such a flirtatious, immoral woman. She likes her brother-in-law. Ha ha ha."
What's shameful about that?
"Jiang Nian is even more disgraceful than me." Jiang Nian didn't expect Lu Furong to go so far as to humiliate her in front of everyone, using the most vicious trick. She turned pale with anger and couldn't hold back. She grabbed Lu Furong's face and slapped her twice. "Stop talking nonsense. When did I covet my brother-in-law? Keep your mouth clean. If you dare to slander me again, I'll cut out your tongue." Jiang Nian had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen Lu Furong be so brazen, accusing her with the most unacceptable lie. If the widow was jealous of her brother-in-law, how could she still stand her? The Rong family wouldn't tolerate her. She had underestimated Lu Furong's wickedness. Lu Furong's cheek burned with pain from the slap, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face and slowly smiled. Her smile turned from a low chuckle into a wild, crazy laugh. Her expression was twisted, and her white teeth looked stained red with blood. I knew you were thinking about me and got angry and embarrassed, haha. Jiang Nian, don't deny it. My eyes are sharp. You're shamelessly coveting Rong Qi, always thinking about how to get into his bed. Jiang Nian was almost furious. She had planned to enjoy a good show today, but instead, Lu Furong poured dirt on her. Madame Rong and Rongyi looked at her with strange, unbelieving eyes. Jiang Nian instinctively looked at Rong Qi and saw him staring at her with a very strange look. Jiang Nian's scalp went numb. Oh no! After working hard to gain good feelings, she was suddenly back to square one. Damn Lu Furong, she accused her without even a good reason. She calmly walked up to Rong Qi, feeling honest inside, and looked straight into his eyes. She said, "Second brother, whether you believe it or not, your sister-in-law has no thoughts of coveting you. I only see you as my younger brother. I swear." She raised 3 fingers and made a solemn vow, her eyes firm. "I, Jiang Nian, swear here that I have no feelings for Rong Qi. If I break this vow, may I be struck by 5 thunderstorms." "Shut up." Rong Qi coldly interrupted her. His eyes darkened. He looked at Jiang Nian with indifference, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Jiang Nian was so angry her heart almost stopped. She hadn't finished speaking, so why did Rong Qi get so angry? She had tried so hard, but her efforts were all ruined by Lu Furong's words. She glared at Lu Furong with hatred, her eyes fierce. "I wanted to let you go, but you chose to seek death. Don't blame me for being ruthless." What a clever trick to sow discord, what dirty water to splash on her. The family bond she worked so hard to build was destroyed by Lu Furong. Lu Furong's face twisted with a sinister smile. "You're just mad because I exposed your thoughts. You're still jealous. You're afraid I'll marry Rong Qi. Damn it, how stubborn can she be? Using this trick to slander her again?" Jiang Nian sneered coldly. "Say whatever you want. I have nothing to fear. I stand upright, and no shadow will fall on me. As for you, being caught in the act in public, not only will your reputation be ruined, but you'll also offend Yang Qiu. Good luck to you." After saying this, she turned and left. Rong Yu quickly followed. "Sister-in-law, I believe you. Lu Furong is just talking nonsense. She's trying to create a rift between you and the second house. Sister-in-law treats her better than her second brother. If she truly had any bad intentions, she should be jealous of her instead." Madame Rong also caught up, looked at Jiang Nian with complicated eyes, and hesitated to speak. Jiang Nian's heart sank again. Does the kind mother-in-law no longer believe her? Madame Rong opened her mouth finally and said, "Nian Nian, we are family. Don't let certain people or things ruin your mood. I can see that you truly see Zihan as a younger brother." Her heart, which had just begun to lift, sank again. Jiang Nian grabbed Madame Rong's hand and said emotionally, "Do you really believe me?" Even Rong Qi had turned away from her with a cold face, yet her mother-in-law and sister-in-law believed her? "Foolish girl, if I don't believe you, who else can I believe?" Madame Rong gently brushed her hair back and spoke softly. "We promise to be a family that supports each other, to trust one another. How can we be swayed by others' words? As for Zihan, I will explain to him. Don't worry, he won't misunderstand you. Any woman who likes a man can't hide her feelings. But Nian Nian is different. She only feels deep family affection for this home and Rong Qi. Although Zihan is older than Nian Nian, she genuinely treats her younger brother-in-law like a real brother." A huge weight in Jiang Nian's heart lifted. As long as her mother-in-law and sister-in-law believe her, she still has a place in this family. As for Rong Qi, whether he believes her or not, she is too tired to explain. In the future, she will keep her distance from Rong Qi and be careful not to give anyone a reason to slander her. Madame Rong shot a sharp look at Lu Furong and said firmly, "I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to scheme and plot everywhere. When your plans fail, you even smear and falsely accuse others, which I saw Nian Nian harboring bad intentions. There is no evidence, it's just slander. Rong-yu also crossed her arms, looking at Lu Furong with disdain. You think everyone is like you, always wandering around, trying to seduce. You're dirty, but don't assume everyone else is the same. Our sister-in-law is a good person, honest, broad-minded, beautiful, kind-hearted, and capable. You're just jealous, so you smear and slander her and second brother. Everyone sighed. The people from the second household testified that Jiang Nian had no bad intentions toward her younger brother-in-law. Clearly, Lu Furong was just angry and jealous, and that's why she falsely accused Jiang Nian. Everyone's gaze was sharp and contemptuous, peeling away Lu Furong's facade inch by inch. Lu Furong's eyes nearly burst with tears. Why don't you believe me? Why? In her past life, Jiang Nian had done everything to be with Rong Qi, even tricked Madame Rong into agreeing to Rong Qi's second marriage and convinced the favored concubine to issue a marriage decree. After shouting, she suddenly realized that she was the only one living this life again. These people hadn't experienced it, so they naturally didn't believe her words. She laughed wildly, tears starting to fall. Rong Yener looked at everything coldly, mocking. Cousin, how does it feel to be betrayed? Lu Furong's eyes widened suddenly. It's you. You betrayed me? Betrayed? Rong Yener's eyes turned fierce, her beautiful face twisted with anger. She grabbed Lu Furong's neck. You framed my parents and appeared before everyone in the most shameful way, ending your life in the most humiliating manner. What does betrayal mean? Compared to your cruelty, I've only done 1/10 of what you did. Lu Furong's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. She sat on the ground, muttering, You knew? If you want to know, don't do it, Rong Yener said coldly. Lu Furong, she is your aunt. How could you use the most shameful way to trap her? Rong Yener was angry and slapped Lu Furong twice. What aunt? Which aunt would send her niece to a jail cell to be abused? Which aunt has a cold heart, watching me be beaten and insulted? Why? Why can't I plot against her? Lu Furong and Rong Yener fought and tore at each other, their clothes in disarray, their hair loose. The spectators watched the scene for a long time before Li Ping ordered them to separate the fighting. Li Ping looked at Lu Furong with disappointment, sighed, and turned away. This farce ended with Yang Qiu liking Lu Furong and paying money to take her away. Zhao Shun sighed. She's just a prisoner. If she dies, it can help us get rid of Yang Qiu and remove a troublemaker. If Lu Furong stayed, his good brother Li Ping might be bewitched and do something foolish. Moreover, Lu Furong chose to go with Yang Qiu willingly. He didn't force her. Li Ping looked sad, as if he had suffered a big blow. He didn't eat, didn't speak. The officials gave 1 day to buy supplies. Jiang Yan was granted mercy, her shackles were removed, and she was allowed to change into her own clothes. Rong Qi and Jiang Yan started a silent standoff, ignoring each other. When they wanted to say something, Rong-yu would pass the message between them. Rong Qi was very proud and aloof, but he believed Lu Furong's words, thinking she had ulterior motives to covet him. She had already sworn with 3 fingers that if she had any thoughts about her brother-in-law, she would be struck by lightning. Rong Qi didn't believe her and yelled at her. Look at how spoiled he is. Since he ignored her, she wouldn't shamelessly go over to cause trouble for herself. You err, later my sister-in-law will take you shopping. If you want to eat, drink, or play, just tell her. She'll buy everything for you, Jiang Yan said, patting her own purse. I have money. Rong-yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to eat candied hawthorn and I want sunflower seeds. Candied hawthorn? It seems like there's none in summer. Jiang Yan thought for a moment. Let's choose something else. Rong-yu pouted. Sister-in-law, you said you'd fulfill all my wishes. You can't go back on your word. Madame Rong smiled and gently touched her forehead. There's no candied hawthorn in summer. Are you trying to make things difficult for your sister-in-law? She looked at Jiang Yan and kindly reminded her, remember to buy 2 pieces of cloth. Xian's sleeve is torn, and bring extra cotton clothes. It's very cold in Nguta. Also, buy some medicinal herbs. Oh, and some needles and thread for Mother. Jiang Yan took note of everything. Before leaving, she asked, Mother, is there anything else to buy? Madame Rong shook her head. That's all for now. Ask Xian, he might need something. Jiang Yan didn't want to bother Rong Qi, so she let Rong Yu pass the message. Go ask your second brother if he needs anything. Rong Yu happily jumped over to her brother. Rong Qi was lazily leaning by the window, eyes closed, lost in thought. His face still looked gloomy.
Second
brother, sister-in-law wants to buy you something, but she's worried you won't like it. She's worried sick, Rong Yu said, bouncing. Rong Qi's brow relaxed a little. He took out paper and a brush from his bag and quickly wrote down what he needed. Give it to her, he said. Rong Yu took the note and happily ran to Jiang Yan. Sister-in-law, this is what my second brother needs to buy. Here for you, she said. It was written with charcoal on yellowed paper, and the handwriting was very pretty. Rong Qi only needed to buy one thing. A cricket? Jiang Yan disdainfully crumpled the paper into a ball. What time is it? Still acting like a spoiled young master. Who fights grasshoppers on the way to exile? Is this what they call dignity, like being sent to the cold palace? The officials finally allowed us to buy some supplies. We should at least get 2 essential items. Even if men don't care about these things, buying a couple of books should be fine, right? Grasshopper? No way. Rong Yu carefully glanced at Jiang Yan. Sister-in-law, my second brother has liked bugs since he was young. Grasshoppers are his favorite. I thought. Maybe he's bored on the way to exile and wants to buy one to pass the time. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't seem upset, she continued, my second brother has always been angry at Lu Furong for falsely accusing you, but he couldn't hit her or teach her a lesson. He hates himself for not being able to stand up for you. That's why he feels ashamed to see you and keeps his distance. Jiang Yan snorted coldly. Don't speak for him. He yelled at me to shut up in front of everyone. I am his sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, and elders are to be respected. Even if there's a misunderstanding, he shouldn't have turned away with a cold face. In the end, it was because Rong Qi believed Lu Furong's words. He thought she was coveting him. His face indeed had the kind of charm that could make people covet, but definitely not her, Jiang Yan. Look at how narcissistic he is. Rong Yu quickly held Jiang Yan's hand, speaking hurriedly. Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. Second brother definitely didn't mean to disrespect you. He's just angry at Lu Furong. When I was passing on your message just now, I saw him wiping tears. When I asked, I found out he was upset because you ignored him and misunderstood him. He's really sad. Could Rong Qi cry? Jiang Yan felt like she was hearing a huge joke. She looked at Rong Yu suspiciously. Are you fooling me? Rong Yu kept waving his hands.
No.
Sister-in-law, you should know me. I never lie. Jiang Yan still didn't believe him. I swear, but your second brother still doesn't believe what I said. He thinks I have ulterior motives and am coveting him. No. My second brother isn't that narcissistic. Really, sister-in-law? Trust me. Rong Yu tried hard to persuade her. My second brother is so smart. How could he not see through this? Mother and I aren't fools either. Our family sticks together and stays happy. We shouldn't let others sow discord. Don't you agree? Jiang Yan thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense. She walks upright and proper, always respectful to her younger brother-in-law. Anyone with eyes can see she is not as frivolous or covetous as Lu Furong claims. People should never fall into the trap of justifying themselves. Otherwise, they only make things worse, and explanations become excuses, leading to a vicious cycle. Jiang Yan smiled slightly and smoothed out the crumpled note in her sleeve. Forget it. Since he's crying, let's buy him a cricket. After all, she's the older sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, so she doesn't argue with children. For this round of supplies, Zhao Shun specifically sent Li Ping along. Li Ping still looked listless, with a tired expression. Zhao Shun was almost tempted to kick him. Are you a man? If you are, then stand tall and buy the supplies properly. When we return from Nguta, My older brother will find you a beautiful, smart, and capable wife. Li Ping's eyes lit up slightly, and he forced a smile. I will not let my brother down. I will prepare the supplies carefully. Zhao Shun nodded in satisfaction and said to Jiang Nian, we'll keep moving in the afternoon. The morning is enough for you. Don't dawdle. All right, the morning is enough. Thank you, Zhao Darren, for your kindness. Jiang Nian held Rong Yuer's hand excitedly and ran outside. Since crossing over, she had never been to an ancient market before. Now she finally had the chance, and her purse was full. She wanted to understand the market, see if the vegetables and herbs grown in her space could be sold for money. Just a few steps out, she heard the clanking of shackles and chains. Li Ping, dragging heavy shackles, looked impatiently at Jiang Nian. Why are you running? Put on the shackles. Rong Yuer looked miserable. If you wear shackles, the townspeople will throw rotten eggs at us. Jiang Nian really didn't want to go shopping with the jingling shackles, as it would clearly tell everyone she was in exile. She quietly whispered to Li Ping, we won't run away. My family is here. After buying the supplies, I'll give you 10 taels of silver.
Li Ping ignored her.
Jiang Nian gritted her teeth and reluctantly took 10 taels of silver from her pocket.
Here.
Can you be flexible? Li Ping glanced at her and then threw down the shackles in his hand. Hurry up and go. What are you hesitating for? Jiang Nian was stunned for a moment, then cheered up and pulled Rong Yuer's hand, rushing outside. Finally, I can walk around shopping easily. The streets of Nanping City are busy and lively. After crossing one street, the crowd becomes smaller. Li Ping pushes a cart and slowly follows behind. When he passes a rice shop, he stops. I want to buy some dry food.
You two can look around nearby.
If you dare to run away, I will break Rong Qi's leg and tear your mother-in-law's mouth. Although he knows Jiang Nian won't run away, he still gives a warning. After Jiang Nian promises she won't escape, she pulls Yuer into the vegetable market. Her space-grown vegetables are ready. Besides selling and exchanging for coins with one click, she has no silver in the real world. On the way to Exile, silver is essential for paying expenses. Although she has 60 taels in her purse, no one can guarantee how much will be left after buying supplies. People should keep some backup for themselves. When the purse is full, they feel safe. The market is lively, full of stalls selling vegetables, poultry, and small vendors. Jiang Nian sends Yuer to buy crickets. Go to the west end of the street. There are crickets for sale. Buy one for your brother. Rongyu holds a few coins and blinks. Is this enough? She remembers her second brother used to buy crickets, which cost 1,000 taels each. But any cricket costing more than 10 coins I won't buy. 10 coins can buy a chicken. She is already very generous to buy crickets for Rong Qi. Yuer, holding a coin or two, starts asking from stall to stall. Jiang Nian finds a hidden spot and takes out all the vegetables, eggs, and poultry from her space. She mimics a street vendor, spreads a torn cloth on the ground, and starts shouting to sell. Because her prices are low, the elderly rush to buy with baskets. In less than an hour, she sells 60 eggs, 30 duck eggs, 20 goose eggs, 6 chickens, 8 ducks, 30 jean of radishes, 50 jean of cabbage, and 20 jean of lettuce. Counting the coins, Jiang Nian almost wants to hit herself. Damn it, she only earned about 3 taels. She feels she has lost a lot. It seems that doing business is not easy. First, you need to study the market, then calculate costs, subtract labor and time, and sell items at many times their original value. That's real profit. Just after packing up her stall, Rongyu comes over with a sad face. Sister-in-law, I looked around West Street, but I didn't find any crickets for sale. The vegetable vendors told me to catch some in the fields. Let's go catch some later, Jiang Nian said, holding Rongyu's hand and walking east, where there are butchers, fishmongers, and pastry shops. The space still had frozen wild boar meat that hadn't been eaten yet. Jiang Nian wanted some home-raised meat, so she bought a rack of ribs, a pig's leg, and also pig liver, pig heart, pig lungs, and pig intestines. Sister-in-law, will so much meat go bad in summer? Jiang Nian raised her eyebrows proudly. Don't worry, sister-in-law has her ways to keep it fresh. It won't spoil. Carrying 2 big bags of pork, the 2 women felt their arms ache. Jiang Yen decided to go into a carpenter's shop. With a wave of her hand, she bought a cart for 1 or 2 silver coins. She spent about 1 or 2 silver coins on the pork, 1 or 2 on the cart, and still had about 1 or 2 silver coins left from her 3 silver coins. She gave 10 silver coins to Li Ping from her stored 60 silver coins, leaving 50. If she kept spending like this, she would run out soon. Jiang Yen touched the glass ball in her pocket. Maybe she could try her luck at the pawn shop? In ancient times, this thing should be quite rare. After running back and forth along 2 streets, she finally found a pawn shop. The shopkeeper looked tired and listless. When he saw Jiang Yen and Rongyu, who were dressed in ragged clothes, he just raised his eyelids briefly and then looked away. If this were modern times and she encountered such poor service, she would definitely complain on the phone without hesitation.
But now?
Things were different. She could only smile and ask politely, "Shopkeeper, I want to pawn something." The shopkeeper yawned lazily and shot a disdainful look at Jiang Yen. "Go away, pawn shops don't take trash." Trash? Jiang Yen looked down at her feet. Where was it broken? She was wearing a uniform issued by the state, with no patches or tears. Where was it broken? Rongyu shrank her toes and suddenly felt a wave of inferiority. She thought she looked no different from the beggars on the street. Her hair was messy, her clothes were dull and torn, her face was dirty, and even her shoes revealed her big toes. "Are you sure you won't take it?" Jiang Yen took out 2 glass balls and rolled them in her palm. The bright sunlight was blinding, but the glass balls in her hand reflected a dazzling light, like stars shining in the night sky. The shopkeeper's eyes widened suddenly. These are priceless glass beads. Only the nobles in the capital have the right to enjoy such items. I heard this was a gift from a foreign country to the royal family. How could these 2 beggars have such things? He looked at Jiang Yen with a puzzled expression, then glanced at Rongyu. "Where did you steal these? Be honest, steal?" Jiang Yen was so angry she felt her heart tighten. The staff here judge people by their appearance, which was bad enough, but now they are accusing her of theft? She couldn't tolerate this. She signaled to Rongyu and leaned in to whisper, "Show him the temper of your bold lady." Let him see. Rongyu was momentarily stunned, but quickly played her part. Her face darkened, and she pushed the staff aside, then smoothly sat down in a chair. She held her head high, slightly leaned back, and looked coldly at the staff. Her voice was sharp and loud. "How dare you? I was just out enjoying a trip in disguise, and you dare to judge me by my appearance? Who gave you the courage?" It must be said, Rongyu did have a bit of a commanding presence. Her confident movements and fierce aura made the staff hesitate. Maybe Rongyu's voice was too loud, or perhaps her commanding air, even in torn clothes, couldn't be hidden. The shopkeeper heard the commotion and hurried downstairs, clutching his clothes. He slapped the staff on the head and scolded loudly. "You clueless fool! Can't you see our distinguished guest is hiding her identity? How dare you be disrespectful? Get out of here!" The staff left in shame. The shopkeeper smiled and poured a cup of tea. "Please, ladies, take a rest." Rongyu snorted coldly, pushed the shopkeeper aside, and sat down confidently. She straightened her back, picked up the teacup on the table, and gently blew on it to clear the foam. After tasting the tea, she placed the cup back in its original spot. Her entire tea-drinking action was smooth and natural. Even if the shopkeeper doubted, he had to admit that the shabby-looking girl in front of him exuded a noble aura with every move. Her family background must be extraordinary. Especially Rongyu's next words confirmed his suspicion. She frowned and said, "This is last year's cold well, right? Even if stored well, it still has a musty smell. It's not as good as the snow-top green jade that the eldest sister appreciates." This was true. When the Rong family was at its peak, they would always give their eldest sister's palace the best things. Even rare snow-top green tea can be tasted. The shopkeeper was shocked and thought, "This young girl can even tell last year's Longjing tea." He thought, she might as well be drinking snow-top green tea. That thing is not something an ordinary person can drink. He became more certain that this young girl must have sneaked out from her home to play. Now she has no money, so she is thinking of trading something. Jiang Mian saw that it was about time, so she gently placed 2 glass balls on the table. With a crisp sound, the shopkeeper's eyebrows twitched 3 times in surprise. "Oh dear, young lady, be careful when you drop things. These are glass beads only noble people in the capital can play with." The way the young girl handles her tea shows a natural elegance, clearly from the capital. It's understandable that noble visitors from the capital come here and dress up to enjoy themselves. The price shouldn't be too low. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. From the shopkeeper's expression, these 2 glass beads must be quite valuable. The price shouldn't be too cheap. "May I ask, young lady, are you willing to buy or sell? How much silver do you want?" Jiang Mian was a bit excited but forced herself to stay calm, pretending to be aloof. "Of course, I want to sell. I have plenty of these at home. How about 200 taels of silver? Did I say too much? If the shopkeeper disagrees, I can lower it by another 100 taels." "Deal!" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up with excitement. Carefully, he took the 2 glass beads and looked up at his assistant. "Make the bill, get the money. Ha, I've made a fortune." This young lady, who doesn't understand the world, is selling a glass bead worth 1,000 taels for only 200. Jiang Mian felt a bit regretful. If she had asked for a higher price, maybe she would have gained more. 200 taels. Isn't that a big loss? Thinking about it, there are many such glass beads in the modern world, costing just a penny each. Being able to sell for 200 taels now is already quite good. After comforting herself, Jiang Mian happily took the 200 taels and left. Just a few steps away, she bumped into a young man who looked flustered. "Father, something terrible has happened. Your grandson is going to die." "What?" The shopkeeper's face turned pale. The 2 glass beads in his hands fell to the ground with a bang. He looked at the young man helplessly. "What nonsense are you talking about? My great-grandson ate 2 small wontons and 3 little meat buns this morning. How could he be about to die?" "I think you are the one about to die." The young man slumped on the ground, looking very hopeless. He grabbed his hair and cried, "Father, what should I do?" He was fine this morning, then suddenly turned purple in the face, twitched all over, and couldn't breathe. "Son just took Tian Bao to Miao Shotang, and the old doctor said there's no hope. Boo-hoo, our Zhou family has only 1 heir in 8 generations. We married a wife and 3 concubines just to have the son. If he's gone, our ancestors' coffins will be too heavy to carry." Manager Zhou was also very anxious. He didn't have time to tell the staff, grabbed his son's collar and rushed outside. My great-grandson. Oh, ancestors, please protect him. Please don't let anything happen to my great-grandson. Our Zhou family has only 1 heir in 8 generations. Jiang Mian heard this and pulled Romu's hand to follow. When they arrived, Manager Zhou was already arguing with the doctor from Miao Shotang. "Lazy doctor, if you're not skilled, don't scare people. My grandson was fine this morning. Why do you say he can't be cured? Why are we preparing for the worst?" The apprentice from Miao Shotang sneered. "We are doctors, not gods. Your grandson has acute asthma. There's only waiting for death. We can't do anything. Even if you tear down Hui Chun Tang, it won't help." Manager Zhou refused to give up, crying loudly and cursing the doctor from Miao Shotang harshly. Romu tugged Jiang Mian's sleeve and pointed at the child lying on the ground. "Sister-in-law, is he still breathing?" Jiang Mian finally noticed a 5- or 6-year-old child lying on the ground, twitching all over. He was gasping heavily, coughing violently now and then, with a red face and thick neck from the effort. Seeing this, Manager Zhou shouted in pain, calling out great-grandson, and suddenly fainted from lack of air. Someone pointed at the child and exclaimed, "He's gone.
He's gone."
Romu's heart clenched, and she stamped her foot anxiously, pacing in circles. What a pitiful child. "Sister-in-law, can you save him?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Mian pushed through the crowd, moved people aside, and loudly said, "Everyone, step back. The air is not flowing well, and that will make the child worse." Jiang Mian helped the child up, took out a silver needle from her sleeve, and stabbed him twice. The child coughed violently twice, spat out 2 mouthfuls of phlegm, then collapsed on the ground. A young person pushed Jiang Nian aside and tightly hugged the boy, crying loudly and heartbroken. My Tianbao. Our family has only one child for 8 generations. Dad, you fainted at the worst time. Saving the person was the priority. Even though pushed away, Jiang Nian was not in a hurry. She quickly stepped forward and said, Sir, maybe I can save your son. May I try? Everyone around looked over and stared closely. Where did this beggar woman come from? Dressed in rags and shamelessly claiming she can cure illnesses? Here, take this broken bowl and go stand in the corner to beg. Exactly, I don't know where she escaped from, trying to scam money at such a young age. Even the doctors at Maya Xiaotang said she can't cure anything. Where does she get the nerve to say she can? Romeu's face turned red with anger. You're the real beggar family. My sister-in-law is a skilled doctor. If she says she can cure, then she can. The medicine boy from Maya Xiaotang snorted coldly. That beggar woman is talking nonsense. Our chief doctor has been practicing medicine for 30 years. If he says it can't be cured, then it definitely can't. Are you trying to ruin Maya Xiaotang's reputation? Jiang Nian stood up and looked directly at the medicine boy. Begging and talking nonsense won't help. Is this how Maya Xiaotang's medical ethics work? There are higher powers and better doctors. I say I can cure, and I mean it. The medicine boy looked at Jiang Nian with disdain. Just you? Rags and dirt, hungry one day, starving the next. Who knows if you're just pretending to heal to scam money? You're a wicked beggar woman. The child is almost gone, and you still won't let him rest. What are you up to? The onlookers began to agree. Exactly. She looks unfamiliar. She's clearly a scammer from out of town, trying to cheat food and money. Now she even dares to deceive a dying child. That's just immoral. Maya Xiaotang's doctors said it's incurable. She's just pretending to be confident. She just wants to make some money. Get her out. Out with the out-of-towners and scammers. Don't let her keep lying. Romeu was furious. She glared at the crowd. You shallow-minded fools.
Can't you see?
My sister-in-law is very capable. If you miss her, the child will have to wait to see the great-grandmother. What Maya Xiaotang? A quack doctor. The pawn shop owner is right to criticize her. You're all just a bunch of incompetent doctors.
Pa.
Romeu stood with her hands on her hips, arguing fiercely with the crowd. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Nian quietly entered her space and bought a bottle of salbutamol inhaler from Chiochio Pharmacy. She quickly opened the cap and, while no one was watching, gently placed it in the child's mouth to help him breathe. What are you doing? What are you doing? The child's father roared, his eyes red with anger. But Jiang Nian stood firm, unmoved no matter how hard he pushed her. What is that beggar woman doing? The child is already weak, and she's still forcing something into his mouth. She's going to harm him. This is outrageous. The Zhou family has only one heir in 8 generations. Even the doctors at Miao Shou Hall couldn't help much, but at least the boy might have lasted a bit longer. Now, after that beggar woman's meddling, he might not even last an hour. Someone, drive that beggar woman away. Romeu, furious, spread her arms to block Jiang Nian. Who dares touch my sister-in-law? I'll fight them myself. Shopkeeper Zhou slowly regained consciousness. When he saw his grandson with his mouth open and a strange object in his throat, he became furious. Who dares touch my grandson? I'll fight you. He wouldn't even let the doctors from Miao Shou Hall near the boy, yet now some beggar woman dared to act on her own. But when he noticed the angry Romeu, he froze. Wasn't this the spoiled young lady from the capital? She had disguised herself as a beggar when she came to Nanping and had even traded for 2 priceless glass beads. Glass beads? Where were they now? No, that didn't matter. His grandson was what mattered most. Crying out in despair, shopkeeper Zhou rushed to the boy named Tianbao, pushing Jiang Nian aside. Get away. How dare you touch my grandson? Sir, there's a commotion ahead. I'm not sure what's happening. The man addressed as Sir wore a blue robe. He was tall and handsome. Hearing this, he frowned slightly. Let's go take a look. Jiang Yen put away the inhaler and stood beside Rongyu with her hands behind her back. The crowd's angry voices grew louder and louder. Report her to the authorities. Arrest that beggar woman. She's a fraud pretending to be something she's not. Really, the morals of the world are declining. Lord Jiang was passing through here. If he knew what happened, he would report it to the court and hold our county magistrate responsible for poor management. Our reputation in Namping City has been ruined by this outsider beggar woman. She even wants to destroy Miaosho Hall. We should arrest her and punish her severely. A white-bearded doctor stepped out of Miaosho Hall, looking stern as he stroked his beard. What happened? The young medic chattered on, explaining everything from start to finish, then pointed at Jiang Yen with a look of disdain. It was her. You clearly said the child's illness was hopeless, beyond cure. But she still damaged your reputation, strangled the child, locked his throat, and even forced a strange object into his mouth. The old doctor examined Jiang Yen carefully, noticing she was calm and composed, not panicked at all, which made him feel a bit of respect. Young girl, you say you can cure him? Is that true? Jiang Yen looked up and smiled at him. I never speak nonsense. Look, the child is awake. As soon as she finished, the child on the ground coughed a few times and suddenly sat up. He blinked, looked at his father and then at his grandfather, and suddenly burst into loud tears. His voice was strong and continuous, not like a dying child at all. Everyone was shocked, thinking they were dreaming or that the sun was rising from the west. They looked at the sun, rising in the east, shining brightly. Shopkeeper Zhou was stunned, his mouth agape. After a moment, he hurriedly hugged the child and cried loudly, My grandson, my 8th-generation heir of the Zhou family. He's saved. Shopkeeper Zhou's son also hugged his father, excited and speechless. Dad.
Dad, Tianbao is fine.
Thank heaven. Rongyu's eyes sparkled with joy. She looked proud as she glanced at everyone. I told you my sister-in-law could heal. You all have shallow eyes. Almost doubted my sister-in-law. The old doctor was amazed, looking at Jiang Yen as if she were his own mother. Young madam, how did you do it? How did you cure him? He didn't believe that strangling and forcing objects into the mouth could solve difficult illnesses. He was surprised and stepped forward to check the child's pulse on his wrist. After a moment, he exclaimed in shock, It's really cured? How did you do it? It's amazing. The senior doctor from Miaosho Tang had already spoken, and the onlookers turned to look at Jiang Yen with curiosity. Who is this beggar woman? I didn't see her make a move, so how did she cure the child? Maybe the jar in her hand has special power. Just press it against the throat, and the child will be fine. Shopkeeper Zhou was very excited and bowed deeply to Jiang Yen. Thank you, miss, for saving the child. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. You are generous and forgiving. He was unaware that someone who could casually take out a glass bead must be someone important. He also gave her 200 taels of silver, which was a bit ungrateful. Jiang Yen modestly waved her hand. It's nothing. As a doctor, saving lives is my duty. It's just a small effort. Rongyu puffed up proudly, crossing her arms and smiling smugly. Don't talk so grandly. If you really want to thank my sister-in-law, just give her 1,000 or so taels. Shopkeeper Zhou was surprised and quickly told his son, Go, bring 1,000 taels of silver notes. The senior doctor from Miaosho Tang looked excited and bowed deeply to Jiang Yen. May I ask, madam, how did you do it? I am eager to learn from you. If you are willing to teach, I will honor you with a long-lasting memorial. As a doctor, healing and helping people was their duty. If he could learn a little from her, Miaosho Tang would become famous. Jiang Yen ignored him and turned to Shopkeeper Zhou. Shopkeeper, although your grandson has improved, he still needs medicine. She took out a small bottle from her sleeve and handed it over. This is my secret formula. If the boy has another attack, just spray a few times into his mouth. Remember to stay away from pollen and allergenic foods. Modern medicine couldn't be passed down, and she didn't have the ability to do so. She could only keep her secret formula to herself. Shopkeeper Zhou carefully took the spray and hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing. Thank you, miss, for the medicine. You are a divine healer, saving my precious grandson. You are a great benefactor to Zhou. May I ask where you live? I will visit with a gift tomorrow. Jiang Nian looked into the distance with a mysterious expression. I am homeless, wandering from place to place. Recently, I planned to go to Ningguda to practice medicine. Maybe we will meet again someday. Just as she was about to turn away, the doctor from Miao Shoutang stopped her and respectfully bowed. May I ask, what is your honorable name? Every doctor has their own secret recipe, which they prefer not to share. This is understandable. Since the divine healer has already revealed the whereabouts of their trip to Ningguda, I will also go there. If I can learn the healer's name and do some research, I might have a chance to meet them and ask a few questions. His surname is Jiang. After saying this, Jiang Nian took the silver note for 1,000 taels handed to her by the shopkeeper's son and strode away confidently with Rongyu. This 1,000 taels was rightfully hers. She is not a saint. She wouldn't refuse money that is rightfully hers just because she is kind. Outside the crowd, a guard-dressed man stared in shock. He looked at the man in green and asked, Sir, this woman's surname is Jiang. Could she be related to you? Jiang Yan gave him a vague look, then briefly looked at Jiang Nian and smiled. Perhaps this Jiang is not the same Jiang. The guard was confused. He scratched his head and said, No matter which Jiang she is, if she can heal like that, besides some connection to you, I can't think of anyone else. Also, this woman is truly impressive. In just a few moves, she showed her skill, and I didn't even see how she saved the child, but the boy woke up. Jiang Xie chuckled softly, glancing into the distance with narrowed eyes. I'm also very curious. He withdrew his gaze and asked, Have you found out anything about the matter I asked you to investigate? The guard cupped his hands and said, The exile from the capital has arrived at the town's inn and will set out this afternoon. Should I? Jiang Xie raised his hand to stop him. Too obvious. Don't do anything. The guard sighed, somewhat dissatisfied, and complained, Young master, it's really frustrating. You're too busy to come, but you send the young master to that remote place. The young master's goal is to save lives and help others, but now he's stuck in officialdom, just serving as a pawn for the young master's family. Shut up, Jiang Xie said softly. When outside, speak carefully. Jiang Nian's purse was full, and she walked with a lively step. Rongyu chattered excitedly, talking nonstop. Your sister-in-law is so amazing. She just took a few moves to save that little kid. Those snobbish people's eyes nearly popped out. Haha, it feels so good to prove them wrong. Shuh. Keep your voice down. Jiang Nian made a shushing gesture. This must be kept secret. Don't spread it around, especially since we're rich now. No one can know. Yongyu blinked and asked, Can I tell Mom and second brother? Jiang Nian thought for a moment and shook her head. Please keep it a secret so they won't worry if they find out. All right. The two strolled into a general store, which was full of various goods. There were linen cloth, umbrellas, cloth shoes, candies, salt, rough paper, small trinkets, tiny wooden boxes, and cotton. Shopkeeper, I want 4 pieces of linen, 8 pairs of cloth shoes, a jar of candy, a jar of salt, 24 sheets of rough paper, 50 jean of cotton, and 2 small wooden boxes. Jiang Nian thought that although she could buy many things in a space, it was inconvenient to take them out. Since she was stockpiling supplies, it was better to buy more to avoid suspicion. Anyway, she had money in her pocket, so why not buy more? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise as he pointed at the items in the store. Are you sure you want to buy so much? Are you joking? No, just give me everything you have. I have money. Jiang Nian took out 10 taels of silver. The shopkeeper was so happy, he almost couldn't close his mouth. He hurriedly called his assistants to bring the items. 4 pieces of linen, salt, and candy, 1 jar each, 2 small wooden boxes, 50 jean of cotton, 24 sheets of rough paper, 8 pairs of cloth shoes. I'll prepare the bill for you. The items are also loaded onto your cart. Take a look and see if you need anything else. Jiang Nian checked the bill, then wandered around the store again. She couldn't think of anything else she needed, so she asked Yongyu, Is there anything else we should buy? Yongyu thought for a moment. Mom's sewing supplies are running low. We need to stock up more. The thread from last time is also finished. It would be great if we could buy some colorful thread. Her mother was a skilled seamstress. She could sew a flower onto a patch to make it look like new. Yongyu then thought of something else. Second brother still hasn't bought his cricket. Zhang Nian nodded and said to the shopkeeper, add some sewing supplies, especially colorful thread. By the way, do you know where I can buy crickets? Crickets and grasshoppers were popular entertainment among young noblemen and wealthy families in the capital. The shopkeeper didn't know much about that. He scratched his head shyly. There are plenty in the fields. Maybe I can ask my assistants to catch some. Since they had bought so many things, worth at least 10 taels of silver, he decided to lend a hand and have his assistants catch some crickets. Thank you very much, shopkeeper. Zhang Nian temporarily stored the cart and goods at the cloth shop. She and Yuer then visited the rice and grain store, bought some coarse and white flour, a jar of rapeseed oil, and went to the blacksmith shop to buy some shovels, a small iron pot, and small iron spoons. Back at the fabric shop, the shopkeeper caught some crickets. There were at least a dozen of them. The small bamboo cage, about the size of a palm, held a dozen crickets chirping loudly, which was quite noisy and gave a headache. Your second brother's hobby is strange. Why does he like playing with crickets so much? Zhang Nian looked at the small bamboo cage with disdain, pursed her lips, and after a quick glance, handed it to Rongyu. Rongyu gently teased the crickets with a small piece of grass, smiling and saying, my second brother's hobby is indeed unusual. He not only likes playing with crickets but also scorpions and silkworms. When he was young, our father caught him playing with them and gave him a good scolding. After that, he stopped. Zhang Nian shivered, her skin crawling at the thought. Boys who liked bugs were definitely not appealing. She didn't understand why Lu Furong was so reckless, rushing in headfirst and even biting her. Rongyu quickly noticed her sister-in-law's dislike and hurriedly put down the cricket cage to explain, my second brother doesn't play with them anymore. He just likes teasing crickets. The young masters in the capital all like it. Her sister-in-law and second brother were already in a cold war. If they argued again, the family might fall apart. She suddenly regretted her big mouth for revealing her brother's embarrassing habits. Zhang Nian waved her hand casually. It's okay. If you like it, just play. Do you want to buy anything else? Playing with crickets was harmless. It wasn't something disgusting. She had no right to stop him. Besides, the crickets didn't cost anything. They were caught in the fields. If he wanted to play, let him. The wooden cart grew heavier as it was loaded full. Zhang Nian tied the goods with a few loops of rope to secure them. I wonder if these cottons are enough to make clothes and bedding, Zhang Nian muttered, shoulders heavy with the burden. She struggled to pull the cart, with Rongyu gritting her teeth behind her, helping push. After walking 2 streets, Zhang Nian was exhausted. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said to Rongyu, how about we buy a donkey? They had money, so they should spend it. Being strong and not wasting energy was foolish. The two asked around and wandered to the donkey market. Before getting close, a strong, foul smell swept over. Rongyu covered her nose and backed away, saying, no need to guess. This must be the donkey market. I can smell it from far away. She looked at the sun. There is half an hour left before her meeting with Li Ping. Zhang Nian clenched her teeth and pulled Rongyu into the donkey market. They spent 5 taels of silver to buy a donkey. The sister-in-law and her sister-in-law pinched their noses and hurried out of the market. It's so stinky. I can't stand it, Rongyu said, breathing in fresh air and taking deep breaths. She looked at the black donkey. Sister-in-law, I heard donkeys can be stubborn. Do you think it might kick? Zhang Nian confidently waved her hand. Don't worry. As long as they are well-fed and have enough water, whether it's a cow, horse, or a donkey, they will work hard to serve you. If you want a horse to run fast, you need to feed it plenty of grass. The same goes for donkeys. The two sat in a donkey cart, rocking gently as they headed to the meeting spot with Li Ping. They waited for half an hour, but Li Ping didn't come. Zhang Nian wondered if he had gone back. That was unlikely. With Li Ping's cautious nature, he would be worried they might run away and wouldn't return to the inn himself. They waited a little longer. Rongyu rubbed her stomach, saying she was hungry. Zhang Nian had no choice but to let her watch the donkey cart while she went to buy some food. She bought 4 baked buns and 8 meat buns, keeping them warm in her pocket. Excited, Jiang Mian hurried back. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of her. A tall figure shadowed her from above. She looked up and saw, to her surprise, that it was General Yang Qiu, the city guard. He seemed to have realized something. He held a long whip, glaring angrily at Jiang Mian. "Stinky girl, I finally caught you. Damn it, how dare you scheme against me?" He had mistakenly brought Lu Furong back to the residence. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. He had gone to find this woman, so why did he bring another woman back? Lu Furong told him everything was Jiang Mian's plan, including how he was electrocuted and struck by lightning. All her tricks. Jiang Mian held her buns and took 2 steps back, ready to run. Suddenly, a whip lashed out fiercely, hitting her butt. The sharp pain spread across her hips. Jiang Mian's face turned pale with pain. She turned around and glared at Yang Qiu. "I don't know what I did to offend General Yang, but why are you whipping me? If you think I'm scheming against you, show me the proof." "Damn it, Yang Qiu." She thought she should have just electrocuted him. The palm quietly behind her back, she prepared to take out a stun gun to give Yang Qiu a strike. Yang Qiu held a long whip, his face twisted with anger. "I was set up by you. In front of everyone, I was made a fool of. You dare say you had nothing to do with it? Lu Furong told me everything. It's because you, this shameless person, secretly lusted after my younger brother, poisoned Lu Furong, and also harmed me. I have proof. If I don't punish you today, I won't be surnamed Yang." The whip cracked loudly, like a fierce snake rushing toward Jiang Mian. She was hit on the buttocks, but didn't foolishly stand there to be beaten. She dodged quickly to the left and right. Furious, Yang Qiu ordered his soldiers, "Come, catch her." Seeing the soldiers approaching, Jiang Mian reacted quickly. She crouched and swiftly took out her stun gun, aiming it at Yang Qiu. In the next second, Yang Qiu shivered violently. "General, what's wrong?" A group of soldiers looked shocked and hurried to support Yang Qiu. Suddenly, the soldiers and Yang Qiu, holding hands, started shaking intensely and began to dance a lively step dance. The people on the street were stunned. Only Jiang Mian knew they had been shocked. An older woman pointed at the setting sun and clasped her hands together, muttering, "Amitabha, may Buddha bless us." Seeing ghosts in broad daylight, back away, back away. A wiser scholar, with his hands behind his back and thoughtful, said, "Maybe he's having a fit. It's a strange illness, usually caused by guilt or fear after doing something wrong." Jiang Mian turned off the switch, pretending to be scared and backing away. She looked around nervously. "Ghosts. There are ghosts. I saw ghosts. General Yang is possessed by a ghost." As she finished speaking, Yang Qiu and the soldiers all collapsed to the ground, their bodies as if emptied. Yang Qiu didn't believe in ghosts but couldn't explain the sudden pain as if struck by lightning. He pointed at Jiang Mian and shouted in fear, "Witch, you're pretending to be a ghost." Jiang Mian hugged her bun-shaped pancake, looking very innocent. "I am just a weak woman. How dare I pretend to be a ghost in front of the mighty General Yang?"
"You're too harsh on me."
The people around agreed. "Yes, look at this woman's ragged clothes and her weak frame. She has no ability to pretend to be a ghost. It's definitely General Yang bullying the weak and doing wrong. Heaven can't stand it." "Exactly. He relies on his connections with the county magistrate, bullying men and women, harming the people. Now he's being punished by heaven. It's true karma." The exhausted soldiers, drained and frightened, quickly backed away, wishing to stay at least 3 yards away from Yang Qiu. They knew Yang Qiu's reputation. Secretly, he had harmed many innocent people. During the day, evil spirits had retaliated against him, causing trouble for them soldiers. "Ghosts, please don't come after me. I haven't done anything wrong. Please leave me alone. It's all Yang General's fault. He killed people. He even murdered the county magistrate's concubine and the grain shop owner's daughter. It's Yang General's fault, not ours. Don't come after us." Before the soldiers could recover from their fear, they looked around with terrified faces, as if evil spirits were surrounding them, demanding their lives. Jiang Yan sneered and turned to leave. Since she had escaped, she decided not to join this strange ghost-hunting game. It was better to leave early and stay away from local troublemakers. Rongyu, resting her chin on her hand, waited boredly. Jiang Yan handed her a baked flatbread and looked around. Has Li Ping arrived yet? Rongyu, munching on the flatbread, replied vaguely. Who knows? Maybe we should go back first. Looking at the sky, Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Back at the inn, the sun had already set. Zhao Shun saw Jiang Yan returning happily with a cart full of supplies and asked with a frown, Where's Li Ping? I don't know. I waited for him for nearly an hour, but he didn't show up. I'm worried there might be danger. Jiang Yan tied the donkey to a post. Just then, Rong Qi came out and saw the full cart of supplies, looking a bit surprised. Did you buy all this? Since the other person spoke to her first, Jiang Yan responded indifferently with a simple, Men shouldn't be spoiled too much, or they'll become arrogant. If you're too friendly, they might think you're after something. Rongyu looked at Rong Qi and then at Jiang Yan, holding up a cricket cage and smiling. Second brother, look what sister-in-law brought you. Rong Qi took the cricket cage, glancing at Jiang Yan for a moment before asking Rongyu, Where did you catch it? Rongyu answered without hesitation, Of course, in the fields. Noticing something was wrong, she quickly covered her mouth and sniffled, saying tearfully, Sister-in-law bought it for you with a lot of money, and enough to buy several acres of land. Rong Qi raised an eyebrow, his eyes flickering with emotion. He looked at the cricket in his hand, then at Jiang Yan's departing figure, and finally gave in. Thank you, sister-in-law, for carefully buying this cricket for me. It was my fault this morning. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. If you're still upset, I'll accept any scolding or punishment. Since he had already lowered his head and apologized, Jiang Yan didn't want to act proud. After all, he had sincerely admitted his mistake and was willing to take responsibility. She couldn't keep holding on to it. It was good to clear things up, but she couldn't let him get too comfortable either. Otherwise, he might think that a simple apology could always make things right. Jiang Yan turned back and gave him a cool glance, smiling faintly, but without warmth. You're smart enough not to be led by others. You should know what kind of person I am. You've already tested me, and I've made my promise. I hope you can believe my words. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Rong Qi tightened his grip on the cricket cage, his eyes darkening. He had already admitted his mistake, yet she still had to throw those words at him. His expression grew heavier, irritation quietly rising in his heart. Without realizing it, he had squeezed the cage out of shape. What more did she want? Did she expect him to keep apologizing and swear that he would only trust her? No way.
She could forget about that.
He was the one who wanted to keep his distance from her. Because Li Ping had gone missing, their planned afternoon departure was delayed until nightfall. That evening, Li Ping finally returned. Before unloading the supplies, he stormed up to Jiang Yan, his face twisted with anger.
Was it you?
Were you the one who set up Lu Furong? Well, you were gone all day. I guess you want to see Lu Furong?
Jiang Yan said mockingly.
Li Ping's face turned red, and he glanced awkwardly at Zhao Shun. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Shun's face was cold. You know very well whether she's talking nonsense. The supply trip was supposed to take only one morning, but because of you, we lost the whole afternoon and still haven't left by night. Li Ping looked embarrassed. I just ran into Lu Furong by accident.
She
was very upset. Zhao Shun gave him a sharp look. Even if she was upset, that has nothing to do with you. She's already attached herself to someone powerful. She only got close to you before because she wanted to use you. With those words, Li Ping's face turned even paler. Yes, Lu Furong approached him only to take advantage of him. Even if there was a chance between them, he would never marry an exile. Li Ping closed his eyes, drooped his head, and pushed the cart into the backyard, accepting his fate. Rongyu carefully glanced at Rong Qi and said, Second brother, sister-in-law didn't mean to ignore you. She met Yang Qiu on the road, and was whipped. It must have hurt a lot. Then she went inside with Jiang Yan. Rong Qi's face remained calm, but his deep, ink-colored eyes were full of stormy emotions. His clenched fist hidden in his sleeve showed his inner anger. So, Zhang Yan wasn't deliberately showing off earlier. She was actually beaten by Yang Qiu. Rongqi looked at the night sky and strode out, his face dark and tense, as if a storm was coming. Madame Rong came out holding a needle and thread, just in time to see her son leave. She called out, "Where are you going?" "We need to leave soon." Rongqi didn't turn back and said coldly, "To buy medicine." Inside, Zhang Nian grimaced in pain. Rongyu gently applied medicine to her and cursed Yang Qiu, that wicked beast. "Why doesn't heaven strike him down? I curse him to die a worse death than Li Gao. I curse him to be hated forever. I curse him to have a miserable end." Zhang Nian touched her sore bottom, feeling the burning pain. Luckily, the medicine in the room worked well. It slightly reduced the pain and felt quite cool. Rongyu's way of applying medicine was quite rough, so Zhang Nian took a mirror and applied it herself. When Madame Rong came over, she hugged Zhang Nian with tears in her eyes, saying, "My poor child, you went out and got beaten? That wicked beast. I curse his whole family, death, destruction, and no descendants." After cursing for a while, Madame Rong took the medicine bottle and gently applied it to Zhang Nian. Compared to last time, her technique had improved a lot. Zhang Nian put on her clothes and said to Madame Rong, "Yang Qiu is a local bully. Offending him might not end well. Let's leave tonight to avoid trouble." Madame Rong sighed. Zhao Shun plans to leave early tomorrow morning. Because Li Ping delayed their departure, Zhao Shun had to change the schedule. This also meant they would spend an extra night's expense. "That's fine," Zhang Nian said, lying on the bed and turning slightly. "Since I'm injured, resting for a night might help reduce the pain." Damn Yang Qiu, repeatedly harming her, and Lu Furong as well. Tonight, the upgraded version of the itching powder is likely to take effect. She gave Yang Qiu the same medicine. Tonight, they will be thoroughly itchy. Rongqi carried the cricket cage and asked around until he reached Yang's residence. Seeing the grand and imposing house, his eyes flickered slightly as he approached the back door. The young guard at the back door was stunned. He had never seen such a handsome man.
Who was he?
Could he be a servant of the general? Rongqi curled his lips, a faint, strange smile crossing his handsome face. "Go." The young guard was momentarily stunned, as if lost in a daze, and opened the back door for Rongqi. Rongqi tapped the cricket cage and softly said, "Good job." Under the guard's guidance, he smoothly made his way to General Yang's courtyard, hiding in the shadows. From afar, he could hear Yang Qiu's heart-wrenching screams.
Ghost.
"There's a ghost. Damn it, you bastard, daring to pretend to be a spirit and scare me.
Ah.
It itches so much. I feel so itchy all over. I'm going to kill you, tear you into pieces." Yang Qiu, holding a knife with bloodshot eyes, was covered in scratches. He seemed to have lost his mind, swinging the knife wildly. The young guard and maid dared not approach and hid away. With no one watching, Rongqi found it easy to slip inside. Yang Qiu was still cursing, his whole body aching as if thousands of ants were biting him, making him feel almost dead. Suddenly, he saw someone walking toward him against the light. Instinctively, he raised his long sword and charged. "I'm going to kill you." Rongqi's eyes flashed with impatience. He grabbed a nearby bench and smashed it. Before Yang Qiu could react, he was hit with a series of blows. He raised his sword, confused but somewhat alert. When he saw Rongqi, calm and composed, playing with the cricket cage, he suddenly became furious. "It's you, that bastard's brother-in-law." They had teamed up to scheme against him, pretending to be spirits and causing him to be struck by lightning. The man who led him into the room and made him roll around with Lu Furong was this weak-looking young man.
Fine.
He hadn't even settled the score with him, and now this fool was delivering himself right into his hands. Rongqi slightly lifted his eyelids, staring intently at Yang Qiu with a sinister smile. His gaze was dark and cold, with a chilling, murderous intent. "I was planning to let you go, but you shouldn't have harmed my family. The Rong family is very protective of its members." Jiang Yan is also part of the Rong family, and anyone who harms them will face fierce revenge. Don't forget, even a small person like Yang Qiu is not to be underestimated, let alone the current emperor. He harmed his father and elder brother, and not just him. His eldest sister would not let it go either. Stirring the cricket cage, Rong Qi's lips curled slightly, a dark flicker passing through his eyes. Suddenly, a loud bang. Yang Qiu fell straight to the ground, his eyes wide with fear. He felt his body lose control, as if an invisible hand was choking his throat, and he could only make faint, gurgling sounds. He wanted to curse, but his tongue was tied, and he couldn't speak clearly. It felt like countless worms were crawling under his skin, causing sharp, burning pain and itching. He frantically tore at his clothes, nails leaving bloody scratches on his skin, but it didn't ease the deep, bone-aching discomfort. Rong Qi stood quietly to the side, expressionless, watching Yang Qiu struggle as if watching a dying ant. "I wanted to let you go, but you didn't appreciate the kindness," Rong Qi said as he stood up and started to leave. Halfway there, he turned back to look at Yang Qiu, a slight smile on his lips. "If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in spring. Good luck to you." His gaze casually drifted somewhere else. His cold eyebrows arched sharply, and with a sneer, he strode away. Lu Furong, hiding behind the bed curtain, felt her legs go weak. Her whole body seemed to lose support, and she collapsed to the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes flickered with terror, as if she had seen something extremely frightening. She should have known. She should have known Rong Qi was vengeful and ruthless. She had repeatedly plotted against him. What kind of spell had she cast on herself? The glance she cast before leaving was filled with a chilling coldness that made her shiver all over, as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. She knew Rong Qi had definitely discovered her, but he didn't expose her. Instead, he let her watch Yang Qiu struggle desperately. What was he planning? Lu Furong's face turned deathly pale. The coldness seeped into her bones like a flood. She instinctively knew Rong Qi wouldn't kill her. He would make her suffer endlessly. It was terrifying. Rong Qi was 1,000 times more frightening than Jiang Yan. She didn't even see how he struck. Yang Qiu had already fallen, his body writhing in pain, his face twisted. She had to run. She wanted to escape. Her desire to survive drove Lu Furong to rush out of the door without hesitation. At that moment, Yang Qiu, who had been convulsing and crying out on the ground, suddenly stood up sharply. His eyes turned bright red like a fierce ghost. He tightly gripped his sword and roared, charging out like a wild beast. He swung his large sword, causing blood to splash everywhere and screams to fill the air. For a moment, the entire Yang residence was filled with blood and chaos. Yang Qiu crazily attacked everything around him, people and objects alike. Anyone who blocked his way became a victim of his sword. Blood stained the ground, and the strong smell of blood made people feel sick. Rong Qi turned and went to the medicine shop. He bought some medicine to help with blood flow, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. He also asked the shopkeeper to sell him some Jin Chanzi. When he returned to the inn, Madame Rong stopped him. She looked him over with suspicion and asked, "Why did it take so long to get the medicine?" Rong Qi kept a calm face. He raised the medicine and said softly, "You told me that my sister-in-law was hurt. I spoke with Zhao Shun and went to the west part of the city to buy medicine. But the medicine shops there didn't have enough supplies, so I had to go to the east side instead. It takes about an hour to travel between the west and east parts of the city. A little delay is understandable." Madame Rong sighed in relief. "All right, I see you have some conscience. You knew your sister-in-law was hurt and still remembered to get her medicine. Go ahead and take it to her." Rong Qi nodded and headed toward Jiang Yan's room. Standing at the door, he heard lively chatter inside. "Sister-in-law, today you showed great skill saving that nearly dead child. At that moment, you looked like you were shining with a golden light, as sacred as Guanyin. I almost kneeled to worship you." "Don't be obsessed with sister-in-law. She's just a legend." Ha ha ha, I'm not obsessed. I just admire sister-in-law. Isn't that okay?
Ha ha ha.
Rong-chi smiled slightly, a sparkle of light flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The chatter inside suddenly stopped. Rong-yu blinked and said, "I'll open the door." When the door opened, Rong-chi's gaze naturally fell on Jiang Nian. He saw that she was safe and sound, able to talk and laugh, with a faint smile on her lips. He handed over the medicine. "Sister-in-law, I heard you were hurt. Zihan bought this specially for you." Madame Rong came in with a cheerful smile. Zihan ran 2 streets just to buy the medicine. He's a cold-looking person with a soft heart. He cares about sister-in-law very much, but he just doesn't say it. Rong-chi frowned slightly. His mother had always spoken with restraint. Why was she acting differently today? What did she mean by saying he cared about his sister-in-law? He had only scolded Yang Qiu and bought some medicine as an excuse, nothing more. Jiang Nian looked at the medicine packet in Rong-chi's hand and gave a faint smile. "Thank you, second brother." She took the medicine, opened the packet, and checked it. It was indeed a good remedy for external injuries. It was surprising that the future statesman still cared about her injury. He had even gone out late at night to buy medicine. Perhaps he wasn't as cold-hearted as he seemed. Since he had taken the initiative to make peace, she decided to accept it. After all, the families still had to travel to Ningguda together, and silent conflict would only harm their unity. However, one thing puzzled Jiang Nian. Didn't Rong-chi give her 100 taels of silver, saying it was all his savings? Then where did he get the money to buy the medicine? So, men really couldn't be fully trusted. He must have hidden some private savings. Rong-chi's gaze stayed on Jiang Nian's face. He noticed her expression change from relief to confusion and finally to disappointment. What had he done wrong again? He lowered his eyes, pressed his lips together, and after a moment, a faint light flickered in his eyes. His handsome face remained calm, but the corners of his lips lifted slightly. He raised his arm and flexed his slender fingers. Rong-yu, sharp-eyed as ever, suddenly exclaimed, "Second brother, where's your silver ring?" Rong-chi's eyes shifted slightly. He hid his hand behind his back, looked at Jiang Nian and said slowly, "This medicine works well both inside and out. Sister-in-law, apply it soon. It will help your wound heal." After saying that, he turned and left. Rong-yu muttered, "Second brother loved that silver ring the most." It didn't look fancy, but it was quite valuable. She looked at the medicine packet and suddenly understood. He must have sold the ring to buy medicine for sister-in-law. Jiang Nian froze. The future statesman had actually sold his favorite ring just to buy her medicine? Was he really that kind? Wait, did he even wear a silver ring? She had never noticed. He had already humbled himself so much, apologizing and buying medicine. She couldn't keep acting distant. Clearing her throat, she said, "It must have been hard for second brother. But I wonder where he sold the ring. I'll go redeem it for him." Mrs. Rong sat beside her and kindly advised, "It's just a silver ring, not worth much. Don't bother redeeming it. You've been hurt and tired all day. Rest early." Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow. "All right, second brother must be hungry. I'll bring him some food." Mrs. Rong was very happy. "Thank you, Nian." They both stopped arguing, avoiding each other, and the atmosphere was tense and heavy. She and Yue felt quite uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Finally, the weather cleared up. It was so good. The next morning, Li Ping called everyone to set out. Mrs. Rong had already packed everything. The new donkey cart was full, packed so tightly that she was worried the donkey might get tired. Rong-yu carried a small bag, Rong-chi carried a big bag, and even Mrs. Rong had 2 bags on her shoulders. Jiang Nian, who had been whipped by Yang Qiu, was laid down on the donkey cart by Mrs. Rong. Her head rested on cotton, and her feet on an iron pot. Even though the cart jolted and there was soft cloth and cotton underneath, Jiang Nian still felt dizzy. Rong Yenner curled up with the servants in the main house, not daring to join in the fun like before, trying to avoid trouble. She looked sad, silent, and didn't scold anyone. Mrs. Rong, with a kind heart, went over to ask Rong Yenner if she needed help. Rong Yener shook her head politely, called out to her second aunt, and thanked her. As the group reached the city gate, crowds of people gathered around, watching and chatting about gossip. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, General Yang Qiu had a seizure and slaughtered his entire family. What seizure? He was haunted by ghosts. He must have done something wrong and was cursed. I heard that after killing his family, his eyes turned red. He looked up at the sky and howled, and finally, blood came out of his 7 orifices and he died. Even worse, I heard maggots crawled out of his nostrils. Oh my, that's so disgusting. I threw up my dinner. The county magistrate scolded Yang Qiu for his cruelty and killing innocent people, even digging up his family's grave. But you don't understand. Yang Qiu not only was cursed, he also slept with the magistrate's concubine. The magistrate is taking revenge. Digging up his family's grave is nothing. Rongyu covered her mouth in shock. Is the curse really that powerful? Yang Qiu truly suffered divine punishment. His whole family died. Mrs. Rong frowned and said, if curses really worked, the world would have been chaos long ago. Maybe the Yang family did too many bad things, and heaven couldn't stand it, so they let evil spirits possess him, causing him to go mad and kill his entire family. Zhang Yan was worried but thought, just being shocked by an electric shock wouldn't make someone go crazy, right? And with her whole body rotting and blood coming from her orifices, her itching powder couldn't be that powerful. A quick thought crossed her mind. Could this be related to Rong Qi? Yesterday, he went out to buy medicine, and Yang Qiu had an accident. Could he have done something to hurt Yang Qiu just to get back at her? If Rong Qi really had such great power, why was he suffering humiliation and exile on the road? Jiang Mian didn't want to believe it, but her instincts told her this matter was connected to Rong Qi. If Rong Qi was truly so terrifying, when the Empress regains her peak, both the Jiang family and the Emperor would face revenge. Then would she also suffer from his retaliation, even if it meant losing everything? A shiver ran down her spine. Jiang Yan suddenly sat up in the carriage and looked instinctively at Rong Qi. But he was carrying a huge bag on his shoulder, blocking her view like a small hill. She lay back down, thinking that even if Rong Qi hated her and her family, Lady Rong and Yuer would protect her. Even if the Empress was displeased in the future, with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law guarding her, she could survive. At worst, after reaching Ningguda, she would never return to the capital. She believed she could make a life there. Feeling reassured, Jiang Mian relaxed her body, crossed her legs, and lazily pretended to sleep on the donkey cart. Since Yang Qiu had an accident, no one would trouble the exiles at the city gate. Zhao Shun was in a good mood and walked briskly out of the city. They traveled all day until nightfall, when they stopped by a small river to rest. The officials set up a stove to cook, and Li Ping led the exiles to fetch water from the river. Once the water bags were full, they moved on to the next group of prisoners. Jiang Yan carried 4 water bags and a small wooden bucket, heading toward the river. Rong Qi insisted on following her attentively, but she stopped him. She joked, if you follow me, how can I fetch water in the space? She turned around to give instructions. Second brother, go gather firewood and dig a pit. Little sister, mix the coarse flour you bought with the white flour. We'll make pancakes to eat. Mother, take down the pork from the donkey cart. Tonight, we'll have pork stew with mushrooms. The Rome family members listened carefully to Jiang Mian. Whatever task she arranged, they followed without question or hesitation. Rong Qi tried to imitate the way he made the roasted chicken last time. He dug a medium-sized hole and gathered plenty of dry firewood. Rongyu struggled to carry a small bag of coarse flour, then added a little white flour, mixing them in a wooden bowl. When the dough was too dry, she added water. If it was too wet, she added more flour. Madame Rong sat on the donkey cart, busy rummaging through things. She remembered Jiang Nian bought a lot of pork, ribs, legs, liver, intestines, and heart. She thought about taking everything out to marinate, so it wouldn't spoil in the hot weather. However, after searching, she only found a piece of pork that was about 1/3 fat and 2/3 lean. Where did her daughter-in-law hide the pork? Not finding it, she gave up and took the pork to wash it in the river. Jiang Nian quietly entered her space, filling 4 water bags with spring water to drink slowly on the road. As for the water needed for cooking, she used a wooden bucket directly. She didn't want to drink river water. Although it was clean and free of pollution, she worried about parasites. She didn't want to die from worms crawling out of her orifices. With spring water available, why hold back? If conditions allowed, her family should drink clean, pure, healthful spring water. Rong Chi was almost fully recovered. Jiang Yan arranged for him to set up a tent. Men are the strength of the family, the main support. These tasks should be his. Fortunately, her brother-in-law was very capable. After explaining a few times, Rong Chi found straight, sturdy sticks, flexible vines, and even heavy stones. The small iron pot they bought was just the right size for a family of 4. Rong Yu knelt on the ground, puffing her cheeks as she blew air into the bottom of the pot. Madame Rong struggled to lift the knife, chopping the pork with effort. Jiang Yan was a bit speechless. The lady of the house, used to luxury, had almost no survival skills in the wild. She had to take the knife from Madame Rong, skillfully slicing the meat into pieces. Madame Rong held her chest and couldn't help but praise Nian Nian. "You're really amazing." Jiang Yan turned around and handed the mushrooms behind her to her mother-in-law. Wash the mushrooms after soaking them. Complimenting her skills was less important than doing more work. After cutting the meat, she washed away the blood foam. Jiang Yan went to the stove, which hadn't been lit yet. Rong Yu's face was as dark as Judge Bao's, and she grinned, showing only 2 rows of big white teeth. "Go help your second brother." Cooking still had to be done by herself. Rong Yu ran to help set up the tent. Madame Rong went to the river to wash the mushrooms. Jiang Yan took out a lighter and lit the dry grass. Zhao Shun looked on eagerly and said to Li Ping, "Jiang Yan has made something tasty again. Maybe there's some for us. You should bring her some firewood and a bucket of water." He still hoped Jiang Yan would cure his illness. Since she kept eating others' food, it seemed a bit bossy. Adding some firewood and water was also a way to help. Although Li Ping was reluctant, he couldn't help but salivate when he thought of Jiang Yan's cooking skills. He carried a bundle of firewood and a bucket of water to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at him in surprise. Even the officer had moments of kindness? He actually brought firewood and water voluntarily? "Thank you, big officer," Jiang Yan said with a smile. Li Ping snorted and walked away. He was still angry about Lu Furong. Plus, he heard this morning that Yang Qiu had killed his whole family. Maybe Lu Furong was also gone. Jiang Yan secretly took out green onions, ginger, garlic, and chili from her space. After frying pork fat until fragrant, she added the fatty and lean pork into the pot to stir-fry. As the temperature rose, the pot made crackling sounds. The mixture of green onions, ginger, garlic, chili, and pork quickly filled the air with a spicy, mouth-watering aroma. Madame Rong carried a basket of washed mushrooms over. "Nian Nian all washed? Should I put them in the pot?" "Yes." The mushrooms combined with the pork's aroma created a tempting smell that made Jiang Nian swallow hard. She added water and covered the pot. Later, the meat would be cooked and served with pancakes. She wondered how Yuersto was doing. When she saw the dough in the ladle, she was overwhelmed. A big ladle of dough, at least enough to make 20 pancakes. A family of 4 couldn't finish it all. Rong Yu patted the mud off her hands and smiled proudly. "Sister-in-law, how does the dough look?" Jiang Yan's expression was hard to describe. "It's okay." Rong Yu frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "I originally didn't prepare much of the coarse and white flour, but after adding water, the dough became thin. So I kept adding flour, but after adding water, the dough became hard again. I repeated this process several times, which eventually resulted in too much dough." Jiang Yan knew that her younger sister-in-law had already done very well to reach this point. She didn't want to hurt her confidence and smiled, praising her. "Yuer is so clever. She knows to add water when there's too much flour and more flour when there's too much water. Keep it up." Rong Yu's face turned red from the praise. She excitedly raised her hand and said, "Next time, I want to do this job again. All right, go help your brother set up the tent." Half an hour later, a delicious mushroom and pork stew with pancakes was ready. As soon as the lid was lifted, Rongyu gathered around eagerly, staring at the food with drooling anticipation. Jiang Yan served 2 bowls and asked Rongyu to take them to Zhao Shun and Li Ping. The remaining food was shared among the family, who held their bowls and pancakes, sitting around the small stove to eat. After finishing, there was still 1 bowl of food and 2 pancakes left. The lady of the house looked toward the main house, hesitant to speak. "Go ahead," Jiang Yan said, filling a bowl with food and placing 2 pancakes on top, then handing it to the lady. The lady smiled gratefully and took the bowl to Rong Yenner. Although Rong Yenner used to be arrogant and unruly, now she was lonely and helpless. The servants of the main house were not easy to deal with. They often snatched her pancakes and bread, mocking her for being young. Since the death of the main house's couple, Rong Yenner seemed to have grown up overnight. She was very aware of her situation and stayed quietly in the main house, never bothering the second house, nor begging for food or drink. Perhaps she understood that the lady of the house wouldn't be cruel enough to abandon her. Rongyu, however, curled her lips and said, "Mother is just soft-hearted. A wolf in sheep's clothing is hard to tame. Be careful, or you'll end up resenting each other." Just as she finished speaking, Rong Yenner came over with her bowl. She looked at the lady and whispered, "Second aunt, the bowl has been washed clean. Here it is." Before the lady could take it, Rong Yenner had already set the bowl down and ran away. She lifted the leaf covering the bowl and was surprised. This child, why is she giving money with her food?" Jiang Yan looked up and saw a few silver pieces lying quietly in the bowl. She counted them, about 2 taels. The lady of the house wanted to return the money, but Jiang Yan stopped her. "Mother, just keep it. The servants of the main house are not easy to deal with. Even if you give it back, she might not be able to keep it." The lady hesitated for a moment and handed the silver to Jiang Yan. "Here, this silver is for you." Jiang Yan took the silver without hesitation. Whether Rong Yenner truly changed her heart or was just up to some tricks, since the silver was handed over, there was no reason to return it. It was just like paying for food on the way to Exile. As the sky darkened, Rong's family finished eating and drinking. Rong Qi was assigned to wash dishes by the river. He looked at the bowls in the wooden tub and let out a light laugh. Since admitting his mistake, Jiang Yan had given him one task after another. They had just set up the tent when he started washing dishes. Maybe after washing, he would be asked to boil water and help with washing. It turned out his guess was right. Jiang Yan was lying in the tent, chatting and laughing with Madame Rong and Rongyuer, leaving Rong Qi to heat water for the whole family. Only one tent was built. Rong Qi finished washing first, then went into the tent and said, "The water is hot. You can go wash now." Madame Rong and Rongyuer happily went out. Jiang Yan lazily got up. Rong Qi looked at her, raising an eyebrow. "Can't get up," Jiang Yan whined. "My wound hurts." She wasn't lying. She had been whipped on her backside. Even with medicine, it wouldn't heal in just a few days. Especially in summer, when she sweats a lot and the rough fabric rubs against her skin, making the wound burn painfully. Rong Qi stretched out his arm and moved a little closer. "Want me to help you?" Jiang Yan shot him a glance, secretly thinking, finally, he was willing to stretch out that noble hand to help her. Is Jiang Yan the kind of person who rushes to accept a piece of candy? No way. She refused to let him pull her. Suddenly, she gathered her strength, stood up, flicked her hair over her forehead, and walked past Rong Qi. His hand paused in midair. After a moment, he let out a light laugh, quietly withdrew his arm, and his slender, wiry hand clenched tightly inside his sleeve. Jiang Yan carried a basin, with a white cloth draped over her shoulder, hiding in the small woods to wash up. Washing was just a cover. She quietly entered her space, turned on the shower in the villa, and took a refreshing bath. After washing, she noticed her scab on her, but was faintly turning white. She looked in the mirror and applied a lot of ointment to herself. Madame Rong and Rongyuer returned with their basins. When they entered the tent, they saw only Rong Qi lying there. "Where's your sister-in-law?" they asked. Rong Qi's eyelids moved slightly. "She went to wash up," As he spoke, he sat upright and looked outside through the tent flap. Madame Rome looked a bit worried. She lifted the curtain and stepped outside. I'll go check. The officials are all untrustworthy. Don't be fooled by Zhao Shun, Li Ping, and Yan Yu's friendly appearance. They only act nice because they benefit from it. Other officials don't share the benefits, and tonight's feast of meat wasn't shared with them. They might feel jealous, and if they start to suspect Ningning. Madame Rong became more and more worried and decided to call Rong Qi. Come with me to look for her. If any officials have bad intentions, Rong Qi's strength will help protect her. Jiang Nian dried her hair and wandered around the space before reluctantly leaving. The space is really fun. It has a soft, warm big bed, cool air conditioning, big watermelons in the mall, cold drinks, and she can wear short sleeves and shorts that show her arms and thighs. It's not like in ancient times, where in hot weather, people had to wear heavy, non-breathable linen clothes with long sleeves and long skirts, and the sweat they wrung out could water 3 acres of land. She went shopping in the mall and bought a light, cool, off-white sleepwear that isn't see-through with long sleeves and a long skirt, similar to ancient clothes. Carrying a wooden basin, she walked out of the small woods and saw a tall figure standing ahead. Jiang Nian was startled, thinking it might be someone with bad intentions. As she got closer, she recognized Rong Qi and relaxed. Rong Qi stepped forward, took the wooden basin from her hands, and whispered, "Mother was worried, so she asked me to find you." So it was Madame Rong worried about her. Jiang Yan smiled slightly. "I have some injuries, so I was washing slowly. Sorry to worry you, Mother." The night was quiet, with only the sound of insects. The two walked back side by side. Rong Qi looked to the side, his eyes lingering on Jiang Nian. He was very curious. Jiang Nian wasn't wearing any perfume, but he could smell a faint, delicate jasmine white tea scent. This scent was very alluring, as if all her senses were filled with the jasmine tea fragrance. It was tempting but also strangely calming. We are about to start living with the sky as our roof and the ground as our bed, but I wonder if wild animals might attack us suddenly in the middle of the night. At night, mosquitoes bite, and Jiang Nian tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Rong Qi is kept awake by her noise. He lies on his side with his back to the 3 of them, staring at the dark sky with a frown.
Suddenly, he feels someone sit up.
Rong Qi turns his head to look. He sees a blurry black shadow flapping its arms, trying to swat mosquitoes. He glances at his mother and little sister. They are sleeping soundly, unaffected by the mosquito bites. The shadow swats at the mosquitoes for a while and then lies down again. After some time, Jiang Nian drifts off to sleep. When she wakes up, the officer is already banging the drum to gather everyone. To her surprise, she finds a large bunch of honeysuckle in the tent, with a fresh and pleasant scent. She can't help but hold it in her hands, her eyes shining. Honeysuckle? Who picked this? Honeysuckle, also called gold and silver flower, not only repels mosquitoes but also clears heat and detoxifies, fights inflammation, and has antioxidant properties. Once dried, it can be sold for money. I've heard that places with honeysuckle often have gold or silver mines. I wonder if that legend is true. Since falling into poverty, she often dreams of striking it rich by mining gold and silver someday. Madame Rong is packing up when she hears this and glances over. It was probably picked by second brother. Last night, he couldn't sleep because of mosquito bites, and he heard that honeysuckle has a good effect on repelling mosquitoes, so he gathered some. Rongyu exclaims in surprise, "That's why I slept so well last night." It was all thanks to second brother. Jiang Yan walks out of the tent holding the honeysuckle and sees Rong Qi squatting under a tree, feeding the donkey. The donkey is eating the honeysuckle. Oh no, such a waste. This thing not only cures illnesses but can also be sold for money. Picking some flower buds, drying them, and brewing tea with them is also a good idea. She walks over and asks second brother, "Where did you pick these honeysuckle flowers?" Rong Qi looks up at her and points to the right. Calling him second brother feels natural now. Jiang Nian happily runs over. Li Ping is banging the drum loudly and shouting, "Why are you running? If you run again, I'll put handcuffs on you." Jiang Yan stops in her tracks and then turns back. She goes to find Zhao Shun. Lord Zhao, I have a way to make some money. Can you please be flexible and delay our departure by half an hour? Zhao Shun is sharpening his knife, not even lifting his eyelids.
No negotiations.
Here's a way to get rich. Money, do you want it? Jiang Yan was anxious, stomping her feet, constantly glancing to the right. Hearing about money, Zhao Shun finally stopped and looked at her. Of course I want money, but we can't delay our journey. If we don't finish on time, we'll face punishment when we return to the capital. A few days ago, he believed Jiang Yan's story about selling medicinal mushrooms for money. But when they reached Nanping City, they only earned a silver or two. Earning money was too slow. It would be faster to bring more prisoners to work and earn more quickly. With money, we can travel by water, so we won't delay our trip, Jiang Yan said, holding up a bunch of honeysuckle flowers in front of Zhao Shun. This plant is called honeysuckle, and it's good for adults' health. Picking more can help prevent and treat illnesses, and we can sell some. Even if we don't sell, if anyone gets sick on the way, we'll be prepared. Isn't that right? Zhao Shun cared most about his health. He frowned. All right, half an hour is enough. But no rest at noon. Jiang Yan was happy and started flattering him. Lord Zhao is wise and brave. Half an hour is enough. She paused and then shyly smiled. I'd like to borrow some free labor, if that's okay. Free labor? Zhao Shun's eyelids twitched, and he understood immediately. He waved his hand impatiently. Go ahead. The prisoners were already worse than animals. If they could work a little and earn some money, it was better than nothing. After receiving the order, Jiang Yan loudly called out to the prisoners, Today I found a large amount of honeysuckle. It can be used for medicine. Those who help pick it will get a bun at noon. The more you work, the more you earn. If you're willing, follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, many prisoners with shackles and chains stood up, pushing forward eagerly.
I'm willing.
I'm willing. Me too. I'll follow you. You have to keep your promises. The smell of fresh buns was tempting. Since being exiled, Jiang Yan hadn't even dared to smell one, let alone taste it. Mrs. Rong, the wife of the Rong family, was capable. Not only did she stockpile food and supplies, but she also caught wild game in the wild. She said she had buns, and she wasn't joking. Too many volunteers, and Jiang Yan was busy sweating. She had to call Rong Qi for help. Lead them to pick more honeysuckle and unopened flower buds. Put some in your pocket. She also called Mrs. Rong. Mother, the female prisoners are under your care. Remember to pick the ones that look good. Yue, come with me. She wanted to look around and see if there was any gold or silver. This is like buying a lottery ticket. What if she really found some? Everyone went to pick honeysuckle, and Li Ping stroked his chin, saying, Who is really in charge? These prisoners are actually listening to her. Zhao Shun snorted. If I didn't give her authority, Jiang Yan wouldn't be able to boss everyone around. In the end, he was the biggest boss among the prisoners. No matter how much Jiang Yan tried, as long as he didn't agree, nothing could change. Half an hour passed. The prisoners, sweating heavily, finished picking. Jiang Yan paid them based on appearance, amount, and quality. The worst workers got one steamed bun, while the best, who picked the most and had the best quality, received 10 buns. Li Ping rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Where did she get so many buns? He glanced at the donkey cart from the Rong family, which was full of bags. Could it be that Jiang Yan went to town, and all her supplies were buns? He curled his lips and snorted. Women are women, short-sighted and narrow-minded. What will she do after eating? Jiang Yan secretly took some of the honeysuckle to her space, which also had sunlight. After drying, it could be sold for money. She gave Zhao Shun dozens of pounds and said, The picked honeysuckle needs to be sun-dried. During drying, it must be turned constantly so it dries evenly. Only then can the flowers be sold at a good price. So, we should rest at noon. Zhao Shun looked at her sharply. So, you planned this all along? Jiang Yan blinked innocently. You flatter me, sir. If freshly picked honeysuckle isn't dried quickly, it will rot and smell bad. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Leave the drying to you. I just want the money, Zhao Shun said, and left. This implied he agreed with Jiang Yan. The Exile team continued their journey. The prisoners worked hard. They were tired and hungry, but Jiang Nian gave them water and buns. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone looked energetic. They nodded and bowed to Jiang Nian, promising to call on her again if such good things happened. They didn't care about money, just being able to eat buns was enough. At noon, all the honeysuckle was sun-dried. The female prisoners took turns turning it over, while the male prisoners picked herbs. In the wild countryside, weeds were treasures. Jiang Nian was very happy. To her, all these weeds were like shining silver. For example, burdock seeds, dandelions, purslane, plantain, perilla, mint, and mugwort. They look unremarkable, but are actually very useful. Of course, these are common herbs and don't sell for much money. Finding ginseng or polygonum root is really lucky. After 2 or 3 days, the honeysuckle dried, and the other herbs dried too. Zhao Shun grinned widely, saying, "When we get to Jinzhou, I can trade these herbs for money. Even small things like mosquito legs add up. These herbs are worth at least 5 taels of silver." The prisoners may not have money, but their free labor can create wealth. This job isn't too bad. Jiang Nian thought that since she had gathered so many herbs, she might as well put them on the official's cart. She was worried her donkey might get too tired. Before she could speak, Zhao Shun came over willingly. "Jiang Nian, the herbs are many. I'm worried your donkey might get tired, so I'll move everything onto the cart." The prison cart was just a simple firewood rack, and the cart pulled a plain wooden platform. It had no decorations or extra items, just some cargo. Herbs are valuable and can be sold. Putting them on the cart is the best choice. Okay, unload the herbs from the donkey cart onto the main cart. Pack the supplies into bundles and carry them. My donkey is weak and can't carry too much. My mother-in-law is old, and I am injured. We need to ride in the carriage, Jiang Nian said. Her injury had healed long ago, but she didn't want to walk, so she decided to state her needs clearly. Zhao Shun agreed immediately, without hesitation. Your donkey can decide for itself. Later, during the journey, Lady Rong and Jiang Nian sat in the donkey cart, while Rongyu and Rongqi carried bundles on foot. Rongyu also wanted to ride in the cart, but worried her donkey might get too tired. She clenched her teeth and tightened her bundle on her shoulders. Rongqi remained calm, carrying a large bundle on his back with a straight posture. Jiang Nian admired him greatly and gave him a thumbs up. You truly are the backbone of the family. Without you, this family wouldn't work. It's important to praise men. The more they are praised, the more confident they become. Many men lose themselves in constant praise and rush to do all the chores at home. Rongqi straightened his back, looked at Jiang Nian, and raised an eyebrow, showing a proud and slightly shy expression. Jiang Nian thought to herself that all men can't escape a woman's sweet words. At noon, during the rest, Rongqi took the initiative to gather firewood, start a fire, wash vegetables, and do the dishes. In the evening, he built the tent, heated water for bathing, laid out the bedding, and hung clothes to dry. Jiang Nian was eating wild fruit while praising Rongqi for hanging clothes to dry. Second brother, you're so amazing. You can reach such a tall tree trunk. I definitely couldn't do it. I think your height is perfect for this job, just right. In the wild, there were no clotheslines or drying racks. The washed clothes were hung on tree branches. Rongqi added another piece of clothing to the line, and Jiang Nian exclaimed dramatically, "Wow. Second brother, you're incredible. Your way of hanging clothes is so smooth. I wish I could do it too." She kept praising him, thinking that all future chores would be his. Rongqi looked back at her with a charming, slightly mischievous smile. "Since my sister-in-law likes it so much, I can teach you." He dropped the clothes and stepped closer to Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian awkwardly backed away, laughing nervously. I can't do it. I'm not tall enough." She quickly ran away, knowing she couldn't do the chores. Since Rongqi had taken over, they would all be his responsibility from now on. After 10 days of traveling, it was late August. Jiang Nian sighed, realizing that 3 months had passed since she arrived in this ancient world. God knows how she had managed these 3 months. At night, Zhao Shun looked ahead at the village with a frown. If we want to take a shortcut, we have to go through Jifeng village. Li Ping sat under a big tree, sighing. If we go around, it'll add half a month to our journey. By the time we get back to the capital, the year will be over. Jiang Mian hurried over when she heard this. Master Zhao, why are we hesitating? Is Jifeng village a bandit hideout? If it was a bandit den, it made sense that officials wouldn't dare pass through. But if not, why take the longer route? Li Ping looked at her as if she were naive. Aren't you the daughter of the Prime Minister's family? Don't you know about Jifeng village? Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. I'm just an unknown, out-of-favor daughter. I can't possibly know everything. She had wanted to say she was just a humble, forgotten daughter, but worried that these officials might look down on her, so she changed her words. But what was strange about Jifeng village? From Li Ping's expression, it didn't seem like a bandit hideout. She decided to ask Rong Qi instead. Second brother, you read a lot. Do you know anything about Jifeng village? Many years ago, the Imperial Army attacked the Miao region. The remaining rebels hid in the Windy Fortress, barely surviving. When the court learned of this, they sent soldiers to eliminate the rebels. The battle at Windy Fortress was bloody, with bodies piled high. Rumors say the vengeful spirits of the rebels still haunt the area. Anyone passing by Windy Fortress is said to be poisoned by leftover bugs, causing their bodies to rot and making them wish for death. When mentioning the phrase, wish for death, Rong Qi smiled. His white, jade-like face looked sinister. Jiang Mian shivered. Are bugs really that scary? In stories, Miao region bugs are mysterious and awe-inspiring. Reading about them is one thing, but hearing about them firsthand is truly chilling. It's like an invisible pandemic. Even if you stay at home, isolated, just a small sound like the wind or a cough can make you panic. Of course, the world is full of strange things, Rong Qi said casually, teasing a cricket in his hand with a strange, charming smile. The cold moonlight reflected in his face turned red. Jiang Mian didn't ask further. She sat by the campfire, lost in thought. She thought, rumors are just rumors. They might not be true. Moreover, the rebels in Miao region have been wiped out by the court. Who could still control such bugs? Windy Fortress is abandoned. What's there to fear? She thought about convincing Zhao Shun to lead everyone through the fortress. She could take the chance to check it out herself, see if there are any secret manuals about bugs and learn from them. If she learned how to control both medicine and bugs, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She asked Rong Qi for his opinion. Second brother, I think the rumors aren't trustworthy. Whether there are bugs or not, it's just scare tactics. Why don't we go find Zhao Shun and come up with a plan to get him to pass through Windy Fortress? It would save time and help us reach Jinzhou sooner. She was worried she couldn't persuade Zhao Shun alone, so she wanted to bring him along, hoping he'd agree, especially since he was a future powerful official. Rong Qi's gaze fell on her face, and he raised his eyebrows with a faint smile. All right. He agreed so quickly? Jiang Mian had a bunch of words ready to say, but hesitated. She thought Rong Qi wouldn't agree. After all, the rumors about the bugs are terrifying. Anyone infected would rot alive and wish for death. The two people went to find Zhao Shun, one after the other. Rong Qi spoke first. Officer Zhao, the Windless Village is just an empty camp. The rumors that Miao people can control bugs are not trustworthy. If we go around the camp, it will take at least half a month, sometimes up to 2 months. If the weather is bad, it might take even longer. Also, my sister-in-law is skilled in medicine and can handle poisonous insects, snakes, and ants easily. Sister-in-law, do you agree? His tone at the end was light and persuasive. Jiang Mian almost nodded automatically. Yes, I know medicine. We can pick more herbs to drive away poisonous bugs and snakes. Zhao Shun stayed silent, his furrowed brows so deep they seemed to squeeze out a fly. After a long while, he finally said, "Let me think about it." The uncle and sister-in-law went back. Jiang Mian sat by the fire, asking, "Do you think Zhao Shun will agree?" Rong Qi leaned against a tree, resting his chin on his hand on his knee. He looked carefree, but his smile was calm and gentle. It's hard to say. His words meant nothing. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes and turned to find Rongyu. Rongyu was learning to sew clothes with her mother-in-law. The moonlight was faint but bright enough to hurt her eyes. Jiang Yan snatched the needle and thread, saying, "No embroidery tonight and no sewing clothes. It will hurt your eyes." Rongyu quickly rubbed her sore eyes. "I think my eyes are almost blind." Her mother-in-law finished the last stitch and said, "Not anymore from now on." She knew sewing at night hurt the eyes, but they had to travel during the day and had no time to sew. To prevent her daughter-in-law from worrying, she said she wouldn't do it anymore. They ate a simple dinner. After washing up, the three lay in the tent chatting. Her mother-in-law was making a net and smiled. Back in the palace, I and Lady Pingyan were experts at making nets. We could do it with our eyes closed, and we weren't afraid of hurting our eyes in the dark. Jiang Yan looked at her by moonlight and saw her fingers flying up and down. Soon, she finished a net about 30 centimeters long. She had to praise her as a master. Her mother-in-law was happy from the praise and got hooked on making nets. In just one incense stick's time, she made 7. Jiang Yan was very surprised. "Mother, you still have this skill?" Not only could she embroider, but she also knew how to make nets. Did all women in ancient times know these skills? Mrs. Rong smiled shyly and said, "It's not much skill, just something to pass the time.
These are simple patterns.
If I add more colorful threads and decorate them with jade pendants and gold beads, they might sell for some money." Now that times are hard, she also wants to share more. She hopes her weaving can earn some silver. Jiang Yan thought about modern Chinese knots, which are similar to ancient woven cords. In ancient times, these cords were used in noble jewelry, and each knot had a special meaning. Every knot symbolized good wishes and luck. When they reached Jinzhou, these items might really sell well. The kind-hearted mother-in-law loves to daydream and is overly kind. It's better to find her more things to do. Jiang Yan put the woven cords away and said, "Mother's skill is good. The patterns are complex and new. They will sell for a good price. Let's make more tomorrow and save them to sell in Jinzhou." Mrs. Rong was very happy. That night, she dreamed of selling the cords for a high price. She imagined a bag full of shiny silver coins, enough to spend without worry. The next morning, Zhao Shun decided to go through the Windy Pass instead of taking a detour. The prisoners looked very worried. On the way to Exile, life and death are uncertain. If they get bitten by strange bugs in Windy Pass, it would be worse than death. But prisoners have no say. They could only hang their heads and keep walking. After about 2 hours, Li Ping pointed at a broken cave and said, "We've arrived." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. The so-called Windy Pass didn't look like the rumors. Instead of being made of human bones and skulls, it looked like a quiet village. The village was deserted, with no one around. In a 50-mile radius, no living creatures could be seen. It looked quite scary. Zhao Shun hesitated and turned around, walking in place with his hands behind his back. "Contemporary," Qi said, "since there are no living animals, it means no wild beasts or even insects and mice are here. We can go in safely." He boldly stepped into the village and turned back to Zhao Shun, saying, "Nothing unusual. Let's go." Zhao Shun finally waved his hand, and the officials led the prisoners into the village. Inside, they saw dilapidated, thatched houses. When the wind blew, it could lift up a mess of debris, revealing broken walls and wooden stakes. Yu Rong held Jiang Yan's arm and whispered, "My second brother is so brave. He dared to go ahead. Isn't he afraid of ghosts?" Jiang Yan patted her arm to comfort her. "Your second brother is very capable. Besides, where do ghosts come from in broad daylight? Don't scare yourself." They continued walking for a while, but didn't find anything unusual. Zhao Shunsong sighed in relief. "The rumors are false. This is just a deserted village. There are no skulls, not even insect carcasses. How could anyone be rotting away or suffering in death here?" Li Ping still felt a bit numb on his scalp. He looked around carefully. "Maybe there are ghosts at night." "Ghosts? Nonsense. Big men like us have strong yang energy. I'm not afraid of ghosts." Zhao Shun's voice was loud and rough, but if you listen closely, you could hear a slight trembling in his voice. Rong Qi curled his lips, his voice clear and soothing, as if calming people. There are no ghosts in this world. It's just that people have ghosts in their hearts. If your heart is honest, you have nothing to fear from ghosts knocking on your door. Ghosts are not scary because they won't hurt you. What's frightening is human nature. When you treat others sincerely, people can hurt you deeply. The real danger in the world isn't ghosts, but the ugliness and evil of human hearts. If their father hadn't been friendly with the Jiang family, and if their eldest sister hadn't helped the Jiang family's daughter, how could they have been betrayed? Why did their father and elder brother die tragically in prison? Why was the Rong family exiled to a cold and harsh land? People fear ghosts because of their appearance, but ghosts are known to be fierce and ugly. As they grow up, they fear people, those dressed in fine clothes and pretending to be good but actually beasts in disguise. Zhao Shun swallowed hard and straightened his chest. I don't do anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door at midnight. If someone is afraid, it's because they have ghosts in their hearts. He strode forward, passing Rong Qi, and pushed open a broken door. A strong, musty smell hit him. The dim light made it hard to see inside. The floor was a mix of dirt and dust, creaking underfoot. The corners were piled with broken furniture and clutter, making the place look very messy. Zhao Shun pinched his nose and came out. He pointed at the prisoners. You guys go inside and clean up. We'll stay here tonight, and tomorrow we'll set out for Jinzhou. Feeling bored, I was walking along the village road when suddenly, a house nearby let out a loud scream.
Ah!
What is that? Jiang Nian froze and nervously looked back. Could there really be a bug spirit attached? Fortunately, the scream was mixed with sounds of surprise. Soon after, Li Ping ran out holding a dark wooden box. Big brother, look at this.
Ah!
We're rich. Zhao Shun heard the noise and glared at Li Ping, annoyed. Why are you shouting? Li Ping brushed dust off the box with his sleeve, then opened it with a bright smile. Big brother, look at this. Curious, Jiang Nian moved closer to see. Inside the dusty wooden box, she saw jewelry, silver hairpins, silver bracelets, silver locks, and 2 silver ingots. Wow, did Li Ping get really lucky? He found a box of gold and silver jewelry just after entering the village. Half a box of silver jewelry could be worth dozens of silver coins. Jiang Nian rubbed her hands nervously and glanced toward Li Ping's house. Officer, I'll help you clean the room. Li Ping closed the box carefully and shot her a cautious look. Are you planning something sneaky? Get lost. Then he and Zhao Shun shoulder to shoulder went into the room and shut the door. Jiang Nian stomped her foot in frustration and turned back to her own room. After rummaging through her belongings for a while, she found nothing. Why is Li Ping so lucky to find silver, but she isn't? As night fell, Jiang Nian gave up cooking and, under the moonlight, started searching each room thoroughly. You might not believe it, but Jiang Nian, driven by greed for gold and silver, pushed aside her fears and dirt, ignoring the mess, and kept searching tirelessly. Thanks to her persistent effort, she actually found 2 boxes of jewelry. She happily tossed all the jewelry into her space. It seemed the people in this village were quite wealthy, but unfortunately, they all died, and their bones turned to dust. Could it be that the people of Jifeng village are remnants of Miao territory? The government strictly suppresses witchcraft and bug spirits. Those who control bugs might face severe punishment, even death for their entire family. Suddenly, Jiang Nian no longer wanted to find that useless bug spirit manual. She thought it was all made up. If it really existed, she didn't want to learn it and risk being executed. Fate often plays tricks on you. The more you want something, the less likely you are to get it. The less you want it, the more it appears. Jiang Nian pulled out a red lacquered wooden box. It was covered in thick dust. Holding her nose, she opened the lid. Inside, a blue-covered book lay quietly. The book was dusty, but after wiping it clean, a few large characters caught her eye. Secret Manual of Miao Witchcraft. Jiang Nian flipped through a few pages, becoming more fascinated. The book described how to make and breed poisons, including controlling people with golden silkworms, love potions, madness spells, fart charms, and most interestingly, love charms. The first page explained how to make a love charm. First, take scorpions, toads, centipedes, geckos, and snakes from the 5 poisons and let them fight each other in a container. The remaining insects would be the most poisonous. Then, feed them with maternal blood for 49 days. After they die, dry and grind them into powder, mix with water. If someone drinks it, they will be linked to you for life. If you hurt them, you hurt yourself. If you die, they die. If they die, you won't necessarily. Jiang Yan thought it was fun, like the love charms she saw in TV dramas. Carefully, she stored the manual in her space, planning to study it when she had free time. Once she mastered it, she would use it on those who wanted to harm her. Just thinking about it made her feel excited. At night, the sky was as dark as ink. Jiang Yan, hands behind her back, hummed a tune as she headed home. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. From now on, she wouldn't go to work. With her jewelry, the 1,000 tails in her space, her special powers, and the secret manual, who could stop her? Tonight, she could sleep peacefully. Once she learned how to control the insects, she could secretly use them on the Emperor if he tried to harm her. The more she thought about it, the more excited she felt. She walked quickly, feeling energized. When she reached a corner, she suddenly faced a pair of deep, dark eyes. They stared at each other for a moment. Jiang Yan took 2 steps back, surprised. Second brother, just as she was about to ask Rong Qi why he was here, a large hand grabbed her arm and pulled her aside. Rong Qi squinted and looked down at her from above. Are you following me? Jiang Yan was confused. What did he mean? Did he do something bad? Why use the word follow? Rong Qi's large hand tightened, showing no sign of letting go. His eyes, hidden in the cold moonlight, reflected a mysterious light against his sharply defined face. Jiang Yan glanced at him suspiciously. Why are you out here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? The man studied her for a while, his eyes darkening slightly as he spoke in a low, rough voice. Sister-in-law, you still haven't answered my question. Let me go first, and I'll answer. Rong Qi released her hand, still feeling the warmth she had left behind. He rubbed his palm lightly, then looked back at her, quietly waiting for her reply. Jiang Yan pulled out a red wooden box from behind her as if by magic and placed it in front of him. Li Ping found a box of silver jewelry during the day. I searched the rooms too, and found 2 more boxes. In truth, she had found 3. The third one contained a secret book about strange insects, and she had no intention of telling Rong Qi about it. The fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. Rong Qi stared at her for a long time before looking away. His gaze swept over the red box, and he asked with a faint smile, Only 2? Jiang Yan blinked. That's right. His expression relaxed, and his eyes lingered on the box. The smile on his lips deepened. This box looks quite special. Jiang Yan looked down at it. Of course it was special. It held the secret book. She wiped the dust off the box with her sleeve and muttered, I wonder how much such a fine box could sell for. Rong Qi's brow twitched slightly. It would be a pity to sell something so beautiful. Why not give it to me instead? Jiang Yan quickly hugged the box to her chest. Don't even think about it. With that, she quickened her pace and walked ahead. Rong Qi watched her back, the corners of his lips curving slightly. Her lie was full of holes. She couldn't even stop blinking, but he didn't bother to call her out. Suddenly, Jiang Yan stopped and turned around, staring straight at him. You still haven't answered me. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Where did you go? Rong Qi caught up with her, walking side by side. Same as you, he said calmly. When I saw Li Ping finding treasure, I came to look for some too. Jiang Yan pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced. If he had really been searching for treasure in the middle of the night, how could his clothes still be spotless? She was truly searching for valuables, her hair tangled with cobwebs, her clothes covered in dust, and even her nails dark with dirt and grime. Madame Rong held a torch, pacing anxiously in circles. Where did these 2 go so late at night? Rong Yu tiptoed and looked around, but she couldn't see anyone. Just as she was about to take the torch and go look, Jiang Yan ran out from the shadows carrying a red wooden box, with Rong Qi walking straight behind her. Madame Rong's eyes moved quickly between the 2, showing a brief look of curiosity. This curiosity didn't last long before Rong Yu's excited voice broke in. Sister-in-law, where did you find this? So many gold and silver jewelry. We're going to get rich. Quiet. Jiang Nian looked around and quickly made a shushing gesture. Don't let anyone know. Let's go inside and talk. Before dawn the next day, Li Ping knocked on a drum, urging everyone to get ready to leave. They had spent the night peacefully, which proved the rumors were false. There aren't really so many ghosts or mysterious bugs from the Miao region. It's all nonsense. Li Ping found the valuables and walked quickly, feeling proud. Jiang Nian was even more excited, wishing she had wheels on her feet to rush to Jinzhou City faster. When they reached the official road, they suddenly encountered a fleeing group of refugees. Just after feeling proud, Jiang Nian's mood sank. Her right eye kept twitching. Why are there so many people? They look worse off than us, Rong Yu whispered, tugging Jiang Nian's arm. Sister-in-law, why are they going in the opposite direction? Jiang Nian didn't know either. Let's see what the officials say. Zhao Shun caught a refugee and asked, what happened? Why are all the refugees heading back? The next stop was Jinzhou City. After passing Jinzhou, they went through a deep mountain and finally reached Suizhou City in Ingida. Seeing the ragged clothes and hurried steps of the refugees, they knew Suizhou was struck by a disaster. They didn't know if it was a plague or... The refugees sighed. There's a plague in Jinzhou, and there's also locusts. There's no way to survive there. Zhao Shun's face turned pale. A plague? Locusts? The officials escorting the prisoners were the ones truly with no way out. Damn it, I wish I hadn't taken this terrible job. But the job couldn't be delayed. Even if there was a mountain of swords or a sea of fire ahead, even if it was hell itself, they had to push on and escort the prisoners. Zhao Shun clenched his teeth and cursed the sky with a burning incense stick. September is usually the harvest season, but this year there is a locust plague. It feels like the heavens are against the people. Jinzhou is no longer reachable. Going there would be dangerous. Zhao Shun was worried and kept scratching his head. When Jiang Nian and Rong Qi heard this, they felt even more anxious. They had thought that once they reached Jinzhou, they could quickly get to Sui Prefecture and end their exile, settle down peacefully. But now, Jinzhou was hit by both locusts and a plague. The refugees from Jinzhou were all heading south. These exiled prisoners, who had to live outdoors and barely eat, might have come into contact with the refugees. If that happened, Jiang Nian found Zhao Shun and looked serious. She said, we should quickly isolate ourselves from these refugees. I suggest we avoid Jinzhou and take the water route. The refugees fleeing the disaster might already be infected with the plague. If we keep moving forward, our group of exiles could be at risk of infection. She didn't want to gamble with her life. Zhao Shun jumped and shouted, water route? By boat? Do you really think you're a young lady of high status? With so many exiles, where do I get the money to let you take a boat? Just then, a deep voice from a young man suddenly came from behind. May I ask, what is happening ahead? Why are so many refugees heading south? And why does this lady suggest taking the water route? Everyone turned around at once. About 10 meters away from the exile group, there was a light blue-gray carriage. Four guards with fierce faces stood outside, swords at their waists, dressed very neatly. The man asking the question looked about 25 or 26, tall and broad-shouldered with a narrow waist. His face was a bit dark, but he was handsome. He seemed to be the leader of the guards and the owner of the carriage. Zhao Shun's eyes flicked. He recognized the sword decoration on the guard's belt. He looked like someone from the capital. Could it be a high-ranking person from the capital? He bowed respectfully and reported honestly. The dark-faced guard nodded and gently pushed aside the carriage curtain, whispering a few words. Soon, a very handsome man stepped out of the carriage. He wore a moon-white long robe, tall and graceful. His every movement exuded a scholarly air. Standing there, he looked like a tall pine tree, calm and elegant, like a character from a classical painting. Hearing the surname Jiang, the other person was an official, and Jiang Nian's heart skipped a beat. Long ago, when they were in Nanping City, she heard that the court sent an official with the surname Jiang. She thought it was her older brother. But judging by the person's appearance, and combined with her memories of the original owner, she didn't seem to recognize this person. Could this person be a distant relative of the Jiang family? Given the Jiang family's harsh attitude toward the Rong family, that would be disastrous. Jiang Yan's heart pounded quickly. She instinctively looked toward Rong Qi. The other person looked calm, with no sign of hatred. Even Rong Yu and the Lady Rong looked much more relaxed. Jiang Yan felt confused. When Zhao Shun heard official, he immediately became respectful. Sir, Jinzhou has a plague and there is also a locust disaster. The woman, Jiang, from the Rong family, suggested taking a detour and quickly isolating the affected people. She proposed traveling by water to Ningguta. I think this is not good, and stopped her loudly. Jiang Sai frowned and looked at Rong Qi. He was indeed handsome, like a ray of morning sunlight, beautiful but strong. He probably looked most like the person he admired. No wonder his cousin tried everything to send him to Sui Prefecture, hoping to use his name to protect his loved ones. After glancing at him a couple more times, Jiang Yan then looked at Jiang Yan again. After a moment, she said to Zhao Shun, "What Rong Jiang said is true. The most urgent thing is to quickly isolate the affected people and take the water route. This is the best plan." Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. He really was from the Jiang family. They all spoke in her favor. Zhao Shun nodded. Exactly what the Lord said. He quickly ordered Li Ping to turn the group around and isolate the affected people as soon as possible. The water route could be discussed later. After wandering around, everyone returned to their original place. Jiang Yan dared not look at the official, afraid of being labeled as a Jiang family member and causing trouble. She kept her distance and asked Rong Qi to tell Zhao Shun to gather more herbs for boiling water. This would help clear heat, detoxify, and prevent the plague. Zhao Shun directly assigned Jiang Yan the task of boiling herbs. He nodded politely and flattered the stern-faced guard. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes. Flattering the guard? What's the use? Could it get her a promotion? She was annoyed about more work and could only arrange for her younger brother and sister-in-law to get moving. Even her mother-in-law wasn't spared. Gathering firewood and fetching water, Rongyu learned a few herbal identification skills from Jiang Yan. The task of picking mugwort and patchouli was assigned to her. After arranging for someone to go out, Jiang Yan secretly bought some herbs from her space and started boiling them. The plague waits for no one. Drinking early can prevent it. Just as she lit the fire, a figure appeared overhead. Jiang Yan looked up and met Jiang Xie's deep eyes. She forced a smile and greeted him, "Master Jiang." Jiang Xie examined her from head to toe. Jiang Yan's face was smudged with dirt, revealing only bright, lively eyes that fluttered lightly, like a small deer in the mountains. Jiang Xie suddenly became more interested. "I've seen you before." Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. What does he mean by that? She didn't want him to get too close. She didn't want any connection to the Jiang family. "Your way of starting a conversation is so old-fashioned," Jiang Yan said as she moved back, trying to keep her distance. Instead of displeasing Jiang Xie, her resistance made him smile even more. "In Nanping City, you saved a young boy," Jiang Yan exclaimed. "You're following me?" Jiang Xie looked confused. "Miss, what do you mean? I just happened to meet you on the street. I have no intention of following you. I admire your medical skills and came to learn from you." Jiang Yan was even more puzzled. As a powerful member of the Jiang family and an official, why would he be interested in medicine? Just then, Jiang Xie bowed slightly and said, "I am Jiang Xie, from Yuzhou. My ancestors served as palace doctors. Since I was young, I've been interested in medicine, but my family forbade it. So I entered official service. In Nanping City, I saw your remarkable skills and wanted to ask for guidance." Hearing his introduction, Jiang Yan was shocked. Jiang Xie? Could it really be him? He was the main male villain in the story, and it seemed the plot was unfolding as expected. In the story, after Consort Rong was sent to the Cold Palace, her father and elder brother committed suicide in prison out of fear. The Rong family was exiled. The first devoted male character, Marquis Wuan, sent his cousin Jiang Xie to Sui Prefecture to serve as an official, secretly protecting the heroine's family. To keep the heroine's family safe, Marquis Wuan, who is deeply loyal, sent Jiang Xie to Sui Prefecture. In reality, he was secretly guarding her family. After Consort Rong was sent to the Cold Palace, she rose rapidly in the palace, gaining favor. The other concubines, feeling threatened, conspired with noble Lady Jiang to frame Rong and Jiang Xie for having an affair. To protect Rong Fei's reputation, Jiang Xie committed suicide to clear his name, dying unjustly and feeling very wronged. In the story, the main male character Jiang Xie is a very good person. He is handsome, cares about the country and people, and after arriving in Sui Prefecture, he works hard to improve the lives of the locals. He helps those suffering from the plague, improves education, develops farming, water management, and medicine. Such a noble and caring leader died unfairly. Jiang Mian looked at Jiang Xie and realized she had misunderstood. Although they share the same surname, they are written differently. The Jiang family has a long history of integrity, and Jiang Xie was unfairly blamed and died because of the female lead. It seems she needs to find a way to keep Jiang Xie away from Rong Fei, so she won't be caught using him. As long as Jiang Xie is alive and the Jiang family remains strong, this support is more reliable than Rong Qi. Jiang Mian looked at Jiang Xie and thought he was like a treasure chest full of gold, smiling and saying, "It turns out I misunderstood. I should apologize. I heard your surname is Jiang, and I thought you were from my family that I lost that day. But you're Lord Jiang. I've heard of you. Miss, you've heard of my name?" Jiang Xie tilted his head and asked. Jiang Mian was surprised. Just a moment ago, she pretended not to know him, and now she was saying she had heard of him. It seemed contradictory. There was a brief, awkward silence. Just as Jiang Mian was trying to find words, Jiang Xie spoke. "I will help you." "What?" Jiang Mian was still surprised. The official actually took the firewood stick from her hands and helped her add firewood and prepare medicine. Jiang Xie looked at her briefly, then looked away, lowering his head to pick at the firewood in front of him, silent. Jiang Mian stood there, unsure whether to sit or stand. She scratched her toes through her shoes, unsure how to speak. He was an official, after all. She couldn't just let him humble himself to do such rough work, or it would seem impolite. She squatted down, snatched the firewood stick from Jiang Xie, and said with a smile, "Sir, with your noble status, how can you do such rough work?" "Let me do it." Jiang Xie didn't refuse. He simply found a stone to sit on and looked up at Jiang Mian. The dust on her face seemed to have been wiped away, revealing her pure, white skin. Her chin was not pointed, her forehead full, and her big almond-shaped eyes blinked brightly. It was hard to imagine that such a lively and cute person could be skilled in medicine, easily saving a child on the brink of death from the hands of death itself. Jiang Mian felt like someone's gaze was on her face. She wondered if she had said something wrong. Why has Jiang Xie been staring at her? Could he suspect that she is secretly working with the Jiang family, testing her as a way to evaluate the top male character, Wu and Ho? In just a moment, Jiang Mian felt conflicted inside. She tried to recall the descriptions from the book, vaguely capturing details about Jiang Xie from her broken memories. He is brave and honest, kind and generous, cheerful and charming, elegant and refined, nothing like the dark, crazy character of Rong Qi. Therefore, Jiang Xie's words and actions definitely do not contain any hidden tests. Maybe he's just looking at her because she has some dust on her face. Jiang Mian wiped her face and thought, "Oh, it really is dust." Her doubts eased, and a bright smile appeared on her face. "My lord wants to know how to quickly treat severe asthma. As a doctor, I should be willing to share my knowledge. However, when I first learned medicine, I swore to my mother that I would never reveal my secret formulas. Please don't be offended. When I develop a medicine with the same remarkable effect, I will definitely share it with you. The spray in the space is Western medicine. It's hard to make do without ingredients, and even with her medical skills, she couldn't develop a herbal spray. So, she could only use this as an excuse to explain." Jiang Xie didn't mind and even smiled. "When we reach Suizhou City, I can invite you to make herbal medicines. Exiled prisoners who are favored by officials won't have a bad life. Hearing this, Jiang Nian was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Rong Qi carried a bucket of water over. He looked at Jiang Xie and then at Jiang Nian, smiling insincerely. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? You look so happy. Jiang Nian always felt his smile was creepy. She frowned in displeasure, but didn't say anything. Jiang Xie stood up, glanced at Rong Qi, and then left. Rong Qi poured the water into a pot. Jiang Nian quickly called out, "Hey, hey, hey! The pot is full of water. No need to pour more." Rong Qi ignored her and continued pouring. After finishing, he turned to gather firewood, placing each stick into the pot. The red flames crackled, reflecting his cold, handsome face. Mother and sister, are they not back yet? Rong Qi didn't look up and simply replied, Jiang Nian was stunned for a moment. She then went to sit opposite Rong Qi and asked, "Are you angry?" Rong Qi snorted coldly, staring directly at Jiang Nian. "Which I saw me get angry."
Fine.
If she kept talking, they would start arguing. Jiang Nian thought for a moment. She guessed that Rong Qi heard Jiang Su's surname as Jiang and thought they were related. When Jiang Su just spoke to her, Rong Qi might have thought the Jiang family was plotting against him. Rong Qi hated the Jiang family. He felt it was necessary to explain clearly. Jiang Su's surname is written with 3 dots of water, not the same as Meng Jiangnu's Jiang. He's not from the Jiang family and has nothing to do with me. Rong Qi looked up at her, his eyes darkening slightly. "Do you think I'm angry because of that?" Jiang Nian looked confused. "What else? What else could make you upset?" Rong Qi was amused by her straightforwardness. Jiang Nian's way of thinking was really unusual. But honestly, Rong Qi could only be angry because of one thing. Just because he saw Jiang Nian talking happily with Jiang Su and saw her smile so beautifully, but not because of him? What right did he have? What reason? His throat moved slightly, as if he was forcing down his anger. He broke a piece of firewood and threw it into the pot, saying, "Yes, I am angry because his surname is Jiang. All people with the surname Jiang deserve to be hated." Jiang Nian felt a chill down her neck. "Hey, don't judge everyone by one mistake. I may have the surname Jiang, but I haven't done anything wrong to the Rong family, nor to you. Please recognize good people." Rong Qi looked at her coldly. "Whether you've wronged me or not, you know it yourself." Jiang Nian suddenly remembered how the original owner had drugged and insulted Rong Qi. Her scalp went numb. To prevent Rong Qi, this crazy guy, from losing control and hurting her, she needed to study the secret techniques of the insect spells and that troublesome love spell. Once she figured them out and cast them on Rong Qi, she wouldn't have to worry about her life. Past events are like clouds in the sky. Talking about them is pointless. Jiang Nian thought she was very helpless. She had worked so hard to serve her family, only to be exiled because of an imperial decree. She had suffered so much, yet Rong Qi still looked down on her.
He was used to it.
If he didn't eat for 3 days, he'd see if he was still so unruly. Rongyu carried a basket of herbs over, feeling that the atmosphere between her second brother and sister-in-law was a bit strange. Could they have argued again? Sigh, this family might have to fall apart. Rongyu cheerfully handed the herbs to Jiang Nian. "Sister-in-law, do you think I dug up the right herbs?" Jiang Nian checked and couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise. "Great job. You found so many herbs." After selecting and cleaning the ingredients, they were placed in a pot. Combining traditional Chinese and Western medicine proved to be effective. Once the medicine was ready, each person took a bowl. Rongyu carried her bowl over to Rong Qi and said, "Second brother, sister-in-law asked me to bring this to you. She said you're weak and should drink more." Rong Qi looked at the bowl of medicine thoughtfully. After a moment, he asked, "Did she really say that?" Rongyu blinked seriously and replied, "Yes, she did." She had lied many times before, so now her face was calm and her heart steady. Even her second brother, who was close to being mischievous, didn't see through her. Rong Qi took the bowl, gently blew on it, and felt a little better as his worries eased. Everyone drank the medicine and then squatted under a big tree to discuss their plans. Zhao Shun didn't suggest taking the water route. He didn't want to spend money, and he also thought those exiled prisoners didn't deserve it. Jiang Mian kindly advised him and was willing to pay most of the cost. But Zhao Shun still refused. "You stingy person." Jiang Mian couldn't help but curse. She wanted to call him a tight-fisted person, but worried he might understand and cause trouble, so she used a Western slang term instead.
Huh?
Zhao Shun didn't understand, frowned, and asked, "What does that mean?" Although he didn't understand, he felt the words sounded unkind coming from Jiang Mian. At this moment, a dark-faced guard from Zhang's household approached and said, "My master is willing to travel with you all. Would you be willing?" "What? A lucky break falling from the sky?" Zhao Shun stared in disbelief, widened his eyes, pinched his cheek. Ouch. He shamelessly nodded and bowed. "Your Excellency is noble, and it's an honor to travel with us." This humble person's ancestors are blessed. Zhang's family was wealthy. Maybe Zhangde could just decide to rent the whole boat, and they could all ride together. This way, they could reach Ningguda quickly and save a lot of silver. Jiang Sai also came over and nodded at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was overjoyed, an official nodding and greeting her. What a big deal. What a big deal. It meant she now had support in Ningguda and could make connections. She didn't need to waste this opportunity. Traveling together would also protect her from officials' bullying. Moreover, Jiang Sai was secretly protecting Rong's family on his cousin's orders. "All right, from now on, Jiangde will travel with us. I'll pay half the boat fare, and I hope your guards will escort us safely," Jiang Mian said with a big smile. Having connections doesn't make someone a bad person. She simply doesn't want to waste resources. When Rongqi found out, his face darkened like water could drip from it. He frowned and asked Jiang Mian, "That Jiang guy isn't trustworthy. Who knows who sent him?" Although he knew Jiang Xie meant no harm to the Rong family and even secretly wanted to protect them, he just didn't want to travel with Jiang Xie. Jiang Mian pulled him aside and said angrily, "Are you stupid? Do you think you have to rely on your stubbornness to get through to Ningguda? Besides, Jiang Xie has no bad intentions. Trust my gut. Maybe when they reach Ningguda, they'll even need Jiang Xie to help find a job." Rong Qi's eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. On the way, Jiang Xie protected them, making the journey much smoother. When they reached the river, Jiang Xie's guards paid for a big boat. Jiang Mian took out some silver and handed it to him. "Big brother guard, we agreed to split the cost, so how can the Lord pay everything?" The grumpy guard refused with a cold face and waved his hand. Since he wouldn't accept it, Jiang Mian reluctantly took back the silver. She was just being polite. She still wanted to save face. After boarding the boat, many prisoners stayed in the lower-class cabins. They were dirty, smelly, and broken, but it was better than sleeping outside in the rain and wind, exposed to wolves. Jiang Mian used some silver to get her family a third-class cabin. It was quite good for that level, except it was airtight but the whole family could lie on the ground. Mrs. Rong spread out the bedding but still felt it wasn't enough, so she added another layer. "Since it's humid on the water and the planks are hard, we should make it more comfortable." After laying out the bedding, the family lay down in order. Before they could close their eyes, Jiang Xie's guard came. Rongqi looked at Jiang Mian and said, "I told you he had bad intentions. Meeting a lady at midnight. What kind of gentleman does that?" Whenever he saw an opportunity, he would try to criticize Jiang Xie. However, the dark-faced guard said, "My lord, I heard that young Master Rong is talented and wants him to serve with calligraphy and painting to help him understand." Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously at Rongqi. "It's your turn." Her brother-in-law was so handsome that maybe Jiang Xie liked him. The serving with calligraphy was just a cover. Falling in love was real. Hee hee, she's a fan of romantic stories.